Age of Elves start with 10,000 Master Balls Chapter 1 to 50. Chapter 1. Find the Elf. Jin Yu is a traveler who came to this incredible world of elves. It has been 17 years. Just last night, his parents told him that they had signed up for a trainer training institution for him. 2 red and white Pokeballs. The Trainer Development Organization, as the name suggests, is an organizational system that allows people to become trainers smoothly, and to a certain extent guarantees your safe and successful subjugation of elves. There are also red and white Pokeballs, which are the most common props used to capture elves in Pokeballs, but even the most common props cost 10,000 yuan each, which is a lot for ordinary families. Expenses. Jinwoo is very grateful to his parents for their selfless sacrifices. But what makes people laugh and cry is that night, he awakened the system again. The novice gift package that Jinwoo randomly obtained is 10,000 strangely shaped purple and white Pokeballs, that is, Master Balls. Master Ball. 100% of the items that will be captured by the elves after use. Close black lens bracket. In addition, this system has other functions. View, search, accessible upgrade, accessible evolution. Viewing is simple to understand, that is, you can explore the status attributes of the elves within the range of the eye. Search. According to the system introduction column, you can search for a map within a certain range, and then turn it into a reduced version of the map. There will be sprites, props and other display coordinates on the map. It is not difficult to imagine that with this reduced version of the map, it will be much more convenient for Jinwoo to take risks in the future, subdue elves, and obtain props. As for barrier-free upgrade and barrier-free evolution, this is actually a buff attached to the system. Under normal circumstances, each elves will have their own upgrade barriers and growth limits according to their different talents and qualifications. Buffs for Jinwoo. His future elves will be much smoother in terms of upgrading and evolution. Just like in the game, as long as you keep fighting and fighting monsters, your experience will skyrocket. The only thing that will limit his elves is his talent. Mi slept, and the next day, Jinwoo got on the armored bus specially prepared by the Trainer Development Agency. Their destination is the nearby primary secret realm. Ding! Found Road 102, and the simulated map is drawn. Immediately, a miniature version of the map appeared in Jinwoo's mind. Route 102 is the code name given by the system to the secret realm in front of you. In real life, that secret realm is an unnamed primary secret realm near Zhangcheng. However, even a primary secret realm has brought great prosperity resources to the local residents. The secret realm is a very strange place on this planet. Thousands of years ago, they appeared all over the world without warning, accompanied by various elves and props. The appearance of these things suddenly changed the direction of the world. Life is suddenly filled with the figures of these mysterious elves, and trainers of various occupations are also born. To this day, the secret realm is still the most longing for exploration treasures. According to the size of the secret realm, different levels of elves and resources will be born in it. Like Jinyu's primary secret realm near the city, there will only be some elves below the 10th level, and most of the props are ordinary tree fruits and pokeballs. Now, the coordinates of these things. Jinwoo has a panoramic view. The corners of his mouth showed a subtle hook. Okay, future trainers, we are about to reach the initial secret realm of our destination. Please be sure to follow our professionals closely and don't walk around alone. Although this primary secret realm has been almost explored, it is not guaranteed that there will still be emergencies. Our team will specially plan a safe path for you and accompany you all the way. During the period, if you encounter your favorite Pokemon, you can explain to our staff, and the staff will lend you a Pokemon to help you recover your first elf. Do you understand? All the registered students in the car said in unison, clear and understand. Through a phantom tunnel. Everyone arrived at their destination safely. The coaches from the Elf Trainer Training Institution got out of the car cautiously and released their elves. Most of their elves were around level 15 to 20. Although many of them have not yet evolved, it is enough to deal with the elves of this primary secret realm. The elves looked around and found that there was no problem around, and then the staff greeted the people on the car to get down. Everyone got out of the car, and Jinyu followed closely. Immediately, the students exclaimed at the wizard of the institutional coach. For students who have not yet obtained elves, these elves are enough to attract attention. That's a lava worm. I heard that this elf is burning with magma, except for its own trainer who can touch it. Ordinary people will be burned if they approach it. I saw a slug-like, red, bubbling elf swimming slowly on the ground. Also, that's wrist strength. That muscle is powerful enough. When the wrist force heard someone comment on him, he immediately got up, made a bodybuilding posture, and fiddled in front of everyone. Gah, gah. Look, it's a sparrow. There was a whistling in the sky, and a flying elf with a long beak and brown feathers swept over the heads of the crowd, causing another cheer. The staff enjoyed everyone's surprise and admiration, and said cheerfully, "Don't worry everyone, as long as you follow us, you will soon be able to conquer the elves." There was another cheer from the crowd. Taking advantage of everyone's attention, Jinyu quietly left the team and went into the jungle alone. He has detailed map coordinates in his mind at the moment. Following the big team will only affect the performance. What's more, there are some props displayed on this map, and he doesn't want to share it with others. According to the map, there are not many types of elves that will appear here. A coyote, a snake bear, a thorn-tailed worm will appear in the grass. These are the most common Pokemon, although they are not weak if they are cultivated, but Xiaoyu does not look down on them. There are lobster soldiers, yo-yo candy balls, horned goldfish and carp king in the nearby pond. The level of elves in the water is much better than in the grass. Among them, the lobster soldiers, yo-yo candy balls and other elves, even Jinyu, are a little moved. But there are even better elves, such as Lotus Leaf Boy and Acorn Fruit, who can evolve twice, both of which are more powerful elves in their final evolution. And there is Lalu Lassie. Chapter 2. Secret Realm. When the system first showed that this was road 102 inches, Jinwu was already guessing, is there a Lalu drawing here? The result is really not unexpected. On the zoomed-out map, a certain corner really has the coordinates of Lalu drawing. Different from the serpentine bears, coyotes and other elves whose coordinates are in pieces, this entire 102 road secret realm actually has only one Lalora's. Jinyu only felt his heart beat faster. Even the primary secret realm was divided into 3 levels, low, medium and high. The higher the level of the secret realm, the larger the space inside it. Special areas are not excluded, the type, level, and even the qualifications of the elves will be higher, and the props born inside will be rarer. And this unnamed mystical realm near my own city is just a low-level mystical realm, in the primary mystical realm. Unexpectedly, in this primary and low-level secret realm, there will be a Lalu drawing. This probability is like being hit in the head by a stack of money. This is decisively not to accept. It is not human. Jinyu immediately rushed to his destination without stopping. Although there is a shrinking map in my mind, the road still needs to be walked step by step. There are knee-high lawns all around, and towering trees abound. From time to time, there will be a burst of insects or strange noises around. Because there are no elves around, Jinyu will deliberately avoid when he encounters a section with elves on the map. Even if it is a thorn-tailed worm that seems to be extremely stingy, Jinyu does not underestimate it. After they are conquered by humans, they will indeed show a friendly and lovely side, but wild ones are also extremely terrifying executioners. If it is not treated in time, the death is absolutely tragic, and the toxin of the thorntail is not inferior to that of the cobra. Fortunately, Jinyu's cautiousness prevented him from encountering any danger along the way. Instead, 2 berries were picked. One is orange fruit, and the other is peach fruit. Orange fruit. Eat a magical tree fruit that can restore a little physical strength. Close black lens bracket. Peach fruit. Eat the magical tree fruit that can detoxify. Close black lens bracket. These two kinds of tree fruits are relatively common crops, but they are still valuable in the market, because the tree fruit tree can only exist in the secret realm. If it leaves the secret realm, the tree fruit tree cannot survive at all, let alone bear fruit. Tree fruit merchants can generally only delineate a piece of land to plant a fruit tree in the secret realm, and then bear fruit. After calculating the transportation fee, the cultivation time, and the need to prevent the snatch of wild elves during the period, the price will naturally be higher. The rarer the tree fruit, the more high-level secret realm is required to plant it. For common tree fruit like orange fruit, if the core is thrown into the intermediate and advanced secret realm, it does not need to be taken care of. After a period of time, it is estimated that it will germinate and bear fruit. And high-level tree fruits, such as Chiligu, dragon eye fruit, are thrown in the middle-level high-level secret realm, even if you apply quick fertilizer, Jin fat fruit fertilizer, to it every day, etc. Crop fertilizer may not be able to produce normal results. Jinyu was a little excited because he was about to arrive at the place where Lalora's was haunted soon. But at this moment, he discovered that it seemed that besides him, there were other coordinates approaching Lalu Lassie. Wong Wu. Awu tilde. A continuous barking sound. In the distance, I saw a cute little girl wearing a green hat, tightly hugging the two peaches in her hands, trembling uncontrollably. And around it was a group of gray fur, puppy-like coyote dogs. There were 5 in number, surrounding Lalora's all around. Wong Wu. Woo woo. The coyote's demonstrative barking probably meant that she wanted Lalula's to leave the food in her arms. Lulu Lassie. Although Lulu Lassie showed a timid appearance, the fruit in her arms was related to whether she would be hungry tonight, so she stubbornly shook her head and expressed her refusal. The coyotes gasped and sneered, ready to act on the spot. Several dogs rushed up. When Lalula saw this battle, she immediately hugged her head in fright. Lalu Lassie, try to use the voice of charm. Lalu. The sudden sound made the coyotes all stunned. And Lalu Lassie subconsciously acted according to this order. Lula tilde. A melodious and clear voice resounded. On the spot, several coyote dogs around suffered tons of injuries. Voice of charm is a skill for fairy attribute. The coyote is a evil attribute, elves. Although it is immune to the superpower attribute, skills, the goblin attribute can cause great damage to them. Moreover, charming voice is a sonic skill. As long as it is within a certain range, it can completely act on several elves. These coyote dogs were injured and collapsed, and for a while, only 2 were barely standing. Stealing chickens can't make a profit. The coyotes know that they have been robbed this time, and they don't hesitate to drag their companions on the spot to escape quickly. Seeing the fleeing coyotes, Lalula's jumped happily in place, and then looked around. Look for someone who just made a sound. The red tentacles on the top of the head moved, and soon, its gaze was locked behind a big tree. Lalu tilde. Lalu Lass whispered softly, meaning to tell Jinyu not to hide. It has been discovered. Jinyu didn't mean to hide. The red tentacles on Lalu Lassie's head have the effect of sensing people's emotional fluctuations, slowly walked out of the tree, and smiled at Lalu Lassie. The small red triangle on Lalula's head trembled slightly, and after confirming his eyes, the other party is not a bad person tilde. Chapter 3. Conquering Lalora's. She is obviously a very timid character, but this time, Lalu Lassie took the initiative to summon up her courage and slowly walked towards Xiaoyu. After twisting, he handed out one of the peach fruit in his arms. Lalu tilde. Combined with the scene, Lalu Lassie's action should be to repay Jinyu's prompting kindness with peach fruit. Thank you. Xiaoyu smiled, but without rejecting, he took Lalu Lassie's peach fruit. Lalu Lassie nodded, leaned against a big tree, and wiped the other peach fruit in his hand. Cha. He ate like a little hamster. Most of the Lalula's family have a timid character. According to the experience of the previous life, most of the elves with this personality prefer to eat sweet things. This peach fruit can be said to be the best of Lalula's love. But maybe it was because I was hungry for too long. Just one peach fruit was not enough for Lalu Lassie to eat, and soon only one pit was left. Lalu Lassie touched her stomach that was still grumbling, and she couldn't help feeling a little sad. At this time, he saw a peach fruit in one hand and placed in front of him again. Lalula's was overjoyed, but she quickly realized that this peach fruit was repaid to that person by herself. Without his reminder, she might not be able to eat a single fruit robbed by the coyote today. Thinking of this, Lalu Lassie mustered great perseverance, shook her head, and said that she could not take back the gift. Okay, take it. Jinyu's tone was like the one he ordered Lalu drawing before. Maybe it was an instinctive reaction of the body, or maybe it was really hungry. Lalu Lassie waited for her to react, and she already took the fruit in her hand. The little face suddenly flushed with shame. Looking up at the man's face, he still had the same smile as before, genial and bright. Lalula's, who is well versed in emotions, can tell that the other party's kindness is not a fraud. Taking a small bite to eat the peach fruit again, Lalura's felt that this fruit is even sweeter than the previous one. If it's not enough, there's one more. Jinyu took another peach fruit from his backpack. Lalula's. Just like Jinwoo's peach fruit that originally took Lalu Lassie did not refuse. Just after taking it, the two little hands used a little force to break the peach fruit in half, and handed the half to Xiaoyu. Jinyu was slightly taken aback by this scene, and then took it with a smile. Thank you. Lula. Humans can also eat tree fruits. The effect is not only the same, but also satiety to a certain extent. One person and one elf finished sweetly eating peach fruit, looked at each other and smiled, and their relationship seemed to have improved a lot. Lalu Lassie, I'm missing a partner, do you want to come with me? Jinyu said bluntly and unabashedly. The eyes under the brim of Lalura's hat blinked, and the next moment, the small body jumped up and fell into Xiaoyu's arms. Lalularu, he shouted sweetly, and the answer was obvious. Lalu drawing, successfully conquered . Because Lalu Lassie voluntarily followed Jinyu did not waste it, and directly subdued Lalu Lassie with the red and white pokeball. Open black lens bracket Lalu drawing. Qualification. Purple level cap. Level 60. Level 6. Attributes. Superpower, fairy. Features. Synchronization. When the outside world causes state damage to itself, it can feedback the same abnormal state to the other party. Telepathy, read emotions, can dodge move damage to a certain extent. Magic change a bit. Gender, female. Size, 0.4 meters, 6.6 kilograms. Skills, charming voice, cry, shadow clone, mind power, shadow sneak attack, black eyes, immobilization, strange light, shoot down. After taking a general look at the state of Lalu Lassie, Jinyu was surprised to find that Lalu Lassie has quite a few skills. In addition to the skills acquired by themselves, it is estimated that many of them are monogenetic skills. In addition, Jinwu was surprised by his qualifications. According to the system prompt, the qualifications are from low to high, and there are roughly 8 types of qualifications: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, and colorful. White is the most common. The 5 coyote dogs that were just repelled by Lalura's are all white aptitudes. The cap level of white elf is 30. As for the elf qualifications of the coaches, like the trainer development organization, a few have green qualifications. Of course, most of them are still white qualifications. The elves with green qualifications have a cap level of 40. Descending in order, only elves with colorful qualifications are eligible to advance to level 100. Jinyu guessed that the elves with purple qualifications are almost at the level of top gym trainers. Even the less powerful Heavenly King is estimated to have only this strength. Xiaoyu couldn't help but once again sighed about his fortune. In this elementary and low-level secret realm, he actually met a purple talent elf. Under normal circumstances, if you want to meet a purple talent elf, you must at least go to an intermediate level high-level secret realm. There are not many high-level secret realms in the entire central continent, and each of them is in the remote mountains and forests with dangerous terrain. After being subdued to Lalu Lassie, Jin Yu's trip this time is almost complete, and the rest of the elf, Jin Yu, doesn't like it. But thinking that this time, my parents also spent a lot of money to send myself into the secret realm. So, Jinwoo went into crazy money-making mode. Jinwoo can easily find almost all the props here thanks to the precise instructions of the systematic map. For example, tree fruits, props and the like, as soon as Jinwoo sees them, they will all be put into the backpack behind him. Most of the tree fruits are orange fruit, peach fruit, and the props are injury medicine and sweetness. Injury medicine, a spray to restore physical strength, which can be applied externally and used internally. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket sweetness, special honey that can attract wild elves to appear. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 4. Overlord Pokemon. At the beginning, Xiao Yu's parents bought 2 Pokeballs, which cost 20,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan for hiring a trainer and training agency, and 10,000 yuan for entering the primary and low-level secret realm, for a total of 40,000 yuan. And now, Jinyu has been looting wildly, and now that the things in his backpack can be sold for at least 50,000 yuan, which is barely a return. With a pat on the bulging backpack, Jinwu was content and it was time to go back. But at this moment, Jinyu suddenly discovered that the coordinates of a skull symbol appeared on the edge of the system map. This is Overlord Pokemon. This Overlord Elf did not appear on the map at first, it just appeared at this moment, which means that the Overlord Elf was not in the secret realm at first, but just entered the secret realm. This is not uncommon, and perhaps this Overlord has a secret passage to end from this secret realm. The key is that this elf seems to be heading in the direction of the large team led by the Trainer Development Organization at this moment. At this time, a group of people from the Trainer Development Agency was leading a group of students, chatting and laughing, and showing off their experience and knowledge from time to time, which attracted a group of students who had not entered the industry to exclaim. Back then, I saw a Kobe beast as big as a mountain. The Kobe beast was like a small hill with only one belly, and there were fruit trees on it. This cranberry fruit is me. After defeating it, it was plucked from the belly. I saw the big talker take out an ordinary cranberry fruit from the backpack and show it to everyone like evidence. The coach's accomplices naturally knew that he was talking big, because this cranberry fruit was bought by the coach at a large price a while ago, and the purpose was to conquer the elves. If you feed the elves with cranberry fruit or banana fruit when capturing the elves will be easier to capture. Boom, boom. At this moment, a sudden tremor occurred. Everyone looked bewildered. I just feel that the sky seems to be getting darker, and the dark clouds seem to be increasing. As the dark clouds increased to a certain concentration, everyone's faces suddenly turned pale. A student turned his head with a stiff neck, and said to the coach who was just bragging, "Hey, coach, since you have defeated the huge Kobe before, you should be able to deal with the huge Jenny turtle in front of you. It has bright eyes, 3 toes on all 4 limbs, and a small wavy tail. The skin color of the exposed part of the turtle shell is light blue, and the turtle shell is brown." What appeared in front of them was a well-known Jenny turtle. It stands to reason that if you can encounter a Jenny turtle in the wild, everyone should jump happily. But now, they are not happy at all. Jenny turtle, no, isn't it a little turtle Pokemon? But how small is this head? He didn't look so crazy after taking hormones. A student said in a trembling voice. The Jenny turtle in front of me was as terrifying as a hill. And the sound like an earthquake just now was just the sound of its footsteps. Is this still a Pokemon? The bragging coach was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out. He swallowed hard, and then he regained his senses, and then he shouted, "Quick! Run! Run into the armored car! Return to the original road!" Ah! Hearing the coach's roar, the students immediately ran back screaming and crying. The coaches of these trainer development institutions are still relatively professional. Although they are almost scared, they still put the safety of students first. In the back hall, while watching out for the movements of the giant Jenny turtle, he hurriedly ran away. Seeing these toys run away in front of him, the giant Jenny turtle was a little upset. Jenny, PFF'd. When he opened his mouth, a water gun was sprayed out at will. This random blow, in the eyes of the coach's gang, is like a natural disaster. Water cannon, water cannon, don't have this power, right? Boom. The entire group was immediately washed down on the ground, and they were all wet, and they only felt that their bones were about to fall apart. Some strong coaches and trainers stood up and commanded their spirits. Damn, I'm fighting with you. Big mouth, use a straight drill. Wrist strength, use a knife. Lava worms, burn out. ... Swish, several attacks hit the giant Jenny tortoise, as if itching the opponent, without the slightest effect. The giant Jenny scratched the tortoise shell on its belly, attacked again, and spit out a lot of foam from its mouth. It was originally a move with poor power, just to reduce the opponent's speed, but when used by the giant Jenny turtle, it has another effect. Puff, puff. Everyone was enveloped in the bubbles of the giant Jenny turtle. This is not to reduce the speed at all, but to completely seal the movement. Not only that, there is water in this bubble, and humans can't hold their breath for long in it. The giant Jenny turtle was very happy to see everyone in a hurry, and clapped their hands happily. Just when everyone was at a loss and was about to destroy the group, suddenly, they heard a voice. Hey, Jenny turtle, don't you want to play? I'll play with you, come with me. Everyone could see the figure of a young man in the distance, and there was a Lalu drawing next to him. Lalu lassie, use strange light. Strange light, unleash a strange light, disrupting the opponent, it is the opponent's confusion. Close black lens bracket. This is a very useful skill. Lula. With a wave of Lalulas's hand, she suddenly threw a strange light at the giant Jenny turtle. This light circled around the giant Jenny. And then, it was useless tilde. Jinyu disagreed, not showing the slightest disappointment, but smiled knowingly. Because his goal has been achieved, the attention of the giant Jenny turtle has been attracted by him. Jenny. The giant Jenny turtle roared at this human who dared to provoke his majesty. Okay, come with me. Jinyu hugged Lalu lassie beside him and started the marathon. During the period, in order to prevent being caught too quickly by the Jenny turtle, Lalu lassie also performed a shadow clone. Running all the way, splitting all the way, Jenny turtle couldn't take Jinyu for a while. Chapter 5. Conquering the giant Jenny turtle, Wishing Star. The Jenny turtle was pinned away, and the bubble it displayed also shattered. Everyone recovered a small life and squatted on the ground gasping for breath. Gosh, where's the monster? I've never seen such a big Jenny. The young man just now will be fine, right? He has the guts to provoke such monsters. How can it be okay? He is sacrificing his own life. Let's get out of here as soon as possible, and then find the local elf center to move rescue troops. Maybe we can save him. Action is action, and everyone agrees. After all, it is a major matter of human life, and the group is not sloppy. At this time, Xiaoyu also stopped and looked around. In front of him was a small hill, which was already some distance away from where he was just now, and there was no one nearby. Jinyu nodded. It should be almost the same here. He looked up at the giant Jenny tortoise following closely behind him. The giant Jenny also stopped at this time, and looked at Jinyu and Loloris jokingly. Are you running? Are you running? Why don't you run away? See how I deal with you later. Jinyu also smiled brightly, laughing, and saw him holding up a strangely shaped, purple-white Pokeball. The giant Jenny turtle sneered. This human head can't be used. Does he want to regain himself? To subdue the Pokemon, you have to go through battle and throw the ball directly, which is just a waste of the Pokeball. This point, even the giant Jenny turtle of the elf understands. The human in front of him should not know it, right? It turns out that the giant jerky was right. Jinwoo really threw a pokeball at it. The moment before the pokeball opened and closed, the Jenny turtle still had a very disdainful expression, but when the pokeball was really absorbed, the Jenny turtle found that the huge body he was proud of could not resist for a moment. The body instantly it turned into a red particle light group, and was then taken in. Whoa, 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 whoa. The purple and white ball shook 3 times, and then made a ding sound, and stopped moving. The giant Jenny turtle has been successfully recovered. No, correctly speaking, it should be the Jenny turtle carrying the wishing star which was successfully subdued. Open black lens bracket Jenny turtle. Qualification. Purple level cap. Level 60. Level 10. Attribute. Water. Features. Rapid current physical strength is reduced to a critical point, and the power of all water attribute skills is increased. Rain disc. When it rains, it will slowly recover physical strength over time. Gender. Male. Size. 0.5 meters, 9.0 kilograms. Skills. Impact, tail wagging, water gun, foam, shrink in shell, high speed spin, high 5 attack, crazy, white mist. Items to carry. Wishing star, a kind of stone with magical power, which can help the elves become giant. The status bar of the Jenny turtle has one more carry item than Lalu drawing. And the props carried are the key reason why the Jenny turtle has become huge. Open black lens bracket wish star close black lens bracket. A rough stone for making giant wristbands. Wild Pokemon can completely use the power of wishing star to temporarily, extremely giant. Once the elves become extremely giant, not only their body shape, but also their physical strength will double up, and their skills and moves will also change. Even the weather can be affected if necessary. Ha ha ha, happiness came so unexpectedly. In the 1,000-year-old history of elves, although in nature, some people have witnessed phenomena such as million evolution, extreme giant transformation, and even super giant transformation, but these elves have always been regarded as special individuals. No serious research has been done in that direction. This leads to the fact that people in this world have no knowledge of props such as Mega Stone, Z Crystal, and Wish Star. Just a weird stone. These are all the news that Jinwoo had been living in this world before, and he knew it unconsciously. At that time, he was overjoyed in his heart, and he thought, now there is a chance to take advantage of it. I originally thought that even if I became a trainer, it would take a lot of time to get these things. But I didn't expect that on the first day. I started with a wishing star. Jinwoo threw the master ball with the Jenny turtle. An arc flashed, and a normal-sized jerky appeared in front of Jinwoo. Jenny shook his head and looked at Jinwoo. His eyes were inexplicably full of trust and friendliness. He was still slightly annoyed at Jinwoo before he was subdued, but after he was subdued, Jenny turtle immediately developed the most basic trust and closeness to humans. With the increase of time with the master, the trust of the elves will continue to deepen, turning into the strongest bond in the world. Of course, if the way of getting along is not right, the favorability will continue to decline, and many elves will directly choose to defect because of their disappointment with their masters. Jinwoo hooked his finger at Jenny turtle. Jenny turtle came over obediently. Jenny tilde. I licked the head of the Jenny turtle. It was slippery and felt good. And the Jenny turtle also had an expression of enjoyment on his face. Jinwoo chuckled. Jenny turtle, you have a strange stone on your body, can you show me that stone? Hearing that the owner wanted to see it, the Jenny turtle did not say a word, and withdrew his small hand into the turtle shell, and suddenly took out a faint purple and irregular meteorite. Jinwoo is convinced that this is the wishing star. After reading it, Jinwoo intends to return the Jenny turtle. Jenny tilde. Jenny turtle waved his hand generously, saying that it didn't matter, and gave the stone directly to Xiaoyu. Chapter 6. Rare Skill Book. Mr. Grassground, this is where we met the giant jerky. Also, this is the photo of the students that attracted the giant journey. On the photo is Jin Woo's registration photo. For the students who signed up at the Trainer Development Agency, everyone has registered, called their names, and saw who is missing. After a little investigation, it is easy to know that they have just rescued them and attracted the people who took away the giant Jenny turtle. Who is it? The other party is the water-type Jenny turtle. The only person I can think of to defeat it is you, Mr. Grass Crown, the master of the grass-type gymnasium. Well, I see. I will find the child's whereabouts as soon as possible with the guards at the Elf Center. The gym owner named Grass Crown nodded seriously. Gyms also exist in this world. They are an important existence to promote the economic development of a city, and they are also a symbol of the strength of a city. Different from the free challenge gym facilities in the game, in reality, the challenge gym requires a certain amount of consumption. If the challenger loses, the money will go to nothing. If you win, you can get a skill book that is several times more expensive than the money. Open black lens bracket gym badge close black lens bracket. Gym badge. The use is similar to the game. In the animation, collect all 8 gym badge. You can participate in the national competition. Central Continent national gymnasiums are distributed all over the country. There are more than 100 in total. It sounds like a huge number. Many people would think that a blind cat can win a game or two even if it meets a dead mouse. But in fact, the number of players who compete in the national competition every year is pitiful. At most once, there are only 60 people. The reason is, skill book. Skill book is also a prop produced by Secret Realm and cannot be reproduced by artificial means. In reality, if a gym owner wants to hold a gym, his strength is second, and more importantly, he must have a certain number of skill books as capital. One party has to maintain that skill book and the other party has to obtain that skill book. Therefore, the gym tournament is an all-out battle, like the scene where the gym master releases water in the anime, which is almost non-existent. Each gym uses sprites with different attributes according to the local area, but most gym owners only use sprites with one attribute. Don't take chances or despise them because of this. They are often the Pokemon champion, the 4 heavenly kings, and other existences. They are all people who exercise an attribute to the extreme. The reason is very simple. Each attribute is like an achievement. It is almost impossible to reach the pinnacle of each attribute. However, if you put all your energy into the training of one attribute, the achievement and the speed of progress will be greatly improved. Naturally, it will be much faster than multiple attributes. At this moment, just as Grass Crown and the guards entered it and were about to search for Jin Yu's whereabouts, they found that a young man seemed to be walking towards the exit of the secret realm. After approaching, everyone immediately reacted, "This young man, isn't it Jin Yu?" When Jin Yu saw a bunch of security guards blocking the exit of the secret realm, he was still staring at himself at the moment, and he immediately reacted, thinking, "Is it the rescue team moved by the Trainer Development Organization? Are you Jin Yu?" One of the coaches stepped forward quickly, looking at Jin Yu again and again, and proofreading the photo in his hand. Jin Yu smiled and nodded. "Coach, what happened?" "Hey you're alright. It's really good. You just attracted the giant Jenny turtle. We are still worried that you will have an accident." These words of concern are also from the heart, because if Jin Yu has an accident this time, home training agencies have to lose a lot of money. By the way, how did you escape? What about the giant Jenny turtle? The people around also gathered around, and most of them would be interested in this kind of anecdote. "Oh, I was lucky. I found a cave and drilled into it. There are many places there. After I came out, the giant Jenny turtle disappeared." Is that so? Things were more boring than they thought, but at least no one had an accident, which was more important than anything else. Next, collect the life traces of the giant Jenny turtle, traces and other issues. It is not a matter for everyone, and there will be special investigators to carry out. Jin Woo recorded 2 statements and it was all right. However, Xiao Yu can be regarded as saving the reputation of the Trainer Development Organization. After all, if he didn't stand up, this time, it is very likely that everyone would be wiped out. Once such a major accident occurs, the Zhangcheng Trainer Development Organization may directly face bankruptcy. Therefore, the coaches of those institutions are very grateful to Jinyu. A strong man stepped forward, patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder enthusiastically, and said, "Brother Xiao, I'm the person in charge of the Zhangcheng Trainer Training Organization. My name is Dong Dao, and I won't say much more. If you have something to do in Zhangcheng, you can come to me, and this, a little thought, you are welcome." Saying that, he shoved a card to Xiaoyu. This is the primary secret realm pass. Within the territory of Central Continent, as long as it is a primary secret realm, whether it is low, middle or high class, you can enter it, and you can enter 5 times in total. Elementary secret realm pass, this thing usually has to have a way to get it. If it is converted into money, it is worth 50,000 if you enter the primary and low-level secret realm 5 times. Entering the primary and middle-level secret realm 5 times is equivalent to 100,000. Entering the primary and high-level secret realm 5 times is equivalent to 150,000. This elementary secret realm pass is very practical for Jinyu who has just stepped into the threshold of a trainer. I have to say that Dongda has this gift. It is very intentional, and there is no ambiguity. Jinyu didn't pretend to be polite, took it with both hands, and sincerely thanked him. "Oh, that's right. Also, let me introduce someone to you. This is Mr. Grass Crown, the gym owner of our city. You should know him, right?" Dongda introduced him by the way. "I've seen the owner of the grass house." Jinyu simply greeted him. Cao Guan has a good temper and doesn't put on any airs. He nodded with a smile, and said, "Little brother Xiaoyu is very witty. It's an eye-opener for our older generation. I don't know what industry are you planning to engage in the future." Chapter 7. The Bitter Tears of a Professional Trainer. The mainstream occupations in this world naturally revolve around elves. In the clothing industry, there are elves such as hairballs, green caterpillars, and bug bags, and their trainers are engaged. In the construction industry, Hao Li, a porter, and other elves and their trainers are engaged. Computer IT industry, there are Yangjira, 3D dragons and other high intelligence and super powerful spirits and their trainers. Cao Guan sees that Xiaoyu is young, but his reaction is very sensitive. He is a gym trainer. The purpose of asking this question is to accept Xiaoyu as his apprentice. Xiaoyu could vaguely hear the meaning of Cao Guan's words, but unfortunately his ambitions are not limited, so he smiled and said directly, "I plan to participate in the national competition and become a professional trainer." Cao Guan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to have such a grand ambition. You must know that a professional trainer can't be a professional trainer. It's more difficult than becoming a gym owner. First, to become a professional trainer you must go through at least 8 gyms. The challenge cost of 8 gymnasiums alone is not a small amount. During the period, travel expenses and elves, ingredients must be added. Therefore, self-made professional trainers, everyone has an unforgettable past. If you are over the top, you can go to participate in the national competition. Every time you win a national competition, you can get a lot of money and reputation. When you reach the top 16, you can get more than 100,000 per game, but who can guarantee that? Can you win until then? Every contestant is an existence that has penetrated 8 gymnasiums. In this kind of competition, you must have an eye-catching performance in order to win the attention of others and win the respect of others, and then it is possible to obtain sponsorship from the Elf League. At this time, it can be called a professional trainer. If you lose the first game, I'm sorry, but the taxi fare for the competition will not be reimbursed. Since each badge can only be registered once, if you want to continue to participate in the competition next year, you must re-enter the 8 gyms. Therefore, to become a professional trainer, you not only need to cultivate a lot of principle, but also have great self-confidence in yourself. It is not recommended to become a vocational trainer for non-rich families. However, Jin Woo's goals are not limited to this. He hasn't finished what he just said. After becoming a professional trainer, I will challenge the 4 kings and even the champion. Quote. The crowd was speechless. After the grass crown, he directly shook his head secretly. It is a good thing for young people to have dreams and goals, but if the goals are set too high and unrealistic, it will give people a feeling of instability and naivety. It seems that I have misunderstood myself, and the matter of accepting apprentices has to be slow. Dad, so you're here, Tilda. At this time, a girl's crisp and sweet voice sounded in everyone's ears. When he raised his head, he saw a beautiful and lovely-looking, slender girl walking towards here. Xiao Shu, why are you here? Cao Guan said unexpectedly. Didn't you hear that a giant Jenny was found in the secret realm? So I want to come and see. Dad, where is the giant Jenny? Take me to see it, Tilda. I want to take it. It must be very cool to take it in. The little girl said, bouncing. Her jet black ponytail long hair swayed along with it, and a feeling of youthful vitality quietly bloomed. This is? Dong Da asked curiously. Cao Guan smiled bitterly. My daughter, Cao Shu, come here and call her Uncle Dong. Uncle Dong, Tilda, Cao Shu called out politely. Dong Da nodded with a wry smile. He is only in his 20s, right? But there is no way. Who would let him and Cao Guan be brothers on weekdays? After I have known each other for so long, this is the first time I know that this rough-looking and sturdy-looking Zhangcheng Pavilion owner actually has such a beautiful daughter. And this is the first witness of the giant Jenny turtle. Cao Guan was about to introduce Jin Yu, but his daughter exclaimed first. Jin Wu. Jin Wu blinked his eyes and nodded. Hello. You know each other? Dong Dao and Cao Guan said in unison with some surprise. Dad, he's a former classmate. Tilda. People in school are called Xiao Shuiba. Jin Wu. Oh, that's it, Tilda. After thinking about it carefully, it's not surprising. Zhangcheng is such a small city, and there are only a few schools. It's not surprising that young people know each other. By the way, why are you here? When I met my classmates outside of school, I was still very friendly, so Cao Shu asked a few more questions out of curiosity. On the side, Dongda explained a little about what happened. Oh, in other words, the person who attracted the giant Jenny tortoise was Xiao Shuiba, right? Cao Shu suddenly raised her head and smiled sweetly at Xiao Yu. Tilda. Xiao Yu raised his eyebrows, feeling that things were not simple. There was something in this girl's words. For the time being, that's it. A little fox-like slyness flashed in Cao Shu's eyes. So, Xiao Shuiba, you are also a trainer with elves now. Jin Wu nodded again. I heard, Xiao Shuiba, you got full marks in both the theory class and the practical battle class. Let's not talk about the theory class for the time being, but the practical textbook girl has always been a little unconvinced. Now that everyone has an elves, then it is considered a dismissal. Time, how about we have a friendly match? Hearing this, Dongda stepped forward and said, well, today, little brother Xiao Yu just got rid of that giant jerky tortoise. He's probably very tired. Why don't you think about Miss Grasshoe next time? I don't know, but as the daughter of the gym owner, Kaoshu is definitely at the top level among her peers. When the two fight, is there any need to say the result? Jinyu just cleared their organization, Sadong Dao thought, why should he save some face for Jinyu? Ha ha ha, it's interesting, young people should strive for each other and make progress together. Well, I happen to be carrying an interesting skill book here, called Tie the Straw Knot, and I will treat it as your lucky draw. The one who wins, I will give her this skill book. However, the grass crown on the side was also interested. As soon as these words came out, Jinyu's eyes flashed. Kaoshu also exclaimed, God, Dad, I've been begging you for this book for a long time. Today you're finally willing to give it to me. Don't talk too early. Wait until you win. Xiao Yu. Cao Guan said with a smile. Chapter 8, Poison Rose. After all, Cao Guan is still a person who cherishes talents. He does not want Jinyu to continue to have such arrogant ideals, because it is unrealistic. So, This time, he just wanted to borrow his daughter's hand to teach Xiaoyu a good lesson, so that he could understand and recognize the reality. Is what the master of the grass shop just said true? Jinyu was also interested in that skill, so he asked again and again. I, Sao Guan, always say that one is one. If you are still worried, you can let Deo be a witness. Sao Guan smiled and pointed to Dong Deo, who was beside him. Hey tilde Xiao Shuiba, you are such a big man, why are you so grumpy? Shouldn't you be afraid? At this moment, Kaoshu was proudly holding up the pair of small bamboo shoots, as if she had to fight against her little mother. Chicken, declared war on the side. Dongda has pulled Jinyu aside, leaned into his ear and whispered, brother, don't you really want to fight this? Jinyu smiled. There's no way, people say it's this far, why should I try tilde maybe I won? Dong Deo shook his head, knowing that he couldn't stop him, so he could only helplessly say, then be careful. Thank you, big brother, for your concern. Jinwu smiled knowingly. Dongda waved his hand. There are so many empty lawns in the secret realm, and I can find a place everywhere. The two stood facing each other. The rules of the game are 1-to-1. The elves lose their combat effectiveness first, and the game is over. Are both sides ready? The referee is Grass Crown, and they are gym owners. They have experienced many games and have a lot of experience. Jinyu nodded, and Sao Shu threw the pokeball directly. Go, Poison Rose. In the coquettish voice, a humanoid appearance, with a rose on each hand, a blue rose on the left and a red rose on the right, a little elf like a girl, appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket Poison Rose. Qualification. Blue level cap, 50. Level 10. Attributes. Grass, poison. Feature. Poisonous stinger. Opponents who come into contact with the poisonous rose will be injected with poison. Gender. Female. Body shape. 0.3 meters, 2.0 kilograms. Oh, it turned out to be Poison Rose, or level 10. In theory, as long as the intimacy is enough, and it is during the day, even if the elf is upgraded to level 2, it can still evolve successfully. To Jinyu's surprise, this elf has level 10. Young people like them who have just graduated from school, most of them have just come into contact with elves. It is good to have an elves around 5th level, and a 10th level elves are probably the small stove that Grass Crown opened for her daughter, let her cultivate it since she was a child. Yes. Tilde how's it going? Isn't my Poison Rose pretty? Sao Shu was very proud to see Jinyu's somewhat surprised expression. Well, the flowers are full-bodied, bright, and vaguely fragrant. They are well cultivated. I guess you feed it with natural mountain spring water every day. Xiao Yu commented seriously. That's natural, I have to go up the mountain to fetch water every day. Halfway through, Sao Shu reacted, why did she have to explain it honestly? Immediately blushing and shouting, it's better than no competition. Well, come out, Jenny Turtle. Jinwu was not talking nonsense and threw the poke ball with his backhand. The little blue skin tortoise rolled on the ground with its shell and appeared beautifully. Jenny. Everyone present was surprised. Where did he come from, the Jenny Turtle? The question appeared in my mind almost at the same time. If it is normal, even if the elves of the 3 families appear, everyone will not have such an exaggerated expression, but just now there was a huge Jenny Turtle incident, and the Jenny Turtle is in a sensitive period. But in a blink of an eye, there are huge Jenny Turtles in the unknown secret realm, and it is not surprising that people have captured a normal Jenny Turtle. As for the location of the capture, it will not be too late to ask when the game is over. Grass Sue also came back to her senses, returned her thoughts to the playing field, and asked with a frown, Jenny Turtle. It's a very rare elf. But, Jinwu, are you looking down on me? It's against grass attributes. Poison Rose actually sent out a water-type Jenny Turtle. Jinyu blinked his eyes and made an innocent expression. Is there a rule that you can't use inverse attributes? Quote ... HMPH, I just hope you don't lose your account. After all, Kaoshu was not talking nonsense, and was the first to issue an order. Poison Rose, use poison needles. Raffi tilde, Poison Rose screams. Poison Rose held up the red rose, and suddenly shot out countless sharp needles from it. Bubble. Jinwoo's order is concise, but the Jenny seems to understand what effect Jinwoo wants. When the large bubbles spit out from the mouth and the poison needles come into contact, the bubbles immediately swallow the poison needles into the bubbles one by one, making them powerless. Cao Shu instantly widened her eyes. And this kind of operation. Poison needle, the power is very low, mainly relying on venom for secondary damage. Bubble, although it is not a powerful skill, it is at least stronger than the poison needle. As long as the strength is well controlled, it is not difficult to wrap the poison needle. If it were other elves, it would probably take some time to develop this strength, but the Jenny turtle learns it without a teacher. When it was extremely large, it was used by attacking the training institutions and students. Jinyu smiled slightly. Go back. Jenny Turtle understood the meaning in a second, waved his hand violently, and the bubble wrapped with the poison needle immediately responded to Poison Rose. Poison Rose is exhausted. Cao Guan and Dong Dao, who were watching the game on the side, showed expressions of astonishment. Are you sure you just captured this elf in this secret realm? The tacit understanding is too high, right? High-speed rotation. Jinwoo took the opportunity to attack. Don't underestimate me. Cao Shu gritted her silver teeth. Poison Rose felt the master's annoyance and quickly cheered up. Poison Rose, use paralysis powder. The orange powder wafts out from the flowers in both hands. Grass Shu wants to control the speed of the Jenny turtle first, let it be paralyzed, and then launch a fierce attack. The wishful thinking slapped loudly, but is it useful? Jinyu looked up at the girl's pretty cheeks and smiled. The grass was stunned for a moment. I saw that the paralysis powder, spread by Poison Rose, couldn't get close to the Jenny turtle at all. The wind of the high-speed rotation blew the paralysis powder away. Boom. Fei tilde. The attack hit again, and Poison Rose flew upside down in pain. It's not over yet. Poison Rose, use parasitic seeds. Jinyu pursed his lips and smiled. It's a good thing to have momentum, but I hope Miss Cao Shu has time to read more books. Parasitic seeds have no effect on high-speed rotation. As soon as the words fell, the seeds that had just touched the shell of the Jenny turtle immediately bounced out again. Chapter 9. Winning. From the beginning of the game to the present, Poison Rose was completely pressed and beaten by the Jenny turtle. If it weren't for the water attribute of the Jenny turtle, and there is no skill that can cause strong damage to Poison Rose, it is estimated that Poison Rose has already hit the streets. But even so, after some consumption, Poison Rose's physical strength has reached its limit. Dongda expected to look at the two people on the field, or at least look at Jinyu, with a dumbfounded expression on his face. The trainer and the elf were integrated together. Dong Dao even doubted, if his elf and Jinwoo elf were at the same level, would he be able to win over the other? Is the other party really a rookie trainer who has just obtained an Elves? The grass crown on the other side is also full of light in both eyes. I secretly said in my heart, the old man really didn't see the wrong way. This Jinwoo is a once-in-a-century genius. It was born specifically to become a combat-type trainer. There must be a way to turn him into his own gym. Why can't I touch that guy's turtle? At this moment, Cao Shu's face was flushed with anger. Before she knew it, her mentality had changed. Give each other a little color. Almost at the end of the battle. White mist. Jinwoo waved and ordered. Jenny. The Jenny turtle retracted its limbs into the shell, and then, a large amount of white mist was whirling out of the shell. Are you going to decide the victory or defeat in the smoke? I won't be afraid of you. At this time, Cao Shu was also suffocating in her heart, and unconsciously raised her mental senses to a new height, sensing any troubles that occurred in the ring. Whoosh. A small whirlwind hit. Cao Shu shrank his pupils sharply. It's there. Success or failure is in one fell swoop. Poison Rose, use Super Absorb. Fei. Poison Rose roared, her hands condensed with a strong emerald green light. Boom! A loud bang. The white fog was also blown away by this blow, and the grass flocks clearly felt the feeling of hitting the target. She stared at her wonderful eyes and found that Poison Rose really hit the Jenny Turtle under the high-speed rotation. Stop the action of the Jenny Turtle. Not only that, because of the effect of super absorption, Poison Rose has recovered a lot of physical strength. The situation has turned a corner. I hit. Yeah, I hit. Jin Yu, how dare you underestimate me? Kaoshu said proudly. Wu still had that unfazed smile on his face. Well, congratulations, let's end the game. Cao Sui was overjoyed. Happiness came so suddenly, she thought Jin Yu was about to surrender. However, Jin Yu snapped his fingers frivolously and issued the final command. Jenny Turtle, go crazy. The traumatized Jenny came out of the tortoise shell and looked angrily at the poisonous rose in front of him. His claws burst out with a strong white light. Kaoshu, Poison Rose, hurry up. At this distance, where can Poison Rose hide? Whoa! 6 scratches left imprints in the air, grabbing at Poison Rose. Poison Rose flew out suddenly. Even if she just took a breath of physical strength, it was not enough for it to block this move, and immediately collapsed to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Defeat Poison Rose. Jenny Turtle gets 101 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Jenny Turtle has been upgraded to level 11. Close black lens bracket. After defeating Poison Rose, such a piece of data immediately jumped out. The Jenny Turtle was already on the verge of upgrading, and the experience after defeating Poison Rose was like a knock at the door. Poison Rose lost the ability to fight, and the Jenny Turtle wins. Grass Crown immediately and justly pronounced the verdict. At the same time, my inner view of Jin Yu has also risen to an unparalleled level. In this game, the whole process was under the control of Xiao Yu, and even the last move that Poison Rose hit the Jenny Turtle, Grass Crown believed that Xiao Yu deliberately let it hit, in order to make the crazy skill make the most of it. Do one move to defeat the enemy. Crazy and desperately attacking the opponent. The lower your physical health, the more powerful you are. Close black lens bracket. After watching this game, Cao Guan couldn't help feeling that if it was the young man in front of him, he might one day be able to become the 4 heavenly kings, or the champion. Papa. Dongdao applauded excitedly from the side. It's so exciting, you can't even imagine it's a beginner's game. Brother Jinwoo, your skills are like a pro. East brother has won the prize, it's just that Kaoshu is showing mercy. Xiao Yu said with a slight smile. There's no mercy, don't be sarcastic. Cao Shu gritted her silver teeth stubbornly, her face flushed as fire, her big eyes staring at Xiao Yu, she said angrily. You bully people, I don't want to play with you anymore. After that, Cao Shu cried and ran towards the exit of the secret realm. Jin Wu. When Dongda saw this scene, he couldn't help giving a thumbs up to Jin Yu, the guy can do it. I am sorry, little brother Xiao Yu, my daughter spoiled me. In the end, the grass crown smoothed out, saying that she didn't mean to blame Xiao Yu. This is the skill book for tying straw knots that I just said, please accept it, brother Jinwoo. Thank you for the generous gift from the owner of the grass shop. Jin Yu took the skill book with both hands. Little brother Xiao Yu can come to my gym when you are free. I will welcome you at any time. Cao Guan's words were not polite. He really hoped that Xiao Yu would come to sit more, then he would have the opportunity to talk to Xiao Yu. In the future inheriting the gym. Soon after night, Jin Yu returned with a full reward. Before returning home, he went to the Elf Center and exchanged all his gains in the secret realm for money, leaving only some peaches and peach fruit, and 2 bottles of vulnerary close black lens bracket. Wound medicine, the purchase price is 11,000 bottles, and the selling price is 8,000. Orange fruit, the purchase price is 1,000, and the selling price is 800. Peach fruit, the purchase price is 1,000, and the selling price is 900. The amount he harvested was a little more than he had imagined. Even if there was no wound medicine, it would have been 45,000. Bringing this huge sum of money home, Jinyu's parents thought that their son was doing something to get the money quickly, and they cried so much that they were so sad. Xiao Yu couldn't help laughing bitterly. Fortunately, there is an invoice in the center of the wizard. After Xiao Yu explained, Xiao's father and Xiao's mother burst into tears again. Chapter 10. Expensive Pokemon. After explaining his ambition to his parents, Jinyu was a little uneasy, because after all, his family is not rich, and to become a vocational trainer, he has to spend a lot of money, which is common sense. Although he is not going to ask the family for money, he plans Chuong, but if his parents refuse, he will not feel good. Unexpectedly, after listening to Xiao Yu's ambition, the parents pushed all the family's bankbooks in front of Xiao Yu without saying a word. There are 500,000 in total, which is the savings of Xiao's father and Xiao's mother for half a lifetime. The money was originally intended to be used for you, but now that you have a dream, use it. The warm and simple words made Jinyu's heart sour. No matter what era, the kindness of parents is always the greatest and most selfless. Jinyu pretended to accept it, but before leaving, he quietly stuffed the passbook into his father's pocket. Smell the pure air between heaven and earth. This is the wind of freedom. The sky is high and the earth is far away. Let him go. His adventure of Xiao Yu has just begun. Goal is very clear. When he conquered the Jenny Turtle before, he knew that the Route 102 secret realm seemed to lead to other secret realms. And the Jenny Turtle travels back and forth between the two places through that secret realm. After inquiries, the Jenny Turtle immediately patted the tortoise shell and said, "Let it lead the way." Almost half a day on foot. During the period, Xiao Yu released Lalu drawing, and the little thing climbed onto Xiao Yu's shoulder very skillfully. Jinwu handed it the tie the straw knot skill book and let it watch and learn along the way. Lalula's, who has the purple aptitude, has a good comprehension ability, and soon, she initially acquired the skill of knotting straw knots. Grass knotting, a special grass attribute skill that changes blades of grass on the ground and trips the opponent. The heavier the opponent, the greater the power. Close black lens bracket. Although Lalula's is an elf with the attributes of superpower and fairy, there are not many grass attribute skills that he can learn. After Lalu Lassie read it, this skill book turned into a blank sheet of paper, declaring that this skill book was useless. After learning the skills, Jinyu almost reached his destination. Jenny, Jenny. Jenny Turtle pointed to a lake in front of him. Jinwu's eyes widened. You mean to dive? Jenny Tilda. Jenny Turtle nodded. About how deep? The Jenny Turtle thought for a moment, then drew a line on the ground, walked a few steps, and walked a few more steps. About 20 meters away, drawing a line. Meaning, this lake is 20 meters deep. Jinwu rolled his eyes. Well, I think I should go to the department store and buy some gear first. To buy swimwear, diving goggles, oxygen plugs and other equipment, you must go to the big city next to Zhangcheng, and you can buy it in Yangcheng department store. In modern society, transportation is still relatively developed and diversified. There are buses, subways, and even people riding iron-clad rhinos, Kintaro, and beagles. There are flying in the sky and walking on the ground. As a person who has passed through, it is not unusual for planes and cars. Jinyu wanted to experience riding an elf, so he came to the ranch where he rented a pet elf. This pet elf ranch will have a station in almost every city. You rent it in this city and ride it to the next city, and you can also return it. Kintaro, the hourly rental amount is 4,000 yuan per hour. Closed black lens bracket. Quote. It's very expensive. Xiaoyu currently only has 5,000 yuan, and it takes less than an hour to go to the next city. It is estimated that it will cost more than 3,000 yuan. Iron Armored Rhino, the hourly rent amount is 3,000 yuan per hour. Close black lens bracket. The Iron Armored Rhino ran slower than Kintaro, but it was stable. It would take an hour to go to the next city, which was still 3,000 oceans, no less. Next. In front of them are a few sharp-eyed, majestic-looking condor eagles, with red and yellow crown feathers, bright and gorgeous eagles. Every beagle has at least a green aptitude. The upper limit is level 40. Only in this way can we evolve from BB bird to BB eagle. Cool, Jinwoo exclaimed, but when he saw the price, he immediately turned around and left. Bidiao, the hourly rental amount is 10,000 yuan per hour. In the end, Jinwoo decided to spend big. Rented a bike tilde. Bicycles are good, low carbon and environmentally friendly, and they can also exercise physical strength tilde. After riding for a long time, I finally reached the destination. Not only was Jinwoo tired, but his two elves were also very hungry. I went to the elf center and bought myself the cheapest package, which cost 12 yuan. As for the food of the elves, don't be sloppy tilde. Jinwoo gritted his teeth and bought 2 high-quality food. Let the breeder of the elf center prepare the elf food according to the character, race, and health of the Jenny turtle and Laloras. The 2 elves cost a total of 1,000 yuan for a meal. God, Jinwoo feels like he can't last 2 days after eating like this. Gotta make money ASAP. In the afternoon, Jinwoo came to the department store, a set of the cheapest diving equipment 2,000 oceans. Holding the mentality of breaking the boat and sinking the boat, I gritted my teeth and bought it. The remaining money is only enough for you to have 1 dinner, Jenny turtle. If the secret realm you introduced can't make any money, then we can only eat the northwest wind together. Jenny turtle knew the seriousness of the matter, but still patted his chest and assured that there was money to be made. Well, trust you. After spending half a day, in the evening, Jinwoo finally came to the lakeside again. Put on your diving gear and hug the jerky. Puff. 1 person and 1 pet jumped into the water. Although the Jenny turtle is a turtle, it is amazingly fast in the water. After a while, he took Jinwoo to a place close to the bottom of the lake. Chapter 11. Scales of the Heart. My ears hurt a little because I dived too deep all of a sudden. Looking around, you can see many common fish, many of which are more than 1 meter long grass carp. Jinwoo planned that if he ran out of money, he would eat grilled fish for dinner. In addition to ordinary fish, 1 or 2 Pokemon can also be seen. For example, Marilu, Ubo, Lobster Soldier, Carp King, etc. In the past, Jinwoo estimated that he would still be interested in these water spirits, but now, he just wants to find the entrance to the secret realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be no money for the meal tomorrow. Jenny turtle shouted twice, indicating that Jinwoo's destination was just ahead. Jinwoo's eyes widened, a large group of blisters appeared in front of the diving goggles, and 2 vortex-like tunnels appeared faintly at the bottom of the lake. Unexpectedly, there are 2 entrances to the secret realm at the bottom of this lake. One of them should be Road 102, what about the other one? Jenny turtle pointed to a secret passage on the left, meaning to let Jinwoo enter that secret. Jinwoo nodded, and Jenny turtle got the letter of approval, and immediately accelerated, rushing into the secret realm on the left. Wow! Still feeling like entering a tunnel, the next moment, Jinwoo realized that the surrounding underwater landscape had completely changed. Ding! Route 104 found, and the simulated map is drawn. The system is very efficient, and within a few seconds of Jinwoo entering this secret realm, he has already analyzed all the sprite coordinates and the location of the props in this land. This secret place is much bigger than Route 102. Jinwoo simply glanced at it and found that the quality and quantity of single light props are more than 1 step better than Route 102. It is estimated that this place is at least a beginner and intermediate level. Secret Realm. This level of Secret Realm costs 20,000 yuan for the entrance fee alone. Xiaoyu only spent 2,000 yuan for diving equipment to come in, which is definitely a bloody profit. Without hesitation, he patted the Jenny turtle and motioned for it to take him ashore. On the sparkling lake, there are 1 or 2 carp kings from time to time. Malalu floats on the water and blows bubbles. The moon hangs high, and the green trees on the shore are against the background. You can faintly hear insect treasure bags, thorntails and other insect-type elves. The worm-like elves are born to be connoisseurs of music, and their voices are the best lullaby on this quiet night. Ah! Jinyu touched his nose, staying in the water for a long time. The lake water is still quite cold at night. Slowly ashore. Observe the coordinate minimap provided by the system. Road 104 Elf is similar to Route 102. Snake bears, thorntails and other elves also abound here. Long-winged gulls, arrogant swallows, noisy birds, peas and pigeons, there are quite a few flying-type elves here. Jinwu even considered whether to recover a flying-type elf here. Xiaoyu found that not far from him, there was a small island in the center of the lake. There were a large number of long-winged gull coordinates, and among them, there was actually a large-billed gull. There is also a skull mark on the coordinates of this big-billed gull. That is this gull the dominant Pokémon of this place? Jinyu rubbed his chin and thought about it. The gull is a dual-type spirit of water and flight. If he had not encountered a Jenny before, it would be a good idea to subdue the gull with only the water attribute, but now, the attributes are obviously somewhat different. Repeated, of course, the most important thing is that the big-billed gull is not outstanding in appearance neither the majesty of the eagle nor the fierce and domineering of the steel-armored crow. The strength can be exercised, but it is handsome or not, cute or cute, it's a lifetime thing. So the intention of reigning is not great. In the spirit, there is no place to attract Jinwu. So, next, let's look at the props. In terms of props, this secret realm is still very powerful. As soon as Jinyu came ashore, he found that there was a sandy field not far from the lake. According to the system map coordinates, there is actually a scale of heart in this sandy land. Jinwu threw the Pokeball and called out Lalu Lassie. One person and two pets, and they tossed in the sand for a while. I found 2 heart scales at once. The shape of these scales is like a heart, with a circle of colors, showing a colorful color. It is said that the love fish can only produce these scales when it finds a beloved mate. According to legend, if someone owns this heart-shaped spiritual tablet, they can meet their favorite lovers. Therefore, the love fish layer was once overfished, and now love fish can only be encountered in the deep sea, or in very few places. It is rarely seen even in the secret realm. Of course, later scientists have done experiments to show that the effect of being able to get a favorite lover is completely whimsical for a single dog. If you want to get rid of the single, improve your self-cultivation, and be a connotative person is the kingly way. Scales of the heart is the correct posture to use when it acts on the elves. Scales of the heart allows elves to recall the skill items that may be inherited from their genes. Close black lens bracket. Jinyu looked at the 2 scales in his hands, thinking that he is getting rich. The price of this thing can be sold for $500,000. It is almost equivalent to the price of an intermediate skill book, and it is still very expensive. In addition, Jinyu also found 2 bottles of wound medicine, and 1 bottle of antidote on the beach. Antidote, a spray that removes toxins, can be applied externally, and can be used internally. The effect is similar to peach fruit, but because peach fruit is a tree fruit, it is easy to rot after a long time, and antipoison is obviously easier to save. After that, Jinwu also took Lalula's and Jenny Turtle to rob a nest of snake bears. Open black lens bracket snake bear. Qualification. White level cap. Level 30. Level 2 to 5. Attributes. General. Features. Pick up. There will be the habit of collecting props. Gluttonous, as long as the fruit is carried on the body, it will be eaten immediately after consuming physical strength. Close black lens bracket. Since the snake bear has the characteristic of picking up, there will always be some stock in the nest. What's more, this is a nest of snake bears. There are many fruits in it. Cherry fruit, apple wild fruit, orange fruit, peach fruit, spare fruit, tisk. This nest has a lot of collections. Jinwoo was surrounded by a serpentine bear with eyes in circles, losing his combat effectiveness. Chapter 12. Sisters of Farmers and Foresters. Defeat the level 2 serpent bear. Lalu Lassie gets 23 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Defeat the level 3 snake bear. Lalu Lassie gets 32 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Lalu Lassie has been upgraded to level 7. Close black lens bracket. Defeat 5 snake printed bears in a row, and Lalu Lassie's level was successfully upgraded to level 7. Thank you for your hospitality, I'll be here next time when I'm free. Jinyu patted his half-bulging backpack and waved at the snake bears who had just recovered from that near-death state, revealing a few shiny big white teeth. Serpentine bears were crying and mourning. Chew. Devil, don't come again. Sakura fruit. Eat the magical tree fruit that can relieve the paralyzed state. Close black lens bracket. Zero fruit. Use the magical tree fruit that can release the sleep state. Close black lens bracket. Apple wild fruit. Eat the magical tree fruit that can restore the energy of the attribute. Close black lens bracket. Attribute energy is equivalent to a mental state. A healthy Pokemon is not only physically strong, but also mentally healthy. Physical strength is easy to understand, and spirit is closely related to whether the elves can use skills. If the mental state is too poor, the elves will not be able to use their skills. And apple wild fruit is a tree fruit that supplements this energy. In the market, the price of this apple wild fruit will be slightly more expensive than orange fruit, sakura fruit, and other tree fruits, and there are often prices. No market is a relatively rare fruit. Jenny Turtle, Water Pistol. Jenny, PFF'd. A straight water gun hit the target, and the two coyotes wailed, collapsed to the ground, and lost their ability to fight. Defeat the coyote, the Jenny Turtle gets 48 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Defeat the coyote, the Jenny Turtle gets 72 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Jinyu picked up 2 Pokeballs and a bottle of good potion from their nest. The dog's nature likes to collect some balls. As for the good wound medicine, it is an unexpected joy. Good medicine for wounding. A good medicine for restoring physical strength. It can be applied externally and used internally. Close black lens bracket. The introduction seems to be similar to injury medicine, but the effect is much better than that of the injury medicine. For example, when the Jenny Turtle is injured, it takes almost 2.5 bottles of injury medicine to barely equal a bottle of good injury medicine. In the market, the purchase price of a bottle of good wound medicine is 30,000, and the selling price is also around 25,000. Of course, Jinyu is not going to sell it. The harvest was good, but after a day, Jinyu didn't stop for a moment, and now he is very tired. He ate the backup elf food he bought earlier in the day for 2 small things, and with the help of the Jenny Turtle, he caught a grass carp in the water, and baked it casually. After eating, I felt sleepy, found a slightly cleaner place, and lay down to sleep. Anyway, if there is danger, the sharp red horns on Loloris's head will react, and the little guy will call himself up. Hey, you'll catch a cold when you sleep here, this gentleman, get up quickly. In the haze, Jinwoo seemed to feel someone pushing him. But Lalu Lassie didn't remind herself, so, the other party should not be a bad person. You are. Jinyu slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a well-behaved little girl wearing an emerald green dress and long flaxen hair. The facial features are 3-dimensional, looking at it, some don't look like Jonjo people. Huh, that's great, you should look fine. My name is Soja, and I'm a tree fruit farmer and forester who lives nearby with my sister. I was shocked when I saw you lying on the ground when I passed by here. The little girl covered her mouth and chuckled. Tree fruit farmers and foresters are people who settle in secret realms and grow tree fruit. Jinyu took his head and smiled bitterly. My name is Jinyu. I was too tired yesterday, so I fell asleep and didn't pay attention to where this is. After speaking, Jinyu's stomach rang out inappropriately. Jinwoo. Giggle, you are such an interesting person. Soja smiled, stretched out her hand and took out 2 oranges from the basket, intending to hand them to Jinwoo. I only have these fruits by my side, you can try them. People will be fine if they eat it. Quote. Jinwoo shook his head. Thank you, but I also picked a lot of tree fruit yesterday. After saying that, he took out 3 from his backpack, gave 1 to Loloras and Jenny, and rubbed and ate it himself. 1. Soja was stunned, silent for a moment, and then asked a little embarrassedly, well, if I'm wrong, I'll apologize first. May I ask Mr. Xiaoyu, where did your fruit come from? Jinwoo pointed to the forest behind him. There are so many orange trees. The corners of Soja's mouth twitched forcefully. There is my family's agriculture and forestry. Quote. The atmosphere was suddenly awkward. That, actually, if you don't pick much, Mr. Xiaoyu, it doesn't matter. Soja tried her best to restrain her emotions. Jinwoo embarrassed to open his backpack. I saw that there was a backpack full of them. Soja took a deep breath and put on an approachable smile. Mr. Jinwoo, I can give you a room for excuse. I have no money right now. So, you want to eat overlord fruit. The girl's expression became more and more friendly. Quote. So, to sum up the above, my name is Jinwoo. During this time, I will be working in your house to pay for my labor. I also ask the 2 young ladies not to dislike it. If you are beaten, you must stand upright, and if you do something wrong, you must admit it. Jinwoo really didn't expect that it was someone else's orchard. Quote. Soja's sister. Soja's face was cute, but she didn't understand what was happening in front of her. Well, Soja, you're not going to cause trouble for this gentleman, are you? No, sister, this guy is a thief. He picked our fruit. After listening to her sister's words, Suaksasha showed a charitable smile for a moment and said, so that's what happened, then at most, let Mr. Xiaoyu return the fruit he picked up, don't be too embarrassing for others. But this guy has already eaten 3. Soja said unpleasantly. Alala, Soja, didn't you plan to give Mr. Jinwoo some fruit at first? I gave it. It doesn't feel the same as what he stole. Soja thought silently. Seeing her sister muttering by herself, Suaksasha knew that she was already thinking that she had gone too far. Chapter 13. Power Cube Actions. I'm sorry, Mr. Jinwoo, my sister doesn't have a bad mind, but she often goes overboard with her head heat. Suo Chisha bowed her head and sincerely apologized like Jinwoo. Suaksasha doesn't seem to be a few years older than Suaksia, but she behaves like a mature adult, with bright lips and a very charming figure, like a ripe red apple. Want to take a bite? Jinwoo shook his head and did not explain. After all, he was in the wrong first. Then, Mr. Jinwoo, can I check the fruit in your backpack first? Jinwoo nodded. As soon as she flipped through the pages, Suo Chisha paused with her hands, not because she was surprised by the number of tree fruits in her backpack, but because she saw a wild apple fruit in it. That, Mr. Jinwoo, you picked the fruit from our orchard, we can give you all of it. Sister. Soja was stunned, not knowing why her sister did such a thing, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Sudhya raised her hand to stop Soja from continuing to speak. However, we also have an unkind request. When Jinwoo saw that Suaksasha saw the pause in Apple Yeguo's action, there was already a certain number in his heart, Miss Suaksasha, but it's okay to say it. Can you ask Mr. Xiaoyu to give us this wild apple fruit? It may be a little shameless to say that. You can just give us the core of this wild apple fruit. We can buy it with money. Suo Shishalien has offered a variety of generous conditions. Send it, Jinwoo said simply and clearly. Ordinary people may find it strange why Saksisa would spend a lot of money on a tree fruit seed. In fact, this kind of mood is like playing a collection game. You are short of that kind of thing to fill the book, but it is hard to come by. Even if you have a bunch of other good things, It will not satisfy your emptiness that you lack that one thing. Suo Chisha's mood is the same. She is a professional tree fruit farmer. Her biggest hobby in life is to collect the types of tree fruit, and then use her own hands to plant the newly planted fruit. Thank you so much, Mr. Xiaoyu Tilda. Suo Chisha excitedly took Xiaoyu into the arms of the stalwart. A sweet smell, the smell on girls is very good. Socha, you also come to thank Mr. Jinwoo. Oh, and an apology. Ah, why? Soja didn't know why. Sister just looked at it. Many of the fruits in Mr. Xiaoyu's backpack are not from our orchard. Only a few oranges belong to our family. Suoxia said to Suoxia while holding Jinyu. Isn't it? Sister, you lied, I just saw this lie. Halfway through speaking, Soja noticed that her sister's eyes narrowed slightly, which was a sign that her sister was angry, and immediately changed her words. I just saw Mr. Xiaoyu in his backpack with a lot of oranges and peaches. Suoxia sighed and explained. It is estimated that Mr. Xiaoyu picked it up elsewhere in the secret realm. The smell on it is different from the fruit grown in our house. I don't believe you smell it. Really? Different? Soja's expression became terrified. The oranges they grow are sweeter, while the wild ones are a little more sour. It was his own arbitrariness and lack of experience that led to the wrong judgment. I'm sorry, Soja cried. Because of the things he picked in the dark yesterday, Jinyu only paid attention to the coordinates on the small map, and didn't pay much attention to where the things were picked, so he was a little surprised at the moment. Unexpectedly, even if the fruit grows in the same place, because of the different planting and raising methods, the fruit will have different fragrances. Next, Jinyu did not leave in a hurry, but worked as an assistant in the tree fruit shop of the two sisters of Suo Chisha. He was still very interested in the cultivation methods of tree fruit. Moreover, in addition to planting tree fruits, Suo Chisha also makes energy cubes. There are also some decoration techniques of small props, and there are also dabbles. Open black lens bracket energy cube close black lens bracket, a kind of elf snack, can be changed into a variety of different flavors according to the production of tree fruit. According to the different open black lens bracket quality close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket flavor close black lens bracket open black lens bracket energy cube close black lens bracket, after different elves eat, can also improve its 5 different effects are handsomeness, beauty, cuteness, intelligence, and strength. Some of these effects can be directly observed with the naked eye, and some are to enhance the connotation of elves. These status effects are extremely helpful to the healthy growth of the elves themselves. At the same time, if elves who improve these statuses participate in the gorgeous contest, their own status is a bonus item. Gorgeous competition, this world also exists, similar to an entertainment competition. Of course, there are not a few coordinator trainers who rely on this competition to eat. Its concept is equivalent to the existence of idols and stars in previous lives. Jinyu is interested in gorgeous contest but due to energy issues, he doesn't want to get involved too much for the time being. Ornament is also one of the props involved in the gorgeous competition. How to match the companion elves with ornaments and how to look good is also one of the themes that coordination trainers will always study. At the same time, the decoration certificate is not limited to the open black lens bracket gorgeous contest close black lens bracket. Some of the props made by it are effective for elves in battles and competitions, and even elves' evolution. For example, open black lens bracket sachets close black lens bracket. A spice bag that exudes this subtle aroma. Although this kind of thing is produced in the secret realm, the skilled and experienced talented person can also make it by his own means. Its effect can make open black lens bracket pink fragrance close black lens bracket a pink fairy attribute elf that looks like a bird, evolve into open black lens bracket aromatic essence close black lens bracket. There are also the sugar ornament of cream milk fairy and the foam cream of Mian puff. In theory, these ornaments are all things that can be made by human beings, although I have never heard of anyone making them successfully. Chapter 14. Ornaments and planting fruits. Jinwoo couldn't help being a little surprised when he heard that Soshisha's studies were so broad. Miss Sosisa is amazing, Jinwoo said in a heartfelt admiration. No Mr. Jinwoo flattered me too much, I'll be embarrassed Suo Chisha said with a slightly reddish face. By the way, Mr. Jinwoo, do you want to try making accessories? It's a fulfilling thing to decorate your own elf with accessories made by yourself. Jinwoo's eyes lit up. Is it really possible? Naturally Soja smiled slightly. Just right, Soja is probably practicing making accessories now, you can study together Huh, Xiao Yu, what are you doing here? Perhaps because of the big misunderstanding just now, Soja became a little cautious when she saw Xiao Yu. However, it also lost the strange feeling at first. Miss Sosisa asked me to learn how to make accessories with you. Jinwoo said bluntly. Are you boys interested in these things too? Soja was a little surprised. Is it strange? No, you try it first, the feeling you have experienced is the most real. After a while, Soja stared blankly at the ball of shiny powder made by Jinwoo's hand, and asked, how did you do it? Jinwoo, is it difficult? Soja was a little bit reluctant to talk to Jinwoo. You're trying this. Saying that, Soja handed the lace hat which she had just made halfway through, to Jinwoo, along with the materials. After a while, a cute and pink lace hat is completed. Jinwoo smiled slightly, fortunately not to be disgraced. Soja was completely speechless. Sometimes, talent is something that can't be envied if you really envy it. Next, Jinwoo went to watch the scene where Sothesa was planting tree fruit seeds. I saw a sunflower monster with grass attribute standing beside Soxisa. After Soxisa sowed the seeds, the sunflower monster used the growth skill on the seeds. Doing this can make the seeds germinate earlier, but naturally, it cannot be pulled out to encourage growth, and it can only be done in moderation every day. The early stage of planting fruit trees is a bit tedious, so there is no need for Mr. Xiao Yu to accompany me. Sosisa said, fearing that Xiao Yu would be bored. Yu shook his head. Miss Sosisa, is there a way to shorten the fruit growth cycle? Very good question. In addition to the special fertilizers found in the secret realm, in fact, some elves' skills can also help seeds germinate as soon as possible, such as the growth used by my sunflower monster just now. Jinwoo nodded. Suddenly an inspiration flashed in his mind, and then he threw the pokeball and released Lalora's. Well is this Mr. Jinwoo's elf? It's cute so she praised from the side. Lalula saw that there were others present besides Jinwoo, and immediately hid behind Jinwoo. The red sharp corner moved, sensing that Soxisa had no bad intentions, so she dared to slowly stick her head out. Yu held the little thing in his arms and said, Lalu lassie, let's try. You try to make a straw knot on the seeds that were just sown there. In a sense, tying grass knots is also a skill to quickly germinate and grow grass. In Jinwoo's opinion, as long as the strength is properly controlled, the seeds of tree fruits can be sprouted quickly. Lalula's nodded, walked to the protruding mound, stretched her hands to the sky, and released a wave of emerald green energy from her body. This is. After Suo Chisha saw it from the side, there was obvious surprise in her wonderful eyes. Seeing the seed that had just been planted, with the help of Lalora's, there was a small sprout that broke the ground. Everyone immediately showed joy, but as soon as the little bud was exposed, Lalu Lassie lost her strength, and her little butt sat on the ground, panting heavily. It's been hard work. Jinwoo picked up Lalora's and stroked his head. Lalula squinted her eyes in enjoyment. It's amazing, Lalu Lassie, it's amazing Mr. Jinwoo. You can even think of using a grass knot to plant tree fruit. In a sense, the grass attribute skill, knotting grass, is more suitable for plant growth than the general attribute skill, growth. Due to the homologous relationship, the former will not have any negative effect on tree fruit. Mr. Xiao Yu, please consider staying at my house. Your ability to act, coupled with Lalu Lassie's ability to control the growth of vegetation, is of great help to the cause of agriculture and forestry. Suo Chisha held Xiao Yu's hands on the chest, big eyes watery looking at each other. This expression has an outstanding effect on male lethality. Jin Yu naturally refused in the end, his goal is the Sea of Stars tilde. Suo Chisha's pretty face can't help but feel a little regretful, she is still very interested in this versatile little boy. In the afternoon, Jin Yu saw that it was almost time, and took the initiative to say goodbye. Jin Yu, I was wrong about what happened before. This is a work I am quite confident in, please accept it. Soja said, taking out a white, feather-like vanilla from her bosom. Jin Woo's eyes lit up. White vanilla. White vanilla. If the elf carrying it, if the status ability is reduced, the white vanilla can reset the reduced ability to 0. Close black lens bracket. That is, an item that invalidates negative status skills. Unfortunately, this is a one-time item, but even so, it is a very helpful item in battle. After Jin Yu accepted it, he politely thanked Soja. Mr. Jin Woo, this is a prop I got by accident. It's just a reward for helping me plant fruit trees and working for half a day. I hope you can accept it. Saying that, Sosasa handed Jin Woo a bottle of what looked like a can of medicine. Jin Yu was taken aback when he saw the message of the canned medicine. PP Booster. A magical potion that permanently enhances the energy of the elf attribute. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 15. The Phantom of the Insect Forest. This booster is too precious, Suoxasha put out a lush jade finger against Xiao Yu's lips, and said with a smile, don't Mr. Xiao Yu want to become a professional trainer? This is my investment in you tilde wait for you to flourish, don't forget that we are two sisters tilde. Just don't forget my sister, I don't want you to remember. Soja said brokenly. Jin Yu nodded, not refusing, there are some things, it is not beautiful to talk too much, take care of your kindness, and he will repay it in the future. Looking at the back of Jin Yu's departure, Soja whispered to her sister in a low voice, Sister, why don't you keep him? I feel like you are very fond of him. Suo Chisha blinked her pretty eyes and sighed, yes tilde I originally wanted to keep Mr. Xiao Yu as my brother-in-law tilde. Who wants him to be mine? Mine. Soja suddenly blushed, and her words became incoherent. He tilde. Suo Chisha couldn't help but feel amused when she saw her sister showing such a cute appearance. Jin Yu's route out of the secret realm is according to the route that Soxisa and the others said. I heard that this secret realm exit can lead to the new city. There is the largest elf academy in the province. Many of the students who graduated there are currently top trainers in Middle-earth countries. This kind of place, as long as you are a trainer, you will want to see it. But before that, Jin Yu wants to sell some things first and earn some living expenses, otherwise he will not have his next meal. This is your bill, please take it. The staff of the Spirit Center respectfully handed Jin Yu a note. It has the amount of each item acquired. Sakura fruit, the purchase price is 1,000 and the selling price is 850. Less surplus fruit, the purchase price is 1,000, and the selling price is 900. Pokeball, the purchase price is 10,000, and the selling price is 8,000. The bills are clearly listed, and Jin Woo made a total of 60,000 yuan and 50 yuan this time. This is still not related to selling rare items such as good wound medicine and apple wild fruit. Otherwise, just 2 pieces of heart scales can make 1,000,000 tilde. A little bit of relief. Have you heard? Someone found a strange Pokemon in the middle level and high level secret realm near our new city. Just as Jin Yu was about to walk out of the Spirit Center, he suddenly heard that someone was talking about strange Pokemon, and suddenly stopped curiously. What exactly does it look like? The person on the opposite side also became curious. Unexpectedly, the man said, I didn't see clearly. Didn't see what you said. The man's friend rolled his eyes. Oh, listen to me, although I didn't see the elf's appearance clearly, but the trainer who met the elf was a 3-star trainer, but his elf fell under a thunder arc before he officially fought against the other party. Fortunately, the 3-star trainer escaped quickly, otherwise, it is estimated that he would not have returned from the insect forest. True or false? Which direction is the forest you're talking about in Xincheng? Jin Wu asked curiously. He is always curious about unknown elves. What's more, he is a man with 9,999 master balls. What elves can't be conquered? The trainer is also a familiar person, and when Jin Yu came to ask, he didn't hide it. Brother, don't you know? Well, I just came to Xincheng on my trip. Jin Wu answered honestly. That's it, I admire you travel trainers. The secret realm I just mentioned is called the Insect Singing Forest. There are many insect-type elves in it, hence the name. It is the most dangerous and least developed secret realm near the new city. Jin Yu learned from the trainer that this intermediate and high-level secret realm is not far from the wild south of the new city, and it is just across a bridge. However, he does not recommend beginner trainers to go there, because the weakest and outermost wild elves are all around level 30. And the 3-star trainer he mentioned just now requires at least one level 30 elf to get this title. In the same way, a trainer with a level 40 elves is a 4-star, and a trainer with a level 50 elves is a 5-star, but they are also called quasi-king level trainers because they are only 1 star away from the Heavenly King. That's right, the elves of the Heavenly King level trainers are usually level 60. This level is a bit far for the current Jin Yu. Of course, it is not irreparable. As long as Jin Yu is willing, he will directly drill into the advanced secret realm, throw the Master Ball, and form a company of captured Pokémon casually. However, Jin Yu is a person who pays attention to the process, and the same is true for cultivating Pokémon. To conquer a high-level elves at once, although there will be a feeling of cheating at first, but after the feeling is over, there is only emptiness tilde. It's better to be down to earth, one step at a time. Of course, if you really encounter some magical beast, Jin Wu doesn't mind breaking the rules tilde experience the feeling of cheating. And what the person just said, in the secret realm of Insect Singing Forest, the elves who use thunder arcs are very suspicious. Jin Yu really wanted to go directly to the secret realm now. However, after asking the price of the ticket, Jin Yu suddenly felt ashamed for a while. The intermediate and high-level secret realm tickets cost 300,000 yuan. This is an exorbitant price for ordinary people. Jin Yu couldn't help thinking, if he wanted to sell a heart scale. After leaving the Spirit Center, Jin Yu was ready to go to the famous college in Xincheng, open black lens bracket Xincheng Comprehensive High School close black lens bracket. I heard that this academy will not only train excellent trainers, but also specialize in training rangers. A ranger is a profession that uses the hunting cursor to appease the elves, moves around the world, and borrows the ability to communicate with various elves in nature to help resolve various conflicts in nature, and even organize confrontation between evil forces. They are different from ordinary Pokémon trainers. Most of them only have one partner elf around, or even no partner elf. Shangguang fights with the power of wild elves in life. FBI in real life. Chapter 16. Competition Rewards. As soon as he walked into the vicinity of Xincheng Comprehensive High School, Jin Yu suddenly heard a sound of boiling. Welcome to Xincheng. What will be held here soon is the annual National Elf Sports Conference held by Xincheng Comprehensive College. This is a public event. The contestants are not limited to college students. All trainers who come to Xincheng, regardless of distinction. Men and women, young and old, as long as you have a Pokémon, you can participate. The top 3 players can all get rich rewards. On the stage was a teacher who thought he was well dressed. Man, there is also a roar bomb beside him. It is using the pair of sound-like ears on its head to help this guy amplify. As soon as these words came out, everyone present exclaimed again. Jin Yu was also interested, and it seemed that he was relatively lucky. As soon as he came here, he happened to meet the Spirit Sports Conference organized by the high school. The people's teacher waved his hand, motioning for peace of mind. Then, a color was given to the backstage, and immediately, a few staff members brought up 3 display cabinets draped in black cloth. All interests were raised. These are the rewards that the top 3 contestants can get this time. Are you curious about what's inside? The famous teacher asked bewilderingly. Curious. The surrounding people cheered in cooperation. Immediately, the people's teacher snapped his fingers, and the staff cooperated to lift the largest piece of black cloth first. Immediately everyone saw a pitiful baby bear from inside. The baby bear put a bare claw in his mouth, tears brewing in his eyes. So cute, Tilda. Immediately, the maternal aura of a lot of girls in the audience was awakened, wailing to get this baby bear. Some sane and far-sighted trainers are also interested in baby bears. After the baby bear evolves, it can become a circle bear. This general attribute Pokemon not only has strong physical attack power, but also has a wide range of skills that can be learned. As long as it is subdued, it is a very reliable partner. However, usually there will be an adult circle bear around the baby bear, and the adult circle bear's strength is at least level 30. Only 3-star or even 4-star trainers dare to touch this level, but trainers of this level often have their own finished teams, and they are not as interested in baby bears as beginner trainers. Famous teacher took the opportunity to introduce. That's right, this baby bear is the prize for the champion. In addition, you can get 50,000 yuan in cash. This time, even some office workers who originally just wanted to join in the fun are boiling up. $50,000. This is equivalent to more than half a year's salary for most people. In some low-wage industries, you can only earn 50,000 yuan a year. Although they know the odds of winning are low, but what if you win? Jin Woo's eyes swept away. Open black lens bracket bear baby. Qualification. Blue level cap. 50. Level 5. Attributes. General. Features. Scud. When it becomes a state, the speed will increase. Honey. In the wild, there is a chance to pick up sweetness. Gender. Female. Body shape. 0.6 meters, 8.8 kilograms. Jinyu nodded. The blue qualified baby bear is already very good, and the level is not high. At this time, the elves are just in the growth stage, and it is easy to cultivate a tacit understanding with the trainer. Next is the reward for the 2nd and 3rd place. Tilda, I'm sure I won't let you down, Tilda. That's. Saying that, the teacher named Ren Ming signaled again. Swish. The staff behind opened the other 2 chapters in one breath. Immediately, 2 elf eggs appeared in front of everyone. Of the 2 elf eggs, one of them is a red-like elf egg with fire patterns on it. This is the elf egg as a bonus for 2nd place. Xiao Yu glanced at it and nodded immediately. This is an elf egg of a cold turtle. It is not pitted, but it is not too precious. Open black lens bracket cold turtle. Qualification. Green level cap. 40. Attribute. Fire. Feature. White smoke. White mist lingers around the body, will not reduce the ability value. The elf information in the elf egg is relatively small, but at least he can see what the elf is inside. Jinyu is already very satisfied with this, knowing that there are so many elves in this world. It is horrific, even if it is the same kind of elves, because of the different mating individual elves. The patterns on the eggs will also be different, and even some are due to geographical relationships. For example, it is obviously a fire-type elves, but the birthplace is close to the water source, resulting in changes in the patterns on the egg. From the bright red at the beginning to lighten, to a dark pink similar to the superpower attribute, elf egg, or the light pink of the fairy attribute, elf egg, it is possible. The other yellowish yellow one, which is much more inconspicuous than the cold turtle's egg, was given as a 3rd place reward. After all, compared to the high-profile fire-type elves, most people would think of rock-type or ground-type attributes. Elf, it will be a little rustic. After Jinyu looked at it, his face changed immediately, and even his body trembled. If he had to use words to describe his current mood, there was only one sentence: fuck. Open black lens bracket young Kira's. Qualification. Orange level cap. 70. Attributes. Rock, ground. Features. Perseverance. If it becomes abnormal, it will show perseverance and increase attack power. Sand hidden. In sandstorm weather, the evasion rate will increase. I didn't expect to encounter a quasi-god level elf egg here. This is definitely an oversight by the school, and it is estimated that they themselves do not know what this elf egg will hatch. As Jinyu expected, soon, the people's teacher announced frankly, as for what will hatch from the second and third elf eggs, to be honest, we don't know tilde. However, in addition to this elf egg, the second and third places can also get 30,000 yuan and 10,000 yuan in rewards tilde. Due to the uncertainty of the elf egg, after obtaining it, it is like fighting for character. To be honest, everyone is not very interested in this reward, but the money is real, and no one will think it is too little. Therefore, most of the people are not very interested in this reward. People still maintain a state of mind that is eager to try. Okay, I know that you are all eager to try, so let's not talk nonsense tilde. If you want to participate, just form a team and come here to sign up tilde. The deadline is 3 o'clock this afternoon, and the official competition will start tomorrow tilde. During the period, if you have any friends who want to come to participate, you can also send a message to call them tilde. Chapter 17. The Dirty-Minded Lady. Wow tilde. A large group of people immediately lined up, waiting for the results of the registration. The registered contestants will be given a number card by the school, and they will use this number card to register tomorrow. Jinyu looked at the number plate in his hand. It was 88, a very lucky number, and there was a long queue behind, and it was estimated that there were at least hundreds of people. After getting the number plate, Jinwoo didn't stay. Walking straight out of the city, he wanted to prepare for the game. His current elves are only Lalulas and Jenny Turtle. Although both elves have good potential, the actual combat does not depend on potential, the key is level. Jinwoo's commanding ability is not even at the level of Niucha, and he can't fight beyond the 10th level, right? According to his observation, most of the people who come to participate in the competition tomorrow will come to the stand because they like the baby bear, and the trainers of this level are usually in the 20s. Trainers, if they need baby bears, they can conquer it with their own strength. That is to say, if Jinwoo wants to win the third place in tomorrow's battle, he needs at least about 20 level strength. It is best to even be level 30. This kind of strength is naturally not possessed by the current Jinyu, so he is going to go to a nearby secret realm to improve his strength a little and conquer a few reliable Pokemon. The most famous insect singing forest here is naturally the best choice. But first, he has to sell a heart scale. Scales of the heart. Although it is said to be a rarity, it is not too expensive in the world of thousands of elf trainers, so the transaction process is quite easy, and there is no treasure robbery, etc. Fantasy scene. This is your alliance card, Mr. Jinwoo. The amount has been transferred to it, please keep it. Jinwoo nodded and took it away. Then, before the sky was completely dark, he set off in the direction of the secret realm of insect singing forest. The young people over there, if it's convenient, would you like to have an exciting battle with me? Jinyu was walking on the insect song bridge to the insect song forest, when a very luxurious-looking vehicle drove in front of him. From the vehicle, an old man and a young man came out, dressed as a housekeeper and dressed as a daughter-in-law. If you win against me, the money is yours tilde. Saying that, as Miss Kyunjin waved her hand, the housekeeper behind her was thousands. She took out a stack of banknotes from her arms. Roughly speaking, there were nearly 100, that is to say, it was 10,000 yuan. Tisk tisk, Jinwoo doesn't understand the worldview of local tyrants. Miss Kyunjin is blonde and blue-eyed, wearing a snow-white dress. She has a good figure, and every move shows everyone's demeanor. She gracefully supports a snow-white lace umbrella in one hand, and holds a super ball in the other hand. Super ball, a pokeball with a higher success rate than the red and white pokeball. Of course, the price is more than double the price. A super ball is 3 times as expensive as a red and white ball, and requires 30,000 oceans. It is impossible for ordinary civilians to use such extravagant things. Of course, if I lose, I won't ask for your money. I just want to try my skills, because most of the people who come here are to go to the secret realm of the jungle singing forest in front of you. Everyone's strength is pretty good. Jinyu was not surprised by the sudden challenge of this young lady. Trainers often encounter such challenges during their travels. After all, fighting with elves and gaining experience is a common sense that almost everyone knows. As for the loser giving the other side pocket money, it is also an unwritten rule. Sorry, I'm not free right now, Jinwoo said bluntly. Perhaps she didn't expect the other party to reject it so readily, and Miss Kyunjin couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Let me ask you, why didn't you accept my challenge? Jinyu didn't say a word, but directly passed the other party and walked away. This scene made the daughter with high self-esteem hit hard. In her opinion, Jinyu left straight away, obviously because he didn't want to fight with himself. That silent attitude was even more thought by Miss Chianjin as Jinyu's silent contempt for her. What? Why is this person so bad? Butler, do I look so weak? Miss Kyunjin pouted. I don't know much about it, but according to my observations, the other party is young and light, dressed simply, but he has the capital to go to the insect forest. I think he is a powerful trainer who relies on his own strength. Step by step, this kind of trainer, you will have a certain disgust with the 10,000 yuan challenge fee you just gave, miss, and the other party will be angry and leave, which is also reasonable. The elderly housekeeper analyzed it in sets. Miss Kyunjin naturally believed it and nodded humbly. I see, it seems that I did something wrong. Such a powerful trainer is definitely rare. I really hope to see you next time. When the time comes, I will respect for sure. The eldest miss has this kind of consciousness, and it is not in vain to teach the old masters. If Jinyu was present, he would definitely be stunned when he heard these two words. What, are you all demiurge? Does this make sense? He just thought that he was not the opponent of that daughter, so he avoided the battle. Is not that right? The other party dared to challenge Xiao Yu when he knew that this was an intermediate-level high-level secret realm, and most of the trainers who entered this secret realm were 3-star or even 4-star trainers. Wait for the opponent. This is obviously an invincible object for Jinyu, who only has the highest level of 11 Jenny turtles. If so, why ask for abuse? Wouldn't it be good to wait until you have captured 2 high-level elves before harvesting? Chapter 18. The Elves of the Wormsong Forest. Jinyu came to the gate of the secret realm, and soon a staff member came forward and asked Jinyu to show his trainer ID in the amount of 300,000 yuan. 300,000. Jinwu is ready, just swipe it on the POS machine with the card. But the staff were a little speechless after seeing Jinyu's trainer certificate. This person doesn't seem to be even a first-level trainer, right? Sir, in fact, we do not recommend novice trainers to enter the intermediate and high-level secret realm, because the power of the elves in the secret realm is definitely much stronger than you think. Of course, if you must go in, we can recommend you to trainer training institutions. Escort. They're all experienced coaches, and they're close by, and they'll be there soon. Jinyu glanced at the price of the trainer training agency coach, and even refused. The price of hiring a coach is more expensive than the price of entering the secret realm of insect singing forest. A full 500,000. Don't say that Jinyu can't afford it. Even if he can afford it, he won't spend such a waste of money. After Jinyu sternly refused, the staff did not do the business of forced buying and selling. After giving Xiao Yu the ticket certificate, they stepped aside and stopped talking. Although this kind of newbie who doesn't listen to advice is not common, there are still 1 or 2 of them every year. In the end, most of them threw themselves on the street and died in the secret realm. Some people were lucky. It left a very heavy psychological shadow, and some people even fainted when they saw the elves later. It was a coincidence. Just as Jinyu was about to go in, suddenly, a stretcher was carried out from inside, with 2 strong howli on both ends. There is a wind chime on the left side of the stretcher, which is constantly using healing bell, and there is an auspicious egg on the right side of the stretcher, which is constantly using healing wave. There is even a doctor in the corner of the stretcher, holding a bottle of hanging water in his hand, and keeps following, hold on. The antidote has been used, and the toxin of allodose has almost been removed. Next, as long as the wound is stopped, it's alright. Damn, this allodose is not low level. When he used the deadly needle, he not only used the highly poisonous skills, but also secretly used the shadow of the night. This is a ghost attribute skill. You need to use the yokon of the forest or the panacea to get rid of the curse. However, these two things will be slightly expensive, each costing about 200,000, and according to your patient's condition, it is estimated that you will need several copies. It only works. The doctor seemed to be asking the patient if he wanted to spend the money. The patient's eyes widened when he heard the sky-high price of the drug on the stretcher. Well, I understand. I will contact the Elf Center and deliver the medicine right away, don't worry. You will definitely get better, Tilda, the doctor said with a, thinking about the patient, expression on his face. Raised his head and wailed, let I die, forget it. Don't be disheartened, you can be saved. A voice brought the patient to the intensive care unit next to the secret realm, and the next situation was unknown. This novel was first published by Dragon. QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique Feilu Novel Standby Group 672,171,357. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Attachment. This work is from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading and cannot be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy genuine books. Thank you for your support to the author. Key points. I hope you can keep this paragraph when reprinting. It is a little hard to organize, and it is a virtue to keep it tilde. Jinyu felt sorry for that buddy for a few seconds. Even if he recovers, it is estimated that he will have to carry a terrifying amount of medical treatment. I hope he can be strong tilde. The staff at the entrance of the secret realm looked at Jinyu again with a kind expression. Are you tilde sure you don't want to find a professional trainer to develop an institutional coach? Jinwoo. This staff member must be a salesperson before doing this job. Of course, even so, Jinwoo still didn't hire any coaches. Ding. Found the insect-sounding forest, and the simulated map is drawn. A miniature map of the insect-screaming forest appeared in front of Jinwoo. Expected of an intermediate-level high-level secret realm, Route 102 and Route 104 cannot be compared at all. Even if it is reduced, the map still looks huge. Jinyu estimates that if humans rely on walking, it will take a month to walk. I guess it can't be finished. As for the number of elves and crops, it has reached a terrifying number, and the coordinates are displayed densely on the map. Most of them are bug-type Pokemon, and of course, there are also flying-type and other Pokemon. The evolutionary chain of green caterpillars, the evolutionary chain of unicorns, and the evolutionary chain of thorntails are all here. There are also elves such as orbs, allodose, ladybugs. These insect attribute elves are the more common worm-type Pokemon in Central Continent, and they also occupy the largest amount in this forest. Naturally, there are also some rare insect-type elves, such as Hazelnut Ball. Although this elf is classified as a worm-like elf, the evolved Foratos has the steel attribute and is a relatively special elf. In ancient times, when explosives were not invented, some people would use the domesticated hazelnut ball as a grenade. It will explode when touched. If there are insect attribute sprites, there will naturally be corresponding grass attribute, flying attribute, such sprites. There are also quite a few elves like Aogayan, Gugu, etc. There are also evolutionary forms of the two, Dewongian and Owl Nighthawk. The dark and humid jungle environment is convenient for fungi to grow, so there are also many elves such as pylas and mushrooms. Although this type of mushroom elves are the general recipients of insect attribute and flying attribute elves, of course, they are not completely slaughtered by others, and they do not have the slightest survival skills. The environment here is their largest umbrella, and the speed of reproduction is also extremely fast. At the same time, the higher-level mushroom elves have an inexplicable skill, mushroom spores. The effect is the same as sleep powder. It can make the opponent fall asleep, but it works much better than sleep powder. In the game, mushroom spores have a 100% hit rate. The same is true in life. As soon as you get close to the mushroom spores, you will be attacked instantly. Unless you have any special ability to move, you can only fall asleep obediently. Chapter 19. Phantom Shadows and Alien Beasts. In addition to the three attributes of grass, flying, and insect, there are also quite a few other elves, such as the coyote and the snake bear in the Rotten Street. In addition, Jin Yu is still here. Here comes the lazy man of the lazy man elf. Open black lens bracket stump close black lens bracket the little wood spirit of the ghost elf. The figure of Pichu, the well-known light yellow mouse elf. Pichu, the elf, is a companion elf that many girls strongly pursue, even in this world. This fully shows that Meng is the truth of justice. However, Jin Yu is not very interested in this elf. Pichu's electricity is weak and his attack power is not strong. Even if he uses too much electric shock, he will hurt himself. The evolved Pikachu, although it is the protagonist template elf, but in fact, the attributes also very general. Unless it is the partner Pikachu in Pikachu Go, this kind of Pikachu will have stronger racial attributes than ordinary Pikachu, and at the same time, it will also master some partner moves that ordinary Pikachu cannot master. Skills such as surfing and falling are skills that ordinary Pikachu cannot acquire in their entire life. There is also a Pikachu with the Super Giant qualification. Extremely Giant transformation. Everyone knows this state. As long as it is a Pokemon, after having Wishing Star, it can change its form. However, the Super Giant transformation is different. This is a type of gorgeous transformation that can only occur with special elf individuals. After the Super Giant transformation, the appearance of the elves will not only become larger, but also become more prominent. Personality. In addition to improving the state like the Extremely Giant elves, you can also use the Super Giant move with specific attributes. These moves have various additional effects. For example, the Super Giant transformation Pikachu, its Super Giant move, Super Giant Thunderstrike, has the effect of covering an area in an instant and paralyzing the entire area of elves. Power is even better than Z move. Apart from these two states of Pikachu, Jin Wu is not very interested in other general Pikachus. He prefers to subdue the powerful electrical attribute elves such as Electric Shocking Demon, Rentgen Cat, Electric Dragon, and Trembling Salamander. Oh roar! Jin Yu found out that the Overlord Pokemon marked with a skull here was actually a Fang Cage. This is a pure grass attribute elf whose appearance is similar to a Venus flytrap, and no evolutionary form or degenerate form of this elf has been found so far. It is a kind of carnivorous elf who is born quite strong. It is obviously a grass attribute elf, but an elf that preys on insect attribute, and even flying attribute elves as food. It is no wonder that it can become an overlord. Being able to mix into a overlord spirit in this intermediate and high-level secret realm, even if this Fang Cage has no evolutionary form, Jin Yu is vaguely tempted. I was about to find it all the way to conquer it, but I saw another super unexpected Pokemon on the map. Jin Yu exclaimed, "This is... An orange-yellow cat that walked upright stood guard in front of a pitch-black vortex. It has wounds on its body, which were left by the enemy who appeared from the dark vortex before. Of course, the opponent did not end well. It has been turned into black ash by it, and at this moment, it still does not mean to leave. It is waiting for the arrival of the enemy on the other side of the pitch-black vortex. It must stay here and defeat the lifeforms from the other world from the vortex. No one told it why the vortex was born, and no one forced it to stay here. If there is a reason for it, it is the instinct of the body. The life form of this other world from this dark vortex will make the elves of this world subconsciously disgust. Then why don't the other elves stay here with it? Maybe it's because other elves are not opponents of lifeforms in other worlds at all, or maybe it's because it disdains to cooperate with other elves in this secret realm. A while ago, a big cabbage with a mouth full of fangs wanted to help him, but he thought it was too much of a hindrance, so he beat him up, and he walked away. Ketu seems to be the strongest existence in this area, right? However, in its view, it is still so weak that they will only get in the way here. Meow. Here we go. It has already felt the breath of the other party. From the meatballs of hands and feet, a large number of blue thunder arcs are released. This is its posture when it is ready to fight. Zla. Emerging from the black vortex is also a life form that uses electricity. It looks a lot like a human, but the whole body is made of wires, the head is a white, bright, star, and there are no facial features. Magnetic pull. This thing swayed its limbs and head casually. It seems that he is still looking at this new world behind the whirlpool. Boom. Before it could take a closer look, a strong thunder slammed down right there. Electric beam wood immediately twitched, and the originally white star head above his head suddenly flashed a burst of blue light, and the whole body was also swaying with electricity. Ha woo. Vulnerable, the yellow cat licked his pads. Thinking that the other party has been defeated by one blow, he is preparing to give the final blow. Walk closer and raise the sharp electric claws. Suddenly, the electric beam wood, which had been silent on the ground, suddenly stretched out its tentacles. Suddenly wrapped around a yellow cat. Quote exclamation mark. Open black lens bracket strange radio waves close black lens bracket. A skill that can generate electricity at any time, but it is not a direct damage skill, which can greatly reduce the opponent's special attack. The beam wood conducts a lot of weird electric waves from the body, and the yellow cat is completely bathed in it. Immediately, the current on the body was greatly weakened. Oops. The yellow cat struggled with all his strength and wanted to escape, but Dianbumu immediately used the tightening skill. Wrap it around the yellow cat so that it can't move. Strange radio waves, still going on. The yellow cat's eyes flashed with light. Meow. Loud roaring. The evil attribute skill can not only inflict trauma to the opponent, but also reduce the opponent's special attack. Electric beam wood's attack paused for a moment. Immediately, the yellow cat seized the opportunity to escape. Chapter 20. The Promise with Zerora. At this moment, both sides know that the other party is electric attribute, and the skills of the same attribute cannot cause too much damage to each other. So they are all ready to use other attribute skills to compete. Vines, like the hands of electric wires. Open black lens bracket strong whipping close black lens bracket. Grass attribute mystery level big move of the physics department. Wherever the vines reach, the surrounding wind is like a blade. The yellow cat concentrated its energy on its right leg, and suddenly, a scorching flame burned. Open black lens bracket flame kick close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fire attribute close black lens bracket physics advanced skills. Although it is weaker than strong whiplash, the attributes are restrained, and the yellow cat is very confident in his physical fitness and level. Can definitely crush the opponent. Holding the heart of one hit kill, the moves of the two sides meet. Boom. Boom. As a result, as expected by the yellow cat, the opponent's whip was smashed by it with brute force. The flames spread to the opponent's body instantly, and then, the electric beam wood burned like a scarecrow, and finally returned to nothingness. The yellow cat landed on one knee and sneered at the electric beam wood that was burned to ashes. See it or not, this is the strength of this meow. Just thinking about it, I felt powerless all over, and the yellow cat fell to the ground with a pop. Before the yellow cat lost consciousness, it seemed to hear something approaching itself in the grass in the distance. Jinwoo looked at Zerora, who had passed out in a coma, and the hole in the extreme alien space not far away. Well, a phantom beast, and an ultimate alien beast that just hit the street. I've picked up a lot of hair by myself. The current Zerora, even if Jinwoo throws the red and white Pokeball directly, it is estimated that he will be able to take it without resistance, but considering the dignity of the phantom beast. Hey Tilda, Jinwoo sighed. Still too naive. When Zerora woke up, she found that it was very warm around her, as if there was still the smell of food. Wake up, come over and eat something, Jinwoo said naturally. Zerora. Immediately he stood up abruptly, but perhaps the wound was affected, and Zerora clutched his chest in pain. Hey, don't get excited, if you want to do something to you, do you think you can still lie down now? Jinwoo pulled out a freshly grilled fish and handed it to Zerora. Continue to lie down for a while, your injury is too serious, even if I give you a good wound medicine, you still have to recover for a night. Meow. Zerora subconsciously took the fish that Jinwoo handed over. Even electric cats are cats and have little resistance to fish. Jinwoo smiled slightly when he saw this, and also mentioned a fish, and slowly nibbled it up by himself. Jenny Tilda. Lula Tilda. The two little guys looked at Jinwoo eating fish and seemed a little greedy. Huh, haven't you eaten elf food? Are you still craving me for dinner? Jinwoo smiled dotingly. No way, I'll give you a little bit. This kind of human food, for elves, although it can fill the belly and show off their lust, but it does not help the improvement of physical condition. Jinwoo usually seldom eats it for his own elves. Get thousands of special elf food. But it doesn't seem to hurt to give them tooth sacrifices occasionally. The two little things held their cheeks and looked satisfied. Looking at the harmonious coexistence of the human being and the two elves, Zerora couldn't help feeling an inexplicable flow of emotion in her heart. But the next moment it turned its head, pretended to be arrogant, and ate grilled fish. Not to mention, this human-made grilled fish tastes pretty good. It was already late at night, and after one person and 3 pets had eaten the fish, they went to sleep with their heads down. However, at this moment, Zerora suddenly woke up again, and it looked at the dark ultimate hole alertly. It felt that another creature from another world was coming out of the hole. Although the body has not recovered to its full state, but because of this human medicine, it has recovered a little bit of combat power. Zerora glanced at Jinwoo and his spirits who seemed to be sleeping. An unexpected thought flashed in his mind. He didn't want them to be affected, he had to solve it alone. He tiptoed lightly, but only 2 steps out of the way, a voice came from behind. Are you going to fight alone again? When Zerora heard this voice, she couldn't help but feel guilty, and she was worried that her master would accidentally find out if she did something bad. Turning his head to look, Jinwoo had already stood up. Sure enough, as I thought, you guy is a good and bad guy who likes to take everything on himself. Whether it's driving away the Pokemon that helped it or attacking the trainers that come and go, it's nothing but an act of arrogance that Zerora is not good at expressing. Meow, meow. Zerora roared a little angrily, as if trying to deny it, but to Jinwoo, it sounded like Nail Palace was shouting, Lulusai tilde, same, no lethality at all. Okay, just watch it from the sidelines today. No matter what the beast that appears next, I'll settle it for you. Jinwoo patted his chest seriously. Meow. Zerora refused to help. Yo, you think I'm weak, aren't you? Zerora nodded. Okay, then if I succeed in repelling the alien beasts that come next, then you will come with me and become my elf, how about that? Xiaoyu stretched out one hand to Zerora and said confidently and calmly. In the pitch-black ultimate cave, a white, slender figure can be vaguely seen in and out of it, and its speed is extremely fast. After escaping from the ultimate cave, only a white shadow could be seen flashing. Seeing that, he was about to flee into the jungle, and when he disappeared, suddenly, a large group of bubbles flew towards it. Chapter 21. Giant Battle. The white crayon seemed to hate being wet with water, so her movements immediately stagnated. Immediately, the figure was revealed, and the alien beast in front of him had a body very similar to that of a human being. Its body was very slender, almost all snow white, with slender black eyelashes, and a head like a crown on its head. The corners of the crown extend out two snow white tentacles. The tentacles are slender and hang down from the head to the heel. Although it is a bit weird, it does not affect the appearance, but adds an exotic charm. Clothes are like dress skirts, layer by layer, connected to the lower body, and like wearing a pair of hot pants. Slender legs, the soles of the feet are composed of two yellow tentacles, it looks like wearing a pair of high heels. The wings behind her are like a wedding veil, transparent and thin. Oh cha! The sudden attack made the white figure stagnate for a while. Then, looking at the source of the attack. It an outrageously big, Jenny turtle. Jenny. In order to fight against the super alien beast, Jinyu did not hold back at all, and directly let the Jenny turtle extremely giant. However, even if the Jenny turtle has grown enormously, the level gap with the opponent still exists, and he does not dare to underestimate the enemy at all. Oh, it turned out to be the Philomelody. Jinyu touched his chin and walked out from the side of the giant Johnny turtle. Next to him was a Zerora who had not fully recovered. Open black lens bracket Pherometis. Qualification. Orange level cap. 70. Grade. 49. Attributes. Bugs, fighting. Features. Enhanced beasts when defeating an opponent. One's own attributes other than physical strength. The highest one, get a boost. Gender. Female. Body shape. 1.8 meters, 25.0 kilograms. Skills. Butterfly dance, fast defense, kick down, high-speed spin, stare, double kick, high-speed star, stampede, feint, silver whirlwind, bounce, flying kick, high-speed move, triple kick, pounce. Carry items, insect Z pure crystal. Seeing this state, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, as expected of the ultimate alien beast, and one who casually jumped out of the ultimate cave has such strength. Orange aptitude, placed in the real world, is a rare existence. Only quasi-god level elves can have such aptitudes. Other elves, if they are not patriarchal and matriarchal elves, have powerful existences, or they may acquire natural talents the day after tomorrow. Baomo has a great chance, otherwise, it is almost impossible to have such qualifications. But in Ultimate Alien Beast the orange aptitude is like a basic exercise, and almost any alien beast has this aptitude. This is related to the environment of ultimate space. If you want to survive in such an environment, you must constantly strengthen yourself, and only powerful life forms can survive. In such an environment, the ultimate alien beasts that have survived to this day are naturally arrogant. The most important thing is that this Pheromite actually carried a Z pure crystal with him. Z pure crystal is a kind of heaven and earth treasure similar to Superstone, Wishing Star, and Wishing Star that can be used independently, or a special Superstone. For details, please refer to Cracked Space. The Emperor's organ is different. It is a prop that must be used by the trainer and the elves, and only when there is a certain bond achievement. Z pure crystals of various attributes. Some elves will also have independent Z pure crystals. There is no exact number for how many there are. Maybe each elf has an exclusive Z pure crystal. Looks like I can kill two birds with one stone this time. Xiaoyu thought to himself, and out of the corner of his eyes he glanced at Zerora who was beside him. No, it's 3 birds with 1 stone. Oh cut. Seeing the appearance of Zerora, Pheromero instinctively felt a sense of fear. Although the other party looked injured, his level was definitely higher than himself. In the vicinity, Zerora was the only one who could pose a threat to her. As for Jinyu, this human being, Philomelas never paid attention to her. Jinyu was so happy. Jenny Turtle, hold it down for a moment, I'll be back in a moment. After speaking, Jinyu walked away, took out some things from his backpack, and started to fiddle. Jenny. The Jenny Turtle actually roared violently, causing the entire forest to be in turmoil. With a single light momentum, the extremely giant Jenny Turtle is not lost to the Pheramite. At the same time, the Jenny Turtle who transformed into extremely giant transformation, all his own moves will become extremely giant moves. For example, the original water gun has been transformed into a extremely giant water flow. Spoken like a river, is not false at all. As soon as he opened his mouth, the Jenny Turtle swallowed the flood column. Pheramite. Although this move may not be able to cause too much damage to it, but because the momentum is really huge, so Philomero decided to avoid the edge for the time being. The figure turns into a white streamer, dodging by. However, this extremely giant water stream has a side effect. As the air was suddenly filled with a large amount of water vapor, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Crash. Torrential rain, it will fall as soon as you say it. This is the side effect of extremely giant water stream, which can change the weather while launching an attack. No matter how fast the Pheramite is, it is impossible for it not to get wet in the rain. Philomero looked at his white clothes, soaking wet, and his face suddenly sank. Oh Gia, angrily stared at the giant Jenny Turtle. Don't keep your hands, rushed to the front of the giant Jenny Turtle at lightning speed. Swinging slender legs, sweeping towards the legs of the giant Jenny Turtle. Open black lens bracket, kick down close black lens bracket. Attack the opponent's lower plate, let the opponent fall, the heavier the opponent's body, the greater the power. Although Philomero was angry, he did not forget the way of fighting. Boom. The giant Johnny Turtle suffered from pain in the calf, and was about to fall when he leaned up. At this moment, Jinyu's voice came from behind him. Jenny Turtle, a huge attack with high-speed rotation. Jackie Turtle instinctively followed Jinwoo's orders. The limbs shrank into the shell, the body spun rapidly, the body that was about to fall, suddenly vacated, and at the same time launched a fierce attack on the pheromone. Chapter 22, The Wolverine Philomelodes. High speed is more expensive. Although it is not a preemptive skill, because the kick down that Philomeloids just used as a melee physical attack, within a very short distance, Philomelodus can't escape in time. Philomelus was shocked, there is such an operation in the heart. Although surprised, but as the ultimate alien beast, it can still deal with this level of attack. Immediately block with 2 palms, and use a move quick defense. The effect is similar to hold, which can resist the opponent's preemptive attack. Even if it is not a preemptive skill, it can also defend 1 or 2. Zerazia. High-speed rotation collided with the Philomeloid shield, and suddenly produced a harsh sound. The effect of the gigantic attack is not limited to this. Jinyu walked slowly, the corners of his mouth rising. When Philomero was resisting the attack, he felt his body became heavier and heavier. So he jumped away vigilantly, away from the attack range of the Jenny Turtle. Extreme attack, general attribute skill, additional effect, will slow down the opponent's speed. At the same time, due to the rainy weather, the rain disk feature of the Jenny Turtle is also activated, and the Jenny Turtle's stamina will slowly recover with the rainy days. Almost. Jinyu smiled at Philomelus, a single light smile, very sunny, and seemed so harmless to humans and animals. But at this moment, in the eyes of Philomero, he felt that Jinyu was so disgusting, so despicable and cunning. The intelligence is as intelligent as a beast, and it is easy to see that the person behind the big tortoise who just issued a series of orders is the human being behind this big turtle. Thinking of this, Philomelus immediately used high-speed movement. Swish. In an instant, he came to Xiao Yu, raised his straight long legs high, and was about to slash down. Open black lens bracket, stampede close black lens bracket. At this moment, Zerora, who was on the side, subconsciously rushed to Jinyu. However, the Jenny turtle took a beat faster. The Great Wall. Completely resist the opponent's attack, whether it is a giant move or the effect of a giant move. This skill is evolved from the change of any attribute of the elf after extreme jauntization. Crack. The Jenny turtle is a extremely giant wall transformed by shrinking into the shell. Then he directly retracted the limbs into the shell, and then the whole body was rolled down at the pherombus. Pheromite. It is obviously a defensive skill, but due to the physique of the Jenny turtle, it is used several times more terrifyingly than the attacking skill. Philomelus fled in a hurry, and suddenly saw that the hateful human seemed to sway some strange liquid on himself. Since it was raining now, Philomelus didn't care much and just ran away. But after a while, he found that his movements became more and more sluggish. And its white clothes were slowly dissolved in this liquid and turned into a pool of oily water. Oh Faye! Pharaoh let out a terrified scream. At this moment, it has no intention to fight again, and just wants to escape from the eyes of the damned human as soon as possible. At this time, how can it not understand that the reason why its body has been corrupted into grease is obviously that the person just poured strange liquid on itself? Relationship. With the rain, the liquid quickly spread to the whole body of the Pherometus. The speed that Philomero was proud of could not be used at this moment, so he could only kneel on the muddy ground, his face full of panic. It's more effective than I thought. Jinwoo smiled and walked towards Philomeloids. Everything is in the plan. At this time, the extreme giant transformation of the Jenny turtle has ended, and it has returned to the appearance of a small turtle. Due to the previous war, the Jenny turtle also collapsed on the ground at this time, accepting it with the largest area. Moisturized by the rain, using his rain disc feature, he worked hard to restore his health. Because the Pheromeria did not lose the ability to fight, the poor little turtle did not gain experience points. Seeing Xiaoyu walking towards her, Philomero no longer had the domineering and arrogant look she had before, and knelt down and crawled towards Xiaoyu. Oh concubine, oh concubine. He kept bowing to Xiaoyu. For Philomelus, death may not be the most terrifying thing. Like now, for an unknown reason, his whole body slowly decayed. Ugly death, this is the most terrible. Therefore, Philomero put down his pride and hatred, and he just asked Jinyu to be merciful, at least, let him die in a beautiful appearance. Zerora stared at Jinyu with a stunned look on his face, as if he knew each other for the first time. What exactly did he use? Can the arrogant beast become like this in an instant? As a feline, Zerora is quite confident in her nose. She didn't smell any dangerous smell from the bottle in Jinyu's hand just now. Jinyu slowly bent down and looked down at the Philomelody crawling under his feet. Then he smiled and said, "Want me to help you get rid of this state?" Oh concubine, oh concubine. Philomelus nodded eagerly and continuously, and then, it seemed to think of something, took out from the corrupted white clothing, and then took out an emerald green hexagonal crystal. This is open black lens bracket insect Z pure crystal close black lens bracket. Philomero respectfully held the insect Z pure crystal in both hands and presented it to Jinyu tremblingly. This insect Z pure crystal was acquired unconsciously by Philomelody. Although it doesn't know the correct way to use this thing, it can't put it down. The degree of love is second only to its own beauty. Now it will give this thing away. Meaning it was obvious that he hoped to use this in exchange for the appearance that he was about to pass away. Xiaoyu still had that calm smile. Even though insect Z pure crystal was at his fingertips, he didn't show the slightest covetousness. Instead he shook his head and put on an indifferent attitude. Just when Philomero was desperate, Jinyu stretched out his finger and hooked its chin frivolously. What I want is not just a pure crystal. Then he took out a master ball from behind him. Meaning, I don't need to say more, right? Philomero glanced at Jinyu, and at the master ball in Jinyu's hand. Without hesitation, he immediately reached out and touched the center of the master ball. Chapter 23. Conquering the Alien Beast. You demons. Crack. The master ball opened in response, and Philomelus turned into a ray of light, which was easily captured by the Master Ball. After scoring the goal, there was hardly any swaying, and only the crisp sound of the Pokeball's clang tilde proved that the opponent had been subdued. The corner of Jinyu's mouth tickled. The process of subduing the beast went smoother than he imagined. With the speed of Philomelus, in fact, at the beginning, even if Jinyu had a Master Ball, it would be difficult to conquer. Jenny Turtle and Zerora ran over at this time, all looking at Jinyu with curious expressions. Jinyu wasn't going to hide anything. He shook the bottle and there was only a splash of water at the bottom. The crux of the problem is on this water. This is a bottle of soapy water mixed with a lot of soap by Jinwu. Although Pheromeat looks like a human, it cannot change its racial disadvantage. The main ingredient of soap is sodium stearate, which is almost non-toxic to most elves or humans, while soapy water is almost non-toxic. The reason why it can have such a great impact on the pheromone is that the soapy water will block the pores of the pheromone, and the reason why it melts is because it has a certain amount of oil. This layer of oil was originally pheromaloth, reduces air friction and increases the buff of its own speed, but when it encounters this sodium stearate, it becomes a debuff tilde. Of course, if the Philomelody continues to stand for a while in the rain, after all the oil wrapped around its body is washed away by the rain, its weakness will naturally be self-defeating. Unfortunately, the fact is not if tilde. In the same way, in fact, if humans are given enough time to gather materials, most of the other super beasts can outsmart them, except for a few that have no weaknesses. Of course, it was mainly because the elf that came was Pherome, which made him succeed in subduing so quickly. Throwing the Master Ball, Philomero was still pleading, looking at Jinyu pitifully. Even if he scored the Master Ball, he would still maintain his proper state, and the grease on his body has not yet fallen off. Jinyu was already ready. He snapped his fingers, and the Jenny Turtle immediately shot a water gun at Philomelody. The unprepared Philomelody was stunned by the spray, and when he reacted, he found that his whole body was refreshed, and the thing that blocked its breathing holes just now had disappeared. Philo tilde. Pheromero hugged his master happily. Put it tilde, just 2 mouthfuls at Jinyu's cheek tilde, then he turned around in joy and looked very happy. After being washed by the water gun, his body suddenly relaxed. Although the speed is not as fast as the initial state, but it can restore its original appearance and survive. Philomero is already grateful to Dade tilde. In the game, the Philomena clan are all genderless, but in reality, they naturally have genders, otherwise how can they reproduce? The reason why it is said to be genderless in the game is probably because no one dares to break open their legs to find out tilde. Jinyu wiped his cheeks with a wry smile. Although he looked like a beautiful humanoid, he still felt a little bitter when he thought that his body was a cockroach. The reborn Philomero looked straight at Xiaoyu after being fed up with it. He changed his arrogant appearance and turned into a clingy little cutie. He grabbed Xiaoyu with both hands and rubbed against the latter. Ya tilde. Philo tilde. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be acting like a spoiled child. The eyes that looked at Jinyu were full of love. The strong were respected. In the survival concept of the super alien beasts, since the other party is stronger than themselves and convinced themselves, then they will serve their master wholeheartedly and never change their minds tilde. And obviously, the Philomelody in front of him seemed to have some undeserved emotions towards Jinyu at the same time as he recognized his master. Although Xiaoyu felt a little subtle, he didn't think about it. He stroked the opponent's head and put the latter back into the Master Ball. Pherometus, let's rest for a while. Then, his eyes turned to Zerora. The bet, let's count it. Jinyu said with a smile. Hearing this, Zerora raised her head and looked at Xiaoyu for a while, then turned her head away and scratched her hot cheeks. Meow, meow. General meaning is, since it is a promise, I will naturally abide by the agreement. Jinyu smiled. This time he held out an ordinary red and white pokeball, the only ordinary pokeball he had left at the start. When he got 10,000 Master Balls, Jinwu silently planned that he would use different pokeballs when dealing with Pokemon in different ways of conquering. slowly walked towards Zerora, and then lightly buckled on the latter's head. Immediately, Zerora turned into a red light and was taken in. Whoa. The red and white Pokeball is the most common, the least distinctive, and the least binding among all the Pokeballs. If you don't want to be bound by the red and white Pokeballs, an elves of the level of Zerora will probably not be able to do so. Need to struggle, just one thought, you can get rid of the Pokeball shackles. The whole process seemed peaceful. After 3 swings, the Pokeball made a crisp sound of clang, which indicates that Zerora succeeded in subduing it. The corners of Jin Woo's mouth rose wildly. At this moment, he finally got out of poverty and became rich. With the strength of Zerora, he can walk sideways at this stage. Open black lens bracket Zerora. Qualification. Red, level cap, 80. Level 60. Attribute, electric. Feature, power storage will not be affected by the attack of the electric attribute, but will recover. Gender, female. Body size, 1.5 meters, 44.5 kilograms. Skills, lightning flash, high 5 attack, enhanced punch, grab, electric light, loud roar, grab, quick defense, slash, volt replacement, charge, lightning punch, claw grinding, fire kick, click until. Chapter 24. The Unchanging Stone. Red qualification. This is the first red qualified Pokemon that Jinwoo has ever seen in his life. Even the 4 Heavenly Kings and national level bosses who often appear on TV are mostly only purple qualified Pokemon. That is to say, up to level 60 elves. And now Jinwoo already has the same strength as them. Originally, I just wanted to catch an elf with decent qualifications, so that I could participate in the next competition held by Shincheong High School and get the elf egg of young Kiras. Now it seems that the championship is in the bag. After the boy's heart was excited for a while, Jinwoo began to gradually regain his composure. He didn't lose all his energy just because he captured Philomelas and Zerora. Of course both elves are very powerful, but, more importantly, he has to mature himself. Once you have a powerful spirit, you forget the fundamentals. It is a way of putting the cart before the horse. Jinwoo intends that most of the resources in the next battle will still be dumped on Lalulas and Jenny Turtle. These 2 elves are like replicas of Xiaoyu now, they are both immature. Xiaoyu feels that only when Lalu Lassie and Jenny Turtle are strong, can he be regarded as a truly powerful trainer. He is a trainer who is truly worthy of commanding Zerora. Swish. Throwing the Zerora Pokeball, the orange-yellow electric cat gave a kind, meow. Xiaoyu smiled and stroked the other person's head. I am an incompetent master, I will ask you to take care of me in the future. Woo tilde. Zerora made a comfortable voice in her throat, put her head against her head, and took the initiative to rub against Xiaoyu's palm. There is still some time before the morning, and Jinwoo is so excited now that he can't sleep at all. So he simply took Zerora and searched for props in the vicinity. As a middle-level and high-level secret realm, the number of props here is unbelievable. Jinwoo looked around and saw 2 super balls. There is also a PP single item small supplement. Open black lens bracket PP single supplement, a spray that restores the energy of the attribute, which can be applied externally and used internally. Close black lens bracket. The effect is similar to apple wild fruit, but it is more convenient to use than apple wild fruit, and the number of uses will be relatively slightly more. And this is strength enhancement. Jinwoo found a medicine bottle with pink shreds in a mushroom's lair. This thing is one of the auxiliary props that the Elf Alliance expressly allows to be used in battle. Strength enhancement. After use, the attack power increases in the battle. Close black lens bracket. It's a pity that the seemingly full bottle is a one-time use item, and the continuous effect of a bottle is very limited, about 5 minutes, after this time, it will be lost. Potency. But even with such a ridiculous time limit, there are still a lot of trainers willing to buy it, because these are the few items that can help trainers leapfrog battle. Strength enhancement and other potions such as defense enhancement are items that can be repeatedly stacked, and a total of 10 bottles can be used on the elves at one time. According to the rumors of businessmen who did this kind of medicine, a bottle of strengthening medicine is used well. It is equivalent to make up the gap of the first level, and 10 bottles are used together. It is equivalent to strengthening the 10th level. Of course, this is a slogan. How effective it really is depends on the performance of the trainer and the elves. In addition, there are some small mushrooms in this mushroom's nest. I heard that this thing is very delicious, and it can even produce a pleasant environment after eating, but it is almost harmless to the body. It is said that it is quite popular among some enthusiasts, and some people are even willing to use the skill book to exchange this thing with you. However, if you want to get this little mushroom, you also have to have a certain strength, because there are often a large number of mushroom-like elves near this little mushroom, and when ordinary people get close, they will be hypnotized by their mushroom spores. Of course, Jinwoo doesn't need to worry about that. Philomelis beside him was looking at the group of poor mushrooms with a kindness. The cockroach lady is also a worm, and has a natural intimidation power to these mushrooms. Coupled with the unique, super beast aura on her body, there is almost no need to take action, and these mushrooms leave a lot of props and escape. Hey it's a pity that I don't have any experience points Jinwoo said with an invincible and lonely expression. Philomero immediately cast a look of admiration. In its view, Jinwoo's actions and expressions are so handsome. Jinwoo found another Pichu in front of him. The level is not high, only level 11. Jinwoo asked Philomero to stop Pichu. With Philomero's speed, it was impossible for Pichu to escape. In the state of Pichu's reluctance, let it have a game with his own Leloras. Although the Pichu level is slightly higher, but the qualifications are low, only green. Moreover, the use of the electric shock skill is also very jerky. Every time he launches an attack, he will hurt himself. Although Lalu Lassie suffered a little trauma, in the end, he still won the victory. Defeat level 11 Pichu. Leloras gets 119 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Lalu Lassie has been upgraded to level 8. Close black lens bracket. After winning the game and gaining experience points, Jinwoo also took out an item, a mutable stone, from Pichu. Stone of Immutability. It looks like an ordinary round stone on the outside, but the elves can keep the same and not evolve after carrying it. Close black lens bracket. This thing seems to be a bit tricky from the introduction, and the evolution of elves will become powerful. Generally, who would refuse the evolution of their own elves? But in fact, there are a lot of trainers who don't want to let their elves evolve. For example, for some girls in the boudoir, their needs for elves only need to be cute, and cute. But in reality, there are many elves who are very cute and cute before evolution, but after evolution, they will change their appearance. For example, in the upcoming Shincheon High School Elf Sports Conference, winning the grand prize, the baby bear will become a powerful but vicious circle bear after evolution. Most girls can't bear this kind of elves. Like charming Meow. Cute, right? What about Dongshi Meow after evolution? Unless there are people with special preferences, most of them will not be willing to evolve Charm Meow. Chapter 25. Aromatic Mushrooms. Pichu. Pichu looked at Jinwoo angrily. It was this bad guy who took his precious stone. Jinwoo looked like a bad uncle bullying children, and said with a wicked smile, not convinced. We will be here after you evolve into Pikachu. When you defeat me, I will give you this stone back. Pichu believed it to be true, and seemed to take a serious look at Jinwoo, and after firmly remembering the other party's appearance, he hurried to the depths of the forest. Jinwoo shook his head with a helpless smile, and put away the immutable stone in his hand. There are many high-level elves in this forest, and I don't know how this Pichu has maintained his current form and survived until now. But since I saw it, I will treat it as a good thing. Without this stone, Pichu may evolve into Pikachu, and in this dangerous forest, the probability of its survival will be higher. Next, Jinyu scoured the nests of several nearby elf nests. Due to the high level, neither Jenny Turtle nor Lululus had the chance to play, while Philomelus and Zerora would be too high level. The experience gained from victory in battle will be pitiful. There is not much gain in terms of experience level, but in terms of props, the results are quite gratifying. After that, Jinwoo also found several red and white Pokeballs, and one of the exotic mushrooms, aromatic mushrooms. This thing is almost an existence that can be purchased at a sky-high price among enthusiasts. Its value is several times more expensive than Big Mushroom. The surrounding area where it grows will be fragrant, and it is a very cherished mushroom. The rarer the item, the more powerful elves will gather around it. In order to obtain this aromatic mushroom, Jinyu also made Pheromerod fight with a rather large Pilast. Open black lens bracket Pilast. Qualification. Green level cap, 40. Grade, 39. Attributes. Worm, grass. Feature. Sport. When attacked, it will sometimes turn the opponent who touches itself into poison, paralysis or sleep. It is a Pokemon with a level very close to the Overlord Spirit. Jinyu estimated that it should be the strongest elf in this forest, except for Fangcage and Zeraora. However, no matter how strong it is, it will not be the opponent of the super alien beast Pheromeloth. If you take it seriously, Paraste will lose his combat effectiveness. Defeat level 39 Pilast. Philomelody gets 9,798 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Thanks to this Pilast, the experience points of Pherometis that had been stagnant for a long time finally loosened a little. This secret realm of insect singing forest is worthy of being an intermediate level and high level secret realm, and it is impossible to complete it in one night. After that, Xiaoyu picked some tree fruits, most of which were wild peaches and peach fruits, and orange fruits. The rare tree fruit is deeper in the insect singing forest. Jinyu didn't have time to go in. Anyway, the backpack was full again. And the sky was starting to get a little brighter. Xiaoyu estimated the amount of his harvest this time. Except for the price of some mushrooms, Xiaoyu didn't know, and the other things were probably around 100,000 yuan. Although there is no return, but at least 2 super powerful elves have been subdued, it is a worthwhile trip. I have to go to the Xincheng School Spirit Sports Conference today. It's time to leave. Jinyu stretched his back, loosened his bones, and rushed towards the door. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a man in black who was rushing towards him. Go away, boy, if you don't want to die, get out of your way. Xiaoyu deftly avoided the man in black, but when he looked back, he found that this man seemed to be holding a green onion duck in his hands. Quack, quack, the scallion duck reluctantly resisted, but this person seemed to have a prop to subdue the scallion duck. After a flash of blue light, the scallion duck immediately lost the strength to struggle. Oh, Jinwoo showed an interested expression. Scallion duck is a kind of Pokemon that comes with its own condiments at birth, and it tastes really delicious. It was once hunted and killed by humans because of its good taste. Fortunately, the Elf Alliance issued a law to protect Scallion duck in time, allowing Scallion duck to be protected. The pressure has been greatly reduced. But even so, the number of races has been greatly reduced, and it has become one of the endangered Pokemon. Today, although the green onion duck will not be put on the dinner table in the open, but secretly, there are still people who secretly order hunters to capture this kind of elves for the sake of their tongues. So, did you meet an elf hunter? ... Ha, ha, ha. The man in black gasped heavily, but when he looked at the green onion duck in his hand, he was bursting with joy. If you run here, you shouldn't be able to catch up for the time being. Right. Next, just hand over this elf to the person who will receive it from above. So, are you an individual marketer or a criminal gang? Jinwoo's voice suddenly came from behind. The man in black was so frightened that he shuddered and looked back. Seeing that the visitor was a young man, he immediately put on a disdainful expression. Boy, I advise you not to mind your own business. Wow. Jinwoo pretended to be surprised. standard villain lines tilde. So, it shouldn't be the first time you've done this kind of thing. Is this green onion duck wild? Or does it have a trainer? The man in black was instantly enraged by Xiao Yu, and yelled loudly, MD, it seems that you are tired of living. I belong to the shadow team, and are not on the same level as the elf dealers on the market. Chapter 26. The Genie of D. Shadow Team. Jin Yu asked curiously. Where did this organization seem to have heard of? That's right. The man in black said proudly. Boy, it's too late to regret it now. Since you let me expose my family, don't even think about leaving alive. The man waved his hand and threw a pokeball. Go, great wolf dog. The elf that appeared was an elf with gray mane, black hooves, and scarlet pupils, like a wolf. Wong. As soon as the elf appeared, he bared his teeth and showed saliva. Jin Yu frowned. He naturally knew the great wolf dog, but the great wolf dog of the man in front of him seemed to be a little different from the ordinary great wolf dog. An inexplicable black air enveloped me. Great wolf dog D. Darkness. Qualification. Green level cap. 40. Level. 31 plus 5 equals 36 due to the power of D, enhanced by 5. Attribute. Evil. Feature. Intimidate when playing. If the opponent is afraid of this feature, the attack power will be reduced. P.S. Magic change. ... Skill. Dark Clash. Omitted. When I heard that the other party was the shadow team, when I saw the word D attached to the elf, and when I thought of the skill Dark Charge, a message that was dusted in the corner of Jin Yu's memory immediately came to mind. Dark Elf. Dark Lugia. It turns out that these guys are the shadow team. Strictly speaking, it is not an organization that appears in orthodox works, and even many people will not know the existence of this organization, but Dark Lugia will not be known to anyone, right? Back then, Dark Lugia, which was equivalent to an urban legend, was initially thought to be a product derived from pirated works. In fact, it was not. The government really promoted the existence of Dark Lugia. Among them, the earliest source was the Pokemon XD Dark Whirlwind. X means purification, and D means Dark Elf. It tells the story of an organization trying to snatch powerful elves and transform them into Dark Elf. Jin Yu always thought that the only thing related to this world in the original work was the elves, but he never thought that the organization concept of that world would also exist in this world. HMPH, when I see the dark wolf dog created by our organization, my legs are frightened. I will send you to the west now. Go, the wolf dog, charge with darkness. Quack. The great wolf dog roared up to the sky, and then, a strong black aura emanated from his body, and then charged towards Xiao Yu like a rocket. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't seem to take any precautions, but the next moment, he saw a silver-white light rushing out from behind him. Then slammed into the big wolf dog. Open black lens bracket 3 consecutive kicks close black lens bracket. Philomero's beautiful eyes showed incomparable anger, and in an instant, he kicked the great wolf dog 3 times in a row. The effect of 3 kicks can be attacked 1 to 3 times in a round. The first strike may not be as powerful as the 2 kicks, but the power of the second strike is doubled instantly, and the third strike will be doubled on the original basis. Double, that is, there is more than 4 times the power of the first blow. Magic change. The great wolf dog didn't hold on to the third stroke, and rolled his eyes on the second stroke. For the evil attribute, the fighting attribute skills were too exciting. Defeat the 31st level great wolf dog D. Philomena gets 6,319 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Philomero patted her slender legs with a look of contempt. HMPH, I dare to make trouble in front of my own master. Big wolf dog. The man in black saw that the elf he was proud of fell down like this, and he couldn't react. When Philomelas walked in front of him, fear flooded into his heart. Help, help. Boom. Jinwoo opened the man's electromagnetic cage and let the green onion duck back to freedom. This scallion duck has a very high IQ, and immediately realize that it was Jinwoo who saved him. The wings made a salute, as if to thank Jinwoo again. It looks like it should be an elves trained by trainers. Jinwoo smiled and walked forward. Under normal circumstances, if it is a wild spirit, even if it is known that Jinwoo saved him, he will behave a little reserved. Okay, that little guy, I'll take you out first and wait for your master at the Elf Center claim office. Ga tilde ga tilde. The green onion duck pointed to the exit of the secret realm with the green onion in his hand. Quote question mark. Mean let yourself go with it. Anyway, I'm ready to go out. It didn't take long before he came to the exit of the secret realm. The staff member came out after seeing Jinwoo strolling around all night, and was a little surprised, but he was relieved immediately. Under normal circumstances, most trainers will stay in the secret realm for 10 days and a half months after paying the ticket once. They will never go out until they run out of ammunition and food. When he thought about it, Jinwoo should have realized the lack of strength, which is why he came out so quickly. However, he soon realized the problem. Why is there still someone behind this cute new trainer? Sir, this is... Out of professionalism, the staff at the door stepped forward and asked. Oh, he claims to be a criminal of the Shadow Team, and is suspected of stealing other people's elves. Please contact the security staff near the secret realm to control him. The guard was stunned when he heard the words, and then subconsciously searched the belongings of the man in black. When he saw a black badge with wings like wings in the arms of the man in black, his face changed immediately. He was really a member of the Shadow Team. The Secret Realm managers, strictly speaking, can be regarded as the staff of the Elf Federation. If they are replaced now, they can also be regarded as public officials, and they still have a basic understanding of the reactionary forces of all parties. The Shadow Squad is a criminal group operating all over the world, and the purpose seems to be to use the dark matter machines they make to control the powerful elves and start a war. At present, all 5 continents have ordered the headquarters of the Shadow Team to search for the whereabouts of the main cadres of the Shadow Team, but unfortunately, none of the leaders of the Shadow Team have been arrested, and even their sub-bases have not been found. However, there are still clues. The Elf Federation learned that the members of the Shadow Team seem to carry a special dark wing badge in action as a code for communication. This badge, and the badge on this person, are obviously identical. Chapter 27. Meeting Miss Kyonjin again. Immediately, the guard felt strange again. I heard that each member of the Shadow Team has the strength of a 3-star trainer. How could a trainer of this level be planted in the hands of this new trainer in front of him? The doorman frowned and found that things were not easy. There is only one truth. Come to think of it. The person in front of him must be the kind of boss in the novel who likes to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Fortunately, I didn't say anything to offend this person at the beginning, otherwise I should be slapped in the face now. Thinking of this, the guard couldn't help but secretly praised his wit. Sir, thank you for your cooperation in the work of the Alliance. If it is convenient, please wait here for a while, and then I will let you make a brief note on this matter. When he said this, the guard's attitude was very respectful. The wizard world, to put it bluntly, is a society where the strong are respected. Jinwoo can subdue a 3-star Shadow Team member, and his own strength will definitely not be low. For this kind of person, his attitude will naturally be more polite. Jinwoo scratched his head in embarrassment. I want to go to the elf sports meeting at Shincheon High School later, when it's time. Oh that's how it is. Then, sir, you can leave your contact information first. Later, the people from the Elf Center will send someone to find you. Okay, let's do it like this. Jinwoo agreed casually. Quack, quack. At this time, the green onion duck, which had been neglected for a long time, suddenly let out an excited cry. Katrina tilde. Quack quack tilde. Quote question mark question mark question mark. The two of them were stunned for a moment, only to hear the sound of hurried footsteps in the distance, and then, a young lady with blonde hair in a dress ran towards here quickly. Katrina, it's great, you're fine tilde. The daughter-in-law hugged the green onion duck with a look of joy without saying a word. It turns out that this green onion duck is your elf, Jinwoo said in surprise. He knew the visitor, the lady he saw on the bridge in Shincheon yesterday. It's you. The daughter also recognized Jinwoo and exclaimed, very surprised. After some explanation, the daughter realized that it was Jinwoo who saved her own scallion duck, and immediately showed a very grateful expression. Hello, Xiaoyu-sama, sir, my name is Ching Ketching, and I am the scallion duck's trainer. Thank you very much for helping me get the green onion duck back. According to the girl, after she failed the appointment with Xiaoyu that day, she waited on the road with her housekeeper for a while, and then she saw the man in black from the shadow team. He challenged the opponent, but he lost. The man in black did not accept Ching Ketching's money, but suggested that he wanted to see the green onion duck, saying that he was very interested in green onion duck, but Ching Ketching didn't have much. I agreed to this request. Later, the other party took the opportunity to kidnap the green onion duck. It's fortunate that I met Mr. Jinwoo, otherwise, Katarina-chan and I would probably have a hard time seeing each other. The girl patted her sizable chest and said. Xiaoyu looked at the green onion duck beside the girl, but couldn't see that this ingredient had such a foreign name. At this time, the daughter of the golden girl looked at Xiaoyu with admiration in her eyes, and she was able to easily subdue the man in black who defeated her, which shows that he is indeed much more powerful than she imagined, and the mere 10,000 yuan bet before was indeed an insult. People. It's not a big deal, I just do it casually, don't worry about it. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he was about to leave here. He was really too late. However, Ching Ketching seemed to be entangled with Xiaoyu. Seeing that Xiaoyu was about to leave, he immediately followed and said, Lord Xiaoyu, do you need any help from me? You saved Katarina-chan. I want to express. Xiaoyu shook his head. I want to rush to Shincheon High School now. If Miss Ching Ketching has something to do, let's talk about it next time. Xiaoyu's words were obviously perfunctory, but Ching Ketching's eyes lit up immediately, and said coquettishly, it turns out that Mr. Xiaoyu wants to go to Shincheon High School, that's easy . Clap . After saying that, Ching Ketching clapped his palm lightly, and immediately, there was a roar of the engine in the distance, and a stretched car appeared in front of Xiaoyu. The old gentleman's butler in a neat suit pushed open the car door and made a gesture of invitation to the two of them. Xiaoyu glanced at Ching Ketching speechlessly, and finally got into the car. Along the way, Ching Ketching talked to Jinwoo et al. Sir Jinwoo, are you honored this year? Master Jinwoo, do you know why I'm blonde? Because my father is from Central Continent, and my mother is from Western Continent. Master Jinwoo, do you know how important my Katarina is to me? It was a birthday present from my father when I was 5 years old. Master Jinwoo, are you planning to go to Shincheon to participate in the high school spirit sports tournament? As far as I know, the prizes there are quite ordinary. Master Jinwoo, so you like circle bears? Master Jinwoo. Along the way, Jinwoo felt that his brain had more than doubled in size. When he arrived at his destination, Jinwoo hurriedly ran out of the car. Master Xiaoyu — I've decided. I also want to participate in the Shincheon High School Elf Sports Conference — Ching Ketching still followed Xiaoyu relentlessly, grabbing Xiaoyu's arm and smiling sweetly. Miss Ching Ketching, this competition is for the competition number card. Unfortunately, the competition number card has been distributed yesterday, so Xiaoyu hoped that Ching Ketching would give up the idea of participating in the competition, and then I can part ways with this annoying girl. Ching Ketching bent her head cutely, really. After a while, she saw that she had found a contestant at random, and was so dashing that she asked the housekeeper to throw a suitcase to the other party, and said in a bold tone, I bought your contest number. The contestant opened the suitcase and saw the stacks of banknotes inside. He rolled his eyes with excitement and fainted happily. Jinwoo saw this scene in his eyes, and could only talk about his terrifying banknote ability. Chapter 28. Instant Kill. It's finally time for the much-anticipated Shincheong High School Elf Sports Conference. There are more than 1,000 trainers participating this time. The number is huge, so the preliminaries must be held first. The rules of the preliminaries are very simple. Competitors only need to stick the obtained brand number on their eye-catching parts, and then choose their own opponents in this big new city. The battles you are fighting will be shown on the big screen behind me. Every contestant wins a game and can get a point. The first player to get 20 points will be able to advance to the second round. Now, I announce the official start of the competition. The famous teacher waved his hand, and everyone burst into cheers, and then a head rushed out of the school gate. Master Jin Woo, what should we do now? Qing Keqing stood pretty beside Xiao Yu and asked very obediently. Most of the trainers who leave in a hurry should be heading towards the terrain that is beneficial to their elves. Of course, there are also some trainers who just follow the trend without reason, and some trainers who are holding hunting players. Mind you. Jin Yu touched his chin and said with a calm smile, as for the trainers who are still here like us, some are at a loss and don't know where to go, while others are concerned about their own strength. Someone with full confidence. Listening to Xiao Yu's analysis, Qing Keqing couldn't help showing admiration. That's amazing, Mr. Xiao Yu, so you must be the last type of person, right? Jin Woo smiled without saying a word. Clap. At this time, there was a burst of applause from the side, and I saw a middle-aged man with a pot belly, slowly walking towards Jin Yu and the others. The young man has a good analysis, and the president also thinks so, mature adults. I won't be like a hot-blooded brat, randomly running with the flow. Although you are not young, the president decided to warm up with you for your cleverness and come to the game. Jin Woo smiled and didn't say anything, but held up a pokeball. The meaning is very clear. If you want to fight, you can fight. No BB. The middle-aged man seemed to be agitated by Xiao Yu's understatement. He snorted coldly, and didn't say anything more. Instead, he threw his own super ball directly. This is the elf of the president. Go, Iron Palm. Open black lens bracket Iron Palm Warrior. Qualification. Green level cap. 40. Level 27. Attribute. Fighting. Feature. Thick fat. Because it is protected by thick fat, the attack damage of fire and ice attributes is halved. Close black lens bracket. There is a very magical theorem in the elf world. The Pokemon that the trainer conquers are often very similar to their own appearance or characteristics, such as the person who claims to be the president in front of him. Resemblance. Grade, not bad. However, it is naturally incomparable with Jin Woo's Zerora. Boom. As soon as the electric cat appeared, he defeated his opponent with lightning speed. Almost no one saw what was going on. Just waiting for him to come back to his senses, the Iron Palm statue had collapsed to the ground, his body was charred black, and his eyes were hung with mosquito coils. The outcome is self-evident. After a while, the man who claimed to be the president wailed, "My Iron Palm Warrior." The surrounding trainers also reacted at this moment, looking at this scene with shocked eyes, and then secretly took a deep breath. Although Zerora only shot in an instant, they can still clearly feel it. The horror of that move just now was enough to instantly kill all the trainers, elves present. As if nothing was wrong, Jin Yu stepped forward and stroked Zerora's head lightly, and said with a chuckle, "It's hard work, Zerora." Meow, meow. Zerora forcibly resisted the comfortable feeling in his head, and tilted his head arrogantly, saying that it is natural to do such a thing. Jin Woo smiled knowingly. Although the level of the Iron Palm is not low, its strength is still a lot worse than that of Zerora, so that Zerora doesn't gain much experience points for defeating it. Behind Xiao Yu, Qing Keqing looked at Xiao Yu, who was fierce and calm at this time with red lips slightly parted, and her heart blossomed immediately. So amazing. It's amazing. Although she had long guessed that Jin Yu's strength should be extraordinary, this scene is still beyond her imagination. Which girl is not pregnant? Jin Yu's calm and confident look is really fascinating. Qing Keqing even felt that just now, Her heartbeat had obviously accelerated a few beats. The middle-aged man who claimed to be the president, soon after the defeat of the battle, a staff member came over and took away the sign in front of him. At the same time, he used a special instrument on the sign for Jinyu to record the score. During the recording process, Jinyu realized that this score does not require the trainer to fight 20 people in a row, but only requires the score to be saturated. It will be added to you in one go. After learning this information, Jinyu was ready to find other trainers in one breath to quickly decide the outcome, but with the lessons learned from the previous boss, all the trainers who saw that match would deliberately avoid Jinyu. Seeing this, Jinwoo can only shake his head with a wry smile. On the other hand, Chin Ketching has a lot of smooth sailings. Beautiful girls seem to be born with the ability to attract the opposite sex. Just standing there are a lot of trainers approaching, wanting to fight against her. Chin Ketching itself is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Although the green onion duck seems to be a harmless food for humans and animals, but in battle, he does have two brushes. Not only is the grade high, but the II slash released by the green onion is also very powerful. In a short while, 20 points will be in hand. Chapter 29, Leloras vs Pachyrits. Standing still and waiting for the rabbit will not work. Jinyu can only go out of the school gate and look for opponents around. The next game went well. He fights a trainer with a yo-yo in a park pond and wins easily with a pheromone. Then, there was a fight on a lawn with a trainer who was using the hidden dragon. The hidden dragon uses its physical characteristics to instantly blend into the grass environment and attack Zerora in a sneak attack, but the moment the opponent touches Zerora, it is doomed to defeat. Zerora unleashed an electric light skill around her body at will, and the opponent instantly turned into black charcoal. The first two battles have already accumulated a lot of points. In the end, Jinyu had a battle with a student party whose elf strength was almost the same as Lelora's. The elf used by the other party was Pachyrits, a squirrel-like elf with blue ears, yellow electrical pockets on both sides of the cheeks, and blue stripes on the broad squirrel tail. Open black lens bracket patch leads. Qualification. Blue level cap, 50. Level, 9. Attribute, electric. Feature, escape must be able to escape successfully. This elf is not very common in Central Continent. In terms of appearance, it is a very cute elf. Pachi tilde, Patchly chirped cutely, and then chased around his tail. Lalula's looked eager to try, and seemed to want to chase its tail with Patchula's. Jinwoo was blushing. And Pachi Liz's trainer was also embarrassed to death. The little girl blushed. Pachi Liz, wait and play, now it's fighting. Pachi. Patchulets seemed to have just reacted, then glanced at Lalula's, and seemed to have some fighting intent. His little fists were fierce, and he hooked his little hand provocatively towards Lalula's tilde. Well, I'm sorry, my Pachyrits has just been subdued. So I'm still a little immature, please give me more advice. The little girl said in a low-key manner. Wu smiled and nodded. Me too, your patchwork looks very talented. Jinyu's words are not a compliment. There are so many elves in the convention, few of them have reached the blue aptitude. Thanks. Then, let's get started, Patchleys, with a flash. Shadow clone. The speed of the opponent's electric light flint was easily resolved. The trainer didn't seem to think about the next step, and just said casually, use coquettish. Patchliz sells cute on the spot tilde. Unexpectedly, it had an effect. Lalu Lassie's eyes were attracted, and her movements slowed down for a moment. It is normal for this to happen. Lalu Lassie's level is low, and she is in her infancy. She is curious about everything. Lalu Lassie, calm down, don't be disturbed, ignore each other's movements. Jinyu reminded. Lula. Pachyrits's squeaky skill is used to reduce the attack power. In theory, it can't have much impact on the special attacker's Leloras. Pachyrits, then, let's use charging next. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then ordered again. Patchliz responded and started the dragon power all over his body. Leloras, Shadow Sneak Attack. Lelora's also had a tacit understanding with Xiaoyu. At this moment, it understood what Xiaoyu meant in a second, and immediately the shadow clone surrounded Patchliz, and then the shadows of several phantoms extended to Patchliz. There is absolutely no way to escape. Boom. Patchliz was traumatized. Lalula's chased after the victory and launched the attack again. Mind power controls the opponent's movements. With the current mind power of Lelora's, it is a little difficult to completely envelop Patchliz. However, controlling the opponent's movements was barely able to do it. The restrained Patchliz still struggled instinctively, constantly releasing electricity from his cheeks. Patchliz, calm down, listen to my command. The trainer's words were completely ignored. Seeing this, Jinyu knew that the time had come to decide the outcome. Lalu Lassie, the voice of charm. Boom. Patchliz was enveloped by sound waves, and immediately lost his ability to fight. His body weak and collapsed. Defeat level 9 Patchliz. Lalu Lassie gets 98 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Patchulets. The little girl ran forward in distress and picked up her patchulets. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be still thinking about why Patchliz would not listen to his words at a critical time. Patchulets itself is a very casual elf. In the situation just now, it's not that it doesn't want to listen to your order, but it's just nervous and didn't hear it. As you two slowly get used to it, this situation will naturally disappear, so don't worry too much. Jinyu said enlighteningly. The little girl thanked Xiaoyu and smiled sweetly. Thank you for your advice, big brother. ... After winning this game, Jin Wu's score was also 20 points. Returning to Xincheng High School with the number plate, at this time, most of the trainers who advanced to the next round have already arrived. Qing Keqing was among them impressively. When Miss Jin saw Jin Yu's arrival, she immediately ran to Jin Yu's side with joy. Master Jin Yu, have you collected all the points? Jin Yu flashed his number plate, which had exactly 20 on it, no more, no less. As expected of Jin Wu-sama Tilda. The two were having a chat, chatting without a break, when a third party's voice suddenly appeared beside them. Miss Keqing, who is this person? I saw Yiwei, a young man with a slender body and meticulously combed hair, wearing a vest and a small suit. As soon as this person appeared, he looked up and down at Jin Yu, although his face still had a smile, the hostility in his eyes, but he did not hide it. When Qing Keqing saw the young man coming, there was obviously a bit of displeasure on her pretty face. She took Xiaoyu's arm and said, Lord Xiaoyu, let's go over there are less people there. The young man Qing Keqing held Xiaoyu, and his expression became even more ugly. Miss Keqing, if you want to reject me, you don't need to find a poor boy at random, right? Woo, poverty, did I mess with you by dressing casually? Seeing Xiaoyu's footsteps, Qing Keqing was afraid that Xiaoyu would misunderstand something, and immediately explained, Lord Xiaoyu, I just met that person. At first I just wanted to fight him, but he seemed to have misunderstood something. Has been pestering me. Xiaoyu rubbed his forehead. This bloody thing made him come across. Young man, he is really full of vigor, after all. He seems to be one of the young people himself, right? Chapter 30. Dark Raven. The young man took a step forward and said arrogantly, I am a student of Xincheng High School, and my name is Fang Luoxing. In this new city, I am considered a little-known existence. After speaking, the young man seemed to be intentional or unintentional. Wiped the chest of the 3-star trainer's medal. After all, it is truly remarkable to be able to achieve the achievement of a 3-star trainer at the age of teens. However, after getting to know a low-key big guy like Xiaoyu, Qing Keqing didn't like this young man who likes to show off, and even felt that the other party was a little naive. Let's go, Mr. Xiaoyu, don't pay attention to that kind of person. Qing Keqing didn't stop, she just took Xiaoyu and walked away. Fang Luoxing has never been so despised. He attributed everything to the poor boy Jinyu, took a deep look at the back of Jinyu's departure, and muttered to himself, Poor boy, I want to see how long you can last on our high school site. At that time, I will completely expose your disastrous appearance to Ching Ketching. Although Jinyu didn't look back, he could easily sense the strong hostility coming from behind him. Bad disaster. Jinyu sighed and shook his head helplessly. He himself is a low-key person, and he only wants to grow up in a wretched manner, but his halo is too dazzling, and he will always attract some people who make a name for himself. Of course, he is also very open-minded, genius, born to make people jealous. Mr. Xiao Yu, is Ketching causing you trouble? Ching Ketching looked at Xiao Yu with a look of pity. I can't talk about trouble. A trainer who has a little success and shows off everywhere can't make it to the stage. Xiao Yu shook his head, then looked at Ching Ketching with a wry smile and said, Miss Ching Ketching, I just don't understand, you are pestering me. What am I doing? Because Lord Xiao Yu saved my green onion duck Tilda, Ching Ketching said with a stern look on her face. That's all. That's it Tilda, Ching Ketching rolled her eyes, as if thinking of something, and said with a smile, Mr. Xiao Yu is not doing some strange imagination, right? Jin Wu. Seeing Xiao Yu's silent appearance, Ching Ketching felt very novel. The usual Xiao Yu was always serious and taciturn. At this time, she was inexplicably contrasted. Just call me by my name from now on. After a while, Jin Yu seemed to say something casually. Was a hint of surprise in Ching Ketching's beautiful eyes, and then joy flooded into her heart. Yes. That Xiao Yu. You can call me by my name too Tilda. Finally, it's the second round of the competition, and now all the players who have entered the second round have been released Tilda. They are all strong players who stood out in the harsh preliminaries Tilda. Each of them is extraordinary. Now, let's see what they can show us. Wonderful game Tilda. The people's teacher made a speech, and then, the names of the advanced contestants were projected on the big screen behind him. There are a total of 64 places, of which students from Xincheng University account for nearly half. It is rumored that there are many geniuses in this school, and today's scene can be regarded as confirming the authenticity of this statement. Jin Wu's numbers are still ahead, and it's his turn in the second game. The contestant, unsurprisingly, was a student of Xincheng College. The student looked at Xiao Yu up and down, showing interest in his eyes. You are the one who Fang Luoxing said about Xiao Yu, right? Jin Wu raised his eyebrows. That guy publicly released your wanted notice in our group Tilda. As long as you take you down, you can get a bottle of Attack Enhancer Tilda. Attack Enhancer. The nutrient potion of elves, a magical potion that permanently enhances the attack attributes of elves. Close black lens bracket. The rarity of this thing does not need to be described further. It is almost a top-level treasure of heaven and earth. It is a potion that every trainer flocks to. It is said that each elf can only use 5 bottles of each attribute potion in its lifetime. Its corresponding attributes can rise a big step. You can't find it. Currently, only in the Advanced Secret Realm. There are only a few trainers who can enter the Advanced Secret Realm. Therefore, even if you have money, it is difficult to get it, and you don't know. How did Fang Luoxing get it? Not to mention that he would use such treasures as a reward in order to embarrass Jin Yu. Although I usually don't like the guy who falls in the mirror, but because of the baby, don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless later. The student was also fair and straightforward, and said it directly. Jin Yu smiled, shook his head indifferently and said, come on. Hearing this, the student also raised his eyebrows. Then you're welcome, go. Dark Crow. Open black lens bracket Dark Crow. Qualification. Green level cap. 40. Grade. 29. Attributes. Evil, flying. Feature. Super lucky. Because it is super lucky, the attack is easier to hit the opponent's key points. Jin Wu took out the master ball. Go, Philomu. As soon as Philomero appeared on the stage, it attracted the attention of many trainers. Snow-white body, human-like appearance. Hey Tilda, it doesn't seem like an elf from Middle-earth. It's rare. Ache Tilda. Philomero stood on the stage, not feeling uncomfortable at all because of the eyes that were watching him, but instead arrogantly like a queen, glanced at everyone. From the point of view of Pheromero, humans other than Jinwoo are no different from ants. But the more disdainful Philomaloids showed, the more interested everyone in the audience seemed to be. Some men, like idiots, looked at Philomelus on the stage with scorching eyes. Their breathing became a little heavier, and they showed a somewhat unbearable expression. In fact, this is completely normal. Although Pherometis is a Pokémon, its special ability seems to make almost all creatures fascinated, regardless of gender, will be confused and lose hostility. As for this special ability is because of the pheromones released subconsciously by the pheromone, but because of the hypnotic state caused by its appearance. Various reasons have not been accurately confirmed. Chapter 31. The Pheromone of Philomelas. I originally thought that this ability would only appear on elves, but I didn't expect that it would also have an impact on humans. Oh, you really have a relatively new elf, but it looks like it should be a worm-type elf, right? How could this kind of elf be an opponent of a flying-type dark crow? The student gave a low voice and said, Dark crow, attack with wings. The mentality of the student on the opposite side is relatively upright and has not been affected, but the elf was unfortunately hit, and the dark crow shook his head and looked at the Philomelody with a look of infatuation and intoxication. What's the matter? Dark crow, wake up. After a call from the master, the dark crow woke up. Fluttering his wings, he charged towards the Pheromeria tremblingly. Wing attack, the most common move in flying attribute skills, but its power should not be underestimated. It has the power of intermediate skills. 50 to 79 power skills are intermediate. Logically speaking, if this move hits, it should cause some damage to the worm plus fighting Pheromite, but now it looks like a 10-pound-old man, which is really hard to take seriously. Philomero's contemptuous eyes did not change at all, but he slowly raised his long straight legs, which were obviously slender and unusually slender. Swish. Boom. He smashed it, and immediately saw the dark crow fluttering down the street and falling outside the arena, turning his eyes around and losing his ability to fight. The audience was silent. At that moment, the powerful aura that Philomaloids burst out caught everyone's attention. At this moment, many stunned eyes swept across the arena, and finally all stopped on Xiao Yu, the Philomaloid's trainer. Who is this person? This elf actually has a charming effect. Tang Shun's dark crow is almost level 30, isn't it? He can't even beat a trick. Quote. Many whispers from the whole building broke out in the field, and everyone's faces were in shock. Obviously, it was the first time they had seen such a powerful elves. Jinwoo. Qing Keqing is also staring at the moment. No matter when he is the most beautiful boy in the crowd. It's decided. Dark Crow lost his ability to fight, so it's Jinwoo who wins. The referee's voice came out at the moment, overshadowing all the whispers, and then he frowned, because as a referee, he couldn't even recognize the name of the elf on the other side. I don't know where this kid came from. It came out. This elf has never appeared in all the elf competitions of all dynasties. Jinyu made such a big noise in the first few games that everyone couldn't concentrate on watching the next few games. In my heart, I was still thinking silently about the origin of Jinwoo and his spirit. Fang Luoxing was also looking at Xiao Yu, who was light and cloudy, with a look of shock on his face at the moment. A flash of horror flashed in his eyes, but after a short while, he figured it out self-righteously. HMPH, it seems that this poor boy still has some background. This should be the elf given to him by his elders, right? Fang Luoxing snorted coldly. His words were also full of unwillingness, and his family background was also not bad. Otherwise, he couldn't come up with a bottle of attack enhancer as a bet. But now it seems that even if he can get this reward, his classmates may not be able to win against Jinyu, and in the end, he can only rely on himself. Thinking of this, Fang Luoxing came to an unoccupied corner and dialed a number. Hello. Dad, it's like this. I have something to do here, and I want to borrow your elf to use it. Don't worry, Don't mess with it, just let it help a little busy. In the next game, every time Jinwoo takes the stage, it will attract the eager attention of the people around him. And Philomero has no intention of keeping his hands. Every time he takes the stage, he uses the most efficient means to instantly kill his opponent. So unwittingly, Jinwoo advanced to the semifinals. At this moment, his opponent, Feng Luoxing, saw Feng Luoxing with his arms around him, looking at Xiao Yu with a sneer. Jinwoo, your arrogant days are over. Jinwoo didn't mean to listen to Feng Luoxing's words at all. He fiddled with the pokeball and said calmly, "Can we start?" Angry. The arrogant look of the opponent is really infuriating. Feng Luoxing gritted his teeth, and then sneered, sarcastically, "I hope you can keep this indifferent attitude after the game is over." Quote. After all, Feng Luoxing threw a pokeball. "Give it to me, King Nido." Boom. The elf ball flashed an arc, walking with huge 2 feet, and the elf with a purple carapace stood impressively on the ring. Roar. The momentum is ferocious, and it moves like an earthquake. It's King Nido. As soon as the elf appeared, there was a burst of exclamations from the audience. The drill-type Pokemon, King Nido, still has a high status in the minds of many male trainers. Its shape like a dinosaur gives a cool feeling inexplicably. It is a second-degree evolution of the elf, and in terms of combat power, there is nothing to say. However, in Shincheong High School, some familiar students fell into the mirror. At this time, they were a little puzzled. When did the other party have such a powerful elf as King Nido? It is true that King Nido is not a rare elf. When Nidoran is at level 16, he will evolve into Nidolino, and Nidolino only needs a piece of Moon of the Moon to evolve into King Nido. Stone close black lens bracket. This kind of props may be a little expensive for ordinary civilians, but it is not too rare for the noble students of Shincheong University. But the King Nido who evolved quickly is obviously not as big as the King Nido that Feng Luoxing has summoned now. This King Nido is almost 2 meters in size. You know, the normal shape of King Nido is only about 1 meter 4. If you want to grow to a size of 2 meters, you must spend a lot of time, energy and money. In this case, the origin of the King Nido that Feng Luoxing summoned now is a bit strange. Although they roughly guess the origin of Feng Luoxing, the King of Nido, those students from Shincheong University did not stand up to reveal it. They just wanted to see it with the mentality of watching a good show. Jinwoo was facing this super standard. How will you deal with it when you are King of Nido? Chapter 32. King Nido, in disrepute. Open black lens bracket King Nido. Qualification. Blue level cap, 50. Level 39. Attributes. Poison, ground. Feature. Poisonous stinger. To make contact with your opponent, there is a chance to become poisoned. Jinwoo's eyes flashed the data of King Nido. Blue aptitude, level 39. If this elf was really cultivated by Feng Luoxing would be considered a genius at this age, but unfortunately, obviously not. System inspection. In addition to being able to see through information such as elf-level skills, there is also the ability to see through the master's information. The owner of this King Nido was a man named Feng Shengtang. If you guessed correctly, this person should be Feng Luoxing's father, or someone like a relative. Fight me with a borrowed sprite. Jinwoo shook his head and smiled. The other party's behavior can't be regarded as illegal, but if the truth is exposed, it will inevitably attract the disdain of trainers like the crowd. After all, most trainers advocate cultivating elves with their own hands, and fighting with the elves of the previous generation will inevitably be considered as a slap in the face. There are even studies that show that elves are only the most loyal to the first generation of masters, and the masters after that may also issue orders to them, but the tacit understanding will never be too high. According to Jinwoo's guess, this phenomenon it is very likely that the exchanged elf cannot be perfectly synchronized with the master, that is to say, such as Z-move, million evolution, etc., cannot be used in cooperation at all. Of course, this may not affect most people today, but for trainers who pursue extreme perfection, this kind of flaw is absolutely unacceptable. You bastard, what's so funny? Feng Luoxing, the elf who originally used his father, felt a little guilty, but now he found that Jinyu seemed to be snickering, even when he was so angry that he asked. Do you still want to ask me about what you did? Jinyu spread out his hands. Okay, let's end this farce soon. Zerora, go ahead. After speaking, Jinwu threw Zerora's pokeball out. The yellow cat roared and appeared majestic. Although it is also an elf that has never been seen before, Feng Luoxing is unexpectedly relieved. The Pheramite is too strange. Most of the elves that fight with it will be caught in the fascinated state, and then a move's second kill. Although his father's King Nito is powerful, he is also a male elf. Is it possible that he will also fall into the state of fascinated, and he will not be slaughtered at that time? HMPH, Jinwu, you won't be able to show that stinky face anytime soon. King Nito, hit it with a horn. Feng Luoxing ordered with high fighting spirit. Who knows? Huga. King Nanito glanced at Feng Luoxing behind him impatiently. Except for Feng Luoxing's father's orders, it was not very willing to follow the orders. Therefore, he just lay down on the ring with no face, and yawned with little interest. What's the matter? The genie won't obey orders. It's kind of interesting. Seeing this scene, everyone roughly guessed what was going on, and looked at Feng Luoxing with playful eyes. This happens, roughly because of two possibilities. 1. The other party is not your elf, and the other is your elf, but your level as a trainer is too low, and the elf is unwilling to obey your orders. No matter what kind of situation, it is a very shameful thing, and now at the high school spirit sports conference, Feng Luoxing is also a big shame. Feng Luoxing's face was flushed, and he shouted desperately from the side, King Nito, hurry up. It's time to fight. Hurry, hurry. As long as you win, I will buy you an advanced energy cube. Under the temptation of eating, King Nito finally got some fighting spirit. But during this period, the surrounding audience was already laughing out of breath. Feng Luoxing blushed with anger and trembled on the contestant stage. He put all the humiliation on Jinyu's head. Can we start? Jinyu is also considerate, and in the situation just now, he didn't launch a sneak attack. Stop talking nonsense, King Nito, hit with your horns. Dong dong dong. King Nito immediately made a sound of shaking the mountain and rushed towards Zerora. The electric cat glanced at the rushing King Nito, and the next moment, the figure disappeared in place. Jinyu squinted his eyes, and the command was very synchronized. 5 high 5 surprise attack. High 5 raid preemptive skills, which can make opponents fear after use. When everyone came back to their senses, they saw that Zerora was already in front of King Nito, pressing his palm on the latter's abdomen. Boom! Feng Luoxing heard some exclamations from around him, and then, a muffled sound sounded in front of him, and a wave of air shook his face to the point of trembling. After a while, boom! King Nito rolled his eyes, and the huge and heavy body collapsed. Defeat King Nito at level 40. Zerora gets 10,800 experience points. Close black lens bracket. It seems like a huge amount of experience, but for Zerora, the experience has not changed much. At level 60, the experience points required for each level up are massive. Feng Luoxing could hardly believe what was happening in front of him. This is his father's King Nito. An existence close to level 40. That's it. Easy and simple, being knocked down. Feng Luoxing rubbed his eyes, and this scene was still in front of him. It must be a dream. No, no. Contrasting with his muttering was the referee's reading. King Nito is incapacitated, and the winner is contestant Jinwu. Referee. MMP, this is another genie I don't know. Wow, is this person too strong? A passerby who was watching exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 33. Bet. Abstain. If it was said that Jinyu only used one philomaloid before, he might be considered as a specialized trainer. Trainers who only focus on training one elf, Due to the concentration of resources, only a single elf will train more than one elf. The trainer of elves is strong. But now Jinyu released a second elves, which can also kill the opponent in seconds. This shows that the amount of information is a bit huge, and the opponent is very likely to have a background behind him. Because, only a lot of money can help Jinyu to cultivate two such powerful spirits at this age. Of course, not only the funds, but also the training level of the trainer's own talent is also extremely demanding. Tianzhao, absolute Tianzhao. Another passerby nodded in approval. It's the complete opposite of a trainer who uses a spirit of unknown origin. I heard that he is still a student of Xincheng University. When did the quality of Xincheng University students become so bad? There were different opinions. Fang Luoxing on the side heard that his face was blue and purple. The students who participated in the Elf Sports Conference with Fang Luoxing were also implicated in the wind criticism, so they couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. At this moment, they all stared at Fang Shujing angrily. Fang Luoxing complained constantly, just because he was young and frivolous for a while, leaving such a big stain on his youth. Thinking about it, he will have a hard time in school in the future, and it will take a long time for everyone to forget about this. Time has passed. During this time, Fang Luoxing could only hold his tail and be a human being. The semi-finals on the other side also began. One side was Qing Keqing, while the other side was still a student from Xincheng University. This student is a girl. Unlike Fang Luoxing, she is the real ace of Xincheng University. At the age of 17 or 18, there was a 29-level strong chicken. After all, it is a Pokemon from the three families of the Yu family, and even Qing Keqing's green onion duck can't get any benefit in its hands. With one energy storage flame attack, the green onion duck almost turned into a roast duck. Frightened, the green onion duck hurriedly ran to Qing Keqing's arms to find comfort. The ace Tianzhao of Xincheng University successfully advanced to the semifinals. Next, there is a strong duel, a genius born out of nowhere, Xiao Yu, against Duan Ganyu Xuan, the ace Tianzhao of Xincheng High School. In the eyes of everyone, this is definitely a wonderful battle between dragons and tigers. Even boring people have started to bet on gambling activities quietly. I'm betting on Jinwu winning, that buddy is so powerful. My opponent, I also beat Jinyu. So far, he has only used one move to decide the winner, and he won't lose money if he beats him. I'll take Duan Ganyu Xuan, anyway, she's also a cute girl, so I have to give some face . As a result, the winning percentage came out, and the betting odds gap was exaggerated. Those who bet on Jinyu will pay 0.05 to 1, that is, bet 100 yuan, and you can only get 5 yuan if you win. And those who bet on Duan Ganyu Xuan will lose 50 for 1. That is, if you bet 100 yuan, if you win, you can win 50,000 yuan. The reason for this huge price difference is naturally that there are many people betting on Jinyu, and the organizer is not a fool, so naturally it is impossible for people to make money for nothing. Xiao Yu heard that there was a bet here, and quietly asked Qing Keqing to help him make a bet. The object of Xiao Yu's bet was Duan Ganyu Xuan . Although Qing Keqing wondered why Xiao Yu did this, he still helped Xiao Yu to bet, and he didn't bet much, so he bet 600 yuan. So it didn't attract attention. With all the attention, the game started. Xiao Yu and Duan Ganyu Xuan stood facing each other. Xiao Yu, I noticed you from the very beginning. Duan Ganyu Xuan said with a high-spirited expression. You are different from all the trainers of the same age that I have met. Oh, is it? Jin Wu responded calmly. I hope you can do your best to fight with me. Even if I lose, I have no regrets. Can you promise me? Duan Ganyu Xuan said solemnly. Jin Yu waved his hand. I'm sorry, I can't agree, you won . Duan Ganyu Xuan. Referee, I abstain . Referee, are you sure? That's right. Contestant Jin Yu voluntarily abstained, so the champion of this elf sports tournament is Duan Ganyu Xuan. Quote. The audience was silent, and Duan Ganyu Xuan, one of the protagonists, was even more chaotic in the wind. What's the situation? Xiao Yu, why don't you have a serious fight with me? Duan Ganyuxuan lost control of his emotions. His delicate little face was full of loss and puzzlement. He hurriedly ran to Xiao Yu and grabbed him the corner of her clothes, like a poor weak girl abandoned by a scumbag, asked, just because you think the game is meaningless. Is it because I'm weak? Ah, that's not the case. Jinyu was so excitedly questioned by the little girl that he could only explain helplessly. The purpose of my participation in the competition is for the third-place elf egg. Huh. The audience was stunned again, just for this reason, gave up the first place. When Duan Ganyuxuan was surprised and lost his mind, Xiao Yu took the opportunity to escape, leaving the girl alone in the ring. Duan Ganyuxuan's mood at this time may only be understood by Qing catching before. While everyone was stunned, Jinwu conceded twice in a row and successfully won the third place in the competition. The second is Qing catching. At this moment, the first two little girls looked at Jinyu with very complicated eyes. But Jinwu, the person involved, didn't take it seriously. Not only did I get an elf egg of young Kira's, but I also got 10,000 yuan tilde. Before leaving, Jinwu didn't forget to take 300,000 from the bet tilde. That's right, this price is exactly the ticket fee for Insect Singing Forest once. At the end of the game, it was already evening and dusk. Jinyu was going to go to the elf center first to take care of his elf's physical condition, and by the way, he would make a better incubator for elf eggs. Although elf eggs can hatch naturally, some elf eggs have a long incubation cycle, and this young Kira's is one of them. Xiao Yu learned through inspection that it would take nearly half a year to let young Kira's incubate naturally. Of course, if there is an elves with the characteristics of flame body, the incubation period can be shortened a lot, but now Jinyu has there is no such kind of elves, so I had to settle for the next best thing and buy an artificial incubator. Chapter 34. Incubator and Investigator. Artificial incubation equipment is similar to the circular column in the animation, the egg container. The price varies from good to bad. The best one even costs 100,000 yuan. For Jinyu 2 days ago, this is definitely a sky-high figure, but there is still 200,000 yuan left for selling Scales of Heart. The competition earned 10,000 yuan, and the bet made another 300,000 yuan. With so much money, it is more than enough to buy the best incubation equipment tilde. At this moment, a fragrant wind suddenly came from beside him, and immediately, he saw a valiant woman wearing a black suit, but still beautiful and moving, walking towards Jinyu. Hello, are you Mr. Xiao Yu? The woman took off her sunglasses, revealing her face even more charming, with a frown and a smile, like a ripe peach, exuding a charming aura, making people hooked by her inadvertently soul. That's right, you are. Jinyu didn't seem to know this charming woman. Hee, I am the investigator dispatched by the Central Continent Elf Federation. This is my identity information. Xiao Wuyan. Jinyu glanced at the certificate and subconsciously looked at the other person's name. Xiao Wuyan smiled and nodded. Mr. Jinwu is younger than I thought. The identity of the man in black you helped to catch has been confirmed, and he is indeed a member of the Shadow Team. Well, do I need to cooperate with anything? Jinwu is still happy to assist the Alliance staff in his position as a citizen. That's right, Mr. Jinwu, we use the superpower attribute Spirit to check that person's memory, and we know that when every member of the Shadow Team moves, the spirit that gave them the leadership will add a life-saving skill to them. Same fate. In battle, after using this skill, if you are on the verge of death due to the attack, the opponent will also die at the same time. Miss Inspector nodded. This skill can be used in reality, and it can affect the effect of the same body experience. That is to say, once the mission fails, they will quickly know who is hindering their mission. Jinyu is not stupid, he quickly reacted, oh. That is to say, I have been targeted by that Shadow Team. The current situation is still uncertain, but Mr. Xiao Yu, I hope you can allow me to accompany you during this period of time and observe for about a month. This is for the sake of your safety, sir. Xiao Wuyan said seriously. Jinyu couldn't help being silent. If there was one person by his side all the time, he would not be able to do many things. It's somewhat inconvenient. Seemingly seeing Xiao Yu's embarrassment, Xiao Wuyan didn't continue the stalemate, but directly gave Xiao Yu something like a transmitter. When Jinyu saw this thing, he was also stunned. Hunting cursor. This thing similar to a transmitter is a device used by federal patrolmen. The ejected hunting disc can make the user and the wild elves communicate with each other and become partners temporarily. This thing is very convenient to use, can be reused infinitely, and the probability of conquering the Pokémon is higher than that of the Pokeball or even the Advanced Ball. It is a set of inventions across the century. I didn't expect you to recognize this. Xiao Wuyan chuckled. This is something I left behind when I was a ranger. Although there is no hunting disc in it, it is very convenient as a communication tool. By your side, you can also help us know your whereabouts, Mr. Jinwu, as soon as possible. Jinwu nodded, knowing that this was the biggest concession the federal personnel could make. Okay, I did accept it here. Just as they said goodbye to Xiao Wuyan, they heard two girls running towards here, panting softly. Mr. Jinwu, I hope you and I can have an upright match. Jinwu da. Jinwu, why did you run away alone again? The people who came were Duan Ganyushuan and Qing Keqing. And when the two found that there was a heroic beauty beside Jinyu at this time, their expressions immediately became very subtle. Duan Ganyushuan was better, while Qing Keqing showed a wronged expression. Hee, Mr. Xiao Yu is really popular, so in order not to cause misunderstanding, I will take my leave first. Xiao Wuyan chuckled lightly, waved her hand to greet Xiao Yu, and left. Jinyu was the only one left to face the two girls, and the scene in front of him made Jinyu's head hurt for some reason. That person just now was the League's investigator. Jinyu explained a little. Qing Keqing breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it, Jinwu, you're doing it for my scallion duck. Who knows, boys are big pighoves. Maybe Mr. Xiao Yu gave up early just to see the beautiful inspector, didn't he? Duan Ganyushuan may have abandoned the competition because of Xiao Yu halfway through. Because of this, the sullenness didn't come out, so in terms of language, it was obvious that Jinyu was targeted. Hearing what Duan Ganyushuan said, Qing Keqing felt a little uneasy again. Jinwu shook his head, too lazy to say anything. He walked in front of himself and walked towards the center of the elf. Hey, Mr. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu, you. Duan Ganyushuan felt a little unhappy when he saw Xiao Yu's expression of being too lazy to explain, but he still followed behind Xiao Yu angrily. Xiao Yu, are you going to buy something? Qing Keqing was very concerned about Xiao Yu's every move. Well, I'm going to buy an incubator. Yes, I also want to buy an incubator for my elf egg. After Xiao Yu mentioned this, Qing Keqing remembered that his elf also lacked an incubator. Jinyu nodded. The fire element has a very high body temperature. If you buy an incubator, buy a constant temperature type, don't buy a heating model. Okay, I'll listen to Jinyu. Qing Keqing smiled sweetly. Mr. Xiao Yu, with all due respect, you wouldn't just look at the shell of the elf egg and conclude that the elf is of the fire attribute, right? At this moment, Duan Ganyushuan, who was following behind the two, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 35, Is it the cold turtle? Although the address is still polite, the tone of voice is obviously questioning and contemptuous. Jinyu is a little speechless. How did this girl provoke her? Didn't he just not compete with her? Miss Yuxuan, I believe in Mr. Xiao Yu's. He said it is fire, so the child must be fire tilde. Qing Keqing looked back, smiled and said to Duan Ganyushuan. Duan Ganyushuan raised his eyebrows. Ms. Qing Keqing, I just think that Mr. Xiao Yu's statement is too arbitrary. It is true that the constant temperature type incubator will not affect the health of ordinary elves, but it will affect the incubation time. I just said that the elf egg is a fire elf, and there is no evidence. I can't pretend that I didn't hear such an imprecise statement. Not only do I know that it is a fire-type spirit, but I also know what it will hatch in the future. Jinwu said casually, pretending to be unintentional. Xiao Yu is amazing tilde, Qing Keqing said with admiration without doubting. HMPH, let's talk big. There are thousands of talented doctoral experts in Central Continent, but no one dares to say what will hatch from the elf egg. Duan Ganyushuan became more and more disdainful. Xiao Yu smiled and said casually, just right, I think that the elf egg should hatch soon. Why don't you take a gamble? Betting. Duan Ganyushuan frowned slightly. That's right, I not only bet that it is a fire-type elf egg, but I also bet that when it hatches, it must be a cold tortoise. Otherwise, even if you win. Okay, I haven't decided yet. If you lose, you have to fight with me in an upright manner. Duan Ganyushuan listened to Xiao Yu's confident tone, and he really didn't believe in evil. This elf egg was produced by their school. Even the teacher who found the elf egg can't be sure whether the elf egg is of fire attribute or not. I don't believe that Xiao Yu can see the true body of the elf with just 2 eyes. Okay, if I win, Jin Wu asked in a long tone. Then I'll do whatever you want tilde, Duan Ganyushuan said without thinking. Miss Yuxuan, Qing Keqing reminded in a low voice with a blushing face. Duan Ganyushuan just realized that, just now, he seemed to answer too hastily. What if he does something strange to himself? Also, okay tilde, Jin Yu reluctantly responded. Immediately, Duan Ganyushuan was so angry that when the Buddha was born and the Buddha ascended to heaven, people were still worried that the stakes were too high. Xiao Yu, are you still a man? Duan Ganyushuan said angrily, can you agree to be more refreshing? Jin Wu. Did this girl grow up on gunpowder? Just at this time, Qing Keqing's mobile phone rang, and the voice of her housekeeper was on the opposite side. Miss, the elf egg you just instructed to take care of is about to hatch. Do you want to come back and have a look? Really? I'll be right back. Hearing that the elf egg hatched so quickly, Duan Ganyushuan was also surprised, so it seems that Xiao Yu's preliminary inference was correct. This elf egg is indeed fire, otherwise it would not be possible to hatch so quickly. If the other party only bet on attributes at the beginning, he has already won. But who made him so conceited that he even guessed how many elves hatched? Fire attribute elves, she didn't believe it, Jin Yu could really guess. Drive to the Qingjia Xincheng Villa. This place is much more luxurious than what Xiao Yu imagined, just like the place where the dignitaries live in the TV series, with red walls and green bricks, gorgeous decoration, and gorgeous light and shadow. This kind of mansion is not unusual for ordinary people who want to come to Qing Keqing's family background. Xiao Yu couldn't help but take a second glance, but found that Duan Ganyushuan, who was beside him, didn't seem to show any surprised expression, which should be commonplace. All capitalist. Jin Yu sighed inwardly. The housekeeper had been waiting at the door for a long time, and along the way, there were all kinds of young girls dressed as maids. Guided all the way into the living room, I saw the fiery red elf egg placed on the soft sofa with these soft cushions. It looks like it will hatch soon. Several people's eyes were focused on the elf egg at this time, and this was also the first time Jinwoo observed the scene of the elf egg hatching up close. Come on, go and get the doctor, just say there's going to be a baby here. Yes, hot water, towels. The group of maids around was like a mess of porridge, like they were helping deliver babies. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes and said to the old butler beside him, please prepare some coal and hot sand, just dry the water in the sand and keep it warm. The elves are very helpful. Quote. The old butler's eyes lit up, although he didn't quite understand the rationale, but Jin Yu's tone gave people an inexplicable feeling of convincing, so even if he answered, he would prepare it himself. Duan Ganyushuan saw it in his eyes, and although he frowned, he didn't say anything to stop him. Because of this result, she is not sure what kind of elves will hatch next. Crash tilde. The light became brighter and brighter, and when it reached a certain level, the shape of the egg began to slowly deform. Gradually its round eggshell turned into a flat shape, and the light dissipated. Everyone saw a slightly pink iron lump appear in front of them. The elves hatched. Xiao Yu asked Qing Keqing to come forward for the first time, because the hatched elves usually regard the first creature they see as their parents, although they will gradually become rational as they grow up. But at first, this kind of affection is even stronger. Helps the elves get close to the trainer. Although Duan Ganyushuan didn't move forward, he vaguely saw that the elf was a pink piece. This is obviously different from any body part of the cold turtle. This bet was won by myself. She looked at Jinyu proudly. Mr. Jinyu, I also hope that you will fulfill your promise and have a good competition with me. Jinyu heard the words. He showed a surprised expression. Are you going to cheat? Chapter 36. The Incubated Elves. Duan Ganyushuan. Can you speak well? Obviously she won the bet, so how could this person beat her? Which cold turtle would have a pink shell? Mr. Xiaoyu, there is a limit to not admitting an account, right? Duan Ganyushuan said angrily. Jin Wu shrugged, indicating that he was also a little surprised. Unreasonable trouble. The other party even had to refute such an obvious thing. Just when Duan Ganyushuan began to feel a little disappointed with Xiaoyu, Qing Keqing came over with the pink, Tai Tuo. I was born. Qing Keqing seemed a little dazed at this time. Well, how about it? What kind of elf hatched? Since he knew that the elf had a pink shell, it meant that it was not a cold turtle. As for what kind of elf hatched, Duan Ganyushuan was still quite interested. Qing Keqing's expression was subtle. It's a cold turtle. Duan Ganyushuan. At first, she didn't react, but soon she exclaimed, how is it possible? Is this the modern version of referring to a deer as a horse? I didn't lie to you. This is the cold turtle, but, for some reason, it's a pink turtle shell. Qing Keqing added in a low voice. Just at this time, limbs and turtle heads stretched out from the pink iron lump. Teoda Tilda, the newborn cold turtle called out in a tender voice, with squinted eyes, short limbs, 5 depressions on the turtle shell, and a smoke outlet. This is not a cold turtle, what is it? Qing Keqing was dumbfounded on the spot. Quote. Why, my cold turtle has a pink shell and golden skin. Qing Keqing said to himself in confusion. Because you cold turtle is a different colored flash spirit, congratulations. Jin Wu replied from the side. A different color. Qing Keqing seemed to be waiting for Jin Yu to continue explaining. Yes, to put it simply, they are elves with different colors from ordinary Pokemon. They are also unique in appearance among elves of the same race, and are extremely rare, but don't worry, they are not sick or defective, most of them are different. There is no difference between the attributes of color elves and ordinary elves, so they can be cultivated with confidence. Quote. There are also some things that Jin Yu didn't say. For example, the flash elves have a certain relationship with the subtype elves that are affected by the environment, but they are not as exaggerated as the subtype elves, directly changing their attributes. But to a certain extent. Just change the shape. It's like this. Great, cold turtle, from now on, you will be my partner. Please give me more advice. Qing Keqing carried her newly hatched cold turtle happily and turned around in 2 circles. Tower. Cold turtle bent his head and howled happily, as if to indicate that there was no problem. Duan Ganyushuan glanced at the cold turtle in Qing Keqing's arms, and then at Xiaoyu, with a complicated complexion, white teeth biting his lip. God, the cold turtle has really hatched. Although this cold turtle is a different color, so what should she do next? Will Jin Wu order her to do something weird? Duan Ganyushuan was so tangled in his heart at this time, embarrassed. On the other hand, the housekeeper also took what Jin Yu said before. The cold tortoise was buried in the hot sand, and suddenly showed a happy and lazy expression. As for the burned coal, it is fed to the cold turtle, and it is more conducive to the digestion of the juvenile cold turtle after it is burned red. But be careful not to feed the cold turtle too much at once, otherwise. Beep. Xiaoyu reminded that before he could finish speaking, the cold tortoise had already spewed a mouthful of hot black smoke, smearing Qing Keqing's face. Originally clean and lovely, it was like going to Africa all of a sudden. Qing Keqing blinked her eyes, looked in the mirror, and with a snort, she was amused by her current appearance. It was already late at night, according to what Qing Keqing meant. Let Xiaoyu stay at their house for one night. Xiaoyu thought for a while, but did not refuse. Qing Keqing has a private nurse at home, and the elves used are very rare dolls in Central Continent. Like auspicious eggs, they are all general attribute elves, with a face of healing, and they are good at a variety of healing skills. Although he wasn't injured much, Jinyu still handed over Lelora's, Zerora and Philomelis who participated in the competition today to the other party for inspection. Even though the two elves were elves that the nursing doctor had never seen before, the doctor still checked them carefully. It's no big deal. The dinner was very sumptuous. It was a Western-style meal. Although Jinwu was a little inconvenient to use the knife and fork, the taste of the food was undeniably delicious. The elf's dinner is also prepared by a private trainer, which is more refined than the food prepared by the most senior feeder in the elf center. Jinyu and the elves were also very satisfied. Afterwards, Jinwu also asked the breeder about the formula. That breeder was not stingy, and told Jinwu a lot of tips for making feed. Jinyu had learned some tricks of making elf feed and energy cubes from Sosisa before, so he learned very quickly, and he was often able to draw inferences from one case. Did Mr. Jinwu work as a breeder before? The breeder asked in surprise. No, I just want to learn a little bit of knowledge. In the future, I can make feed for my elves to eat. Jinyu and the breeder later came to the kitchen, discussing while doing manual operations. Although there were some problems with the first two productions, but after becoming proficient, it became more and more handy. It didn't take long for Jinwu to make feed at the level of an average breeder. Being able to achieve such an achievement in such a short period of time has something to do with talent, but Jinwu's enthusiasm also played a key role. Next, I don't have anything to teach you, only continuous practice and strengthening. The craft of making feed is to put it bluntly, and it is also a job that practice makes perfect. The breeder said very frankly. Jinwu nodded and thanked him respectfully. This breeder is right. If you don't have the means of secret books, the means of making feed for ordinary people will come to an end. The next step is to take a closer look at the boldness. However, if there is a feed formula, it will be different. According to legend, in addition to the elves' skill book, in the secret realm, feed formula is also circulated. A breeder once obtained this recipe, and the elves cultivated by his hands are all shiny and smooth, and even the fighting power is stronger than ordinary elves. Chapter 37. The Knocker in the Evening. In ancient times, there was 1,000 miles of horses. Although they had the ability of 1,000 miles, they were not full of food and lacked strength, so their beauty was not apparent. The same is true for elves. As long as they eat well, they can also exert extraordinary strength. The top-level feed formula is completely comparable to the elf nutritional medicines such as Attack Enhancer in the legend. Even worse, there are no side effects of drugs, you can always eat and strengthen. Of course, this kind of feed formula only exists in legends, and at present, no one has obtained it. Op in the eyes of pirates and the Holy Grail in the eyes of magicians. Although it is out of reach, there are still people who will spend their whole lives to pursue and pursue. Jinyu said goodbye to the breeder, and seeing that it was getting late, he was ready to go back to his room to rest. Before Qing Keqing asked the housekeeper to arrange a room for him, Xiaoyu had the key in his hand. Open the door and fall down on the boat. The soft and fragrant smell is definitely more comfortable than sleeping in the open air. Jinwu soon became confused and was about to fall asleep. But at this time, he suddenly realized that something other than himself seemed to be moving on the bed. This discovery surprised him, and he subconsciously wanted to throw the Pokeball beside his pillow. Shish tilde yes, it's me. Hearing this voice, Jinyu was taken aback. Then his expression immediately became weird. Duan Ganyushuan. Why are you here? He glanced at his key number and confirmed that he had not walked into the wrong room, so now the situation is. In the darkness, Jinyu could vaguely see the trembling body of the other party, it seemed that he was only wearing a thin pajamas, right? What the hell? Jinwoo was completely sleepy at the moment. Xiao Yu, I'm willing to give in to the bet, whatever you want, it's up to you. Duan Ganyushuan closed his eyes and said with a blushing face. After waiting for a while, Duan Ganyushuan found that there seemed to be no movement. So, what are you going to do with me? Opening his eyes, Duan Ganyushuan found that Xiao Yu sat up and looked at her with a playful expression. Duan Ganyushuan became even more embarrassed after being asked like this, unable to say a word for a long time. Okay Tilda, go back to sleep. Obediently Tilda, aren't you going to have a game with me? Get up early tomorrow to satisfy you. Jinyu also stopped enough, joked, and got back into the bed. Really, Duan Ganyushuan's music was broken, and it didn't take much effort to find nowhere to go. Ang Tilda, so go back quickly, don't wait for me to change my mind and charge you some interest. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, Duan Ganyushuan immediately sat up from the bed and ran to the door without saying a word. Out of the door, Duan Ganyushuan only felt that his heart was beating so fast. Although he pretended to be an old monk, Jinyu, who saw this kind of thing for the first time, said that it was impossible to calm down. Turned over twice on the bed, but never fell asleep. At this time, his door opened again. Crack. Xiao Yu thought it was Duan Ganyushuan, so he took the lead and said, "Do you really think I'm a Tang monk? Don't you get angry. Come here and let me add a buff to you." The voice at the door paused. Xiao Yu thought that Duan Ganyushuan was scared, and was about to say two harsh words, but found that the voice was wrong. Hey, as expected of a trainer who handled TP-78 easily, even on this big night, he still didn't take it lightly. Tilda. Xiao Yu immediately reacted, "No, Duan Ganyushuan is not from this villa, but..." "Yes, I'm the assassin sent by the shadow team, Mr. Jinwoo, make up your mind." After speaking, the other party immediately threw a pokeball. The pokeball flashed an arc, and then saw a black mist, a humanoid figure, standing on 2 feet, its head and body integrated, and a scarlet one-eyed elf on its face. Wandering Night Spirit. Open black lens bracket Wandering Night Spirit D. Qualification. Blue level cap, 50. Level, 35 plus 5 equals level 40, increased by the power of D. Attribute. Ghost. Feature. Sense of oppression, gives a sense of oppression to the opponent, greatly reducing mental attributes. Skill. Darkness elimination. Close black lens bracket. As soon as Wandering Yiling appeared, he directly attacked Jinyu mercilessly. Shadow Fist. Whoosh. Wandering Eidolon's fist is like a missile that has detached from his body. Jinwoo's reaction was equally quick, and he threw Zerora's Pokeball while turning over. As soon as the electric cat appeared on the stage, he pulled his madness and directly released a large amount of electric current, easily bouncing off Wandering Yelling's fist. Lightning Fist. Meow. Zerora reacted extremely quickly, and it took less than a second to turn the defense into an attack. What? Boom. Zerora struck, and when the Wandering Eidolon was about to fly out, he struggled and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Damn it. Seeing that his attack had failed, the Shadow Team assassin resolutely took away Wandering Yelling and rushed directly to the balcony, intending to break the window to escape. Do you still want to escape in front of Zerora? Jinyu sneered. The other party gave a sinister smile, and then threw something like a bomb. Jinwoo. Boom. The whole house trembled 3 times under this fluctuation. What happened? The housekeeper and the servants on night duty rushed over to greet him. In front of Jinwoo was Zerora's quick defense. If it was taken at night just now, the house would not only be a problem of shaking 3 times. The bomb on the other side seemed to be a prop that compressed and stored the elf's moves. The destructive power is amazing, and the level of the wizard who made this thing is at least level 60. In other words, it is the level of the king. The Shadow Team is worthy of being the most wanted evil party organization in the world. Jinwoo explained the previous matter to the old gentleman butler. It's so abhorrent, it's so arrogant. Do you really think my Qing family is nobody? The old gentleman's butler was very angry, and at the same time, he sincerely apologized for what happened to Jin Yu in the mansion. Mr. Xiao Yu, the shadow team's practice has touched the bottom line of my Qing family. I will report this to the head of the family tomorrow morning, which will surely bring some help to Mr. Xiao Yu. At this moment, Jin Yu thought that the old gentleman's butler was just polite and didn't take it to heart. It's me who should apologize. Because of my relationship, this room is estimated to have to be redecorated. Chapter 38, Little Cabbage. The next day. The shadow team went too far. They even did such an outrageous thing to Jin Yu. This time, even I was angry. I'm going to sue my father. Qing Keqing said angrily. I have explained this matter to the owner in advance. Please rest assured, miss. The old butler bowed and said something. Well, it's been hard work. Qing Keqing was halfway through speaking, looked around, and asked in doubt, what about Xiao Yu and Miss Yuxuan? Master Jinwu and Miss Yuxuan are competing outside. Oh, butler, take me to have a look. Xiao Yu fulfilled the agreement, got up early in the morning, and went to an elf competition venue in the villa with Duan Ganyushuan. However, before the game started, Jinwu made a request. A duel below the 10th level. That's it. Xiao Yu, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Duan Ganyushuan's pretty face was full of shame and unwillingness at this moment. When you fight with a high-level elves, you won't find it challenging. You're sure to win, right? Do you look down on people like that? Jinwu. Please, don't change your mind, okay? Jin Yu smiled bitterly to himself. He just wanted to train Lalu Lassie and Jenny Turtle's level. He really didn't mean to look down on people. But, it was originally the battle you set. I have no right to ask what the rules are, just obey. But then I will definitely use my superb command to make you speechless. Make you pay for your arrogance. After speaking, Duan Ganyushuan threw the pokeball. This is my latest genie. Go, little Kirby. Cylinder tilde ratio tilde. A little fat elf with a short and rounded shape, following the elf ball beam of light, suddenly appeared in front of Jin Yu. Little Kirby, a relatively rare elf. Open black lens bracket little cabbage. Qualification. Blue level cap, 50. Level 10. Attributes. General. Features. Thick fat gluttonous. Jin Yu is still very interested in this elf. The evolutionary form is the Kirby Beast, which not only has excellent defensive ability, but also has amazing instantaneous explosive power. And because of the general attributes, almost most of the attacking skills can be learned. Of course, the most important thing is to be pleasing to the eye. However, Jin Yu is currently in the development stage. For the time being, he still does not dare to touch this kind of terrifying big stomach elf. The elf I use is it, Lalu Lassie. Jinwu threw the pokeball. Like a dancer, little Laloras made a graceful turn in midair and landed slowly. Lula tilde. Girls have a natural love for cute things, and Duan Ganyushuan is no exception. Her eyes lit up, and she whispered, so cute tilde, but because Jin Yu was standing in front of her, the girl didn't express it. Cough, let's start. The referee doesn't need it at all. The elves who lose their fighting ability first will lose. Jinwu nodded in agreement. Okay, little Kirby, first give the opponent a slap in the face and attack with a ram. Just now. Using its body gravity and inertia, the little Kirby beast charged towards Lalu drawing extremely fast. Shadow clone. At the critical moment, Laloras suddenly transformed into countless avatars. Although the attack power of the little Kirby beast is amazing, it is impossible to find a target. Bar. The little Kirby turned its head around, looking for the trace of Laloras. Don't worry, little Kirby, let's just stay where we are, and wait for the opponent to attack and use the curse. Duan Ganyushuan was not in a hurry to attack, and simply let the little Kirby stand by. Curse skill. For elves with ghost attributes, it will be an unstoppable attack skill, and for elves other than ghosts, it will reduce the user's speed and increase attack and defense by 1 stage, is to recruit self-reinforcing skills. Just simply want to force Laloras to make moves first, and then see the move. Or, do you have other plans? Hee, let me try it out. Lalu Lassie, satisfy her. Let's attack first, use mind power. At the moment before the attack, a flash of mental power flashed through Lalula's body, which was a precursor to using mind power. Being caught by Duan Ganyushuan keenly, the corners of the girl's mouth rose. Sure enough, this is the trick, little cobby beast, the real body of Lalu Lassie is that one, use tongue licking on it. Just. The little Kirby's tongue stretched out for a long time, and swept straight towards Lalu Lassie. Lalula's suddenly showed a look of disgust. Lula. Without Jinyu's command, the little guy took the initiative to use the slap down skill to slap the opponent's tongue. Looking at the saliva in her hand, Laloras felt a chill. Lula. The little guy seemed a little angry. Hee, it works, little Kirby, continue to attack with your tongue. Self-fixing method. But this time, the little Kirby was just about to stick out its tongue when it was controlled by Lalu Lassie. Fixing method. Obstructing the opponent's actions, the used skills will not be able to be used for a period of time. Close black lens bracket. Just now tilde. The little cabbage had only stretched its tongue halfway at this moment, and found that he couldn't spit it out, and he couldn't take it back, so he was sweating profusely. Little Kabibeast, I didn't expect you, Laloras, to be able to use the immobilization technique. Duan Ganyushuan did not expect it. It's not over yet, Lalu drawing, then use the straw knot. Lalu Lassie crossed her 2 little hands, and her eyes flashed with strange brilliance. Then, there is a magical power permeating under the feet. The little Kirby beast was in a panic at this time, and only felt that something suddenly stretched out from under his feet, and slammed it against himself. Puff. Just now, the little Kirby beast itself is heavy, but at this moment its tongue did not retract, and it fell to the ground, hurting its tongue. Tons of blows. What a dirty method. Let's fight against the odds, and decide the winner with sacrifice. Sacrifice Clash. The profound truth level big move in general attribute skills, is very powerful and has a wide attack range, but because of this, it will also have a certain degree of counter injury to the user. The little Kirby beast made this move at this moment, intending to sink the boat. Chapter 39. The Second Generation. Have you not learned enough? Jinyu pursed his lips and smiled. Lalu drawing, use the straw knot again. Lula. Do you think you can use the same move on me twice? Duan Ganyushuan shouted. Little Kabibeast, jump up, and continue to use dangerous charge. Naturally it is possible. Lalu drawing, nodding, stretching. Lula. Seeing that the 2 blades of grass under the control of Lalula's kept growing fiercely, even though the other party had already jumped into the air, the blades of grass were still entangled in the little Kirby's ankle. How is it possible? In Duan Ganyushuan's horrified eyes, the grass knot abruptly dragged the little Kirby beast down from the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Boom. The smoke and dust were everywhere, and the little Kirby beast lost its ability to fight. Defeat the 10th level little Kirby beast. Lalu Lassie gets 109 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Lalu Lassie has been upgraded to level 9. Close black lens bracket. Lalula's learns a new skill, hypnotism. Close black lens bracket. A series of beats sounded. Little Kirby beast. Duan Ganyushuan walked slowly towards the fainted little Kirby beast, showing a bitter smile. Thank you for your hard work, come back and rest. Clap clap clap. At this time, there was a burst of applause from the side. Jinyu, Miss Yuxuan, both of you are amazing. It's a very exciting game. Qing Keqing and the housekeeper slowly walked towards the ring. I still lose to you after all. Duan Ganyushuan recovered quickly after a period of frustration. Before, he was depressed because Xiao Yu had never fought, and he had been suffocating in his heart. Now that we have a fight, it doesn't matter whether we win or lose. The gas that should be out is also out. Shaking hands lightly with Jinyu, I hope to have a chance to fight with you next time. Jinwoo smiled and nodded. And, after the battle, they are all trainers with the same goal. This is the spirit of competition. The old butler also said emotionally when he saw this scene. ... After eating breakfast, Jinwoo was about to leave. Xiao Yu, I have already told my father what happened last night, he will definitely give you justice. Qing Keqing said to Xiao Yu very seriously. Originally, Xiao Yu disapproved, but Qing Keqing added, my father is one of the 4 kings of the contemporary era. What he promised me will usually be honored. Jinwoo. You mean the 4 heavenly kings? Jin Yu's expression froze. I thought you already knew that Miss Qing's father is the heavenly king of the Qing family, Qing Tianzheng, the 4 heavenly kings of ordinary attributes. His birthplace was in Xincheng. Duan Ganyushuan saw Xiao Yu's surprised expression. There seems to be an inexplicable sense of refreshment, Yan Ran explained with a smile. Xiao Yu couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. The young lady he met everywhere turned out to be the daughter of the 4 heavenly kings. Wait, by the way, Duan Ganyushuan seems to have known about this a long time ago. Then why is she not surprised? Could it be that your father is also a 4 heavenly king? Jin Yu asked tentatively. Duan Ganyushuan shook his head. This time, Qing Keqing replied, no, Xiao Yu, you misunderstood. Miss Yuxuan, her grandfather is the founder and chairman of Shengshuan Pavilion, and her uncle is the king. Xiao Yu just nodded his head just a moment ago, thinking that it would not be so coincidental, both of them are the heirs of the heavenly prince. But the next moment, the corner of his mouth twitched again. Shengshuan Pavilion. Is that the name of the largest Elf Federation Imperial props store in Central Continent? That's right. The founder is Duan Ganyushuan, her grandfather. Yes. To be honest, Duan Ganyushuan's grandfather's identity is even more terrifying than her uncle's identity as the 4 heavenly kings. You must know that Shengshuan Pavilion is currently a trading business that has penetrated into the major elf centers in central China. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the leading company of elven props. Not only that, the Federation card issued by it is also currently paid by Central China. There is no one of the most convenient tools. The existence of Shengshuan Pavilion is equivalent to the blood of Central Continent. PFF'd, giggle. Duan Ganyushuan seemed to be very happy when he saw Xiao Yu's surprise, and at this moment he couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. ... Jin Yu sighed, and then said, you two have known each other for a long time. Yeah. Jinwoo shook his head and didn't ask, why didn't you say it earlier, because he knew that the answer must be, because you asked. I was talking at the moment, suddenly, I felt a hurricane in the sky, and when I looked up, I saw that there seemed to be a helicopter flying towards the house. My father is back, Qing Keqing whispered. Then, I saw a figure jumping down from the air. Dangerous, Jin Yu reminded subconsciously. It was at least 7 or 8 meters from the ground at this moment. Ordinary people fall down and have a broken bone. Boom. Before he could move, he saw that the man had already landed on the ground. He has a sturdy figure, like a brown bear. He is wearing a man's overalls. Even through the clothes, he can feel how terrifying the opponent's muscles are. He has a small shaved head, and his eyes are fierce. Is this the contemporary heavenly king of general attributes, Qing Tianzheng? Jin Yu squinted his eyes and looked at it, but, just from the outside, he was a very aura and intimidating existence. But he was only handsome for 3 seconds. When this muscular man saw his daughter, he immediately showed a doting smile on his face. Baby daughter, daddy is back, come and tell me where the bastard was before, dare to attack me. Qing Tianzheng's home. Qing Tian said while walking towards the crowd. During this period, he saw Duan Ganyushuan and smiled heartily. Oh, Miss Yuxuan is here too, how is Mr. Duan Gan's health recently? Duan Ganyushuan respectfully bowed to Qing Tian and said, I have seen Uncle Qing. Grandpa is in good health. Well, if I have the chance, I really want to visit the old man Duangan. Like his experience in business, I have to earn some dowry money for my daughter, ha ha ha. Qingtian said jokingly. Chapter 40. Magical Slate. Uncle Qing's visit is naturally very welcome. Duan Ganyushuan smiled gracefully. This appearance looks like a serious lady, and it is completely different from the savage female trainer that Xiao Yu has seen before, and Xiao Yu is stunned for a while. Father, please don't talk about unreasonable things. Qing Keqing's eyebrows trembled, and she reminded her in a very kind voice. When Qing Tianzheng heard the words, he coughed lightly and said sternly, well, from the information I got, there is a young man here who seems to have arrested a member of the Shadow Team, so he was retaliated by the Shadow Team. Is that so? Speaking of that young man, Qing Tianzheng glanced, and soon discovered the existence of Xiao Yu. After that, he looked at Xiao Yu up and down. Xiao Yu was calm and smiled. Although he was dressed casually, his tall and straight body was set off under his clothes. Although his face was immature, he was calm. Oh, Qingtian is making an unexplained whisper. He is one of the 4 heavenly kings of Central Continent. He has seen countless outstanding challengers, many of whom are highly qualified. However, when he first saw him, Qingtianzheng, all of them were moved, maybe they were trembling, or maybe they were excited. But what about the young people in front of you? In his calmness, there is actually a touch of calmness. His initial surprised expression was probably due to the huge contrast between the two when he knew that Qingtian was Qing Keqing's father, but after that, it became indifferent. This feeling, even it made Qing Tianzheng mistakenly think that standing in front of him was not a young man, but a colleague of the 4 heavenly kings with the same level and strength as himself. It's much better than I imagined. Qing Tianzheng is not testing, but narrowing his eyes, trying to see through the inside of Jin Yu. This novel was first published by Dragon. QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique Feilu Novel Standby Group 672,171,357. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Attachment. This work is from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading and cannot be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy genuine books. Thank you for your support to the author. Key points. I hope you can keep this paragraph when reprinting. It is a little hard to organize, and it is a virtue to keep it tilde. Young man, give your name. I've met King Qing, my name is Jin Yu, and I'm from Zhangcheng. Ordinary self-introduction, nothing special. But Qing Tianzheng laughed on the spot, ha 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 ha. Xiao Yu, very good, boy, are you interested in being my son-in-law? Quote. The sky was silent, the air froze. After a while, he saw Qing Keqing's blushing pretty face, and said word by word in a trembling voice, Father. Dear, big, people. Well, I was just joking, baby girl, don't be angry. After a commotion, Qingtian straightened his face again. So it is, Jin Yu, you were entangled by the bastards of the Shadow Team because of my daughter's Katarina Chan. Don't worry, I will decide in this case. Will not sit idly by. Quote. Jin Yu nodded and said, King Qing, in fact, an investigator from the Elf Federation came to verify the information for me, and she left this for me back then. Saying that, Jin Yu took out the hunting cursor from his backpack. But after the attack last night, I contacted her, but I couldn't get in touch. Oh, her name is Xiao Wuyan. Qingtian is taking the hunting cursor, looking at it, his expression becomes a little weird. This thing is a model that was eliminated a long time ago. Also, Xiao Wuyan. Wait a minute, I'll ask the people below to check. After speaking, Qing Tianzheng dialed 2 numbers. After this investigation, Qing Tianzheng's expression became even more strange. According to the people in the search department, there is a searcher named Xiao Wuyan, but this searcher was investigating the task of the Shadow Team 2 years ago. Disappeared in. Hearing this, Jin Yu immediately reacted. His face darkened and he said, "She told me that there is a transmitter inside." Qingtian's face changed, and without saying a word, he threw the hunting cursor on the ground, and the fragments scattered. There's actually an insider in the Federal Bureau. Jin Wu, this time it's really hurting you. Speaking of this, Qing Tianzheng felt that whether it was a personal standpoint or a business standpoint, he should make up for the young man in front of him. So, he summoned the old housekeeper on the side, and said a few words in the other's ear. The old housekeeper nodded, went into the house, and went back and forth. When he came back, he was holding something covered with a black cloth in his hand. Qingtian said sternly, "Xiao Yu, you are in love with reason. This time, you helped the Federation in catching, so I have a small gift here, you are welcome." After saying that, he took the slate from the butler and handed it to Jin Yu. Xiao Yu was also a little curious. The existence of the King of Heaven would give him something. He didn't refuse. He took it over and took a look at the black cloth, and was immediately stunned on the spot. This is a magical slate. In front of Jin Wu was a dark pink slate with a strange font engraved on it. Legend has it that at the beginning of the world's creation, there was a giant beast that turned the countless attribute slates around its body into pure energy, decorated the world, and made life born in this world. Although this legend has some fantastic colors, the attribute slate mentioned in this story does exist. There are excellent trainers in the later generations, who went deep into the advanced secret realm and obtained the attribute slate. According to the descriptions of those excellent trainers, each attribute slate contains the super strength of this attribute. After the elves of the corresponding attribute are carried, able to exert terrifying power and moves. Of these slates, open black lens bracket magic slate close black lens bracket. A slate that can increase the power of super power attributes. A simple introduction is better than countless rare treasures. Oh, I didn't expect you to have a lot of knowledge as a young man. That's right, this is the magical slate. I'm a trainer who trains general attribute elves. This thing is not very useful in my hands. I think you saved it. Thank you from Katerina, Qing Tianzheng said very generously. Even with Jin Yu's concentration, he couldn't help showing a happy expression at this moment. Thank you King Qing for the generous gift. With this thing, your own Lalu drawing can save a lot of crooked roads. Well, next, I will invite a special investigator to investigate your matter. Once you find out that someone around you is trying to harm you, you can also call the person's phone number. This old guy is quite agile. Jin Yu looked at the business card in his hand, which was a middle-aged uncle wearing a detective outfit. Detective Mongoose. Chapter 41, Museum Incident. After a long absence, Jin Yu's purpose this time is to buy an incubator and also to meet His Excellency, Detective Mongoose, by the way. Detective Mongoose, as his name suggests, is a veteran investigator who is partnered by a detective mongoose elf. His real name is Shu Fu. He is a confidant and old friend of Qing Tianzheng. It is enough to introduce this kind of character to Xiao Yu. It shows how seriously Qingtian is taking this matter. Incubator. The purchase process went smoothly. Jin Wu didn't skimp on money for the future orange elves, and he bought the best incubator at once, costing 100,000 yuan. But thinking that the incubation time of young Kiras can be greatly shortened, I think everything is worth it. With Qing Tianzheng's letter, Jin Yu was unimpeded in the security section of the Spirit Center, and soon met the mongoose detective himself. It turns out that I have a general understanding of what happened yesterday. Since it was ordered by King Qing, I will naturally try my best. Shu Fu had just finished speaking, when he heard the security guard outside suddenly hurried in and said nervously, "The big thing is bad, Inspector. The museum in Xincheng University has suffered a supernatural incident." Spiritual event. What happened? Tell me carefully. Shu Fu frowned. As a detective, atheism is a basic quality. It's like this. Yesterday, Shincheon University just held the National Spirit Games, and then when the curator was doing cleaning work late at night, he found that a stone mural from 1,000 years ago in his museum suddenly came to life. I don't know the details. Clearly, the security guard who reported the work seems to be a little unstable, as if he was stimulated by something. Now another group of people from our security department has passed by the scene, but the specific situation is still under investigation. So far there is no clue. The security guard who did not submit the report said while observing Shu Fu's face. As expected, the other party's complexion sank immediately after hearing about this thoughtless matter. What are you doing? Come on, let the first group of people wait at the scene, and I'll leave immediately and rush to the scene. Shu Fu was about to leave, but remembered that there was another Xiao Yu by his side, and was hesitating how to arrange Xiao Yu. Hearing Xiao Yu smiled and said, Inspector Shu, if it's convenient, I also want to follow me to the scene. It stands to reason that it is forbidden to let a layman go to the scene of the case, but thinking that Xiao Yu is someone Qingtian really values, there may be unexpected help. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, okay, then you just follow me, but don't touch anything at the crime scene. Jinwoo smiled and nodded. Ah. A group of people just arrived at the entrance of the museum when they heard screams coming from inside. Then, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes and a group of police officers from the security department ran out of the museum in a hurry. Yes, there are monsters. What monster? Speak well. The middle-aged man in the suit was not a professional, and he was too angry. A group of people in the security department was frightened like this, and the detective Mongoose was a little unhappy. Detective, Inspector. The police officers of the security department felt a little embarrassed when they saw their superiors coming, but the explanation had to be explained. Inspector, there are ghosts inside. We didn't come out of the museum last night. Today in the morning, I was able to escape. Yes, the perpetrator is not a thief, obviously a real ghost. You idiots, there is no ghost in the world. You are the guards of the Federation. What you need to do is lead by example, don't believe in rumors, and don't believe in superstition. Inspector Mongoose roared loudly. But, really, the guards said aggrievedly. Anyway, let's go and see what's going on in the museum first. Jinwoo smiled and made peace for the two parties. Then, everyone walked into the museum, which was much bigger than expected. It's hard to imagine just a museum spun out of a university. Most of the various rare fossil souvenirs are preserved here. For example, the one-to-one skeleton model of the fossilized pterosaur, the rubbing of the extraterrestrial meteorite, and some murals left by the ancestors of historical development. It was supposed to be a very novel thing, but in the eyes of the guards who entered the museum before, these things were like cursed things, and even the courage to take a look was not good. Hey, explain to me, how can there be a ghost here? Inspector Mongoose asked with a temper tantrum. At this time, those security guards dared to cautiously stick their heads out of the corridor and take a look at the museum. Seeing this, they were immediately puzzled. How could this be? These things are clearly moving at night. The fossil of that fossilized pterosaur. Last night, my elf and I were chased and killed by it for one night. We couldn't beat it. This fossil seems to be alive, and it still uses skills. And that mural, where did that mural go? I remember that there were countless black tentacles sticking out from there. Whether it's an elves or people, as long as they are touched, they will immediately become confused. Everyone you speak, I speak, everyone has different opinions. Detective Mongoose gave them a drink and told them to calm down, saying slowly one by one. Please let the museum curator explain the situation first. The middle-aged man with the eyes in the suit and leather shoes stepped forward timidly and nodded, okay. Recalling that last night, because the Shincheon University Games opened all the attractions and facilities on the campus, during the period, there will naturally be tourists visiting other attractions in the school. The museum is naturally a very attractive place. For this reason, the director of the museum asked people to reorganize the museum exhibits a little. Some things that are not usually released on weekdays are also placed. Some pharaoh coffins, ancient official clothes in Shangcheng, Zhojiang Longya, etc. Some things can't be put in the museum, so they are put outside the museum. So, at that time, did someone manipulate things? Xu Fu asked analytically. The curator shook his head and said, no, things were not abnormal at that time, but after that. Chapter 42. The Curator's Frightening Moment. Yesterday, it was quite late for the end of the Elf Games, so I packed up with the staff and kept busy until midnight, and finally finished my work. Then, when I was left alone, planning to document the display, the lights of the museum suddenly tripped. When he said this, the museum director's face suddenly became heavy, and he seemed to be a little scared. Several of the guards who inspected the museum with the museum director last night couldn't help but swallow their saliva. In the beginning, I thought it was just the aging circuit, so I didn't pay much attention. I took out the flashlight and walked towards the main gate, wanting to check the switch. But at this moment, I heard a strange sound of footsteps in the corridor of the museum. The sound of footsteps is very strange. For a while, the soles of the shoes are rubbing against the ground, but for a while, it feels very light, as if vacating the air. I don't know why I can hear it so clearly, or maybe it is the sound made by the other party on purpose. Quote. At this time, the curator's heartbeat began to speed up, and his body became nervous involuntarily. At first, he thought that some tourists had not left the museum, but when he thought about the current time, it was already so late. Who would stay until this time? Ah, then, there is only a possibility of a thief. Thinking of this, the curator decisively called the police. Before the guards arrived, I was afraid that the thieves would remove valuables, so I didn't leave decisively, but stayed where I was. After that, strange things happened again. Because of the excessive tension, the curator claimed that his thinking was very slow at that time, and his ears even began to produce buzzing noises, and the state was not very good. The sound of footsteps in the distance gradually became hurried, and it seemed that he was coming to the curator soon. The curator felt that his blood was about to freeze. Woo! Suddenly, at this moment, there was a cry from the corridor. The cry was cold and had a bit of a weird atmosphere. Immediately, the curator couldn't help it. His life was at stake. He started to run towards the door, but at this time, he found that as he ran, the footsteps started to run. It seems to be getting closer and closer. What I am most afraid of is this kind of thing. The curator claims that he knows the existence of the other party but cannot see it. At that time, his spirit was about to collapse. If it is broken, no matter whether he uses the key or pulls it, it cannot be opened. Open the door, open the door. Someone help me. The footsteps are getting closer and the crying is getting clearer and clearer. Just when I thought Xiaoming would explain it here, the door opened. At this time, the curator seemed to be cowardly. Open the door. The people who came in were the people from the security section. There were a total of 8 security officers who came to the museum yesterday, and one representative came out and said, at first, when the curator told us these things, we naturally didn't believe it. But after going in and looking at it, we almost lost half of our lives. At first, the security guards rushed in without fear because of the large number of people. Besides, throwing the Pokeball, because it is close to the insect singing forest, secret realm, most of the people here are using insect-type Pokemon, and the same goes for the guards. Mainly with Bada Butterfly, Poisonous Butterfly, Mushroom, Doi Ninja and other elves as partners. With elves around, everyone thought, no matter if it was a thief or a strange creature, it shouldn't be a cause for fear. But as soon as they entered the door, they were stunned, and saw a huge totem stone slab blocking the center of the corridor entrance. Before everyone could react, strange black tentacles suddenly stretched out from the slate. Everyone who was touched felt a chill on the back of their head. Later, when I reacted and wanted my elf to attack, I found that the slate totem in front of me was gone. But the surrounding voices suddenly became noisy. Boom, boom. Looking for the direction of the sound, everyone looked at it, and they saw that everything in the entire museum seemed to come alive. The fossilized pterosaurs of the skeleton fossilized pterosaurs soared freely in the museum. The fossil elves such as sickle helmets and ancient armors were fighting bayonets. The ground was full of water stains. The mummy coffins in the cabinet even heard the sound of bang bang bang, knocking on the coffin board. The scene in front of them felt like a large group of ancient creatures were having a party. It's kind of interesting. Jinwoo muttered softly while listening. If this scene is true, he must want to participate again. After that, it was probably the members of the Public Security Department who played the live-action version of Jedi Survival in the museum. One night, everyone tried their best to deal with the ancient fossil elves. They had thought about escaping from the museum, but whether it was the door or the glass, it was as if they were blocked. Even with violence, even with the skills of the elves, they couldn't open it. In the early hours of the morning, people from the headquarters came to replace them and opened the door. Only then were these people in the security department saved. What we said is true. Those fossil creatures are really alive. Inspector, this museum is haunted. Although the strange reputation will affect the business, but at this time the museum director's mind is also in chaos, and there is no explanation. Could it be something caused by elves? Or more precisely, something caused by ghost-type spirits? Xiao Yu reminded softly beside him. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on him. But soon a guard said regretfully, "It's unlikely, because my elf is a hairball. It has learned the skill of seeing through, but when looking at those resurrected fossils, it still doesn't work." Chapter 43, Detective Mongoose. The see-through skill is a move used for ghost-type elves or elves with a high evasion rate. After use, the skill can hit the opponent. It's no use using see-through. Shufu's expression changed when he heard this. He also suspected that it was a ghost-type Pokemon at work. Jinyu still asked without changing his face. "Mr. Guard, may I ask, did you use the see-through skill before the initial slate attack, or did you use the see-through skill after that?" The guard scratched his head. "You are." He looked at Shufu with uncertain eyes. Shufu nodded at him, motioning for him to answer. The guard then continued, "The slate I saw at first. Neither my elf nor I reacted at that time, so you just didn't have time to use it, right?" Jinwoo answered. The guard nodded silently. "Is there any difference?" Shufu seemed to have heard the problem and asked curiously. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Why don't you do this, Detective Shu? You can go in with me later to see the situation." "Inspector, it's dangerous." The guards around him continued to persuade him. Shufu waved his hand and shouted angrily, "You can ignore this if it's dangerous." The guards were speechless and lowered their heads. Then Shufu looked at Xiaoyu again, and the wrinkled middle-aged Ogi-san showed an ugly smile and said, "Brother Xiaoyu, please lead the way." Having been a detective for many years, Shufu can feel the aura in everyone. Some people feel guilty when they do something wrong, some people feel arrogant when they talk, and some people are introverted, and the government is quite deep. And the feeling that Xiaoyu gives is like a spring breeze, with a good-tempered image, but faintly, Shufu can feel the aura similar to Qing Tianzheng from him. This feeling can only be described in words, that is the calmness of the strong. These are all things that Jinwoo felt from his conversation just now. Shufu usually trusts his intuition. "Don't worry, we'll talk about it all at night. It happened last night, and just now, Jinyu and the others also went in and checked it out. Nothing happened. If there is anything unusual, it should only happen at night." As scheduled, at night, this museum still gives people the feeling of a majestic and historical building during the day, but at night, it becomes inexplicably eerie. The members of the investigation are Jinyu, Inspector Shu. The rest of the guards are all outside to answer. Originally it should have been only the two of them. But at this moment, there is one more person inexplicably. Xiao Yu glanced at Duan Ganyushuan beside him, and said speechlessly, "Why are you running here? This place was originally my school. When such a big incident happened, everyone in the school already knew about it." Duan Ganyushuan said very naturally. Jinyu rolled his eyes. "So, why are you running here when you know it's dangerous here? Aren't you here too? Why shouldn't I be here?" Answering the question, Jinyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and looked at Shufu. Shufu sighed helplessly. Xiao Yu immediately understood that Duan Ganyushuan had used the family network. "Detective Shu, before entering the door, let the elves out first." Shufu nodded and threw the Pokeball. It really was a mongoose detective. It looked like a standing-up marmot. Except for the yellow mane on the head and abdomen, the other fur was brown. Standing on 2 feet, his hands are like human beings. He likes to put them behind his back. His eyes are narrowed, and he always looks like he is thinking about things, so he is named Detective Mongoose. Open black lens bracket Detective Mongoose. Qualification: Blue. Level: Level 42. Attributes: General. Features: Squatting can already double the attack damage to the opponent who replaces the battle. Adaptability: the power of the moves with the same attribute as oneself is increased. Close black lens bracket. A level 42 elves is already a very high level, and most people are beyond their reach in their entire lives. This is also the reason why Shufu is so highly regarded by Qing Tianzheng. Seeing the appearance of Inspector Mongoose, Jinyu smiled and said, "Inspector Shu, Inspector Mongoose, you should have acquired scent detection, right?" Shufu nodded. "Yes. Smell detection has almost the same effect as see-through, and is also used to deal with ghost-type spirits and fast opponent skills. Let's let it try first." Detective Mongoose, scent detection. Sniff tilde. As soon as Detective Mongoose smelled it, he felt that things were not simple. "Do you feel anything?" Shufu asked. Chi-chi. Inspector Mongoose remained silent, just changed to standing on all fours, and then made a frying hair-like shape towards the door. "Let's go." Seeing the appearance of Detective Mongoose, Jinyu was basically convinced that it was the ghost-type spirit who was doing the trick. Only the elves can have such a strong hostility to the elves. "Little brother Jinwu, do you know what? Well, it's the Pokemon that is doing things. Find the slate, this time things should be over." After saying that, Xiao Yu walked towards the museum first, while Duan Ganyushuan followed Xiao Yu without saying a word. Detective Mongoose and Shufu looked at each other and followed. Crunch. Pushing open the door of the museum, it was pitch black inside. 3 people and an elves filed in. With the final entry of Shufu, the gate of the museum closed without wind. Then, unknowingly, there was a strange black smoke floating around. "What's the matter with this smoke?" Shufu asked movingly. "Strange wind. There shouldn't be a way to learn this trick and that thing, so there shouldn't be more than one elf here." Xiao Yu whispered. "Huh." Jinyu found that something seemed to be grabbing the corner of his clothes. Looking back, I found that Duan Ganyushuan, who was just too careless to follow up, was trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 44. Searching for the New Town Museum. "Duan Gan, aren't you afraid of ghosts?" Jinyu said teasingly to the girl behind him. Hearing Xiao Yu talking to himself, Duan Ganyushuan shuddered violently at first, then raised his head and said bravely, Who said that? HMPH, don't think I'm like those ordinary people who don't know this museum. The abnormality, 9 times out of 10, is the work of ghost-type Pokemon." Quote. Oh, Jinyu was a little surprised, so the other party knew. "Then you are afraid of being like this?" Who told you that I'm afraid?" Duan Ganyushuan continued to be brave. "In fact, it's not Duan Ganyushuan's fault. There are some things that you know the truth, but you should be afraid." Duan Ganyushuan is a typical example. Since Pokemon came to this world for thousands of years, ghost-type Pokemon have appeared in front of the world more than once, but every time, there will be a lot of noise. The reason is very simple. because even if ordinary people know that the other party is a kind of elves, they still cannot accept it instinctively from appearance to psychology. Ghost Pokemon, in its fundamental sense, is no different from the monsters that humans in this world know about. Possess the ability to pass through walls, turn into gas, curse, spy on people's hearts, and absorb souls. The most important thing is that the appearance is still so scary, so for thousands of years, even if human beings have accepted the superpower attribute elves and evil attribute elves, they are still very resistant to ghost attribute elves. I'm not afraid to tell you, my purpose this time is to come here to subdue the ghost elves. Duan Ganyushuen said very hard words in a very cowardly tone. Oh, is that so? Just because you are like this now? Xiaoyu pranked his heart, quietly leaned into Duan Ganyushuen's ear, and blew a cool breath at her. Yeah, Duan Ganyushuen suddenly let out a cute voice like a frightened small animal, covered his reddish ears all of a sudden, ran away for a distance, and shouted coquettishly, Xiaoyu. You, what are you doing? Jinyu spread his hands. If you're scared to this level, how can you conquer the ghost-type spirits here? This and that are completely different things. After chatting with Duan Ganyushuen, Xiaoyu was no longer in the skin, but continued to look for clues to slate. Just when he saw Shu Fu tinkering with the air circulation machine in the corner, he asked, Inspector Shu, you are? Oh, I just saw black smoke, and I was thinking, could it be the air circulator malfunctioning? God, the air circulator is faulty, and your machine will emit black smoke when it fails. Although Shu Fu has rich experience, he still thinks from a material point of view in essence. Xiaoyu didn't explain it, but the ward asked Shu Fu. If Detective Mongoose made any big move, he would tell him immediately that he was going to explore deeper in the museum. The further you go in the columns of this museum, the weirder it gets. The armor of the medieval knights, the black and white photos of the war. There are a lot of them. I usually don't feel anything when I look at them, but considering the current situation, even if they are as courageous as Jinyu, they will feel a little scary when they look at them. Sha. Is there movement behind you? Jinwu sensed it keenly, and immediately threw the Pokeball. The arc flashed, Zerora appeared beside him, and without Jinyu saying anything, he immediately rushed in the direction of the movement. Yeah. A girl's scream. Xiaoyu twitched his eyebrows and said speechlessly, aren't you looking for ghost spirits? Why are you following me? The one who just followed behind Xiaoyu was none other than Duan Ganyushuen. Duan Ganyushuen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when the tracking was discovered, but he still refused to admit it and said arrogantly, it's just a coincidence, I didn't want to follow you, who called this place like a labyrinth, so big. Jinwu was too lazy to know her in general, and was about to continue his search. Suddenly, an inspiration struck. Like a maze. By the way, I don't know if the exploration function of the system can be expanded here. If it can be used, it will save a lot of trouble. Before, Jinyu used the search function only in the secret realm, but in reality, he left this function behind instead. Ding! The scan is completed, the Xincheng University Museum is found, and the simulated map drawing is completed. A familiar sound. Then, Jinwu's mind came up with a complete miniature map of the museum. Jinyu smiled knowingly and snapped his fingers happily. Finish. The coordinates of various objects in this museum are clearly recorded on it. Inspector Shu Fu, Inspector Mongoose, Duan Ganyushuen, including the coordinates of Xiaoyu and Zerora are also clearly displayed. Xiaoyu, did you find anything? Why are you so happy all of a sudden? Duan Ganyushuen asked suspiciously. I can remember the function of the system, or I asked Duan Ganyushuen just now. I was going to chat with her a few words to express my gratitude, when I suddenly found that a coordinate other than them on the way was quickly going to the alone person. Shu Fu is approaching. Inspector Shu Fu is in danger. Jinyu hurried back immediately. Xiaoyu, What happened, huh? Duan Ganyushuan ran back when he saw that Xiao Yu didn't say a word, and he could only follow immediately. At this time, Shu Fuzheng was still working on the air circulator by himself. Chapter 45, The Black Shadow Stream of the Sneak Attack. After checking, Shu Fu turned on the air circulator switch again. Wow, a large piece of black smoke was sucked into the circulator. Not to mention, even if this modern technology encounters the skills of elves, it still has a certain use. Shu Fu clapped his hands, and he felt a great sense of accomplishment after doing this. This should be no problem. Detective Mongoose, what do you think? Huh? Shu Fu found that he was the only one in the main hall of this large museum. Where did you go to play? Shu Fu shook his head, not taking it seriously. At this moment, a melodious cry suddenly came from his ear. Woo! Shu Fuhen froze. Who's over there? The voice did not answer him, but continued to cry. As a veteran detective, Shu Fu naturally wouldn't be afraid because of this level. He stretched his hand to his waist, ready to call out another partner spirit. The next moment, I found that the Pokeball, which I could reach out of my hand, suddenly disappeared. What's the situation? At this time, Shu Fu realized the seriousness of the matter. Misfortunes do not come singly. Not only the Pokeball around him, but also the flashlight in Shu Fu's hand began to flicker, as if the power was about to be cut off. Is that the cause of the sound? Although Shu Fu was old-fashioned, but not stupid, he quickly realized the problem. Since there was no Pokeball around him, Shu Fu didn't plan to fight the owner of the sound and take advantage of the flashlight. There was light, and he looked at the route of retreat. There were many entrances in the hall, each leading to a different exhibition hall. Shu Fu chose a route that was farthest away from the sound, and then ran quickly. Now the door of the museum can't be opened, and my Pokeball has disappeared for no reason. Although it's a bit embarrassing, I have to meet Jinwoo and the others as soon as possible, so that the danger can be minimized. After considering what to do next, Shu Fu decided to take action. Tilda running here, that strange sound might not be able to catch up in a while, right? Because under the highly tense situation, a lot of cold sweat had already oozing out of his forehead at this moment, wiped the cold sweat, and his ears moved slightly. Next, the cry had disappeared, but before Shu Fu could breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, not far away, the cry came again. This time, it was closer to him than the cry just now. If Shu Fu also had a virtual map, he would now be able to find out that he did not leave the hall. His so-called, staying away, was just constantly going around in circles in the hall. Crack, kick. Gradually, in the cry, other voices began to be mixed. It was like the sound of metal stepping on the floor. The previous black smoke filled the air again. In the black smoke, a humanoid shadow slowly emerged. But Shu Fu's intuition told himself that the shadow was definitely not Xiaoyu or Duan Ganyushuan. He clenched his fists, his nerves tensed abnormally. The shadow finally revealed its true appearance. In front of him is a knight's armor from the Middle Ages. Since his entire body is protected by armor, he does not know who is hiding in it, holding a thin silver long sword with a scarlet aura in his hand. If ordinary people see this scene, most of them will be like the curator of the museum. Shapely thing. Drink. Detective Mongoose was like a shooting star, clenching fists with both hands, posing in a very strange posture, and quickly deceived himself into the arms of the knight's armor with lightning speed. Boom. A punch. The armor shattered. Detective Mongoose has practiced mixed fighting Barton since he was a child. As well as possessing a keen intuition, his force value is far beyond that of ordinary people. He claimed that these are just the basic qualities of a detective. Easy to settle, this armor looks mighty, but it is so weak in the hands of Detective Mongoose that Detective Mongoose can't help but think, is there something wrong? Just when I was thinking about this, suddenly, a pool of black unknown liquid suddenly sprang from the broken armor. This liquid is like a slime that has been given life, and it differentiated into countless strands at once, and then tightly wrapped around Shufu. Although Shufu is strong, he is also in the category of human beings. When encountering such a thing, he is also helpless. Damn it, I think Shufu has the guts, but at this time, I was forced to do so by a ghost who couldn't tell where it came from. Shufu sighed, and there was a faint feeling of a hero's end. After the ghost caught Shufu, it knew that Shufu could not stay, so it separated a black tentacle, picked up the silver-thin long swords from the ground, and was about to stab Shufu. At this moment, suddenly, a blue thunder flashed. The black tentacle shadow stream immediately evaporated and disappeared. Shufu fell to the ground, and the blue thunder beside him turned out to be Xiao Yu's Zerora. Shufu, it's a close call, Inspector Shu, it's good to see you all right. Xiao Yu walked slowly from a dark place in a corridor. Then, he looked at the black shadow stream that turned into a pool on the ground. And you, since you appeared, should you give an explanation? The black shadow stream seemed to know that Zerora was not to be messed with, and wanted to run away. Did you run, Zerora, Electro-Light? Meow. As Zerora waved, a blue electric current rushed toward the black shadow. Black shadows also seemed to have a hand. The skeleton of the fossilized pterosaur immediately blocked behind it, helping it block Zerora's move, and at the same time, it began to collapse. And the black shadow stream, taking advantage of this effort, chose a corridor in a panic, and wanted to run away. Duan, don't you want to conquer ghost-type Pokemon? Why don't you do it? Jinyu reminded seemingly casually. Hey, strong chicken, use the energy storage flame attack. Exactly. The strong chicken was wrapped in flames and slammed into the black shadow stream head-on. Chapter 46. The Death Board. The black shadow showed a pained expression, collapsed to the ground, and gradually began to change into its original appearance. Invisibly, a wall-like thing rose slowly from the ground. This is what the curator of the museum and my subordinates said about the haunting wall. Shufu had already stood up at this time, and he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the suddenly rising wall. No, that should also be a kind of Pokemon. Just as the two were talking, the slate raised from the ground suddenly flashed with lines. In the outline of the lines, it is clearly transformed into a body depiction similar to a salamander. What kind of elf is this? Duan Yuxuan was also very confused about this unknown ghost elf at this time. Born into a famous family, there are many types of elves she has been in contact with since she was a child. Ghost-type Pokemon also know a thing or two, but in her memory, there is still no clue of the elf in front of her. The spirit of resentment. Death Board. The black shadow drilled into the slate in an instant, and the speed was faster than that of Zerora lightning. Then, the slate seemed to be alive, the lines began to turn scarlet, and black smoke continued to penetrate the interior of the slate along the lines, the tail, the claws, and then the eyes of the head. Open black lens bracket Death Board. Qualification. Blue. Level 25. Attributes. Ground, Ghost. Feature. Wandering Soul. As long as the two sides are in contact, the mutual characteristics will be exchanged, and the exchanged, Wandering Soul, characteristic has almost no effect, similar to the state of no characteristic. Close black lens bracket. This is a ghost-type elf. Why have I never seen it before? Shufu said in surprise. Although elves have appeared in human history for 1,000 years, but due to the relationship between the region, the environment, and the rarity of elves themselves, there are still many types of elves, which are unknown. Like the subspecies of the coffin of the god of death, the elves of the god of death, perhaps the Nanzhou and Shizhou countries have heard of them, but in the central continent, very few people know about it. Golem. Black smoke kept turning the black eyes on the slate. It seems to be constantly scanning the crowd surrounding it. Then, it chose to put the breakthrough on Shufu, who is not guarded by the elves. Shufu sneered. Too naive, Detective Mongoose. Ha, The figure of the mongoose inspector suddenly rushed from behind, opened his sharp mouth with dense fangs, and bit on the slate. Open black lens bracket crush close black lens bracket. The evil attribute high-level skill is an enhanced version of the bite attack. When attacking, there is a certain chance to reduce the opponent's defense. Before Jinwoo came, he saw the mongoose detective, a elf wandering around in confusion. Immediately realized that Inspector Mongoose should have been hit by strange light, and the one who shot it should not be the same Pokemon that attacked Shufu. After helping it recover with Cattle Flame Senbei, Inspector Mongoose followed him all the way. The Kuyan Senbei was a prop that Jinwoo bought before entering the museum. When Jinwoo knew that his opponent was a ghost-type spirit, Jinwoo knew that he had to prepare this thing. It can restore the spirit to its abnormal state. The price is quite expensive, but it is cheaper than the good-tasting Mori no Yokon, 70,000 yuan. Fortunately, the abnormal state of Detective Mongoose was not serious, and he recovered after eating a little, which saved Jinwoo a lot of money. The evil attribute, skill has double the effect damage to the ghost attribute, Elves. The death plate was so painful that he fell to the ground. Although at this moment, due to the relationship between the characteristics of Wandering Soul, he obtained the characteristics of Inspector Mongoose. Adaptability, and his own ghost attribute move power was improved, but the ghost attribute, skill has no effect on the normal attribute, Mongoose Detective. The death plate attack was fruitless, and the strong chicken on the side rushed forward immediately, and together with the Mongoose Detective, they beat the death plate. It didn't take a lot of work, and the death board that was full of force before was beaten to death. Hey, if you want to subdue it, take advantage of it now. Jinwoo reminded him aside. Duan Ganyushuan then remembered his purpose, but he felt that he owed Xiaoyu. If the latter was not alert and found out that something happened to Detective Shufu here, and rushed over, she probably wouldn't have caught the death board so easily. You won't accept it. Although Duan Ganyushuan was very interested in this rare death plate, she still asked Xiaoyu's opinion first. Jinwoo didn't say the reason, just shook his head. Duan Ganyushuan then rubbed his hands, took out a super ball from his arms, and threw it towards the death board. Every penny is worth every penny. There are 30,000 super balls on the market, and the aura is different when used. The half-dead death plate was thrown, and was immediately subdued without the ability to resist. After the death board was completely subdued, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the matter was temporarily over. According to Jinwoo's guess, this death plate was probably a crying mask before. Because the museum curator carried things out for exhibition, the crying mask accidentally came into contact with this slate engraved with strange symbols. Maybe this crying mask has been injured a few times before. The crying mask needs to lose 49 health points to evolve into a death board. Under the circumstances, it evolved into a death board. After that, the museum curator arbitrarily moved a part of his body without the approval of the death board. Therefore, he was blamed by the death board and played havoc in this museum. Fortunately, there were no major incidents and no casualties. Shufu explained Xiaoyu's guesses to the museum curator and the museum curator. The museum curator sincerely said that these were all losses caused by his own carelessness. He naturally knew that he couldn't get it back, so he generously gave it directly to Duan Ganyushuan, who conquered the death plate. As a descendant of a famous family, Duan Ganyushuan is not bad for this amount of money, and he directly threw it to the museum curator for a year's income. This is also a win-win situation. When the matter was over, Shu Fukai reacted, What about little brother Xiaoyu? He was able to solve the case so quickly this time, he must have contributed. I don't know, he seems to say something is still in the museum. At this moment, Jinwoo was looking at the air ventilator in the museum by himself. After a while, he said, it's time to come out. Chapter 47, Conquering the Shining Ghosts. Gauss 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 tilde he he tilde. From the ventilator, a wisp of black smoke slowly drifted out. The black smoke slowly transformed into a purple sphere. Ghosts, flash. Qualification, purple. Level 8. Attributes. Ghost, poison. Feature. Floating, floats from the ground, not affected by ground attribute attacks. Gender. Male. Body shape. 1.3 meters, 0.1 kilograms. Skills. Strange light, tongue licking, hypnosis, black eyes, fright, immobilization, resentment, black mist. In all likelihood, this inheritance skill is related to the previous death board, and there is a black fog in the room, and Detective Shufu is confused and cannot escape, and other abnormal situations. It is estimated that this ghost is also playing tricks. Although the precise coordinates of the ghosts are on the zoomed-out map, Jinyu didn't think that the ghosts are still shining spirits. Although the attribute racial value of the flash elf is no different from that of the ordinary elves, sometimes it is a matter of time whether it is strong or not, and whether it is handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime. Later, if the flash ghost evolves into a Gengar, then a mega evolution, or a super giant. If it is transformed, it will turn into a white appearance, which is different and unique. Even among the millions of elves that have evolved, the white Gengar is still a very eye-catching existence. Coupled with the aptitude of purple, Jinyu suddenly became interested. Go on, Leloras. Throwing the Pokeball, Leloras appeared in front of him. Gauss Gauss. DC knew very well that if he didn't turn over the elves in front of him today, this human would probably not let him go. For the sake of freedom, for the dignity of ghost-type elves, DC should fight this battle. Without further ado, DC turned into black gas and rushed towards Lalu Lassie quickly, the scarlet tongue in his mouth swung like a whip. Tongue licking. Lalu Lassie, shadow clone. Lula. Lalula's used the shadow clone very skillfully to avoid the tongue-licking attack. DC was reluctant, and tongue-licking swept again. Self-fixing method. When Lalula's waved, the invisible thought power spread, and DC immediately stopped in place, unable to move his tongue. Lalula's had tried to use this trick when fighting the little Kirby beast, and now she is very proficient. Mind power. Double damage to poison attribute. Affected by this wave of attacks, Guici immediately retreated again and again. It looks like he's been pushed to the brink. DC began to use his housekeeping skills, Black Mist. When he opened his mouth, the entire hall was instantly filled with black mist. With the effect of the black fog, DC's tongue was pulled back. Black fog effect restores the abilities, hit rate, etc. of all elves on the field. Then, taking the opportunity, he continued to attack Lalula's with Scare. Scare was originally a very weak low-level skill, but because of the ghost attribute double damage to Lalu Lassie, and Lalu Lass herself is timid, the effect of this skill is outstanding, and Lalu Lass can't move due to fright in a cringe state. Seeing that DC regained the disadvantage, Jinyu had to let Lalu Lassie use his Nirvana. Lalu drawing, use the magic slate. Hearing Jinyu's voice, Leloras regained some courage and took out the magical slate that Jinyu had given it before. The slate can be big or small. After Lalu drawing was taken out, it immediately changed to a size comparable to Lalu drawing's height. With Lalu Lassie, the power of thought is poured into it. Immediately, the slate became brighter. When the light spreads, the surrounding black mist dissipates instantly, and the figure of Guici is also invisible. It's now, Lelora's, mind power. The mind power attack augmented by the magical slate is comparable to the power of middle-level and even high-level skills. Boom. A wave of light spreads. Ghosts lost the ability to fight on the spot. Jinwu threw the Master Ball. Wow tilde. After shaking it for a while, it was successfully subdued. If you think about it, there is actually no need to fight tilde. After going out of the museum, Jinyu didn't mean to hide it, and told everyone frankly that in addition to the death board, there were other ghost-type Pokemon hidden in the museum, but it was all right now, and he had already captured it. With that said, he released the ghosts. Whether it was Shufu or the museum curator, they were very grateful for Jinyu's help this time, and naturally he wouldn't care about subduing a ghost. At the same time, Xiaoyu also reminded a little that the cultural relics with a long history in the museum are all tempting to ghost-type Pokemon. Although it is a good thing to let people gain insight, it is best to show the genuine items less often. It is enough to use a model, which can minimize the probability of incidents. The museum curator accepted it humbly, and, in order to thank Jinyu for his help this time, he also gave him a real amber fossil. Although there is no fossil resurrection technology in the world, this kind of thing is still very precious. On the other hand, Shufu also said that as soon as Xiaoyu has something to do, he will definitely rush to the scene as soon as possible. If it is not in Jiangnan province, he will also contact the local security bureau as soon as possible to help Xiaoyu deal with the matter. Jinwu verbally thanked him. With Gixi joining the team, Jinwu's initial lineup has taken shape. Liloras, Jenny turtles, ghosts, and young Kiras who are about to hatch are mainly cultivated. Of course, with the increase in the number of elves, Jinyu now has to pay about 1,500 yuan for food every day. This is because he started to try to make elves food by himself and only buy raw materials. If it is made, the price will have to be doubled. It is good to say that the Lilora's Jenny turtle has a template to record the taste, while the food of Zerora and Pheromeria has almost no records, and the taste naturally has to be tried. The cost of this attempt, naturally, has to be borne by the trainer himself. This is one of the reasons why Jinwu wants to be independent as soon as possible and be able to make elf food by himself. Chapter 48. Delegate the task, catch the little lucky egg. The museum incident came to an end, and Jinyu stayed in Xincheng for one more day. On the one hand, it was Yuan's original idea to listen to the knowledge taught by the teachers of Xincheng University. The so-called reviewing the old and learning the new. During the period, Jinyu met a more interesting teacher. The teacher was an old man in his 70s and 80s. Because in class, he talked about the use of elves in the Sunstone, including the evolution of Poison Rose into Mask Rose, Rosley. Duo. Jinyu reminded in the middle, and clearly pointed out that Poison Rose did not evolve with the Stone of the Sun, but with the Stone of Light. The teacher was stunned for a while, but immediately did not put on any airs, but let Xiaoyu come forward and ask Xiaoyu humbly in front of the students. Xiaoyu used the qualities of a scholar, and simply explained in detail the several evolution stones he knew, and the several types of elves that were currently evolved with evolution stones. The old gentleman repeatedly praised Jinyu for being young and erudite, and even later, in order to thank Jinyu for his popular science, he even gave Jinyu a preemptive claw. Knowledge is power. The first trainer to grasp the information, like this preemptive claw, will occupy the absolute initiative. Xiaoyu, if you have time, why don't you come to my office and sit down? Being idle is also idle. Jinyu did not refuse. He came to the old man's house, and found that. What kind of office is this? This hole is a castle. Welcome back, sir. The servants stood in 2 rows and gave the old man a welcome ceremony. Jinyu, ever since I came to Xincheng, the people I met were all local tyrants. Come here, little friend Xiaoyu, you're welcome, I invite you to my proudest backyard. Without stopping, the old man took Xiaoyu directly to his proud courtyard. The breeze was coming, and the garden was full of fragrance. Just standing at the entrance of the garden, I felt that the whole person was healed. From this place, Jinwu felt the absolutely wild environment that can only be found in the secret realm. Oh, it looks like Xiaoyu has also discovered something. You might as well say it straight. The old man couldn't help but said with a bit of pride. Jinyu nodded with a smile. Old sir, I feel a little bit of a feeling that can only be found in a secret realm here. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed when he heard the words. It feels so accurate. My garden is still a secret place. Quote. Even if he vaguely guessed it, Jinwu was still shocked. What kind of rude operation is this? Turn a secret realm into your own back garden. I discovered this piece of land a few years ago, and on a whim, I contracted this small secret realm, and then I built this office in front of its exit. The courtyard of the office is connected to the entrance of the secret realm. I am tired of working. If you want to rest, you can go to this secret realm anytime, anywhere. The old man spoke very casually, but the speaker had no intention and the listener had intention. From what the old man said just now, Jinyu only felt 4 words. Inhumane. At present, the secret realms in the national system of Central Continent are logically owned by the state. Every trainer, as long as they have enough money, is eligible to enter, and even the props obtained by risk do not need to be confiscated, but the means of buying a secret realm directly from the old man in front of him is really not something that ordinary people can do, or it is not allowed by the country, even if there is a 4 heavenly king level as strong as the top of the pyramid, saying that if you want to contract to buy a place, the secret realm also has to spend sky-high prices to supply the champions above them. The secret realm is big or small, some big, and the internal space is comparable to a country. Most of these secret realms are high-level secret realms, and some secret realms are as small as attic size, but if the elves that exist inside are of high overall level, that would also be classified as an intermediate, or advanced existence. Although the secret realm of the old man is not big to the naked eye, just now, Jinyu used the system search function to draw a small map and found that there are many elves around the 20th or 30th level living here. That is to say, this place is at least one intermediate secret realm. What is the origin of this old man? He was able to contract an intermediate secret realm. Seeing Xiao Yu's unexpected expression, the old man seemed very happy, and Xiao Yu felt a sense of déjà vu. Feeling that this old man was very similar to someone, Duangan Yuxuan's appearance appeared in Xiao Yu's mind inexplicably. Little friend Xiao Yu, let me tell you, this secret realm in my backyard, the elves in it change with the seasons, and there will be different Pokemon every season. It's boring to talk about it and not watch it, so let's play a little game. Xiao Yu, This season, there should be elves like Xiaofuden in my backyard. I will provide you with a Pokeball, you catch it in the backyard and give it to me. I will not hold you accountable for any gains you gain in the other courtyard during this period. It is yours, and after the task is completed, I will give you additional rewards. Oh, in order to make the game more exciting, we must have time limit. The game ends before the sun goes down today, how about that? The corners of Jinyu's mouth rose slightly, agreeing to the test. For others, this kind of fixed target capture game may be very difficult, and it can only be said to be a matter of luck, but for Jinyu, it is like pinching a snail with 3 fingers. In that area, he is absolutely sure to catch it. The old man was very satisfied with Jinyu's answer, clapped his hands, and immediately someone sent a box of Pokeballs. There are many types of balls. In addition to the most common red and white Pokeballs, there are also blue and white Super Balls, and black and white Advanced Balls. And even the First Chance Ball, Luxury Ball, and Healing Ball that are very rare in the market today. Chapter 49. A Little Adventure in the Secret Realm of the Backyard. Sharpen your knives without accidentally chopping wood. These Pokeballs, Xiao Yu, you should use them first. If you don't have enough, you can come back and get them again. The old man said with a smile. Jinwu glanced at the box, and in the end, only picked a luxury ball, then turned around and left. Old man said unexpectedly, don't you take a few more coins, little friend Xiao Yu? No, since you only catch one elf, one luxury ball is naturally enough. It can also help you to get started quickly. Old gentleman, by the way, improve your favorability. Favorability in reality is much more important than in games. In addition to affecting evolution in the game, the others are hardly involved, but in reality, the difference in favorability is equivalent to an obedient golden retriever and a dismantled Erha. If Jinyu immediately changed his hands to give it to the old man after he captured Xiaofuden, it would very likely cause the elf to be unhappy, and then lead to defect. Oh, obviously not from a famous family. Do you already know this level of luxury balls that have not yet been listed? What an interesting young man. Looking at the back of Jinyu leaving, the old man muttered alone, said to himself. As the old gentleman said, the types of elves in this backyard are really diverse. In addition to the 3 most common snake-skinned bears, coyotes, and thorns in Jiangnan province. There are also some elves that can only be seen in the southern islands. For example, Mukir of the Starling Elf, Bobo, who is known as the original form of the winged flying elf, and the kitten monster of the Shining Kitten Elf. There are also Rosebud, Poison Rose, Circle Mage, and its evolutionary speaker Cricket, etc. Jinyu really didn't expect that there would be so many elves in this little-sized secret realm. However, the little blessing egg that the old gentleman mentioned is indeed relatively rare. Looking at this secret realm, there is only one. And it's still in a very marginal area. I estimated the distance between myself and the target, and there was no pressure to go back and forth twice before dusk. So Jinyu calmed down and went for a drive along the way. When he saw a fruit tree, he went up to pick 2 of them. The fruit trees planted in this old gentleman's yard are all relatively advanced species. Muzigwo, after eating, the magical tree fruit that can relieve the abnormal state. Close black lens bracket. It is also used to restore the abnormal state. I heard that there was a secret feed recipe in the secret realm that could make Kuyan Senbei and Forest Yokon. As long as the production is successful, the price will be turned over several times. Pomelo fruit. A magical tree fruit that can restore a small amount of stamina after eating. This pomelo fruit looks like a pear. Almost most elves can eat it directly. The effect of restoring physical strength is stronger than that of orange fruit, but some elves who like to eat spicy do not like to eat it. Pearl fruit. After the elves eat, the character will become docile, and it is easier to capture the elves. After catching the elves will be willing to share the props with you. Close black lens bracket. This pearl fruit is quite an enhanced version of banana fragrant fruit, and it is also a good tree fruit for conquering elves. Jinyu saw 2 fruit trees growing on the tree in front of him, as if he was going to pick them up. But as soon as he got close, a Pippi jumped down from the canopy. Pippi attacked without saying a word, and used slap. High-quality fruit trees will be guarded by corresponding spirits around them. This Pippi is obviously the guardian spirit of this tree. Jinyu naturally found out by searching the minimap. Open black lens bracket Pippi. Qualification: White. Level: 20. Attribute: Fairy. Features: Charming body. There is a chance to fascinate opponents of the opposite sex who come into contact with them. Pippi is a rather rare elf. Because of its cute appearance, it is very popular. It is the first choice of elf targets for many girls. However, the level of this Pippi is too high. It is difficult to cultivate, and the most important thing is that the aptitude is too poor, and only the aptitude is white. Jinwu gave up decisively, threw the master ball, and fought against the Jenny Turtle. Although the level of the Jenny Turtle is low, its aptitude is 3 grades higher than that of Pippi, and the difference in combat power is not much. At the same time, Jinyu is also aware of the lack of attack skills of Pippi in front of him. Apart from that slap, the only attack skills in front of this Pippi are Imitation, which imitates the opponent's attack, and Commander, who is lucky. Commanding: stimulate the brain with the motion of waving your fingers, and then randomly release any skill. That is to say, but generally a level 20 white aptitude elf, even if the cerebral cortex is stimulated all over, it is impossible to randomly produce a mystical beast profound meaning level skill, which is completely a fantasy. And even if it comes out randomly, when the skill is released, the user will immediately jump on the street. The reason is of course that the body of the elves can't bear it. Therefore, this seemingly magical skill is actually in the hands of elves at different levels, using completely different powers. Elves such as mythical beasts and phantom beasts are naturally reckless and play with their fingers, while low-quality, first-level elves will attach shackles to their skills and dare not use them with all their strength. In view of this situation, Jinyu boldly sent the Jenny to fight. Jenny Turtle, Water Gun. Jenny, PFF'd. The 2 attacks were all hit, and Pippi counterattacked, using Imitation, imitating the Water Gun of the Jenny Turtle, and the Water attribute skill attacked the Jenny Turtle, which was completely painless. In this way, using one's strength to attack the other's weakness. After a few rounds, Pippi was out of breath. It decided to fight a wave and used command. Pippi. Pippi frowned. A flame suddenly appeared on his fingers, and then the flames filled Pippi's body. Chapter 50. Jenny Turtle's Cross-Level Battle. When Jinyu saw this, he immediately reacted. This should be the flame wheel of the middle-level fire attribute skill, which is quite powerful. Just as he was about to tell the Jenny Turtle to be on guard, he first used a shrink into the shell to avoid it, but he didn't expect that Pippi, who made this move, panicked first. The flames filled the whole body. Before launching the attack, he gave himself a ton of damage. Pippi wanted to put out the fire on his body first. Then Jinyu saw a burning Pippi constantly churning in front of him, and he could faintly smell the smell of barbecue. Jinyu couldn't see it anymore, so he asked Jenny Turtle to give him a water gun. Then the fire went out, and Pippi lost his ability to fight. Jinyu was speechless for a while. Defeat level 20 Pippi. The Jenny Turtle gets 1080 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Jenny Turtle has been upgraded to level 12. Close black lens bracket. In the unexpected victory scene, Jinyu silently updated the update of command. Even if the elf pointed out the skills that he did not understand, he would not be able to use it. In the worst case, he might directly hurt himself. With 2 phoenix fruits easily obtained, Jinyu continued to head towards Xiaofudan. Gone for a while. Oh, I didn't expect to meet a trainer here. I think it must be the master's guest, right? In front of Jinyu, there was a girl in a maid outfit, with a beautiful face and a dignified posture. Jinwu smiled and nodded in return, and then he was about to leave. The maid girl opened her hands and stopped in front of Jinyu. By the order of the master, in order to make hunting more difficult for the guests, I ordered me to wait for the battle maid to wait here tilde. After speaking, the maid girl threw a super ball. Sure enough, it is a rich family, even the maids use super balls. Jinyu shook his head with a wry smile. At first, he saw that there were humans other than himself on the map, and he was curious. It turned out to be a landmine. Go, speaker cricket tilde. Open black lens bracket speaker cricket. Qualification, green. Level 19. Attribute, bug. Feature, insect premonition. Physical strength is reduced to a critical point, and the power of all insect attribute skills is increased. Body shape, 1.0 meters, 25.5 kilograms. This is an elf that can rub its 2 front feet like knives and play music. Scholars have even found that they can improvise different styles of music according to their inner emotions. Of course, in combat, its dual swords will also become powerful weapons. Okay, Jenny, try your hand at it. Jinwu threw the master ball, and the Jenny Turtle appeared. At the same time, activate his skills. High-speed rotation. Speaker cricket, give the guests an exciting performance, even cut tilde. On the opposite side of the Jenny Turtle's high-speed rotation, the other side adopted a frontal response. The speaker cricket slashed with both knives, and in an instant, it slashed 2 knives. Continuous slash effect. Use the same skill to continuously attack the opponent, and each time the power will be superimposed. Originally, Lien Slash was just a low-level skill with low power, but as the number of attacks increases, the power will continue to increase. In reality, the concept of the upper limit is rather vague. In theory, as long as the elves themselves can withstand the limit of the release power, they can be used. Besides my hands, my speaker cricket has other blades tilde. The maid gave a wicked smile, and then, when the speaker cricket was spinning, the 2 cicada wings behind her were used as sharp blades, and the 4 blades were used in between. The power superimposes naturally and quickly. High-speed rotation. For the first time, I was forcibly picked up from the front. It's not over yet. Speaker crickets, use suction. After ejecting the Jenny Turtle, the speaker cricket continued to rush towards the Jenny Turtle. The mouthparts stretched out, like sharp needles, and were about to stab at the Jenny Turtle. The drain skill is a grass attribute skill. As long as it hits, it will definitely cause great damage to the Johnny Turtle. White Mist. At a critical time, Jinwoo issued an order. A large amount of white smoke spewed out of the turtle shell, and the figure of the Jenny Turtle disappeared. For a time, the speaker cricket could not find the whereabouts of the opponent. Speaker cricket, don't worry, use your best sound wave to find the whereabouts of your opponent. This battle maid is quite clever and knows how to use the elves' own specialties. Don't look at me like this. In fact, I personally hate failure. Xiaoyu smiled and snapped his fingers randomly. Go ahead, Jenny Turtle. Jenny Turtle in the white mist understood Jinwoo's meaning in seconds. Immediately took out the wishing star from the turtle shell. As the light of wishing star flickered, its figure began to grow slowly. Outside the white fog, the changes in the Jenny Turtle could not be clearly seen. The speaker cricket obeyed the master's order, and was concentrating on feeling the transmission of sound waves to detect the opponent's movements. Suddenly, the two antennae on the top of the speaker cricket moved. The maid was instantly overjoyed. Did you find where the Jenny Turtle is? The speaker cricket didn't answer, but the cold sweat slowly overflowed from his forehead. Looking for is found, but, if the target is a Jenny Turtle, it is too big, right? What's wrong? Speaker cricket, is there something wrong? The maid asked curiously, feeling the abnormality of the speaker cricket. Just now, do it, Jenny. Jenny. A loud roar. Then in the white fog, water light surged. The maid put down her doubts and concentrated on the battle in front of her. It's coming, be careful to avoid it, sound. Box crickets. After saying that, the maid was stunned. How to dodge this attack? What spewed out in the white fog was a super strong water column comparable to a water cannon, and it spread over a wide area, so it was unavoidable. Boom. Extremely giant water stream hits the target perfectly. A large amount of water sprayed the sky, and a small part of the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and it started to rain heavily. Jenny Turtle took the opportunity to use the rain disc feature to restore his stamina. Of course, in fact, there is no need to be wary of anything, because the speaker cricket on the opposite side has completely lost its fighting ability after being hit by this extremely huge current. Defeat the 19-level speaker cricket, and the Jenny Turtle gets 930 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Jenny Turtle understands the new skill to bite. Close black lens bracket. At this time, the Jenny Turtle was also the size of the recovery cost, and slowly walked out of the white fog. Although the maid was surprised by the terrifying power of the water gun, just now, she didn't think much about it, and only regarded it as the killer of the Jenny Turtle. Age of Elves start with 10,000 Master Balls Chapter 51 100. Chapter 51. The Frozen Wind. The battle maid smiled bitterly and bowed to Jinwoo. Congratulations, sir, you won this game. As a reward, this thing is for you. The battle maid lady handed Jinwoo a pink gem. Superpower gem. Jinwoo exclaimed in surprise. Superpower gem S. A magical gem that the elves carry and absorb the energy in the gem, which can increase the energy of the superpower attribute once. Close black lens bracket. This thing Xiaoyu has heard about. The attribute energy in this gemstone is a great supplement to the elves. Long-term use, it is very helpful to improve the elves' attribute energy. In addition to the S-grade attribute gems, there are M-grade, L-grade, and even the legendary XL-grade attribute gemstones. I heard that the largest XL-grade gemstone has the effect of permanently increasing the energy of the elf attribute. But unfortunately, gems of any size can only be absorbed once. After absorbing them, they will turn into ashes. I heard that powerful elf families use these gems to decorate furniture as a symbol of family strength. Sir, you know a lot. This is the reward for your victory in the battle. In this secret garden, there are other battle maids. If you are not in a hurry, you can fight with them in turn. The reward you get after winning is quite good. Rich Tilda, the maid winked and said playfully. Oh, a friendly reminder. although I don't know why, sir, the master let you in here. But according to the rules in the secret garden, if you fail the battle with the battle maid, you will be forcibly sent back to the master's office. Yo. Jin Yu nodded. According to his guess, he estimated that he also had to abide by this rule. As long as he was forcibly sent back, the task of subduing Xiaofudan would be considered a failure. But why can't it be so fragrant? I originally thought that these battle maids were mines, but I didn't expect that they were actually gift-giving boys. 6 battle maids on this mini-map of the secret garden. According to Jin Yu's route forward, including the battle maid just now, 5 battle maids can fight them directly without taking a detour. With the route planned, Jin Wu moved on. On the way, he robbed the nest of a mook bird, and found a silver leaf, and 2 feathers, from it. Open black lens bracket silver leaf. Magical sterling silver leaves. Trees that grow this kind of leaves have not yet been found. Close black lens bracket. It doesn't seem to be of much use, but if you sell it to the elf center or a dedicated collector, you can make a fortune. Physical feather. A magical feather that can permanently slightly increase the stamina of an elf. Used on feathered elves, the best effect. Instant feather. A magical feather that can permanently slightly increase the speed of an elf. Used on feathered elves, the best effect. As for a 15th level mook bird and 2 10th level mook children, it was left to Lalula's, Jenny Turtle, and VC to deal with. Defeat the 15th level mook bird. The Jenny Turtle gets 590 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Defeat the 10th level mooker. The Jenny Turtle gets 120 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Jenny Turtle has been upgraded to level 13. Close black lens bracket. Defeat the 10th level mooker. Lalula's, and DC equally share the experience value of 60. Close black lens bracket. The first time DC fought, Jin Yu let it assist Lalu Lassie next to him. After all, DC only mastered the attack skill of Ghost attribute, and couldn't deal damage to Mukae with normal plus flying attribute. After this little episode, Jin Wu met the second battle maid. She looks equally beautiful, and she dresses a bit more openly than the first maid, and you can vaguely see some white and beautiful benefits. Hey guest I will be your opponent from now on please don't pity others Go on, mouth dumb flower Jin Wu. Open black lens bracket mouth flower. Qualification. Green. Level 20. Attributes. Grass, poison. Features. Chlorophyll in fine weather, speed will increase. Body shape. 1.0 meters, 6.4 kilograms. The evolution of the trumpet bud, the flower with a dumb mouth, looks like a pitcher plant without a lid. It is not recommended to use it to experiment with bold ideas, because its mouth can spit out a strong, dissolving solution. Go on, Philomelas. Philomelodes comes on the scene. The opposite side was stunned for a moment, and seemed to be confused by the pheromones on the pheromone, but because she was a girl, she quickly recovered. Guest, your elf is really rare however, single light is rare, not necessarily you can win the battle The voice just fell. Pheromero swished, and a silver whirlwind swayed from the transparent wings like long hair behind him. The stunned flower touches it, and loses the ability to fight instantly. For the elves with the grass attribute, the worm plus the fighting pheromite is not an exaggeration to be called the natural enemy. Defeat the 20-level dumb flower. Pheromero gets 1070 experience points. Close black lens bracket. For Philomelody, this experience is simply not enough to fill the gap between the teeth. If it weren't for the command of the Great Master, Philomelody would definitely disdain to shoot . Quote. The scene was quiet for a while. Philomero turned around arrogantly and gracefully and looked at Jin Yu. Her attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant, and her eyes were suddenly filled with adoration and fascination for Jin Yu . Ya people's mouth is dumb , and the battle maid can only babble. Then, very aggrieved, he handed Jin Yu the trophy. The prize in this maid's hand was a skill book. This is the second time Jinyu saw the existence of the skill book from the door. The first time was the tie the straw knot obtained from Grass Crown. And this one is called Frozen Wind. The ice attribute skill, blowing the icy cold air to the opponent, will reduce the opponent's speed. It is a middle-level ice attribute skill book. Jinyu is quite satisfied that this skill book can be used by Jenny Turtle to learn, but he is worried that Jenny Turtle lacks the means of attack. Continue to move forward. On the way, the Jenny Turtle is directly summoned. The Jenny Turtle held the frozen wind and tried to spit out a small sip of water vapor from time to time. From the initial clear water, it gradually turned into a cold wind, and then it was slightly mixed with boulders, which means that the frozen wind is the initial stage. The experience was successful. At the end of the study, the frozen wind skill book became useless blank paper. Except for the very few esoteric skill books in the world, most skill books can only be learned once. Chapter 52, Power Candy. Next, Jinwoo challenged 3 battle maids in a row. Respectively used. Open black lens bracket natural bird. Level 21. Open black lens bracket Mario. Level 22. Open black lens bracket Marthana. Level 25. The closer to the destination, the higher the level of this battle maid, like a trial specifically for Jinwoo. So, does that old man know where Xiao Fudan is? Jinwoo shook his head and didn't think about it too much. Maybe it was just a pastime for the rich. In all 3 battles, Jinwoo let Philomelia appear. Under the crushing level of strength, Pherometis ended the battle in a flash every time. Defeat the 21st level natural bird. Pheromeria gets 1590 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Defeat level 22 Marilu. Pheromero gets 2200 experience points. Close black lens bracket. ... After the 3 battles, the experience value of Philomelas still hasn't risen much. However, in terms of props, there is still a lot of harvest. Irritable mint. A kind of magical mint leaf. After being used by elves, it will increase the speed attribute, but the defense attribute will be difficult to improve in the future. The target is cat elves. The effect is doubled. Xiao Yu played with the green mint leaves in his hand. Logically speaking, Zerora would like this thing, but due to the negative effect, Xiao Yu did not give it to Zerora for the time being. Power Candy. A candy full of energy that can increase the physical attack power of elves. Close black lens bracket. This thing is a good tonic whether it is for Zerora or Pheromeria. It is a natural treasure similar to magic candy, which is usually difficult to obtain. L-size candies and XL-size candies with better effects. The highest grade 40 candy, the value is the same as the magic candy, it is very rare, and one can make the elves in the same star, invincible. 1 to 10 is 1 star, 11 to 20 is 2 stars. In the spirit of not using people without suspicion and not using people who are suspicious, although Philomero is a strange beast, since joining Jinyu's team, he has been following the rules, and these few battles are all due to Philomero's contribution, so, Jinyu gave this power candy directly to Philomero. Philomero was overjoyed when she got this candy from Jinwoo. The Great Master actually gave him a reward. Even if the reward is small, Philomero will be grateful to Dade, let alone this power candy. Before the Philomero eats it, he can feel the surface content of enormous energy. In the extremely resource-poor space, this is an item that does not exist at all. Don't hesitate, just eat it. Seeing Philomelis stunned in place, Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. Philomero softly called out sweetly, confirming her eyes, that she is the person she will follow for the rest of her life. After eating the power candy, there was obviously red light surging around the Pheromero, and Jinyu was always paying attention to the state of the Philomu. The attack power has obviously increased, but the experience and the like have not changed at all. Jinyu made a bold assumption. If he consumes a lot of such items that increase basic attributes, will it affect his qualifications? Ordinary attribute candy is naturally impossible. Researchers have long known that, like attribute potion, this attribute candy has an upper limit, but what about XL candy above that? The conclusion is uncertain, at least currently. Jin Yu's strength cannot be confirmed, and the country of China, and even most of the trainers in the world, do not have the capital to prove it. Money is one aspect, and the most important thing is the place of production. For L rank and above attribute candies, only high-level secret realms are produced. At present, only 5-star and above trainers dare to explore this type of secret realm, and 5-star trainers only dare to be outside the high-level secret realm. Exploration, the only ones who can really get props in the advanced secret realm are the existences above the Heavenly King level. Jin Yu can only temporarily put this doubt aside. The item obtained after winning the battle with the third battle maid is a silver banana fruit. This itself is a very rare tree fruit item. Compared with the ordinary banana fruit, this silver banana fruit is equivalent to giving the elves a layer of debuff in advance. As long as the other elves are not too disgusted with you, it is not impossible to concede the ball directly. Sir, with this fruit, if you capture the elves, you will get twice the result with half the effort. After you complete the task of the master, there will be better rewards waiting for you there. This battle maid was really designed by the old man all the way. Xiao Yu smiled lightly, but now, no matter what the other party's goal is, he has reached the last step and has no reason to give up. In front of this place is a garden-like place, with beautiful flowers, a large number of hunting papilio, Bada butterfly and other insect-type Pokemon wandering around here. Ordinary people come here, it is estimated that they have to avoid them as carefully as possible. Although butterfly elves are famous for their elegance and tranquility, if they are frightened, they will subconsciously sprinkle a lot of phosphorus powder. Most of this phosphorus powder is paralysis powder, sleep powder, etc. It's fine in normal times. If you've been hit now and there's no antidote around, you'll have to lie here for a long time. It is estimated that this is the final game set by the old man. Jin Yu smiled and shook his head, estimating the number and level of butterfly elves in the vicinity. Most of them are about 10 or 20 levels, but there are quite a few, and there are at least 100 on the map, so. Felimero, come out, clean up in one go, and collect all the experience points here. Chapter 53, Loyalty to my lord. This kind of experience is a good thing, and Felimero will naturally not object to it. After following Xiao Yu, Felimero clearly felt that the invisible barrier that bound him had disappeared. Don't look at the appearance of Philomela's being arrogant and despising the opponent every time it comes out, but in fact, after each battle, it can clearly feel that its strength is gradually improving, although it is only a very weak improvement, but this kind of feeling, still intoxicated by Felimero. You must know that, in addition to the kind of elves who are born and blessed, most elves will be stagnant due to various problems in addition to the qualification barrier. For example, the cause of the injury, dietary problems, or mood. Before following Jin Yu, Felimero also had the same trouble of stagnant strength. She was because of her state of mind. The ultimate space was extremely desolate. Most of the super alien beasts will have this kind of mood, but Pheromorads are especially strong. But since following Jin Yu, this kind of problem has been solved naturally. Even if he didn't get anything beautiful, Felimelo's mood is still incomparable every day, and it naturally attributed these reasons to Jin Wu. Beautiful thing, she's been looking for. Butterfly dance, add special attack, accelerate, and then, a large-scale, silver whirlwind. Crash. A large number of petals danced around the Pherombus. In the end, it turned into a silver light blade and fell on the heads of the stunned butterflies. Under the increased attack power, these butterflies were powerless to resist, and they all lost their ability to fight. They rolled their eyes and collapsed in the garden. Experience increases. Although there are only a few thousand experience points each, but there are a lot of them. Finally, the pleasant upgrade sound sounded. Pherometis has been upgraded to level 50. Close black lens bracket. At the elf level, every 5th level is a small pit, and every 10th level is a big pit. Even the orange qualified pheromorads will also have a card-level situation. However, after only following Jinyu for less than 2 weeks, the imprisonment that had troubled him for a long time disappeared naturally. In the garden where the petals are fluttering, the noble as a Queen Philomelus respectfully knelt down on one knee to Jinwu, offering him the most sincere loyalty in his life. The move by Philometus just now made most of the elves in the garden incapable of fighting, and the coordinates stopped moving. Jinyu didn't have much effort, and easily found Xiaofuden, who was also incompetent. Throwing the luxury ball that was prepared for a long time. Clang tilde. Easy to conquer successfully. Afterwards, he returned to the old man's office safely, and put the luxurious ball that had captured Xiaofuden in front of the old man. Jinyu smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't lose my life." The whole process only took more than 3 hours. This kind of efficiency really made the old man stunned. The other party seemed to have already known where Xiaofuden would be. The old man originally arranged for battle maids to be in the secret garden. In the beginning, the maids of these secret gardens were the old man who provided Jinyu with the position of the little blessing eggs. The closer to the destination, the higher the level of the spirit of the battle maid. However, the old man had seen the big world, and soon recovered his calm, smiled and said, "It's really a hero coming out of a boy. Little friend Xiao Yu, let's see, I don't have any restrictions on this final reward. Whatever you want, you can report it directly. No matter what, as long as it is within my ability, I can fulfill it for you tilde." When the old man said this, he felt like the dragon in the 7 dragon balls, with an unfathomable look. Wu narrowed his eyes and repeated the question, "Any request will do." Old man nodded. "Yes, no matter what you want tilde, even if you want to take my place and get all my wealth, Xiao Yu tilde." Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. All those present who heard this were dumbfounded. The teapot in the maid's hand overflowed without knowing it. The dentures in the housekeeper's mouth also fell off because the mouth was too open. All kinds of silent surprises in front of him all show the extraordinary heritage of the old man, and Jinyu has a hunch that if he really speaks, the old man will definitely keep his promise and put it into action. As a reward, this is enough. After a short silence, Jinyu moved, and he took an vacant, luxury ball from the old man's table. Then he turned around and left, waving his hand dashingly with his back to the old man. Old man was stunned for a while, and couldn't help but shouted at Jinyu, "Wait, you don't want to know, how much is my property? Are you not afraid that you missed a great opportunity to get ahead?" The old man's words made Jinyu pause, but soon, Jinyu continued to walk away. Making things out of nothing, that's a dream. Getting something for nothing, that's poverty. Now I'm in the most glorious moment of my life, why should I replace the boring record that others have reached the end? When the words fell, Jinyu had also walked out of the castle gate. His back is bohemian, and his future is bright. The old man shook his head with a wry smile. Feelings, he is a big business empire, but people still look down on him tilde. Cut, Grandpa, I'll tell you, this guy is very stinky, and he has a glorious moment in his life. He only knows how to be handsome. As Jinyu left, a pink-carved jade-carved person walked out from the next door, dressed in a dress. Girl. This girl, Xiao Yu knows, is Duan Ganyushuan. Let Duan Ganyushuan be replaced by the existence of grandfather, who is this old man, and his identity will naturally be revealed. The richest man in China today, Duan Qinlongyan. Seeing the girl coming, Duan Qinlongyan smiled dotingly. This little friend is really an interesting person. In fact, why did he say something wrong? My achievements have reached the limit. It is difficult to be in 100 feet. Going a step further. And what I said just now is not untrue. If he wants my property, I will give him all of it. Chapter 54. The Astonishment of Duan Qinlongyan. Perhaps Duan Ganyushuan never worried about the economy since he was born, so now even his grandfather said he would give all his property to others, but he did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he said seriously. Grandpa, your company can't be run by ordinary people. Hey, just treat it as a dowry for my precious granddaughter. Grandpa has tested it. This young man will definitely have a bright future. It's just a matter of time. Duan Ganyushuan has no concept of economics, but he is particularly sensitive to Xiaoyu. Hearing her grandfather say this, he immediately jumped up and said shyly, Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. I don't see that kid. Up. The veteran Duan Ganlongyan smiled and didn't answer. He knew of Xiaoyu's existence, or it was because Duan Ganyushuan had been nagging him in his ear for the past 2 days. Of the young people that his granddaughter usually comes into contact with, who is not the heir to the wealthy and powerful family? But Duan Ganlongyan had never heard Duan Ganyushuan talk about these people in front of him. And Xiaoyu, an ordinary person from a mediocre family, heard frequently from Duan Ganyushuan's mouth in the past 2 days that Duan Ganlongyan's ears were about to break out. No, he found an opportunity to get in touch with this young man. The result is naturally beyond Duan Qinlongyan's expectations. Originally, in his understanding, this young man named Xiaoyu is quite accomplished in elf fighting, but in the contact, he found that the level of the other party's knowledge is more than what he knew. The big names in academia didn't give in too much. Although the other party showed signs of hiding in the conversation, most of the conclusions were made by Xiaoyu's guidance, and Duan Qinlongyan came to it himself. Duan Qinlongyan, who can live as an adult, how can he not see it? The conversation was very pleasant, and Duan Qinlongyan gave Xiaoyu a second round of testing, and deliberately took him to a luxurious office courtyard. The other party did not deliberately hide his surprise, but exclaimed frankly, praised frankly, and then, as calmly as before, chatted with Duan Qinlongyan. Duan Qinlongyan's eyesight can easily determine whether he deliberately pretended or not. In the second round of tests, Xiaoyu's performance was still impeccable. After that, I searched for the elf, and arranged for the maid to deliberately charm. Jinyu's movements and demeanor were still not disguised in the slightest, and there was embarrassment and a wry smile. And the only thing Duan Ganlongyan can't see through is the strength of Jinyu. As the richest man, Duan Qinlongyan has always believed that his granddaughter, Duan Ganyushuan's strength is definitely a top-notch existence among the younger generation of Central Continent country, but what about Xiaoyu? It is meaningless whether it is stronger or not, but it is a matter of several levels of strength. For some reason, Duan Qinlongyan felt the same aura of his youngest son on the other side. A person with knowledge is not scary, a person with strength, although scary, can outsmart. And someone like Jinyu, who has both intelligence and strength, and who is so young, is absolutely terrifying. Perhaps, at present, the only person who can compare with this young man in Central Continent is the champion, right? Duan Qinlongyan shook his head with a smile. No wonder the other party didn't care about his wealth. With such abilities, why should he rush for temporary wealth? Grandpa, Grandpa. The voice of his granddaughter awakened him from his contemplation. What are you thinking about? Hee, when people are old, they like to be in a daze. Oh, by the way, Xiao Fudan you liked last time, Xiaoyu caught it for you. Duan Ganyushuan was in a complicated mood and took the luxury ball from Duan Ganlongyan. Grandpa who asked you to entrust him I didn't say it, I want to conquer it myself Haha, isn't Grandpa also in the mentality of trying it out? How can you know that this young man Jinyu really conquered Xiao Fudan from being surrounded by so many butterfly fairies Ah. Jinyu touched his nose. At this moment he was a little regretful. Just now, did he ask for too little? Hey as a human being, you shouldn't be handsome, and at worst, you should have a secret technique, or a special feed formula, or something. The old man looks quite rich. I believe that even if he doesn't have it, he should be able to buy a set with money, right? In the past few days, I have almost visited Xincheng High School, so Jinyu was about to leave. During this period, he had thought about challenging Xincheng Gym, but he didn't really want to fight with Feromero and Zerora. Both are too special and too showy. If they won the gym competition, it is estimated that they will soon be approached and questioned by interested people. Jinyu doesn't want to attract attention for the time being, so he plans to train Lalu around him first. Drawing them, waiting for them to grow up, thinking about the gym. So now, he decided to go to the next city, Mirage. I heard that there are many surfing trainers in that place, and there are many trainers who have obtained the skill book in the unique secret realm of that sea city, surfing. With this skill, the elves can easily deal with turbulent water currents, and at the same time, the durability and load-bearing performance will be greatly improved. The most important thing is that Jinyu heard that from ancient times to the present, there have been many shipwrecks around the sea market, including some merchant ships that transported a lot of jewelry, and he is a man with searchability if he is lucky enough to get it. I'm a little excited just thinking about it . At the same time, the sea market also has very famous historical buildings. The largest dock building in Zhongzhou is open to the outside world. Also, I heard that there will be a market and temple fair in the near future. There will be many people selling things they don't need. Stuff, among them, there is no shortage of some trainers. It's a great place to pick up leaks. To sum up, he decided to set off for the sea market immediately. If you want to go to the sea market, you naturally have to take a boat, and Jinyu still has about 300,000 spare money on him. For a few thousand yuan, you can easily buy a ticket for a luxury passenger ship. At least that's what Jinwu originally thought. Chapter 55. New Destination, Mirage. But after arriving at the dock, Jinyu realized that he was still too naive. I'm sorry, this guest, the ticket to the sea market was sold out 2 days ago. Jinwu, what's the situation? The staff bowed apologetically to Jinyu. That's right, because the recent sea market fair is just around the corner, and many trainers are coming here because of their fame. During this time, the sea market tickets are always very nervous. I can't do anything, I can only blame myself for being slow. Xiaoyu thought to himself, why don't I spend a lot of money this time and rent a flying pet to go directly? Although the travel expenses may be tens of thousands, but with Xiaoyu's current savings, it is barely still enough. I'm very sorry, guest, the flying pet has been rented out a day ago. Well, money has become the most worthless thing in love these days. In order to join in the fun, the 8 immortals cross the sea. Jinyu came to the beach near the sea and looked at the blue sea. The Jenny turtle is still too young to do the job of carrying people for a long time. The long-winged gulls flying freely, at this moment he really wanted to incarnate into them. Come on, it's a lottery draw. The grand prize is a sea market ticket. The number of places is limited. First come first served. The captain is experienced, and we are guaranteed to send you to your destination within 1 day. The people who shouted and sold were a man and a woman who looked very young working men, wearing Hawaiian t-shirts and carrying a lottery paper basket around their necks. ... Suspicious feeling lingered, and the other party seemed to have only appeared shortly after Jinyu came here. That is, this is marketing specifically for him. Jinyu deliberately probed, and pretended not to be interested and stayed away from them. Sure enough, the next moment, they came directly in front of Jinyu, and one of the female salesmen went up to Jinyu and said, guests over there, we are holding a lottery here. Why don't you come and have a look? Is it? The grand prize is a sea market ticket. Apart from the grand prize, our second and third prize gifts are very good. Logically speaking, it is naturally best not to approach this kind of thing, but Jinyu wanted to know who was behind the plan, so he took one from it. Spreading it out at will, the 2 salesmen pretended to come over to look at it, and the next moment, it was a tinkling to celebrate for Xiaoyu. Congratulations to this guest, you won the first prize. Our company will send you to and from the sea for free. Come, guests, please come with us to our company's dock. The 2 said, leading the way in front of them. As expected, when Jinyu was carrying them on his back, he quietly spread out the other 2 paper signs from his palm, which he just took casually, with the words, first prize, written on them. Please, be a little more professional if you want to cheat. I don't know who hired a bunch of idiots. Jinyu silently complained in the back. The destination is a thatched bamboo raft stall that resembles a beach stand. Originally, this kind of stall sold at most things like soda, coconut milk, etc. At most, it was for the purpose of renting 2 swimsuits, but now, next to this stall, there was a very luxurious passenger ship. How to describe this feeling? Well, it's like you are shopping, you fancy a cheese bread, and then you buy it home and take it apart. It turns out to be a super luxurious birthday cake. This Nima, the degree of violation is breaking the table. The person who planned this must have a hole in his head. Yo, you're the lucky one, right? Hurry up and get on the ship tilde, this captain will make you feel like the wind tilde. There was a sweet coquettish voice on the deck of the passenger ship. When Xiao Yu looked up, the corners of his brows twitched. It turns out that you are the one who has lost his mind. Ching Ketching. At this time, Ching Ketching was wearing a close-fitting women's captain's suit, with a fluttering skirt and a slender figure, black stockings wrapped around her slender and even legs, and a pair of high heels on her feet, which was very tempting. Of course, if you can remove the remnant black sunglasses and masks on your face, the charming level will keep up with a higher level. Shouldn't she think that with a mask and sunglasses, others won't recognize him? Cough cough tilde guessed, although this captain knows that he is charming, it is time to set off, otherwise I will miss the schedule tilde. Seeing that Xiao Yu kept staring at him, for fear of revealing something, Ching Ketching pretended to be relaxed and casual. Just kidding. Ching Ketching, what are you doing? Xiao Yu sighed. Cough, guessed, I don't know what you're talking about, I guess you're mistaken, I'm the captain of this ship, not Ching Ketching tilde, you can call me Elizabeth. Quote. Please, choose an auspicious name if you want to talk nonsense. In history, are you not afraid of the sinking of the ship? However, after knowing that the messenger behind the scenes was Ching Ketching, Xiao Yu was relieved and said to the girl lightly, I owe you a debt, thank you. After he finished speaking, he didn't make things difficult, and walked directly to the passenger ship. Hearing Xiao Yu thank him, Ching Ketching felt a little sweet in his heart. But next, Ching Ketching seems to be planning to carry out cosplay to the end, even though Jinyu has seen her forgetting to wear a mask several times on the boat. The girl still disagrees, thinking that she is well hidden. Jinyu took this opportunity to see the confused and cute side of the girl. Of course, the most terrible thing is that Ching Ketching abides by his own character. She thought that as the captain, she had to drive the passenger ship herself, and every time she drove the ship upside down, she was frightened by the surrounding mediocrity. Fortunately, there was no such thing on the sea. What road? There was no accident. In the end, someone still invited Jinyu to come over and ask him to accompany Ching Ketching to chat, and then the girl was invited out of the wheelhouse. Almost tomorrow morning, we will be able to arrive at our destination. Guests can rest assured tilde, Ching Ketching assured, patting her chest. Isn't that right? The premise is that you don't go into the cabin to make trouble. The two were chatting one after another, when suddenly, the ship roared and there was a violent shock. Chapter 56, Shipwrecked. What happened? Immediately after the ship shook, a maid came to report to Jinwoo and the others. Miss back. Ah, no, back to the captain. The bottom of the boat seems to have touched an unknown reef, and now the staff has gone to check the problem. The maid was in a hurry and almost missed her mouth, but Ching Ketching kept going. Staring at her. You guys, really, I'm not in the captain's room for a while, so I made such a big mess for me. Yes. The maid didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the final analysis, what happened this time wasn't because of the master in front of her. Due to the random sailing of the boat, the route completely deviates from the original trajectory, and this is the unknown accident. Of course, these words can't be said to the master, and they can only bear the blame. Ching Ketching and Xiao Yu rushed to the bottom of the boat, just as a staff member climbed up from below. Seeing Xiao Yu and Duan Ganyushuan, he shook his head with a wry smile. Small. Cough, Captain, there is a big hole at the bottom of the cabin. If we continue to sail like this, the ship probably won't be able to reach its destination, and it will have to dock first. The shore will be suspended, and then we will go to sea to check. But in this vast sea, where is there any docking place? Ching-Ketching's face became bitter. The sea area here has not been explored, and there is no detailed map at all. It is easier said than done to find a place to stay. About 300 miles to the east, there is a small island, which is the closest settlement to here. According to the speed of the ship, it will take more than 2 hours to arrive. This is almost the limit distance that the ship can withstand at present. If it exceeds it, it is very likely that the loophole cannot be filled. In the worst case, all the crew will be shipwrecked. Mr. Jinyu, are you sure? In the face of this kind of thing, the staff also had to be cautious. Jinyu nodded confidently. I'm a layman who sails a boat, and I don't know how to describe the latitude and longitude coordinates, but I can pinpoint the route of the voyage, please believe me. The system is not dry rice. The staff was still a little hesitant. After all, this was about the lives of all the staff. Just follow Mr. Xiao Yu's destination. I'm responsible for everything. At the same time, send a distress signal. At this time, Ching-Ketching spoke up, and the girl really showed a bit of captaincy at the critical moment. Demeanor, orderly orders everyone's actions. Yes, these people are all loyal to the Ching family. Since their eldest lady has spoken, they will naturally have no objections. Seeing that everyone was busy at the moment, Xiao Yu glanced at Ching-Ketching unexpectedly and said with a smile, I can't tell, Ketching, you are quite a leader. Hee, Mr. Xiao Yu has won the prize, it's just. After saying that, Ching-Ketching shook his head vigorously and said, I'm not Miss Ching-Ketching. Really? Jinyu didn't talk nonsense, turned around and prepared to assist the crew to guide the destination. Before leaving, he said casually, oh, by the way, Miss Captain, you forgot to bring your mask and sunglasses. Just now I thought it was dark at night and couldn't see clearly, so I took it off. Huh. Ching-Ketching subconsciously touched her face. It was bright and clean. Suddenly, her face blushed. Yay, I was dismantled. Hate tilde. ... Under the guidance of Jinyu, after almost an hour, they saw the destination island. At this time, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Jinwoo, thank you so much for helping us a lot. Jinwoo smiled and nodded. It should be. The small island in front of it looks a bit strange. It is crescent-shaped. The curved arc inside is a sandy beach, while the large curved arc on the other side is surrounded by mountains. If everyone wants to go ashore, they can only drive in. Inside the arc, everything is going according to plan. In the dark part of the ship, the corner of a maid's mouth rose slightly. After going ashore, the staff were still carrying out repair work. Although the bottom plate of the ship was damaged a bit, it was fortunate that it was discovered early, and now it has docked ashore in time. With the help of technology and elf skills, the repair is not too difficult. During the time of repair, the size. Captain, the maid said again. Ching-Ketching waved his hands indifferently with a dejected face. Don't cover it up, you guys are really bad at covering up. Lord Xiao Yu has already discovered it. That's right tilde, the maid smiled, thinking that we are each other. Then please, Miss and Mr. Jinyu, please enjoy the night on this lonely island as you like tilde you can go ashore, but don't run too far, because this small island seems to be an uninhabited island. There are elves and dangers. Unknown, so, the maid was still chattering. Ching-Ketching has already taken Jinyu ashore. That's the maid who took care of me since I was a child. Like the housekeeper, she always likes to talk. Ching-Ketching showed a rare playful expression and stuck out her pink tongue at Xiao Yu. It can be seen that everyone loves you very much. These followers did not care so much about Ching-Ketching just because of their duties, but more like they came from the heart and regarded Ching-Ketching as a friend, or as a junior. This is the case, obviously because Ching-Ketching is a lively and cheerful person and treats people equally. Without lingering on this topic, the two of them quickly turned their attention to the uninhabited island in front of them. I didn't pay much attention to it just now because of my nervousness, but now I realize that this small island as a whole feels like the moon, not only in shape, but also the moonlight shining in the night sky is extraordinarily bright. Jinyu subconsciously looked at the small map of the system, and suddenly found that this place seems to have a lot of. Chapter 57, Crescent Moon Island. Ding! Found Crescent Island, and the simulated map is drawn. On the map simulated in Jinwu's mind, the coordinates of a large piece of props suddenly appeared. Open black lens bracket moonstone close black lens bracket. A lot of open black lens bracket moonstones close black lens bracket. Go and take you to a nice place. Xiaoyu grabbed Qing Ketching and Weed, and quickly ran to the depths of the island. Huh, Jinwu-sama. Qing Ketching felt the boy's body temperature from the palm of his hand, and couldn't help blushing. Except for her father, the girl had never touched other boys when she grew up so big. Although Jinyu's action was very sudden, Qing Ketching didn't feel disgusted at all. Subconsciously following in the footsteps of Jinyu, he ran towards the depths of Crescent Moon Island. It should be a very dangerous island, but with Jinyu leading the way in front of him, Qing Ketching only felt a special sense of security. After a trot, Qing Ketching began to gasp for breath. Lord Xiaoyu, where are we going? It's right in front. Jinyu looked back and smiled, cooperated with Qing Ketching to slow down a little bit, and pushed aside the grass in front of him. The scene in front of him immediately made one's eyes bright. These are. Looking at the scene in front of her, Qing Ketching's rosy mouth also opened slightly, and her jade hand was hidden. In front of him was a bright yellow light. The large piece of moonstone, under the illumination of the moonlight, shines brightly, rendering the ground as if it were the surface of the moon. Qing Ketching felt that the scene in front of him was so dreamy and hazy. He only felt that he was flying to the moon, and the man who brought him to this fairyland was naturally the man in front of him. Lord Xiaoyu, this is? Qing Ketching asked in a murmur with a glint of infatuation in her eyes. Well, to put it simply, it seems that this piece of land can easily absorb the essence of the moon. Under the illumination of the moon over the years, such a large piece of moonstone gradually formed. All evolution stones have their own qualities, and some evolution stones of excellent quality can even help elves directly upgrade their qualifications when they evolve. Of course, this is not what Qing Ketching wants to hear. She wants to ask, why did the boy in front of her come to such a dreamy place? Doesn't he know that for girls, the atmosphere of the scene in front of them is more addicting than countless love words and gifts? The girl's family Weichen's mind exploded at this moment. If Xiaoyu was really doing something to her at this moment, Qing Ketching would probably be willing to obey everything. But just at this beautiful time, an unpleasant voice sounded. I'm very sorry, Mr. Xiaoyu, for disturbing your rendezvous with the daughter of the Qing family, but I really can't think of a better chance to attack you than now. A black phantom appeared in front of him. Even in this fluffy maid outfit, it still couldn't hide his enchanting figure. Well, to be honest, you should have shot directly without making a sound, but the result is the same. Jinyu replied calmly. Clang. There was a crisp sound, and under the moonlight, a sun elf and Pharaohmero collided with each other. The moon elf made a move, steel tail, while Pharaohmetis used double kicks to fight against it. The two tails were on the legs, and for a while, neither of the two sides suppressed the other. Philomelis looked a little dignified. This is the first time it has seen an elves other than Zerora who can compete with it in terms of strength since it came to another world. Open black lens bracket sun elf. Qualification. Purple level cap. Level 60. Level 53. Attribute. Super power. Features. Synchronization magic mirror, not affected by the opponent's changing moves, and bounces them back. Gender. Female. Body size. 0.9 meters, 26.5 kilograms. Allah, it's an accident. I didn't expect Mr. Xiaoyu to have such a sense of precaution when he was waiting for such a beautiful time. I'm really surprised, Tilda. The maid covered her mouth and pretended to be surprised. Who are you? You are not our maid. Why are you here? At this time, Ching Ketching also realized that something was wrong, and even asked. The maid smiled slightly and didn't answer directly. About my identity, Miss Ching, you can ask Mr. Xiaoyu next to you. Maybe it's his current wife. Huh, Ching Ketching was really startled, and looked at Xiaoyu in surprise. Don't talk nonsense. You chose to take action here now. You should have done your homework, right? Xiao Wuyan. Xiaoyu slowly raised his head, looked at the woman, and said calmly. Giggle, thanks to Mr. Jinwoo, I didn't expect to remember the little girl's name Tilda. Whoa Tilda. After speaking, the lady maid gently pinched a corner of her cheek with her fingers, and then tore it off. The originally mediocre face fell off, and was replaced by an enchanting face that matched her beautiful figure. Originally, I just wanted to find an opportunity to solve Mr. Xiaoyu and you all directly on the sea when you were on the boat, but I didn't expect that at a critical time, Mr. Xiaoyu discovered this island. Tilda, Xiaowu said as she spoke. Yan slowly bent down her slender waist. Qianqiansu's hand slowly stroked the moonstones on the ground. I didn't expect that there would be such a treasure mine of moonstones on this uninhabited island. Judging from the quality of the surface, it is estimated that there will be more here. The best moonstone will be born. Tilda. The top quality moonstone is what Xiaoyu said before. It can help elves evolve and improve their aptitude. By the way. Although people in the world don't know the attribute of aptitude, elves use evolution stones of different qualities and have different powers. Can still be clearly felt. Mr. Xiaoyu, you are really a lucky star. To be honest, I am really reluctant to kill you. Tilda. When she said this, Xiao Wuyan's expression was very seductive, and she licked her red lips with the tip of her tongue. This tone didn't sound like she was speaking to someone she wanted to kill, but more like she was whispering to her lover. Chapter 58. A woman with a bad taste. But I think you're annoying, so I decided to stay here once and for all. Jinyu said this with a blank expression, and it didn't look like he was joking at all. Hearing this, Xiao Wuyan was stunned for a while, and then she giggled again. Mr. Xiaoyu, it seems that you are also waiting for this opportunity to get rid of me, right? Who knows? Jin Wu shrugged. It is true that Xiao Wuyan guessed right. Xiaoyu discovered her whereabouts, but it was only after boarding the ship that he discovered Xiao Wuyan's existence. At that time, the passenger ship had already sailed to the middle of the sea. Yan wanted all the jade to be burnt, and directly sank the passenger ship, but he really had no absolute certainty to stop it. Fortunately, the island was discovered when he was killed, and Xiaoyu decided to do it. On the one hand, he really noticed where the moonstone was. On the other hand, he was far away from the bodyguards of the Qing family, and he also wanted to try to hang Xiao Wuyan out. Sometimes, I really doubt, Mr. Xiaoyu, are you really only 17 years old? Xiao Wuyan whispered. This kind of judgment and perception ability is really terrifying and difficult. Imagine what kind of existence you will become when you grow up in the future. So, Mr. Jinwoo, for the world to have one less terrifying monster, please leave here first. While speaking, Xiao Wuyan waved her palm, and the sun elf rushed out like a giant. Sacrifice and crash. As soon as it came up, it was a profound move with general attributes. Ferromero did not underestimate the enemy, and was ready to attack with a bounce attack, first avoiding the opponent's attack, then flying down, and a flying kick burst. The combination of the power of the two moves is not inferior to sacrifice clash or even better. Sunny. The sun elf returned without success, and it was still covered in dust. It clearly felt that its level was stronger than the opponent's, but the basic combat power of the opposite elf was still not weaker than itself. This kind of equal battle is a little different from what Xiao Wuyan imagined, but the woman still did not show the slightest panic, but flushed and gasped morbidly, Mr. Xiaoyu, what are you still doing? How many secrets are there that I don't know? If I can, I really want to tear you apart layer by layer right now to see what's inside your body and mind. Jin Wu was silent. But it's a pity Tilda, I have a mission after all, so let's end this interesting tryst Tilda. While speaking, Xiao Wuyan took out something like a remote control from her bosom and pressed it lightly. Suddenly, there was a loud noise around. Listening, it should be the roar of the elves. Sassy sassy. Soon, the voices of these elves got closer and closer. In the end, a large group appeared in front of Jin Yu and others. The comers include King Nido, who is like a small dinosaur, Queen Nido, and Fat Ketting and Pixie, who are monster spirit Pokemon. These are all elves who evolved by relying on the Moonstone. Some are attracted by the abundant moonlight here, such as Dark Crow, Moon Elf, Moonstone, Main Rock Werewolf, etc. Most of them are above the 30th level. The number is huge, and at this moment, these elves are surrounded by a strange black aura. Darkness. These are augmented dark elves. Come to think of it, before Xiao Wuyan came, he used black technology to hook the nearby elves and force them to blacken. Master Jin Wu, what's wrong with these elves? Qing Keqing snuggled up beside Xiao Yu, looking at so many elves around her, looking at them with a bad expression. She couldn't help but feel a little panic in her heart. What a nasty woman! Xiao Yu scolded Xiao Wuyan with a smacking tongue. Xiao Wuyan was not ashamed, but proud, and said to Xiao Yu, "Thank you for your praise tilde Mr. Xiao Yu's hatred is my supreme glory tilde." That's it tilde Mr. Jin Wu, please take your time to enjoy the luxurious fairy feast I prepared for you tilde. After speaking, Xiao Wuyan turned around and was about to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to make an ambiguous joke. I'm looking forward to meeting Mr. Jin Wu again. Next time it's best just the two of us tilde. Of course, the premise is that you can survive tilde. Xiao Wuyan took off her maid outfit, wearing a black tights with a small rocket booster. Boom. The whole person rose to the sky. At this moment, Xiao Wuyan suddenly felt a flash in front of her eyes, as if some blue electric light was rushing towards her. The experience of countless dangerous missions made her sixth senses far surpass ordinary people. At the critical moment, she threw a black technology shield ball. Ba ba. Several spheres burst open in an instant, forming protective shields similar to guard. The electric light stabbed, and the protective shields of these spheres were pierced one by one, and it was only on the last one that they barely blocked the sudden attack. Boom boom boom. With the thrust of the explosion, Xiao Wuyan successfully lifted off. Although she was a little embarrassed, no one was injured. Not daring to stop at all, Xiao Wuyan immediately pushed the thrust to the maximum in the air and hurriedly fled. I was already very alert, but I didn't expect that in the end, I still underestimated him. The strength of the elf who just shot, at least has the strength of the king. It seems that the only way to subdue him is to organize those cadres. Hee tilde it seems that in order to fulfill the promise to meet him next time, I have to exercise a little bit tilde. Xiao Wuyan's bright mouth raised lightly, and the blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. She didn't care, she just kept smiling morbidly on the sea in the dark night. ... Blah, blah. The ground flashed blue lightning arcs, and Zerora smashed a large crater similar to a meteorite on the ground. At this moment, the surrounding elves had been cleared by Zerora. They are not too small, but for Zerora, who is already at level 60, he can only barely plug his teeth, and it cannot be used to upgrade. Jin Yu looked at the night sky and couldn't help but click his tongue. He originally thought that Zerora would sneak up on her, but he didn't expect this woman to have such a strong perception ability, so she let her run away. Chapter 59. The Quality of the Moonstone. Qing Keqing, who has been watching the battle, said that she and her friends were stunned. She really didn't expect that Jin Yu's strength would be so strong, and he was no different than the invincible father in her mind. Are you okay? Xiao Yu turned around a little bit. What caught Qing Keqing's eyes was a handsome face with a slight smile. He had seen countless young heroes, but none of them could be like Xiao Yu. It made her feel so excited. Well, slowly lowered his head and nodded obediently. It's fine, just pick up some moonstones, and then we'll go back to the boat. If it's too late, it's estimated that your maids will be worried again. Using the search function, Jinwoo can easily find the best quality moonstone. The surface layer was of the worst quality, and Jinwoo asked Zerora and Philomelis to help, and easily lifted a layer of land, revealing a large piece of shiny moonstone underneath. One of the most eye-catching is a moonstone that looks like the moon. The normal quality moonstone is as black and shiny as the night sky, but this moonstone is bright and clear. Moonstone Superior, a precious stone that can enable specific elves to evolve. 100% can increase the quality of elves by 1 level of quality during evolution, and there is a probability of 2 levels of quality in a row. Close black lens bracket. There is no fixed upper limit for the quality of this increase. That is to say, if there is an elf with a red qualification, it is very likely to change into a golden qualification, or even a colorful qualification. This effect is not a bunker. Without hesitation, he stuffed it into his pocket. After that, Xiaoyu picked out a few top-grade moonstones. The effect was naturally not as bad as the top-grade moonstones, but for most people, it was still impossible to meet. Ask for something. Moonstone Top Grade is a precious stone that can enable specific elves to evolve. It has a chance to increase the quality of the elves by 1 rank during evolution, and has a high probability to increase the elves' attribute values. Close black lens bracket. Which attribute value is improved is random, and it may not change. Most of the rest are mid-grade and low-grade stones. The mid-grade moonstone has a chance to increase the attribute value, and the low-grade only has the effect of evolution. Xiaoyu has chosen the moonstone, but Qin-Keqing is still hesitating. For the girl, these moonstones are not good or bad at all, just because the one looks good and the other is pleasing to the eye. But even so, Xiaoyu also found that Qin-Keqing had found several high-grade moonstones and had to be convinced by this powerful RP. The two returned with a full load. Just as Xiaoyu thought, a boatload of people is going crazy looking for Qin-Keqing. Seeing that the eldest lady came back safely at this moment, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. After that, they sailed safely. During this period, Xiaoyu used the system's search function to check the ship and found a large number of bombs left by Xiao Wuyan on the ship. Logically speaking, Xiao Wuyan has a lot of opportunities to detonate these bombs. But I don't know what the crazy woman was thinking, but she kept all these bombs and turned them into scrap metal. Shaking his head, Jinwoo won't embarrass himself about things he can't figure out. He's not obsessive-compulsive. At most, next time he catches that woman, he will use special means to extort a confession. A little later than the schedule, it was noon when we arrived at the sea market. Mr. Jinwoo, my father Sama temporarily arranged for me to go to the sea market dock to do some errands. When I'm done with things, I'm here to go to the market with Jinwoo Sama, and then I'll contact Jinwoo Sama by phone. Abandoning these words, Qin-Keqing left with a bunch of entourage. Left alone, Jinwoo felt much more at ease. After a stretch, everything went according to plan. First of all, of course, I have to find the surfing cheats. Without further ado, Jinwoo set off in the direction of the secret realm unique to Heishi. Approaching the entrance to the secret realm, Jinwoo saw a lot of people floating in the sea fishing, and even hawkers shouting and selling fishing rods and bait. Out of curiosity, Jinwoo stepped forward and pulled a hawker to inquire. Guest, don't you know? There is a fishing conference here. The highest prize is a set of good fishing rods and fishing gear, as well as an entrance ticket to the unique secret realm of the sea market. Quote ? Xiaoyu wondered, are the tickets for this secret realm very expensive? Why are there so many people competing for the first place for one ticket? The hawker was very patient, and explained to Xiaoyu one by one on the way. The guests are probably from outside, and I don't know the market of this sea market. It is true that the tickets for the secret realm of the sea market are usually nothing unusual, as long as if you have money, you can buy whatever you want, but in the secret realm of the sea market during this period, there is a high probability that a surfing skill book will appear. Skill book. Guest, who wouldn't be tempted by this thing? Because of this, back then, the secret realm of the sea market was a bloody storm. Many ghosts, snakes, and black household trainers of unknown origin would think of entering this secret realm and fetching a skill book. The methods were vile, which not only affected the environment elves in the secret realm, but also harmed them. A large number of low-star trainers. In order to fundamentally prevent this kind of thing from happening, the official will restrict the sale of secret realm tickets at this time. Quote. That's why this scene where tickets are hard to find now happens. Jinyu nodded. It turns out that there is such a doorway in this secret sea market. Guest, if you came earlier some time ago, there may be other ways to get tickets, but now, the way to get tickets is even rarer. As far as I know, this fishing conference is the only way. Hey, by the way, do you want to participate as a guest? Look, we've been chatting with you for a long time, and we are already familiar with each other. Why don't you buy a fishing rod from me? Hey, look at the good face of the guest, can I sell you one cheaper? Jinyu, this peddler's tricks are so deep. Chapter 60, Fishing Conference. The hawker is really good at doing business, but hearing him say that, Jinyu is indeed interested in this fishing event. In addition to the tickets, the winner can also have a set of good fishing gear. This is a good thing. Although Jinyu has a search function, he can easily find the coordinates of all the elves in the water, but unless Jinyu dives directly, even if he is directly above the water surface where the elves are, it is useless if they don't tell you. And this fishing gear is the best prop for trainers to attract water spirits. The higher the quality of open black lens bracket fishing tackle close black lens bracket, the higher the natural attractiveness. I heard that the legendary, super fishing rod and fishing tackle, even if you don't use the bait and throw it into the water, there will still be hundreds of water spirits vying to bite the bait. The fishing rods sold by the hawkers are naturally not treasured props, just ordinary fishing rods, but a little work has been done on the material. After all, elves are much stronger than ordinary fish, and fishing rods without special processing or almost break as soon as you pull. At the moment, Xiaoyu couldn't find any other fishing rods, so he bought one from a hawker for 6,000 yuan. The other party claimed that it was already a friendship price. As long as it is about elves, the river water is 3 more expensive. Point. This peddler is also reliable, and directly sent Jinyu a large bag of bait. To put it bluntly, it is just some cheap water-type elves feed. It's not as high grade as Jinwu's own feed. After that, it's time to sign up. The way to sign up for this fishing conference is very casual. You can sign up at any time of the day, as long as you hand in 5,000 yuan. Of course, a fool can tell the difference. It's natural to participate in a competition like this for a long time. The greater the probability of winning. The deadline is 6:10 in the evening. Whoever can catch the heaviest elf within the specified sea area will be the winner. By the way, the Pokeball and other catching tools are self-provided throughout the competition, and black technology cannot be used to cheat. If found, the trainer will be permanently disqualified from the fishing competition. The punishment is very serious, so no one dares to knowingly commit the crime. Now that he has decided to participate in the competition, Jinyu is naturally rushing for the title of first place. As soon as I entered the fishing area, I felt a tense atmosphere coming. Because of the special nature of the fishing competition, there was no MC announcer. Although the black technology inspection and supervision are powerful, no one can check Jinyu's system tilde. The search function was activated immediately, and the coordinates of the entire sea spirit appeared in Jinyu's mind at once. Not to mention, there are really a lot of elves in this sea area, and there are a wide variety of them. The large pincer crabs, ink seahorses, etc., which are commonly seen in the eastern part of central China, to the lobster soldiers, sharp-toothed fish, etc. It can be seen, and even the sea rabbits and small ball-flying fish that are unique to other continents can also be seen here. Sharpening the knife without accidentally chopping wood, Xiaoyu did not rush into action, but observed the types and weights of all the elves in the area. The heaviest elves in the sea are naturally the king whale king, which is not only huge and terrifying, but also weighs the least. There are also more than 300 kilograms, and the developed roaring whale king is even more than 10,000 tons. Of course, don't say there is no such elves here. Even if there are, no one has the arm strength to catch such a behemoth. Next, there are rogue overlords in the sea like the giant toothed shark, but there are no such elves here. It is estimated that the organizer is afraid of accidents and deliberately isolates such elves. Jinyu looked around, and in this place close to the center of the sea, he finally found a fat elf of his favorite weight. I decided to catch you. Because the goal is far away, Jinyu plans to rent a boat. As long as there are fishing facilities here, you can basically find it. When renting a boat, Jinyu did not skimp on money, because to fish in the sea, the foothold must be to be reliable. The hull rental fee is calculated on an hourly basis, 5,000 yuan per hour. Jinyu reluctantly paid the deposit. Damn it, the trainer's wallet is being calculated everywhere in this game. But thinking that the grand prize is the ticket and good fishing rod and fishing gear, these efforts are worth it. Turn on the propeller of the boat, and soon, you will arrive at the destination. Xiao Yu unexpectedly discovered that at this time, in the central area of this sea area, there was already a person fishing. It was a middle-aged uncle. Looking at his temples, he had faintly white hair. However, his face was thin and he still looked very young. When Jinyu came over, he didn't show any expression, and he was very calm and went fishing there. Jinwu also deliberately reduced the power of the propeller to prevent it from affecting the performance of this middle-aged man. Compared with Jinyu's flimsy fishing equipment, this middle-aged man's belongings are much more complete, and the fishing gear is very luxurious and exquisite, and it seems to reveal a bit of spirituality. This is a set of open black lens bracket good fishing rod and fishing tackle close black lens bracket. People who have this kind of props are either rich and bought directly, or they have won the championship in a fishing competition somewhere before and were rewarded. The goal of this kind of person to participate in the competition is very clear, that is, for the ticket to the secret realm of the sea market. In addition, the middle-aged man also knew how to enjoy life very well. There was a small table beside him, on which he visited a portable hot water tea set and a hardcover book, The Habits of Water Attribute Elves. Intentionally or not, he half opened his slightly squinted eyes and glanced at Jinyu who also came here. It does not seem that the other party came here to fish by accident. Haha, I didn't expect that a child of this age would have such a vision. The temperature of the running water, wind direction, and density of the sea water here are all good. If you think about it, there should be a lot of water-type spirits gathered below. However, at this time, the young man has not yet placed the bait. It seems that he is tinkering with something. Faintly, the middle-aged man also smelled a pungent bitter taste, frowned his nose, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Young man, what kind of bait are you tossing?" Chapter 61. Jinwu's Honey Decoy. Oh, I think the bait from the peddler is too rough, so I want to improve it a little myself. With that, Jinyu raised an unknown mosaic in his hand. The middle-aged man smelled the smell, and he couldn't help but twitched his brows again. What kind of feed is this? Young man, I don't think you are fishing, but you are poisoning. Mister, you can eat rice indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. I am a fodder made from tree fruit. Jinyu clarified. The middle-aged man gave a wry smile, but he didn't mean to despise Jinyu, but changed his tone and said, I said it just now, I have heard many strange bait recipes over the years. Sweet, fishy, stinky, sour, and even salty. But, I have never heard of a bitter taste. However, fishing means practicing a state of mind and calming down. It's a matter of whether you can catch fish or not. Young man, you choose this place to fish. If you want to come, you should have some discernment. Come, encounter as fate, since you dislike the bait bought by the hawker. I have some good bait here, and I can lend you some. Quote. Having said that, the middle-aged man generously divided his bait in two and handed it to Xiao Yu. This is also an interesting person. Although Xiao Yu thanked him, he did not accept it, and his tone was a little more respectful. Master, your attitude is really good. but just think I'm here to test, and feel the atmosphere by the way, if you are afraid that my bait will affect you, so I can stay away. Quote. Having said that, Jinyu really slid the oar a little bit, staying a little further away from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head, but stopped talking, and began to focus on the fishing rod in his hand. It was at this time that the middle-aged man's fishing rod seemed to be moving. With a raised eyebrow, the middle-aged man saw the opportunity, and after several pulls, there was a fish elf with a slender beak and a slender figure, which was lifted up by the middle-aged man. Is this a battering barracuda? Jinwoo's eyes flashed the data of this elf. Open black lens bracket bailout barracuda. Qualification. Green level cap, 40. Level, 26. Attribute, water. Features, swim freely in rainy days, speed up. Body size, 1.3 meters, 30.0 kilograms. This should be a barracuda that has just evolved from a barracuda. Both its length and weight are quite satisfactory, but it is so rare. At present, most of the origins of this kind of elves come from the Nanzhou region. The sharp chin like a spear has steel hardness. When the tail fin is rotated, it is extremely fast. The most important thing is that the meat of this pike is very delicious tilde. Oh, this is really a rare elf tilde. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes also lit up. Then he threw the pokeball that had been prepared in his hand. Go, mosquito coil frog tilde. As soon as the red light appeared, what appeared in front of him was an elf with a spherical physique and walking on 2 feet. The most distinctive feature of this elf was naturally a mosquito coil ring with black counterclockwise threads on its white belly. Open black lens bracket mosquito coil frog. Qualification. Blue level cap, 50. Level 41. Attribute, water. Features, water storage. There is a high probability that you will not be injured when attacked by water attribute moves, but will use water vapor to restore physical strength. Moisture. When an elves with this feature appear, they will be surrounded by moist air, causing explosions such as self-destruction. Such moves cannot be activated. The level of this middle-aged elf is much higher than Jinwoo imagined. 40 level, this is already the strength that many professional trainers or gym owners have. Xiaoyu squinted his eyes, thinking about it. The middle-aged man in front of him should be quite old. Mosquito coil frog, use serial slaps. The barracuda, and then slapped it wildly, and finally flew the mountain fan of the barracuda into the air. With the strength level of the mosquito-repellent incense frog, it does not require any effort to fight the barracuda, and it is easy to KO the opponent. Seizing the opportunity, the middle-aged man immediately threw the pokeball, hit the barracuda, and shook it twice in the air. The pokeball stopped moving, proving the success of the capture. The mosquito-repellent frog helped the owner to take the pokeball back. The middle-aged man smiled and took out an instrument similar to a picture book, which was an inter-era technological product made by Sheng Xuange using a large amount of elf data. It can detect the level of the elf received, physical condition, and skills. Hey, it's a pity, the rare is the rare, but this is a weight-to-weight game. This kid is useless. The middle-aged man shook his head lightly and smiled, took back the fishing rod, re-rubbed the bait, and adjusted the fish. After the line, the fishing rod in his hand swung beautifully again, crossed a perfect parabola in the air, and fell into the water steadily. In contrast, Jinyu's side is much more clumsy. Although his own special feed has been prepared, the kneading operation is really unprofessional. I casually squeezed the bait on the feed channel, and then just swiped it casually, falling into the water, splashing a bunch of water. Maybe because the buoy was not adjusted properly, the fishing line was still floating on the water, a crooked one. Young man, your buoy is too shallow, you can't stand it tilde, the middle-aged man reminded again kindly. Jinwoo smiled and waved his hand, saying it was okay. The next step is to wait for a period of time. For fishermen, this kind of waiting is normal. Even if a fish does not come for a long time, it is normal. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's fishing rod shook, and another fish was hooked. At the same time, Jinyu's fishing rod also moved. Come on. The two lifted the rod together. The old man caught a thorn shell. With a double shell, it is close to a gigantic physique of 1.6 meters. Oh, this is really a big prey. The middle-aged man saw that he had caught a thorn shell, and there was a hint of surprise in his dull eyes. Chapter 62. Catching the giant fin flying fish. Open black lens bracket stinging shellfish. Qualification. Green level cap, 40. Level, 27. Attributes. Water, ice. Features. Hard shell armor. The sturdy shell surrounds the center and makes it difficult for attacks to hit the key. Body size. 1.58 meters, 180.5 kilograms. When the thorn shell was still the big tongue shell, it was the prey of many elves, but after it evolved into the thorn shell, it turned over to be the master completely. Its huge and sturdy shell is comparable to that of a diamond, and it is its strongest shield. The edges and corners of its body and the spikes on its head are its strongest spear. Combining the two, the thorn shell is like an iron fortress, only it bullies other elves, but other elves can't do anything about it. The weight of the shell of the thorn shell will increase with time and the slap of the tide, and it will become stronger and heavier, and this fishing competition is the elf weight of the competition. Obviously, the shells around the shell of the thorn shell are also part of the calculation of the weight. Go, mosquito repellent frog, give me this big guy. Drowning. The mosquito repellent incense frog roared with high fighting spirit, and sprayed the stinging shell with foam light. The thorn shells disagreed, closing their double shells, defending against all attacks. But soon, the thorn shell found that the attack of the mosquito repellent frog was not launched at himself, but at himself. Foam condenses under the stingray, preventing it from falling into the water. Taking this opportunity, the mosquito-repellent incense frog quickly approached the thorn shell, and then, a glove-like palm in his hand burst into a burst of light. Drowning. Million-ton punch. Close black lens bracket. It was absolutely impossible for the mosquito-repellent incense frog to comprehend the skills, and it is estimated that the middle-aged people directly use the skill book for it. Outstanding effect. Even though the stingray shell was defended by the thick carapace, the internal body still felt a dizzy feeling. Incapacitated on the spot. Go, Pokeball. The Pokeball rippled across the water and hit the thorn shell. Wow tilde wow tilde wow tilde. The standard is shaken 3 times, and the subjugation is successful. The middle-aged man opens the measuring instrument with joy. A full 180 pounds. Catching such heavyweight prey in such an area near the coast, the middle-aged man felt that he had already won the championship ticket this time. Satisfied, the middle-aged man even thinks that it doesn't matter if he doesn't participate in the next game. With this thorn shell, he will definitely look down on it all the way. The middle-aged man glanced in the direction of Jinyu by the way. At this moment, Jinyu was still fighting with the spirits in the water, constantly shaking the fishing rod from side to side, and skimming the fish, trying to use up some of the opponent's physical strength. Whoa, whoa. Looking at the momentum, it is quite strong, but the middle-aged man believes in his own judgment. Like the thorn shell that he just caught, it is definitely the kind with a larger physique in this sea area. At close range, there are very few there is in Elves that can surpass his physique. Although he is a little embarrassed to the young man, the Elves he caught this time are destined to be crushed by himself. Boom. The fishing rod in his hand was loosened, and Jinyu knew that the guy below must have almost lost his strength. It's time to give it a shot, Philomelas, come and help. Philo tilde. Jinyu threw the master ball at will, and Philomelas appeared beside Jinyu. Reaching out her slender hands and holding on to the fishing rod with Jinyu, Philomero immediately felt that her elf life had reached its peak. Philo tilde, Zhao Didi murmured. Help, help, I really can't hold on to Philosophia. Xiao Yu's face turned red at this time. The guy below weighs at least 200 kilograms, and he is in the water. Jinyu is not really a newcomer in Xinjiang. With his strength alone, it is really difficult to pull this guy out. Philo, Hearing Xiao Yu asking for help, Philomelus immediately recovered, his face straightened, he tugged on the rope, and immediately, hooray! A sound of breaking water. There was a huge wave under the water. Quote exclamation mark. Immediately, a huge flying fish figure emerged from the water, and the belly of the flying fish reflected the sunlight, shining with silver light, which suddenly attracted the attention of a large number of anglers around. I rub it. This is the giant wing flying fish. What kind of shit luck did this kid have? He even caught such an offshore giant. The middle-aged man closest to Jin Yu was also stunned at this time. After all, the other party was performing this series of operations under his own eyes. This incredible feeling was much deeper than others. Open black lens bracket giant winged flying fish. Qualification. Blue level cap. 50. Level 31. Attributes. Water, flying. Feature. Water curtain will keep the water flow on the surface of your skin, so that you will not be caught in a burning state. Body size. 2.4 meters, 240.0 kilograms. The shape of the giant finned flying fish is similar to the ray in real life. Even if the body is attached to the iron gun fish that covets the food residue, it will not care. Most of the characters are gentle. Sometimes they go offshore to enjoy the mild sun, and then they take off from the waves and glide above the sea. The physique and size of this kind of elves are definitely among the top elves in the offshore sea. I didn't expect that someone would fish this kind of elves in this competition. After a moment of astonishment, the middle-aged man also began to think about the actions Jin Yu had done so far. The most questionable among them was naturally the bitter fodder he had prepared. The problem is indeed here. Jin Yu is indeed a layman in the fishing industry, but he really knows a lot about elves. With the help of the system, he quickly found the fishing spot closest to the giant finned flying fish, and then he started to prepare feed bait. The best feed flavor to attract giant finned flying fish is berry, or leba fruit, such tree fruit. Labagwo, Xiao Yu didn't have it, but berry is still a relatively common tree fruit. Xiao Yu got a lot of this kind of tree fruit in the last insect singing forest, and he also left it on his body. Some, just in case. Chapter 63. Willing to take the bait. First order for the first change. Open black lens bracket berry. Eat the magical tree fruit that can relieve the burning state. Close black lens bracket. The taste is bitter. It is one of the best tree fruits to attract the docile and gentle elves of the giant winged flying fish. Jin Wu used it as a feed to make it taste better and become a food that is very easy to attract giant finned flying fish. The giant finned flying fish that has never eaten berry in the water naturally has no way to resist the temptation. After smelling the smell, it naturally bites the hook without hesitation. This young man is so witty. He actually caught this giant flying fish with special feed, but after that, it's the key. The middle-aged touched his horns. The competitors around who all focused their sharp eyes on Xiao Yu at this time. Although this man caught such a behemoth, it did not mean that you must be able to subdue such elves. You must know that elves like giant finned flying fish are at least level 30 in strength. To subdue such elves, you must at least be a 3-star trainer. There is no such thing as a trainer star medal on this young man. This is most likely because the opponent's star rating is too low, and the young trainer who is a bit sour can't take it. Well, it's not a waste of time to subdue and have a fart. That's right, it's better to give up earlier. Let's make hands with this giant finned flying fish. Aged man heard the boos around him and felt a little disgusted to be in the company of these lemon spirits, so he sent a message to Jin Yu. Young man, if the spirit level is not enough, I can lend you this mosquito coil frog first. Jin Yu nodded in thanks to the middle-aged man, but did not accept the other's kindness. Since all the elves have been caught, how could he be unable to subdue the Philomeloid battle and directly take out a master ball from his arms? In the stunned eyes of everyone, they smashed the giant finned flying fish. Before the competitors around had time to sneer and ridicule, the next moment, their expressions instantly froze, and their eyeballs almost fell. The ball didn't even shake in midair, just clang. With a bang, the subduing was successful. The middle-aged man who was about to drink a sip of hot tea directly, poofed. A mouthful of water spurted out, stunned on the spot. What is the situation of Zhang Taigong fishing? If he is hooked, he has never heard of a level elves-like giant-finned flying fish that can be captured with a single shot. Xiao Yu calmly took back his master ball, and then slowly rowed the boat ashore in a daze. The next game does not need to be played at all. According to the systematic search, there will be no more in this area. An elf larger than a giant winged flying fish. Therefore, Jin Yu simply believes that some of his colleagues are envious, some are disdain, and some are sour. Watch Jin Wu's actions throughout. The middle-aged man in his eyes can't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly at this moment, and he doesn't know where this young man came from, just like a strange soldier who came to fish for less than half an hour, and harvested such a big fish. Dude, and the way of subduing the elf is still so unique, the elf seems to be willing to let him subdue, and there is no sign of the Pokeball struggling at all. Finned flying fish. Is it useful to struggle? Judging from the experience of middle-aged people, the giant finned flying fish that the young man has just conquered is at least 200 kilograms, which is a bit heavier than his own thorn shell. Well, when I really want to miss this championship, it's almost dusk, and the fishing competition is coming to an end. After Xiao Yu caught the giant finned flying fish, everyone seemed to have been beaten by chicken blood and was stimulated, and they kept trying desperately. Catch a bigger and heavier water-type spirit, but is it useful to fish in a hurry? It should be caught, it will naturally come up, and it will not be caught, and it is useless to squeeze the eyes into the corns. Finally, it's time to measure the competition. As soon as the giant finned flying fish came out, who would compete with the first place firmly, and the second place was the middle-aged man that Jin Wu had met before. The middle-aged man later caught an extra-large octopus bucket, with a full weight of 200 kilograms, although he still lost to Jin Yu. Many people were also shocked. Jin Yu is also quite surprised. This middle-aged man not only has powerful props, but also has a good personal training. At the end of the game, Jin Yu won a set of good fishing rod and fishing tackle, and a ticket to the Mirage Secret Realm. Mirage was in a good mood, and was about to go to the Mirage Realm, but the middle-aged man appeared in front of Jin Yu again. "Oh young man, it's great to see you here." Jin Yu had a good sense of this middle-aged man, and greeted him politely. Then the middle-aged man said a little embarrassedly, "It's like this, little brother Jin Wu, I have an unkind request. I want to ask you to transfer the giant winged flying fish that you captured today to me. I am very fond of this elf." "Interested, of course, I can't say that I want your elf for free," said. The middle-aged man took out a few Pokeballs from his arms. Opening them all at once, immediately, a lot of water-type spirits appeared in front of Jin Wu. Sea hare, two-tailed weasel, thorn shell, giant pincer crab, and even a love fish. Of course, this love fish does not appear to produce heart scales. "These are all seafood Pokemon I captured, and I am willing to exchange one or several of them with your giant finned flying fish, can you see?" Xiao Yu was stunned for a while, and finally shook his head with a smile. Just when the middle-aged man regretted that Xiao Yu was unwilling to exchange, Xiao Yu said, "Don't be so troublesome, if Mr. Chenjiang likes it, I will send it to you directly." Chenjiang is the name of this middle-aged man. After the award, Jin Yu had a private conversation with him. Other party also has an identity, that is, the master of the gymnasium in this sea market. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 64. Discovering the Stone Diving Cave, 2nd. This is also the reason why the opponent can throw a level 41 elf at will. Is it really possible? Jin Yu nodded with a smile, and the two went to the spirit center together, using the spirit conversion device in the center to convert the spirit into Chenjiang's spirit ball, and the master ball became vacant again and could be used once again. After Chenjiang got the giant finned flying fish, he immediately showed a very happy expression. "Thank you so much, Xiao Yu little brother. By the way, after you got the secret realm ticket, do you want to go directly to the secret realm?" Jin Wu nodded yes. "Little brother Xiao Yu, It stands to reason that you have helped me so much, and I should accompany you into the secret realm of the sea market. Chenjiang, who is the master of the sea market gymnasium, also has the right to enter the secret realm of the sea market during this special period. However, I happen to have a lot of challengers making appointments tomorrow. I can't go there. Come to my house with me, and I will give you a set of good things. Xiao Yu was curious and followed Qianzhang to his house. As the master of the gymnasium, Chenjiang's home is naturally the gymnasium. This mirage gym is much grander than Jin Wu imagined. The entrance is similar to an aquarium, with a glass tunnel. There are many different types of water spirits on both sides of the tunnel. Stupid beasts, ducks, black seahorses, horns, goldfish. Oh, I didn't expect there were even strong crocodiles. Couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this elf with fangs, covered with blue armor and scales, and strong limbs. This elf is the final evolution of the little saw crocodile, one of the 3 species of the royal family. Are these elves all yours, Mr. Chenjiang? Chenjiang laughed and nodded. Yes, this powerful crocodile was my first Pokemon back then, and is now the strongest old buddy in my team. Jin Yu glanced at the level of this powerful crocodile, and it was a full 52. This strength is really awesome, and it can be called the facade of a hall. Passing through the glass tunnel, in front of you is a huge swimming pool with a wide range and a deep pool. The deepest part is about 3 meters. There are several floating water boards on the water surface. The foothold of the attribute Spirit Challenger. The venue of each gym is determined by the gym owner, and the challenger has no right to intervene. Usually, the gym owner will tailor the venue that is most suitable for his elves to fight. This Chenjiang Pavilion owner is obviously a Taoist pavilion owner. I didn't stay in the ring for much longer. Qianzhang soon took Xiao Yu to the other courtyard where he lived. Come on, little brother Jin Wu, it's what I'm going to give you. In front of him is what looks like diving equipment. Jin Wu took a closer look. Dewen diving equipment set. A mask that is used to breathe oxygen when diving, a wetsuit that resists water pressure and moves freely. Close black lens bracket, he, this thing is my early. Got it in the Mirage Secret Realm in 2010, and now I rarely go diving in the Mirage Secret Realm, so, this set of things, just give it to you, little brother Xiao Yu, I believe you won't let it get dusty. Jin Yu thanked Qianzhang for this gift. Among the props, this item is a precious item that can be reused countless times. Chenjiang can give this item to him, which shows that he is really optimistic about Jin Yu. Chenjiang, Jin Yu plans to set off to the secret realm of the sea market overnight. Of the sea city is a land full of unknowns. Although nominally, it is an intermediate and high-level secret realm of the same level as the insect singing forest, but in fact, the unexplored place is better than the insect singing forest. Much more. The secret realm of the sea city has been around for a long time. I once heard that after trainers came out of here, the main pet level rose straight to level 50 and became a 5-star 55 trainer. Of course, compared with successful people, those who have failed are more likely to fall. Surfing has only appeared in front of trainers in recent years. Before that, I heard that some people have encountered mini dragons, baby dragons, and the cubs of such quasi-god elves. However, although the rumors are popular, the trainers who actually succeeded in subduing these elves have never heard of them. This has attracted countless trainers. In the secret realm of the sea market, will there be some lucky people who will find some eye-catching opportunities? Over time, more trainers came to this place, risking their lives, hoping to become the next lucky one, but unfortunately, only a few succeeded, and most of them just buried their bones in this secret realm. Under the fertile soil. Ding! The scan is completed, the stone diving cave is discovered, and the simulated map drawing is completed. Jin Yu is in a dark cave at the moment. This place, according to the introduction of Chenjiang Pavilion, it is best to carry lighting equipment, or a fire-type spirit with a flash skill. With the light, it can avoid a lot of fork in the road, but if it doesn't matter, walk through the road here, and then there will be light leaking in the cracks in the rock. Jinwoo planned to come in late at night, so it was impossible to forget the lighting equipment. Come on, let me see, what's the closest baby from here? Jinwoo looked at the small map for a while, and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. Tisk tisk tisk, this place is really rich. Not far from the tunnel intersection, Jinwoo found a gopher hole, and in this gopher hole, there was a skill book named Flash. Climb up the tunnel rock wall, and in the cracks of the 3 holes, Jinwoo also found a 1 magic candy. The hole-piercing rope, the stone of immutability, good medicine for wounds, this is the wishing star. Jinwoo looked at the things on the minimap and smiled happily. Of other trainers on the map, his brows were slightly wrinkled. Since the props produced in this secret realm are too precious, the most vigilant here is not the elves. It should be a human trainer like Jinwoo. Chapter 65, Hard Rock. No, what to say, what to come, Jinwoo found that there was a human coordinate on the map at this moment, slowly approaching him. Xiaoyu squinted his eyes and tilted his head slightly, and found that in a cave tunnel not far away, a figure was walking around slowly. When this figure found Jinwoo in front of him, he also paused, but after seeing Chang Jinwoo's immature appearance, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He walked slowly to Jinwoo. This is a sloppy, scrawny guy with a pair of diving goggles, and there are faint traces of wetness on his body. Hey, I didn't expect this to be ready to leave the secret realm, and I also met a young trainer. Boy, do you need me to lead the way? If there is no familiar passerby in this secret realm, it will take a lot of crooked roads. Be careful, you may even lose your life here. No need. Wu's expression was indifferent, and he passed by this person. The man's expression turned pale immediately, and he did not know when a Pokeball appeared in his hand, and he was throwing a Pokemon to attack Xiaoyu, so that the little rookie trainer could learn to be a man, and by the way, he was looking for the next job. Just as he started, he heard Jinwoo's voice faintly coming from the front. My belongings are not so easy to get, you are sure you can eat them? When Jinwoo said this, there was an inexplicable feeling around him, a strange aura. That trainer seems to be on the edge of life and death. He has a certain ability to discern the aura of the strong, and his hands move. He clearly felt a nasty aura from Jinwoo. If he continued to shoot, it is very likely that the person lying on the ground will be himself. The little brother is joking, I just asked casually, there is no other meaning, since the little brother is a capable person, then I am here to congratulate you on making a fortune. The man said something angrily, and then left quickly. Xiaoyu took back the Pokeball in his hand. If this person dared to do anything just now, he would release Zerora without hesitation. Let alone killing or not, he would definitely loot the other party's money without hesitation. Go. Count him clever. Jinwoo took back the Zerora Pokeball and released the Jenny Turtle instead. He sensed that there were several low-level gophers in front of him, almost all of them were 15 or 16, which was just right for the leveling of the Jenny Turtle. The pure ground-type gopher is naturally not the opponent of the water-type Jenny. Open black lens bracket water gun close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket bubble close black lens bracket. And by the way, practice the skills of open black lens bracket frozen wind close black lens bracket newly learned during this time. Defeat the 15th level gopher. The turtle gets 560 experience points. Defeat the 16 level gopher. The turtle gets 0 experience. The turtle upgrades to 14. Very good. According to the normal situation, the turtle is upgraded to level 16. It is possible to evolve into a Kamui turtle, and the strength will definitely rise to a higher level. Jinwoo set his eyes on the gopher hole in front of him, where there was a simple skill book covered with dust and dirt. Squatted down, reached out and groped into the cave, and took out the skill book. Very good, let's use this skill for GC. Ghosts can now use very few skills, except for the ghost of this attribute. Spiritual attribute skills, and skills of other attributes are hardly used in combat. Flash, although it also has no offensive effect, it can still play a big role as an evasion skill. At the same time, now I have learned this skill for the ghost, and I can also give it a little exercise. Since I captured this flashy ghost in the museum, this guy is going to be moldy in addition to eating and sleeping, and he has to take it out to dry. Gauss. After Gisi learned Flash, Ziyou's body immediately became like a light bulb. Very good, yes, this is also exercising your stamina and mental strength. Jinwoo cheered on Gisi, and occasionally threw it some elf food and energy cubes as a reward. Most of the ghosts are naughty and do not affect the development of ability attributes. They like to eat spicy food. Among the elves of Jinyu, they are also relatively alone. From Sakura fruit is his favorite. Jinyu is trying to make energy cubes recently, and most of the food that Guisi eats are red energy cubes that increase handsomeness. However, after eating so much, Jinyu felt that Gisi had no effect except to gain weight. Next, Jinwoo obtained 2 hard stones surrounded by the small fist stones. Still use the Jenny to open the way. Most of them are ground or rock attribute elves. The Jenny is a water-type spirit that is easy to use. Hard stone, a stone that will never crack. Let the spirit of the rock attribute carry it on the body, and the power of the moves corresponding to the rock attribute is increased. That can enhance the power of skills are naturally very expensive in the market. Of course, the premise is that they are genuine. Because the appearance of hard stone and ordinary stone is so similar, some people often can't tell the difference between the real and the fake. Xiaoyu was able to find these 2 hard stones from these small fist stones. Most people would not believe it, because who would have thought that an elves of this level would carry items of this level? Just as Jinwoo went to the crack of the 3rd hole along the rock wall, looking for magic candy. Jinwoo met a group of treasure hunters, 2 men and 2 women. Oh, are you a solo trainer? You dare to enter the secret realm of the sea market alone at this time, or else, form a team with us. People in this group, a young man who seems to be the leader of the team stepped forward to talk to Jinwoo. This novel was first published by Dragon. QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique Feilu Novel Standby Group 672,171,357. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Attachment. This work is from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading and cannot be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy genuine books. Thank you for your support to the author. Key points. I hope you can keep this paragraph when reprinting. It is a little hard to organize, and it is a virtue to keep it tilde. Jinwoo glanced at them, passed by without saying a word. What? This guy has a really bad attitude. I guess he is a rookie who has never seen the world. Do you really think that with a little ability, you can run amok here alone? It's rare that the kind-hearted brother Haoyu wants to take him with him. The girl named Jo Yanan next to the young captain who took the lead couldn't help but pouted. Looking at the Jenny turtle beside him, it seems that he is only a dozen or so. If you walk forward alone, you should encounter the Coco Dora group, which will be dangerous. In their team, there was a pretty soft-looking woman. She raised her bright and clear eyes to look at the direction Jinyu was going, and couldn't help but remind her. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 66. The Uneasy Coco Dora Group, 4th more. Hey, the person in front, do you hear? We are talking to you. Jo Yanan pointed in the direction of Xiaoyu and reminded aloud. Hey, Yanan, keep your voice down, it will attract other trainers or elves. Since people don't bother to team up with us, why bother to stick to his cold ass? Another man in their team smiled and said discouragement. Although the tone sounded very calm, as if stating the facts, it would inevitably give people an indescribable arrogance, as if eager to show that they were different. And now our team has no shortage of people in terms of combat power. Anything happens, I, Zhao Huacheng, can guarantee alone that I won't let you and Songqing encounter any danger. When he said this, Zhao Huacheng looked at Zhou Yanan with deep meaning, as if to indicate something. But Zhou Yanan didn't pay any attention to the former, but looked at their team leader Yu Haoyu. Brother Haoyu, what do you think we should do? Zhao Huacheng's expression turned cold, but he didn't have any seizures. He just tilted his head slightly, pretending not to care. Yu Haoyu pondered for a while, sighed and said, to help others at a critical time is to help yourself. When you are out and about, you can take care of them. Let's go and stop him. Well, let's listen to Brother Haoyu. Zhou Yanan trusts Haoyu very much. The group immediately set off, chasing after Jin Yu. Halfway through, Songqing, who seemed to be the most calm and taciturn, opened his mouth and said, "Oops, my dream demon told me that there was already a wave of battle ahead, and that person just now had probably already fought against the Coco Dora group. That people are stupid, who would provoke Coco Dora in the cave?" Zhou Yanan's beautiful face was full of puzzlement. Usually, in the secret realm of the central continent cave, the most not to be provoked are the gregarious elves like Coco Dora, and the loud-voiced elves like the Boom Monster. Once the former is provoked, they will attack them in groups. Wherever they pass, there is often only a skeleton left. This kind of elf has very good teeth, not to mention animals and plants, even metals and minerals. Wrong. As for the sound-popping monster, although it is not like Coco Dora, it is a gregarious elf, but its personality is very easy to rage. When angered, it will cause an earthquake with a loud roar. In such a cave, how terrifying an earthquake is, it shouldn't need much explanation. What do we do now? The two girls turned their attention to Yu Haoyu again. HMPH, just listen to me earlier, this guy dares to provoke the Coco Dora group. Isn't this lighting a lantern and going to the thatched hut, courting death? Zhao Huacheng said with a sneer. No matter what, we've come to this point. Let's go and see, no matter how bad it is, we can take back this person's body. Yu Haoyu sighed. They decided to watch carefully and sneak carefully against the rock wall. The dream is ahead. The monster sensed the battle scene. Yu Haoyu was so nervous that he slowly stuck out his head, looked at the corner of the rock wall, and immediately his eyes popped out in fright. The horrific crime scene he imagined did not happen at all, and instead, Coco Dora, who was incapacitated everywhere. What's going on? Before his mind could react, he was startled by a blue electric current attacking his face. Zerora, keep your hands. At the critical moment, a voice stopped the offensive. The blue electric current slanted its direction, and slammed on the rock wall, exploding a big pit. It's you. Jin Yu saw the group of people he had just seen. He wondered to himself that these people were following him. Give me an explanation, and based on the answer, decide whether we are the enemy or not. Jin Yu's tone was flat and concise. No wonder he was cautious. In this secret realm with frequent accidents, people are often more dangerous than elves. And level of an elves can be checked with the system, but people's thoughts cannot be checked even with the system. Brother, please be merciful, don't get me wrong. Just at that moment, Yu Haoyu only felt that he was walking around the gate of hell. If it wasn't for the other party's mercy just now, he probably would have moved his head by now. Although I don't know what the opponent's strength is, he is definitely a ruthless person. Yu Haoyu has secretly set a label for Jin Yu at this time. We just wanted to remind you, brother, that this is the group of Coco Dora. But brother, you are walking in a hurry, and it seems that you didn't hear it, so we followed all the way. Songqing and the others were in the back, unable to see the situation in front of them. Hearing Yu Haoyu trying to explain something, he couldn't help sticking his head out. When she saw Coco Dora, who was losing her fighting power all over the ground, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Did he beat all these Coco Dora alone? The three of them couldn't help but raise this question at the same time. After Yu Haoyu explained it, Xiaoyu took back Zerora. The other party didn't seem like a bad guy. So, you guys just simply want to team up with me. Jinwoo asked in conclusion. Yes, but looking at your strength, brother, it seems that we don't need our help, so we will leave now. After speaking, Yu Haoyu was about to lead the crowd away. The young man opposite was too dangerous. Originally, Yu Haoyu thought that this young man should be like them, but he was a freshman and a trainer, but he didn't expect that this Nima is a monster. To be able to kill so much Kokodora by himself is not a monster. There is no sense of security with this kind of person. If one of the family is unhappy and wants to rob, the four of them will not be able to win if they are tied together. Just as he was about to leave, Jinyu unexpectedly replied, "Okay, let's form a team." Chapter 67. Holy Relic Rock God Pearl 5th. Quote, "If something goes wrong, there must be a demon." Hearing that Xiaoyu agreed to their request to form a team at this time, Yu Haoyu couldn't help feeling even more apprehensive. "Brother, we are also newcomers who have just entered this secret realm. Trainers, if you have any other ideas, please find someone else." What Yu Haoyu meant by this was to tell Xiaoyu directly, "We really have no money, please let Xiaoyu take back Zerora," pretending to be defenseless and harmless to humans and animals, smiled and said, "Brother, you misunderstood. In fact, I did not kill these Kokodora by strength. I have some protective treasures left to me by family elders, similar to sealing the elf skills, the things thrown out just now when necessary after the battle with Kokodora. All those precious treasures were used up, and I felt really uneasy in my heart to move forward alone, so I also asked Brother Yu to let me join the team." Spoke, Jinyu pretended to have an expression of renunciation. "Well, if Brother Yu can let me join the team, I will share with you the location of a secret treasure item that my elders told me before. What do you think?" Although Jinyu's explanation was eloquent and sincere, but Yu Haoyu still didn't quite believe it. He believed more in his own eyes. The aura he felt on the other side was definitely not fake, and there were still a lot of Kokodola on the ground, leaving traces of blue electric current, which were of the same origin as the electric cat attacked him just now. Was a beginner and weak as he said, but Yu Haoyu couldn't believe it, but a group of his companions showed the same expression on their faces. It's no wonder that the other party looks like he is about the same age, but he was able to survive the siege of so many Kokodora without being injured. But to them, that's the only way to make sense. If I said that earlier, wouldn't it be okay to live in peace? You don't have to be frightened by the previous kind of shock and waste this life-saving means. Zhou Yanan chuckled and said, "Don't worry, the few of us here are serious trainers and won't engage in those robbery activities. It is definitely your luck to meet us." Zhou Yanan's remarks did not sound like there was any scheming. Jinwoo smiled and nodded. "Haha, although we are all teammates from now on, there are some things that I have to mention." Zhao Huacheng glanced at Xiaoyu with a half smile but not a smile. "You boys' means were used up when dealing with Kokodora just now, which means that you are now relying on us to walk in this secret realm. Then, some things, you have to be a little bit more interesting." Hearing this, Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, what about?" Then Zhao Huacheng was about to attack Yu Haoyu, so frightened. He quickly stepped forward to dissuade him and said, "Huacheng, hurry up and shut up. That's right, be a good companion." Zhou Yanan was also on the sidelines. This girl just thought it was bad for Zhao Huacheng to run on people like this. "Who has always been taciturn," murmured this time. "I also think it's too much." After speaking on this side, Yu Haoyu immediately went to appease the other side. "Brother Xiao, Huacheng's elf talent is good. His desert Naya is almost 30th level. In view of this, people will inevitably be a little arrogant. Don't be with you. If he has ordinary knowledge, just pretend he didn't hear it. Acquaintance's fate. Since Brother Xiao looks down on us, then I naturally won't turn away about this team formation." "That's right, if there is anything you don't understand or have difficulties, you can come to me and Songqing." Zhou Yanan and Songqing also nodded in agreement. A group of people sang against him for a newcomer. Zhao Huacheng immediately became more and more uncomfortable with Xiaoyu's senses, but he did not attack on the spot. Regardless of for what purpose, the gazes of the other three were relatively sincere. Although Jinyu was prepared to use his mind to cooperate with them, at this time, he also had a good impression of the three of them in his heart. Jinwoo, who has always liked to be alone, naturally has a purpose for why he teamed up with others this time. He also found a very interesting thing in the Kokodola cave just now. 7 orange balls. According to legend, there are 3 super ancient elves, which were sealed in the ruins. Only wake up when a world-class catastrophe strikes. In order to wake them up successfully, the 3 super ancient elves left their own sacred relics and special symbols. And what Jinyu just obtained is one of these 3 super ancient elves, the Holy Relic and Rock God Pearl of Regilock, known as the Rock God Pillar. When Jinyu discovered this thing, it was also a surprise that the system search did not respond to these Holy Relic items. Only within a certain range of the approach road will it be displayed on the system map. Just now, Xiaoyu just picked up the magic candy, not yet. When he had time to rejoice, suddenly a huge exclamation mark appeared on the map in his mind. He was startled. Then, the coordinates of the sacred relic of the Rock God Bead appeared. Regilock, known as one of the eternal Pokemon, is said to be in the legend. They are Regichkas imitating his own appearance, using elves made of rocks, icebergs and steel. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the clone of Regichkas. There are even more rumors. Only when these 3 elves gather together can the King of the Pillars, Regichkas, be awakened. The reason why Jinyu wants to team up with these people, the most important reason for the team, is here. The ruins of Regilock seem to be here not far away. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 68. The Warriors Under the Curtain of the Dream Demon Battle, 6th update. However, in order to open the Regilock ruins, it is necessary to place the 7 rock god orbs in different traps at the same time. 7 beads, and the grooves are not too close together. Jinyu alone, even adding his current 5 spirits, can't make up the number. Why Jinwu thought to cooperate with these people. Ahem, Xiaoyu, this city is boundless, even after hundreds of years. Not many people know what the hell is going on here. Your elf is this Jenny Turtle, isn't it? Elf, but there will also be some supersonic bats, ghost eyes and other elves here, so you have to follow us carefully. Don't be alone. Zhou looks like the deputy eldest sister at this time, and walked 2 steps without forgetting to turn back, a reminder to Jinwu. Xiaoyu nodded with a smile, and walked with them for a while, and also knew that Zhou Yanan was a straight-faced person, and he liked to show off his personality. When he said this, he didn't mean to be mean or sarcastic. After walking for a long time, the group found that there were a few small teams of porters and warriors in front of them. Transportation Craftsman Qualification. White upper limit of level. 30 level. 19 attribute. Fighting characteristics. If the perseverance becomes abnormal, the perseverance will be displayed and the attack power will be increased. Size. 0. Close black lens bracket. This elf is still a relatively rare elf in central China. It is a very easy to tame elf. After taming, humans often let it help in carrying projects. Often carries a long column-shaped wooden bar in his hand, and at the same time, there are many pink-blue veins protruding from the whole body. Under the curtain qualification. White level. Level 18 attributes. Fighting characteristics. Thick fat body type. 1. Close black lens bracket. Under the curtain is the degenerate form of the Iron Palms. It looks like a sumo wrestler with a scarf wrapped around its head. The whole body is basically yellow, only the fist and the scarf are black. Let me deal with these fighting type elves. The one who spoke was Song Qing, who had been taciturn. As she waved, a petite, looking dream demon with a dark green cloak rushed towards the group of fighting attribute elves. Dream demon qualification. Blue level upper limit. 50 level. Level 24 attribute. Ghost characteristics. Floating size. 0. Close black lens bracket. This dream demon's aptitude level is not bad. Song Qing doesn't seem to be very old, and he is almost the same as Xiaoyu. He is the youngest in this group. It should be the age when he has just met the elves. Level. The explanation is not small. Although the ghost attribute moves do not restrain the fighting attribute Elves, the fighting attribute moves cannot attack the ghost attribute Elves, so Mengyao is still invincible among a group of fighting attribute Elves. Ground. At the same time, although the Dream Demon is a ghost attribute elf, it also has the skills of superpower attribute, and it sends a spirit wave to these fighting elves from time to time. Although these elves are very annoyed, they do not use it. Way. Overjoyed, Mengyao giggled in midair and kept laughing. However, this Dream Demon is still. He underestimated his opponent too much. After the two fighters lost their ability to fight, one of them launched a surprise attack, shoot down. Crack. Palm, the Dream Demon was knocked down from midair. The skill of evil attribute caused a lot of damage to the Dream Demon. Dream Demon. Song Qing shouted nervously from the side. I'm here to help. Zhou Yanan throws the elf ball, her elf is a proboscis leaf. However, before Long Nose Yi had time to step forward, he saw those fighters under the curtain who attacked Mengyao. They were already unable to move. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be controlled by some skill. Looking at Xiao Yu along the way, at this time there was a Lalu lassie beside him, who was holding out two small hands, using the psychic power skill to assist the Dream Demon. Thank you. Song Qing nodded to Xiao Yu lightly, expressing his gratitude. Should be. Jin Wu smiled back, not taking credit for himself. That's right, Jin Wu, you still have Lalu lassie. Zhou Yanan, who was planning to go up to help, said somewhat unexpectedly. Cut. Zhao Huacheng snorted disdainfully. He was just waiting for Song Qing to be unable to hold on, preparing to be a hero to save the beauty, but this Xiao Yu stole the limelight again. After returning to his senses, Mengyao was not in the show this time, and began to fight seriously. Soon, these few fighting spirits were swept away by it. Lalulas gained some experience points by helping the battle. Whole body flickered faintly, breaking through the first threshold of the elf, and successfully upgraded to level 10. Lalu Lassie has been upgraded to level 1. Comprehend the new skill Magic Leaf. Xiao Yu looked happy, usually the big one of the 10th level in the first order. Many elves will take this opportunity to learn new skills. That Lalulas can directly comprehend the Magic Leaf on the way to upgrade. Magic Leaf. Throwing a large number of magical grass leaves condensed with thought power, the hit rate is extremely high. In terms of power, it is regarded as a medium-level grass attribute special attack skill. Yu Haoyu stepped forward, fumbled around with the wrestlers and porters, and found a few orange fruit and Wenyu fruit from them. The harvest is good, there are 5 fruits in total, just one for each of us. Open black lens bracket pomelo fruit close black lens bracket 2 pieces 2. Open black lens bracket orange fruit close black lens bracket 3 pieces. Generally speaking, the treatment effect of open black lens bracket pomelo fruit close black lens bracket is better than that of open black lens bracket orange fruit close black lens bracket. Therefore, Yu Haoyu distributed 2 Wenyu fruit to Song Qing who shot, and Xiao Yu who helped. As for orange fruit, he left it to himself and the other 2. Originally this is a very reasonable distribution method, but some people always feel that they are at a disadvantage. Hey, Yu Haoyu, why would you let that newcomer share a good Wenyu fruit just now, although he helped out, but in the situation just now, any one of us who stepped forward would have the same effect. Didn't he just rely on the speed of his shot to be a shot faster? Chapter 69. Cold and Warm Night, 7th more. Huacheng, whoever takes the shot will get the big share. This is the rule we agreed at the beginning. Yu Haoyu frowned and retorted. It's okay, it's the same with dividing me orange fruit. Jin Wu said. His current goal of collecting tree fruit is not limited to the original function of the tree fruit. He is now more focused on the taste of each tree fruit. Orange fruit, and pomelo fruit, are unique in making feed, an irreplaceable existence. There is no such thing as good or bad. However, this Zhao Huacheng's attitude seems to be doing things. It's okay, Brother Xiao, this is what we agreed at the beginning. It should be yours, it should be yours. As for Brother Zhao, I hope you can understand. Yu Haoyu, who has always been a good-natured man, was stubborn this time. Zhao Huacheng's face turned cold, but he still didn't have a seizure. Soon it was late at night, and even if Jinwoo was not tired, he had to take care of the other people. A group of people settled in a cave that seemed to be quite hidden. Yu Haoyu threw the elf ball and called out his elf. His elf is a little fire horse, a fire-type elf, which can keep warm in such a cold cave. At the same time, it can also replace fuel to heat food. Wow, Jinwoo, are you still a breeder? The elf feed you made is so delicious. Zhou Yanan looked at her long nose with an unprecedented appetite, and said unexpectedly. I am not a breeder, I just learned a little bit about how to make feed. Jinwoo said very modestly. It's already very powerful. My dream demon has always only eaten the food brought from my house before, and this is the first time that it has praised the food given by others. Song Qing also praised from the side. Hee, Brother Xiao is still versatile. Yu Haoyu took over the food Xiaoyu specially made for Xiao Huoma, and Xiao Huoma immediately ate it. The little fire horse spreads its body temperature and consumes a lot of physical strength. Let it eat more, it's not enough, there is more here. Hey, you made a copy for them all, why doesn't my desert Naia mean nothing to you, kid? In the middle of Xiao Yu's words, he was interrupted by Zhao Huacheng's cold voice. I'm sorry, I don't have any materials here. I don't know much about the diet of desert Naia, so I don't dare to make it casually. Jinwoo replied in a flat tone. This Zhao Huacheng has been targeting him all the time. He is a fool and will not notice it. You kid is just shirk. HMPH, don't give it to desert Naia, you go grab it yourself. Zhao Huacheng snorted coldly and ordered desert Naia. The elf and the master have been together for a long time, and they will be stained with the master's temper to some extent. This desert Naya, like Zhao Huacheng, is also a master who can't see other people's goodness. Now that the master has given an order, he immediately waved his needle fist and grabbed the feed from the other elves' bowls. Hey, Zhao Huacheng, you. It's too much. Zhou Yanan was the first to hold back, jumping up and accusing. Zhao Huacheng disapproved, just wanted to say a few words, but found that after eating other elf food, his desert Naia's face became very wonderful, like poisoning, black and purple. Boy, what did you feed my desert Naia? Seeing this, Zhao Huacheng jumped up and pointed at Xiao Yu and shouted. You direct the elves to loot other people's feed, and understand that each kind of elves is different. The more exclusive level feed, the more unacceptable it is to other elves. If eating indiscriminately is serious, it is likely to cause food damage. Poisoning, you ask for more happiness. Jinyu said in a calm tone. You kid, remember me. Speaking, Zhao Huacheng took the desert Naia back to the Pokeball, and no longer stayed in this cave, and hurried out. This Zhao Huacheng is getting more and more excessive. Isn't it because of his higher elf level that he will only do some bullying things? Protested somewhat dissatisfiedly while comforting the proboscis leaves who had been robbed of food. After all, it's a team, you can endure it as long as you can. Yu Haoyu comforted him. This incident, the chatting mood of the few people was not high. They each took a corner, covered a booth or sleeping bag, and planned to rest. Jinyu looked at the sleeping bags and blankets of the other three people, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Lost, in fact, it's not that he didn't think of it, but he gave up the blanket for the convenience of movement. After all, in reality, it's not like a game animation. The backpack is small and stuffed with all kinds of pots and pans, tents, etc. Sleeping bags, in real life, often many trainers can only wrap their clothes tightly at night and hold on for the night. Jinyu was holding Lalu Lassie in his arms, snuggling with each other to keep warm. Other elves can't help in this regard. Zerora is too arrogant, and the current on her body is too strong. The electromagnetic waves will be released unconsciously, and you can't touch it. Ghosts and Jenny turtles, one is a ghost, and the other is a water-type spirit. It's all freezing cold and can't get warm. In the end, although Philomelus can hold it to keep warm, Xiaoyu feels that if he sleeps with it, something big will definitely happen. Thinking about it, the only one who can sleep with him is Lalu Lassie. Fortunately, little Loloras was very willing to sleep with Xiaoyu, although when Xiaoyu first made this request, the little guy's expression seemed to be a little twisted. The next moment when his whole body felt cold in the middle of the night, Xiaoyu found that something was pressed on him, and it gradually warmed up. A few points. Opening his eyes, he happened to meet the owner of another pair of beautiful eyes. I just saw you shaking, so I thought of putting a blanket on you, don't get me wrong. Speaking, Songqing's face turned a little red and he got back into his sleeping bag. Xiaoyu smiled. The good people in the world still make up the majority. With the blanket, Loloras in his arms now feels a little bit more. The heat subsided, and slowly, it emerged from the collar of the clothes. The two cuddled together, and slept sweetly. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 70. Exclusive Candy, 8th More. One night, nothing happened, and the next day, because of the unhappiness last night, Zhao Huacheng frequently let Desert Naia play as if he wanted to vent. Grass-type elves, whose level is close to level 30, naturally have few opponents in this cave. HMPH, vulnerable. Zhao Huacheng snorted coldly. Amazing, Huacheng, your Desert Naia looks like it will soon be level 30. The status of a 3-star trainer is just around the corner. Yu Haoyu said with a hearty smile, and while talking, he helped Zhao Huacheng to search for the items on the elves. Most of them were tree fruits, and occasionally he could harvest some recovery potions such as wound medicine. Hearing Yu Haoyu's praise, Zhao Huacheng was even more proud. I said it long ago, but it's just a mob. As long as this uncle's Desert Naia takes action, everything will not be a problem, and there is no need for third-rate assistance from others. Said that, he glanced at Jinwu unintentionally or unintentionally. Yu Haoyu shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't dare to talk to the crowd to continue his journey. The destination was the ruins that Xiaoyu mentioned yesterday. Due to the long journey, from time to time, some elves could be encountered along the way, but most of these elves did not exceed 20 level, most of which can be easily solved. Haha, our bag is getting heavier and heavier. There are almost 30 or 40 pieces of fruit, and the harvest is good. Moreover, we just harvested a candy of 1 arm strength. Yu Haoyu was in charge of carrying the loot collected by everyone the whole time, and he couldn't help grinning when he felt the weight of the bag behind him increase. As for the arm strength candy, he mentioned, it is an exclusive attribute candy, which can increase all abilities of a specific elves randomly. It is a relatively rare item, but because it is paired with a specific elves, the scope of use will be narrower. Usually, after most people get it, they will only be sold to the Elves Center in exchange for cash. Speaking of which, we have been walking for so long, and we should have entered the deeper part of the secret realm of the sea market. The level of the elves that appear next may be higher and higher. Jin Yu, haven't we arrived yet? Zhou Yanan asked with a reminder. Jin Yu pretended to be apologetic and said, I am sorry, this is the location given by the elders in the family. To be honest, I don't know where the destination is, but I want to come. According to our current pace, we will walk for about a day, should be able to get there. Ah, one more day. Nah, Jin Wu, show me your map. Zhou Yanan pouted in frustration. Ah, I have the map in my mind, and the rubbing family won't let me bring it out. Jin Wu replied with a little embarrassment. Yan Han, don't let Brother Xiao bother you. Since that place is a map recorded by the elders in Brother Xiao's family, there should be something very important hidden there. It would be nice if we can get our hands on it. Yu Haoyu was afraid that Xiaoyu would harbor grudges, so he quickly persuaded him. People are just afraid that he remembers the wrong way. I'm still confident in my memory, and I'll ask Miss Zhou to let it go. Jin Wu responded. Hey, you wait. Wait, there is a situation ahead. Song Ching opened his mouth and reminded. Everyone looked forward, and their eyes were fixed. It's a north-facing nose. North-facing nose qualification. Blue level cap. 60 level. Level 30 attribute. Rock feature. Magnetic force magnetically attracts steel-type Pokemon, so that it cannot escape and is strong. It will not be able to fight with one blow due to the opponent's attack. Size. 3. The elf in front of him is a Pokemon similar to a statue, with a height of nearly 3 meters, which is much larger than the normal height of the north-facing nose. The short arms and legs look like they are harmless to humans and animals, but in reality, in this kind of cave, he is a very powerful elf hunter. On its red nose to forcefully suck its prey over, and then wrap its opponent with sand and iron in one breath to digest it. Wild north-facing noses are very dangerous elves. Wachung, it's up to you this time. Yu Haoyu looked at the north-facing nose. The level of this elf was at least level 25 or above, and it might even be level 30. Only Zhao Wachung in the team could handle this level of existence. Hee, Yu Haoyu, what are you anxious about? All of us here have already made a move, but it seems that there is still one person who has been waiting to enjoy the success since yesterday. I haven't made a move, do you really think there is rice to eat? Zhao Wachung glanced at Jin Yu, his voice sarcastic. Xiao Yu sneered, although he had the mentality of letting Yu Haoyu and the others help, but he didn't intend to eat rice. The reason why he didn't take action before was just because Zhou Yanan, Yu Haoyu and the others were ahead of him and didn't let him take action. If you really need him, naturally it is impossible to stand by, but Zhao Wachung pushed him out when he encountered a powerful elf that he obviously couldn't handle. Maybe Jin Wu is just a piece of trash who can be needed by others, and Jin Wu's repeated tolerance to him before was timid. Zhao Wachung, what do you mean? If you don't want to take action, forget it. Let's find a way together, or just spare Qiao Bibi. Brother Xiao, he made it clear before. Let him go, isn't that making it clear that he wants to harm him? Yu Haoyu argued for Xiao Yu. After the contact last night, Yu Haoyu also got a general understanding of Xiao Yu's temper. The other party didn't seem to be a wicked person. Yu Haoyu doesn't know why he hides his strength, and he doesn't want to figure it out for the time being. In short, everyone just needs to get along and get along well, but Zhao Wachung has made things difficult for people again and again, even the mud bodhisattva will be drawn out. HMPH, if you don't make a move, you just want to share the harvest. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Of course, if his elf unfortunately dies this time, then I don't mind giving him some props next and let him return some money. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wachung said jokingly. Zhao Wachung, since we formed a team together, we should advance and retreat together. Jin Yu also believed in us and formed a team with us. Song Ching couldn't help but argue at the side. Chapter 71. Fighting the North Nose, 9th more. HMPH. You have to protect him, even if you do it yourself. I don't want to raise waste in vain. Zhao Wachung snorted coldly, and his voice was amplified a bit. It happened that Qiao Bibi also noticed Xiao Yu and the others at this moment. The red magnet nose began to glow faintly, a sign that it was ready to attack. I'll try it out. Step forward. Zerora's Pokeball was already in his hand. No, Jinyu, don't be impulsive. A level 30 elf is much more powerful than you think. Your jerky is only level 10, and can't handle it. Zhou Yanan was also a little anxious. Zhao Wachung, you are too much. Zhao Wachung sneered, and when he looked at Zhou Yanan, some evil thoughts rose in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that there were 2 pretty girls in the team, he wouldn't have joined the team. Brother Xiao, there is a steel element in the nose of the nose facing north. My little fire horse should be able to help. Yu Haoyu put down the cloth pocket in his hand and came to Xiao Yu's side. I'm here to help too, my proboscis leaf attribute restrains it. Zhou Yanan did the same. Dream Demon can confuse his actions. If 3 people make a move together, there will always be a way. Song Ching followed and said. Unbelievable. Zhao Wachung snorted coldly from behind. This north-facing nose has such a big physique, and the little lords who want to come to this small area are only about 20th level. Plus an elf who is only 10th level. How could it be possible? Shaking Jinyu looked at the few people standing in a row with him in surprise. His heart warmed slightly, and then he shook his head with a wry smile. Okay, don't worry, the battle will be resolved soon. Xiao Yu's words made the three of them stunned. The two girls' eyes were surprised, while Yu Haoyu's eyes flickered, and he thought, the other party was ready to use his strength, and then they saw Xiao Yu take a few steps forward again. Then he threw the Jenny's master ball. Jenny. He was still going to fight with the Jenny turtle. Jin Wu, now is not the time to be brave. Zhou Yanan said in a hurry, although I have never seen Xiao Yu make a move, I have roughly figured out the strength of this Jenny turtle. That is, it looks like a 10-level turtle, and it has not evolved into a kami turtle at all. It's awesome. It's impossible to fight more than a dozen levels, but it seems that it is too late at this moment. When Chao Bibi saw the other party not only escaped without begging for mercy, but also sent a Pokemon, he immediately exhaled a white breath from his nostrils, thick and short. The legs slammed on the ground, causing the entire ground to vibrate. Boom, boom. Two huge stones hit the Jenny turtle. This is the skill of facing the north nose, falling rocks. Jenny turtle, spin at high speed to avoid. Jenny. Whoosh. The Jenny turtle is very flexible, and its body shell can instantly dodge the attack. Everyone Kaigang breathed a sigh of relief, only to see Chaobei nose make another move. Another breath of foul breath came out of its huge nostrils. This time, it seemed that there was something mixed in with it sprayed out. It doesn't look like a skill. Its arm strengthened under the curtain. Song Qing's eyes were sharper, and after seeing the flying object clearly, he immediately exclaimed and reminded. Why are there sprites in the north-facing nostrils? Zhou Yanan wondered. It must be some kind of symbiotic relationship. Yu Haoyu was also a little unsure. Nature is a very miraculous creator. Fighting attribute elves and rock attributes elves seem to be in a relationship of mutual restraint, but they often appear together. The elves of these two attributes are in love with each other and kill each other. Although open black lens bracket fighting attribute elves restrain that rock attribute elves, but that rock attribute elves also often use the fighting skills of the fighting attribute elves to exercise their hard bodies. As long as the rock type elves are strong to a certain extent, they can coexist peacefully with the fighting type elves, and reach an agreement to help each other. Lalu Lassie, you also go up and help. You saw this scene. He didn't panic at all, and immediately threw the Lalu drawing pokeball. Lula. Lalu has instantly activated the power of mind skills and controlled the pace of the two fighting spirits. Frozen wind. Jenny. The Jenny turtle was blown away by a freezing wind. Luckily, both of them happened to be frozen. He was wrapped in a layer of shaved ice, leaving only one head outside, his teeth trembling. Lalu Lassie, and then use hypnotism. Lalu was quickly approached, taking advantage of the arm strength and the undercover fighters when they couldn't move, and used hypnosis in the face of them. The two elves were groggy on the spot. In reality, there is no argument that states cannot overlap. Although the method is a little dirty, as long as you command the arrogant, paralysis, burn, sleep, poisoning, are all added to the opponent. Arm strength and the undercover fighters were hit by frozen, and then sleep. How could there be any resistance force to be beaten up by the Jenny turtle and Lalu pulling wheels? As soon as possible both elves have a level close to level 20. But he couldn't help being beaten in an unprepared state, so his eyes rolled, and they all lost their ability to fight. Defeat level 19 arm strength. Lalu Lass, Jenny turtle share 790 experience points. Defeat level 20 Underworld Warriors. Lalu Loss, Jenny turtle share 107 experience points. Lalu Laz upgrades to level 11. Facing North Nose was stunned. Originally, it still wanted to have some cards, and let his subordinates go up to the Kong first, and do the finishing work by himself, but how could this human play be so dirty? Good job, Jin Wu, nice job. Three people behind Jin Yu kept applauding. In their opinion, this kind of field battle has nothing to say about chivalry. However, with the defeat of Chow Bibi's two men, Chow Bibi also began to get serious. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 72, Seeing Conquer 10th More. Ow! There was a roar similar to the roar of steam from the north nose. Then, everyone saw a huge magnetic current spread out from its red nose. Because the nose towards the north is slow and not good at moving, now it wants to suck the Jenny turtles directly. Jin Yu, pay attention to stay away from its nose. Song Qing reminded. Jin Wu nodded. Jenny turtle, use white mist. Jenny turtle spewed out a cloud of white mist from its mouth. The mist shrouded between the north-facing nose and the two elves, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. HMPH, it's probably useless to delay time. The nose facing north is like a huge biological magnet. Even if it is full of smoke, it can be quickly found by it. Zhao Huacheng said disdainfully. Boom bang. In the smoke, there was a sound of fighting, but it stopped quickly, whoosh. After that, everyone heard a parabolic sound. Crack. Wah, whoa, wait, this sound sounds like throwing a pokeball. What's the situation? Is it that Jin Yu is going to subdue the north nose? Everyone in the room can't believe it. Zhao Huacheng even laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, is that kid crazy like an elf of the level of Chow Bibi? How could it be that a beginner trainer like him can be subdued? And look at it. Wait for Chow Bibi after getting out of the pokeball. He will definitely become angry and launch the most insane and deadly attack on this kid. The other three looked at the smoke worriedly. Although they were a little angry at Zhao Huacheng's words, what he said was indeed the truth. The self-esteem of powerful elves is also not to be provoked. However, after a while, they found that nothing seemed to be happening. What's going on? Could it be that something has happened to Jin Yu? Ha ha ha, that guy and his elf have already been crushed into patties by now. Zhao Huacheng sneered. Tat. But at this moment, a crisp came. Several people stared at each other. This figure in the white mist is actually Xiao. Yu Haoyu walked up happily. That's great, it's fine, everyone is fine, and the north nose is slow to move. Since we've already escaped, we don't need to stay here. Let's leave now. Xiaoyu smiled and said, Brother Haoyu, don't worry, that Chow Bibi won't be chasing after us, because he's here right now. Saying that, Jin Yu raised his hand, a purple and white pokeball in his hand. Although this pokeball looks a little weird, but these days, there are all kinds of pokeballs produced in the secret realm, and now, no one will make a fuss about a pokeball with a strange appearance. What they care more about is that Jin Yu has just the words, you said, facing the north nose, it's in here, you mean it, shouldn't it mean to say. Zhou Yanan's pretty face floats. An unbelievable look appeared. Yes, it was captured by me. Jin Wu replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. Soon as the former's voice fell, Zhao Huacheng's unbridled laughter resounded. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. You guy, your strength is not very good, but your ability to tell jokes is first class. Is it a clown who ran out of a circus? It depends on if you can conquer it to the north. Nose, I just ate desert Naia. Zhao Huacheng said with a thorn. Zhao Huacheng, you. Zhou Yanan and the other three have anger on their faces at the moment. This guy is really good at talking slander, although Xiaoyu said that he has subdued the north nose is too fake, but Zhao Huacheng's attitude at the moment is too impressive annoyed. Oh, I recorded this, and I'm waiting for you to broadcast it. Unexpectedly, Jin Yu showed an interested expression, and then threw the purple and white pokeball in his hand. Ang! Arc flashed, and the huge and familiar figure of Chow Bibi appeared in front of everyone. Quote quote. The scene was very quiet for a while. Zhou Yanan covered her mouth with her hands, and the expression on her pretty face said how wonderful it was. And Zhao Huayu was like seeing something terrifying, and his whole body began to tremble slightly at this moment. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Well, please also ask Mr. Zhao Huayu to show me how to eat raw cactus. Jin Yu said with a playful look on his face. No, No, this is not true. By the way, you must have hidden the strange props left in your family, and you use those things to catch this north face. It must be like this, it can't be wrong. Yu's voice is a little trembling at the moment. Isn't the other party the same? Jin Woo's voice fell. From a distance, there seemed to be a sound of the earth's cave shaking. Boom, boom. Is something near? Yu said in a low voice. Song Qing wanted Meng Yao to go check it out, but because of what was coming from the opposite side, the aura was too strong, and Meng Yao didn't seem to dare approach. There seems to be something wrong. Zhou Yanan felt something inexplicably. Pressure was coming. Zhao Huacheng, look, even a rookie like me can deal with a north-facing nose by myself, so it shouldn't be impossible for you, an elite, to deal with the big rock snake that appears next, right? Gao. As Jin Woo's voice fell, in a rock tunnel, a giant and terrifying reminder was suddenly drilled out. It was composed of countless giant rocks and looked like a snake. It opened its dark mouth and roared at the crowd. Suddenly, a terrifying hurricane swept through Failu, reminding you, 3 things to read. Chapter 73, The Big Rock Snake Raid, 11th more. One wave has not settled, one wave after another. We have just experienced the North Face nose. How can we encounter this kind of elves again? Zhou Yanan was about to cry. Big Rock Snake Qualification. Blue level upper limit. 50 level. Level 31 attributes. Rock, ground features. Hardhead can be immune to the moves of the counter-injury force, and will not reduce its own physical strength. If the armor is damaged due to physical moves, the defense power will be reduced. Therefore, it is weakened, but the speed will greatly increase the size. 9. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the shape of the big rock snake in front of him, it is obviously also a small lord-level elf. Logically speaking, an elves of this level should have very strict territorial awareness. The big rock snake also has a magnet that vibrates and senses the magnetic field in its brain, and the north-facing nose was subdued by me, and the unique magnetic force spread from this territory naturally disappeared, so the big rock snake came so quickly. Xiao Yu explained one sentence, then turned his head and looked at Zhao Huacheng with a smile. Mr. Zhao, now, let's watch your performance. In fact, most trainers are more reluctant to encounter the big rock snake than the slow-moving north-facing nose, because the big rock snake is not only huge, but also very flexible. It is very strong, and if you are targeted by such a spirit, you will not be able to run even if you want to. Jin Woo, let's join forces. You just subdued the north nose, you used it to entangle the big rock snake, and my desert Naia will wait for the opportunity to give him the final blow. At this moment, Zhao Huacheng's eyes flickered, although from the words, he wanted to cooperate with Jin Yu, but it was obvious that he was planning other things behind his back. Are you planning to let me block the attack and then take the opportunity to escape? Jin Yu sneered. Why didn't you say anything when I went to face the north nose by myself just now? Jin Yu, let me tell you, even if you have a nose facing north, you may not be able to win against this big rock snake. Only by working with me can you be foolproof. Zhao Huacheng's footsteps were faintly showing signs of retreating, but his mouth was still self-righteous. Zhao Huacheng, don't you want to run away? Who said this? Although the girl was a little more straightforward, she was not stupid. Just by observing Zhao Huacheng's movements at this moment, you could see what he was doing. Yu immediately gave everyone a wink and motioned them all to back away. Zhao Huacheng's tone just now, and his current actions, made everyone present distrust him very much. Now, naturally, no one will help him. Okay, you are fine. And then suddenly threw the Desert Naia Pokeball. Desert Naia, use sand. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. The sand splashing trick of Naia in the desert is not used by snakes, but by everyone. At this critical time, he intends to leave all the people like Haoyu behind to back him up. Zhao Huacheng, you are too vicious. Haoyu and the others were splashed with sand, and they couldn't see for a while. Ha ha ha, who told you to help that kid now? Just stay and be buried with that kid. Goodbye. Said, Zhao Huacheng plans to run away. However, he is fast, and someone is faster than him. Boom. Big rock snake's tail, beat slammed it towards Zhao Huacheng and his desert Naia. Although the big rock snake is a Pokemon, it has, snake, in its name. This word, the behavioral habits are naturally very similar to snakes, hibernation, molting, and also, it is more interested in moving objects than stationary objects. While everyone was still covering his eyes, Zhao Huacheng wanted to run away. The big rock snake didn't stare at him, and Zhao Huacheng couldn't defend in time. Desert Naia helped him block it at a critical moment. Afterwards, it was shot directly into the ground by the force of the destructive force. Like a poster, the buttons could not be pulled out. Deserved. Xiao Yu had been on guard against Zhao Huacheng for a long time. Among the four, he was the only one who reacted and put on the Dewen diving goggles in an instant. Roar. After the big rock snake solved Zhao Huacheng's childhood, he turned his attention to Xiao Yu and the others. Its next goal is to solve its long-standing opponent. The north-facing nose has just been put into the master ball, interrupting its electromagnetic position. The big rock snake understands that the north-facing nose has weakened its breath, taking advantage of the illness to kill. This is also fundamental in the Pokemon world. Mouth, a wave of purple light condensed. This is a dragon attribute skill, Dragon Breath. Nose facing north, Power Gem. Ong. The red nose facing the north, countless light spots flickered, and then they turned into star spots and collided with the dragon breath of the big rock snake. Xiao Yu didn't keep his hands. Anyway, everyone's eyes were almost gone at the moment. A wave of hands, throw Philomella's master ball. As soon as Philomero came out, he didn't need Jinyu to remind him. He directly lifted his slender legs, and kicked the big rock snake head with lightning speed. Boom. The big rock snake only felt that its head was cracked at that moment. Even if it was a stone head, it couldn't wait for a while. Puff. He passed out on the spot. Jinwu threw the Pokeball unceremoniously. Facing the big rock snake who was completely incapacitated, the Pokeball was more than enough to conquer. Shake it for a while, and it recovered successfully. There are already 7 spirits on Jinyu's body, but there is no limit to the number of spirits a trainer can carry in this world. As long as you can afford it, you can bring as many spirits as you like. Therefore, there is no such thing as more than 6, forcibly being teleported away. After that, Jinyu asked Jenny Turtle to wash everyone's eyes with a gentle foam, and the group finally managed to open their eyes. Brother Xiao, did you drive away that big rock snake with your nose facing north? When he opened his eyes was to ask the big rock snake. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 74. Metal Film First Update. Jinyu raised the red and white Pokeball in his hand and smiled, "It's here." Quote. The scene was silent again. My god. Jinwu, you shouldn't have subdued the big rock snake, right? How did you do it? Zhou Yanan's pretty face blushed with excitement. Jinwu directly threw the red and white Pokeball. The big rock snake has just recovered from the state of near death. After seeing the current owner, Xiao Yu, he immediately bowed his head respectfully and was too frightened to move. Darling, this master is a big boss, just released to Elf casually, and he beat himself up. He couldn't afford to be offended, so he quickly pretended to be a grandson. It's amazing, it's amazing. Jinwu, I really want to treat you differently. Zhou Yanan changed the attitude of the proud eldest sister before, and now she looks like a fangirl, staring at Xiao Yu with her eyes full of stars. Congratulations to Xiaoshang, Hexi Xiaoshang, for accepting these 2 powerful elves in a row. It seems that our journey will definitely be smooth. How you also thinks about it now. This Xiao Yu is the root. The thigh, it is enough to be the root of the leg. As for the rest, as long as he doesn't sacrifice his life, he will accompany him to the end. Even if he can't eat meat along the way, there is still a spoonful of soup. Where is it? It's just luck. Jinyu said again and again modestly. Among the crowd, only Songqing remained silent as always. However, looking at the situation, it seems to be a little different from before. The girl's clear eyes are constantly looking at Xiaoyu. This scrutiny is different from Zhou Yunan's admiration and Yu Haoyu's respect, with a little scrutiny. Xiaoyu was stunned, so he could only smile and ask, "What's the matter, Miss Song? Is there something strange on my face?" Songqing shook his head and didn't answer. Next is the time to loot. This north-facing nose is a small lord of this small territory, and there will be no shortage of collections. Look, this seems to be a precious bone. It can sell for a lot of money in the market. Zhou Yunan showed a bone in his hand to everyone. Although it looks no different from ordinary bones, it is indeed the bones of ancient elves. If they are sold to some special research groups, they can be exchanged for a lot of money. Jinyu was also holding a piece of silver coin in his hand at the moment. Ancient copper coins, it should be a kind of currency used by ancient people, and it can also be exchanged for a lot of money. There are also some other fruit. Open black lens bracket limited fruit close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket berry fruit close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket pomelo fruit close black lens bracket. And a relatively rare open black lens bracket cashew nut close black lens bracket. Cashew nut. It can be wrapped around the belly, and it can also be carried on the body. After carrying it, the power of ground attribute moves will be weakened. Close black lens bracket. This thing can also be made into feed, and if there is a special feed formula, it can even be made into food that permanently increases the resistance of the ground attribute. Is a good thing, no matter what. It yourself or sell it. If you sell it to the forests, you can get a lot of money. The most valuable harvest is still to count the metal film. This is a cylindrical bottle with the appearance of steel. There is a liquid similar to mercury in it, metal film, a special metal film. After carrying it, the power of steel-type moves will be improved. As a tool similar to hard rock, which can be used when you carry it around. Market price is extremely high, and a copy is estimated to be comparable to a high-level skill book, but it is still priceless. At the same time, metal film also has a hidden function, that is, the effect of evolution after some specific elves are carried. The big rock snake is one of the elves that evolves by it. Why did the big rock snake rush over when it noticed that the north nose was missing? I guess it has something to do with it. Of course, most people probably don't know about this hidden effect. At least, the three people who teamed up with Jinwu seem to just think it was a carry-on item. After cleaning up, everyone planned to leave. At this time, there was a low cough from behind. "Hey you guys, help me." It is Zhao Huacheng's voice. Everyone's footsteps are a meal. In the beginning, when you cheated on us, why didn't you think of this situation, and now, it's a joke to ask us for help. We won't start killing people, but we have no obligation to save you, so please pray for yourself. After Yu Haoyu said this, he took the lead and left. Yunan followed closely, and Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes and left without saying a word. Songqing walked at the back, looking at Zhao Huacheng's embarrassed appearance, but in the end, he couldn't bear it, and while everyone was walking in front, he secretly threw two open black lens bracket when you fruit close black lens bracket in Zhao Huacheng's direction. Xiaoyu could clearly see Songqing's series of actions on the system minimap, but he didn't mean to stop him, he just smiled and shook his head. Zhao Huacheng looked at the backs of the people leaving, and looked at the when you fruit on the ground. He had all kinds of tastes in his heart for a while, and he couldn't tell whether it was regret or unwillingness. The elves are much stronger, and the general level is above the 20th level. Jenny Turtle, Water Pistol. Lalu Lassie, Help Me, Magic Leaf. Jinyu methodically controlled the two elves, and fought fiercely with the group of small fist stones on the opposite side. And, under the suppression of attributes, Jinwu won the final victory without any risk. Defeat the 20-level small fist stone, Jenny Turtle, and Lalora's share experience 105. Jenny Turtle upgrades to level 15. Jenny Turtle understands the new skill, the wave of water. Lalora's upgrades to level 12. Lalula's has learned a new skill to absorb the kiss. There is a lot of good news. The Jenny Turtle is only one level away, and it will be able to evolve into a Cami Turtle. After completing the first stage of evolution, the combat power will definitely keep up with the next level. That's amazing, Jinwoo. Zhou Yanran applauded enthusiastically. After Jinwoo's fight was over, he even brought water and towels to Jinwoo. Yu smiled bitterly and thanked. This girl's attitude has changed too much before and after. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 75. Evolving Cami Turtle, 2nd. Jinyu, I'm very curious. You already have powerful spirits like the big rock snake and the north nose. Why do you still insist on training these spirits like the Jenny Turtle? Seeing that Xiao Yu was about to rest, Zhou Yanran asked curiously. Jinwoo smiled and shook his head without explaining. Although the big rock snake and Chao Bibi are of high level, they are just elves that he subdued at will in a hurry. For ordinary people, the blue aptitude may already be a very high aptitude, but for him, this is not the same. Not that great of a talent. Instead of cultivating elves such as the North Nose, he might as well focus on the Jenny Turtles, which will be the backbone of his future. I understand, you must want to keep reminding yourself, don't forget the original intention. Lalula's and Jenny Turtle must be the elves you got when you first became a trainer. Indeed, the initial elves are always the most important to a trainer. As expected of a special existence, Jinwoo, you are amazing. Zhou Yanran saw through all the expressions and praised from the bottom of her heart. Jinwoo. Why do some people always think, this is probably the secret of Brother Xiao becoming stronger? For a character like Brother Xiao, always encouraging oneself is equivalent to basic training. While Yu Haoyu heard the words, he also stepped forward and said with empathy. Xiao Yu was speechless. Enough of you. Among the group, Songqing was the most worry-free. Xiao Yu shook his head, subconsciously looked in Songqing's direction, and found that the other party was also staring at Xiao at the moment without blinking. Yu observed, his eyes were like a medical student looking at a general teacher. Jinwoo. Withdrawing the forward, Songqing is the most dangerous one. As they advance further and further, the level of elves here is also getting stronger and stronger. Yu Haoyu and the others often have to form a team of 2 to make a shot. Although Jinyu's Jenny Turtle and Lalora's are highly qualified, however, the level is too low, so Jinyu couldn't help but have an idea whether to use magic candy directly on the Jenny Turtle. The effect of the magical candy is the same as in the game. Earth treasures are very, very rare items. Even if you are rich and powerful, you may not be able to get them. Even if a 4-day king level trainer goes to a high-level secret realm, you may not be able to get one. Jinyu was able to find one in this stone diving cave. It was already a lot of luck, and of course, it was also due to the systematic search. Originally, it was planned to use this candy after the level was higher. After all, it would definitely be more difficult to increase the level, but, seeing that the Jenny Turtles can't keep up with the pace, Jinyu couldn't hold back a little. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Who cares, if you have wine today, you will be drunk today, and you will be worried about tomorrow. It doesn't mean that you will not be able to get this item in the future. Use it now, and let the Jenny Turtle evolve directly. After making this decision, Jinyu didn't, and immediately called out the Jenny Turtle. Come on, Jenny, eat this candy. Jenny. Jackie Turtle took the candy from Xiao, and immediately felt a burst of energy agitation from it, peeling off the candy. Layers of special material of candy paper, the magic fruit inside is like its own special effects, flashing bright white light. Jenny. Jenny Turtle seems to be asking Jinwoo for the last time, do you really want to let yourself eat this thing? After all, just from the appearance, you know that this is a rare thing. At least Jenny Turtle is on Route 10. After so many years, I have never seen such a magical existence. Jinwoo smiled and nodded, signaling to eat quickly. Jenny. After getting the letter of approval, the Jenny Turtle swallowed the magical candy as soon as he raised his head. Buzz. After the Jackie turtle swallowed this magical candy, there was a flash of light in the tortoise shell body. Even after the magic candy was swallowed by the Jackie turtle, it could still see through the belly of the turtle shell to its existence. A wave of water ripples spread, and the water vapor in this area suddenly began to be abundant. What happened? Yu Haoyu and the others, who were resting at the side, were also disturbed by the movement here, and they rushed over. Has the Jenny turtle evolved? Everyone exclaimed when they saw the water vapor surrounding the Jenny turtle and the momentum sword. Jinwoo nodded, and the scene of directly watching the evolution of the elves is far more shocking and exciting than in the anime or games. In this world are the product of the combination of elements and inconceivables. The mutations that occurred during their evolution are naturally so magical that people can't take their eyes off. As the Jenny turtle's momentum reached its peak, its body finally began to change. The whole body was surrounded by brilliance, and its figure gradually began to grow. First, a pair of furry, ears-like things grew on its bare head, and then behind it, a tail similar to a wave is also derived. Kaka. In a roar, the rich water vapor of this world immediately poured into the glowing body like a funnel vortex. The evolution of the Jenny turtle is gradually fading away at this moment. Although the eyes are open, the light is flickering. After the evolution of the Kamui turtle, the breath exuding from the whole turtle is much stronger than that of the previous Jenny turtle. Small smile flashed in Jinyu's eyes, and the peaceful evolution was finally completed. Kami turtle qualification. Purple level upper limit. Level 60 level. Level 16 attributes. Water characteristics. The force of the torrent is reduced to a critical point, and the power of all its water attribute skills is increased. Rainy days, it will slowly recover physical strength over time. Gender. Male body size. 1. Skills. Impact, tail wagging, water gun, foam, shrinking into shell, high speed rotation, high 5 attack, crazy, white mist, bite, frozen wind, water wave, water oath carrying items, wishing star. Joyeon Go. He stepped forward, looked up and down curiously at the end of the evolution, and said in surprise, Xiao Yu, your kami seems to be bigger than the ordinary kamis. There is one that is very strong. Feeling. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 76. A Little Trial 3rd. Jinyu smiled and nodded. This should be the effect of making the feed by himself during this period of time. Because the nutrition is balanced and organized, the kami turtle has just completed its evolution, and it has far exceeded the size of the ordinary kami turtle. Of the appearance. After the evolution of the Kamui turtle, its attack methods and abilities are naturally a lot stronger. Its tail part is easier to exercise than the Jenny turtle. After that, you can learn the water attribute physics system with normal exercise. The high-level skill, Water Tail, if you are lucky and have the opportunity to obtain the Steel Tail skill book, you can also learn it. The power of this skill is comparable to the Steel-type ultimate move. In addition, Kamui is a very long-lived elf, and its fluffy tail is a symbol of longevity. Oath of Water. Attack with water column. If combined with fire, the power can be improved. Close black lens bracket. This skill is a skill learned by Kamui when it evolves, and its power is the most powerful among the water attribute skills it has learned so far, and it is a special high-level water attribute skill. Usually this skill can only be comprehended by the 3 water attribute Yugia, and Kamui has learned it at such an early stage, which is also a big thing to celebrate. Kami Turtle, the next adventure is up to you. Kaka. Kamui patted the turtle shell with a thud, looking fearless. Happened, 2 pangolins appeared in front. Jinyu let the newly evolved Kamui Kyonchin try his skills. Kandana qualification. White upper level. 30 level. 21. Level attribute. Ground features. Sand hidden in sandstorm weather. The evasion rate will increase body size. 0. They are 2 well-established pangolins. However, due to the level, if there is no Jenny turtle before evolution, Jinwoo would definitely not let it go on an adventure. As for now, Kami Turtle, use high-speed rotation to approach the target. Crack. Although the size of the Kamui turtle has become a little bigger, the speed has not slowed down, but has accelerated. Jinyu gave the order. Before he gave the order, Kamui was already in front of the two pangolins. The two pangolins were stunned for a while, and immediately the Kamui turtle launched an attack. Open black lens bracket scratching, close black lens bracket. 2 pairs of claws, 12 grasps, shrouded the Kamui turtle. To burrow out of the tortoise shell, and Jinyu had a good tacit understanding with it, and immediately ordered, the promise of water. A burst of water light waves burst out around Kamui turtle. Although it didn't look as shocking as the physical water flow, its power was several times stronger than that of the physical water flow. The two pangolins were powerless to resist, and were slammed back and forth by the water waves. Come here once. Kamui tortoise rotates between the shells, releasing a lot of water waves again. Although the two pangolins were one rank higher than Kamui, they still did not wait for this wave of attacks. Eyes once, immediately lost the ability to fight. Force. Defeat the level 21 pangolin, Kamui gets 168 experience points. Defeat the level 22 pangolin, Kamui gets 216 experience points. It's getting more and more powerful. It should be said that it is the Yusan Pokemon, or it is worthy of it. It's Jinwu. Most people know that the evolution of the Jenny turtle into the Kami turtle means that it is only level 16. Even with attribute restraint, in the hands of a level 20 elves, it is still difficult to get the upper hand, but Kami, the combination of turtle and Jinwu, did it easily, and completed the double kill beautifully. Jinyu stepped forward, very skillfully scavenged two fruits from the pangolin. These fruits are relatively rare. One is called fruit, and the other is called golden fruit, both of which are used to restore the spirit's stamina. It is a product that is borderline between fruit, and this product has also been seen outside the secret realm. There is no such item in the genuine game. It is considered a waste case of the second generation game, but when there is no orange fruit, and when you fruit, this is also a good medicine for healing. He casually threw the two fruits to Yu Haoyu behind him. Yu Haoyu hurriedly put it away and smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, he was going to come out to practice, but now it seems that he is more like a backpacker. Since Zhao Huacheng's incident, Xiao Yu's sense of the three people is still very good. Since the rules were set together at the beginning, he will naturally abide by them. He will give Yu the harvest of the team experience without saying a word. Haoyu, and then at the end of the itinerary, it is evenly divided. Brother Xiao, we are now packed. How far is the destination you said? Yu Haoyu asked. As he went deeper and deeper, he and Zhou Yanan had already faintly revealed their intention to retreat. After all, in the depths, every elf level will be above level 25, 1 or 2 is fine, 1 more, depending on them the spirit can't stop it at all. Xiao Yu didn't mean to blame either. Yu Haoyu and the others also did what they could, and said, let's eat first. After eating, it is estimated that after walking for about half an hour, we will be able to reach the destination, and then there will be it's a tough battle, so be prepared. Complete. Yu Haoyu didn't ask more questions, but summoned a little fire horse, as always, diligently serving everyone's meals. As he continued to move forward, watermarks began to appear near the grotto, and even underground rivers could be seen in several places. Jinyu touched the slightly moist soil on the ground, and the corners of his mouth rose. According to the system search map, the destination should be near here, but they turned around twice before and didn't see any traces similar to the underground palace. It's down here. No wonder, for hundreds of years, no one has found it. Brother Xiao, have you found anything? Yu Haoyu leaned forward and asked. Jinyu nodded. According to the route, we should have reached the destination. Before, I was still wondering why I didn't see a similar hum, because this place has experienced a large-scale landslide. Chapter 77. Discovering the Ruins, 4th more. Originally, the Mirage Secret Realm gave the impression that it was a huge cave. In fact, it is not. There should have been large underground cavities and underground lakes here. In the current situation, on the one hand, water naturally evaporates and seeps into the rocks above, causing the mud layer to collapse. The second reason should be the reputation, rock god pillar. The reason for the arrival of the elf, the earthen seal covering it is not too deep, and it should be dug up in less than 20 minutes. It was useless to talk to Yu Haoyu and the others about the details, so Jinyu simply came to a conclusion. They simply trusted Xiaoyu 12 points, and when Xiaoyu said digging, he really found someone who was handy, and was ready to shovel the soil. Wait, it's not that troublesome. You told everyone to move away, and directly threw out the north nose and the big rock snake. You two, do me a favor. The north-facing nose is of the rock type, and the big rock snake is of the ground plus stone type. Although neither of them have learned skills similar to digging, this skill itself is similar to talent, and there is no need to learn more. Able to learn without a teacher. It's really convenient, if only I had one of these elves. Zhou Yanan looked at the two hard-working elves and couldn't help but murmured. Are girls also interested in rock-type spirits? Jin Wu asked in surprise. This is a little lord elf. Even if it is a rock type, I prefer powerful elves. Zhou Yanan disagreed and said frankly. Xiaoyu smiled and didn't reply, but he had some thoughts in his heart. If they could really help themselves this time, maybe it would be okay to give these two elves to them. After a while, the big rock snake and their roars came from the huge pit dug into the north nose. Looks like it's been dug up. The others explored the cave. It was dark and different from the outside environment. The cave inside was extremely dry. Jinyu is not surprised but happy. This situation shows that he has found the right place. Jin Wu, how do we get down? Simple. Jin Wu snapped his fingers. Immediately, the big rock snake stuck its head out of the hole, leaned its body into a ball, and turned itself into a staircase. Yu Haoyu and the three of them looked at each other, thinking that the big rock snake still used the words, ta, ta, ta. Walk along the body of the big rock snake than to drill a hole. After 2 days of rushing on the road, everyone's electricity was out, and the only thing that could be used for lighting was the little fire horse. Yu Haoyu let the little fire horse walk in the front to explore the road and quickly arrived at the destination. The unexpected platform at the bottom, like the ground, is in all directions. Boom boom boom. Wu knocked and it was hollow. We found the place, it should be the roof of the ruins of the underground palace we are looking for. Hearing this, everyone sighed, and after 2 days, they finally reached their destination. Quote. Finally here, and I really suffered a lot in the middle. As a girl, Zhou Yanan followed Xiaoyu and the two boys didn't complain a word along the way. They came here by their ability. At this time, their delicate little face was also stained with a bit of rusticity. Although it looked a little dirty, it didn't matter. Lost spirit. At this time, the little girl pointed at Jinyu playfully and said, Hey Jinyu, although you have big rock snakes facing north, but if the treasure inside is not to my liking, don't blame this girl for turning her face. Saying that, he raised his small fist. Yu smiled wryly and nodded. Well, I'm sure you're satisfied. This relic is genuine, and on the system minimap, Xiaoyu saw a lot of ancient relics, and if you take out 2 of these things, you can buy dozens or millions of them. However, it was the only one who didn't see Regilock's coordinates. Jin Wu originally thought that as long as he got close to this place, he would react the same way as the sacred relic's rock god pearl. This naturally made Jinyu a little worried, so he also put some words in front of him. I am very grateful to you all for being able to accompany me here. However, there will be more unforeseen things when I enter this ruins. Deity of Regilock, most of the elves that appear under the single light are around 30th level. Nothing less than. Is it an elf that even you don't have the confidence to deal with? I mean, the real you, the unscrupulous you. It was Songqing who asked this question. The little girl seems to have spent less time talking after the Zhao Huacheng incident and spent more time observing Xiaoyu. The question just now was also, real. Without scruples. A little more emphasis on the above. She knew something. Jinyu was stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile and said, not really. If he uses the Master Ball, Zerora and other elves without any scruples, let alone a Regilock, even Regichkas will not hesitate. It's in your hands. Zhou Yan'an stepped forward and lightly hammered Xiao Yu's chest with his small fist. Me too, I trust Brother Xiao 100%. Yu Haoyu also said seriously. Good. At this point, Jin Yu is no longer babbling. Let everyone wear gas masks, and have a peach fruit in their mouths. In this kind of closed palace, there is usually some miasma accumulated in it, so it is natural to do some preparations. Then, Jin Yu groped for the cracks in the stone. Yan Han, I'll leave it to you. Well, proboscis, use the flying blade. As soon as the proboscis leaf shook the leaves on its head, several flying leaves immediately floated out, accurately marking the gap in the stone wall. Boom. Immediately there was a sound, and the stone wall was cut into a square black entrance. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 78, The Great Escape from the Ruins, 5th update. A faint smoke spread out from the palace, and everyone subconsciously held their breath. Although it was dark, Yu Haoyu didn't dare to let out the little fire horse at this moment. At this time, if there are sparks, it is easy to cause an explosion. Jin Yu snapped his fingers, and a ghost sprang out from his shadow. Goss goss hee hee. Wu rarely put it into the Pokeball since he conquered the ghost, usually he let it hide in his shadow. This is not difficult for the ghost-type ghosts. After all, the Gengar in its final evolution form is the only shadow elf at present. This is naturally to let Gisi exercise his innate skills, and secondly, he is to beware of a sudden attack, in case something happens or something. Ghost, flash. Gauss. The ghost immediately turned into a small electric light. Wow, I didn't expect Jinwu to have such a convenient elf. Zhou Yan'an unexpectedly praised, Xiao Yu had never shown Gui Si before. Jinwu chuckled in return. Wrap a rope around me, let me explore the path ahead, and I'll tell you when I hit the bottom. Although Jinyu sounded very relaxed, everyone else could tell that this was actually a very dangerous job. The three people were pulling the rope on it, and Jinyu slowly descended along the rope while concentrating on the zoomed-out map, while only staring at the front illuminated by the ghosts, and then Jinyu was surprised, this underground space, the scale magnificent and terrifyingly large. There are countless ancient elf characters engraved on all sides, and some are directly replaced by simplified elf murals. Even someone like Jinyu who has passed through is blinded by these kinds of characters. This system does not have interracial translation capabilities. Was a lot of it here. He found that on the zoomed-out map, there were several elf coordinates approaching him. This is a big jawed ant. Open black lens bracket aptitude of jaw ant. Green level. 30. Level attributes. Ground features. Sand caves allow opponents in battle. Jinyu lowered his head and found that there were 3 huge funnel sand caves under his feet. In the most central area, there seemed to be 3 big mouths constantly opening and closing. This Nima, is it so exciting just to come down? Fortunately, Jinyu has a systematic map. If ordinary people come down without knowing it, they will immediately receive a lunch. The territorial awareness of the big-jawed ant is second to none among the elves. Once an alien invasive species touches its territory, they will rudely smash it into pieces. Its huge and strong jaws, even solid rocks, can also be powdered. But since you let me know, I'm naturally not polite. After finishing speaking, Jinyu smiled strangely, greeted the top, stopped falling first, then opened the Kami turtle pokeball, hugged the Kami turtle, rushed to the 3 sand holes below and ordered, water pistol. Kamui immediately took the lead, and opened its mouth to face the 3 sand holes and sprayed it. Although the mandible ant is a combat attack on the ground. Extremely powerful elves, but they have a fatal weakness, that is, it is very difficult to even jump with extremely weak and short quadrupeds in the air. The face of the attack of the Kami turtle in midair, the 3 big-jawed ants couldn't seem to fight, they could only watch. Their sand nests were filled with water, and their short legs couldn't run for a while, and it was too late to clear them. Water dealt double damage to the ground attribute, and the 3 big jawed ants had no choice but to lose their fighting ability in hatred. Defeat the 30-level ant. Kamui will get 100 experience points. Defeat the 31-level ant, and the Kami will gain 188 experience. Defeat the 32-level ant. The Kamui will gain 266 experience. Kami Turtle upgrades to 17 level. By leaps and bounds, he defeated 3 level 30 elves, and the Kami Turtle has been upgraded to 3 levels in a row. After the 3 big jawed ants lost their ability to fight, Jinyu landed safely. Then, he said hello to the 3 people above, followed by below, and let them land safely. We now have an inexplicable feeling. The feeling of robbing a tomb, hee hee. Joyonan said with a smile. Isn't it? It's more exciting than the bungee jumping at the Cliff amusement park last time. Yu Haoyu also said with a wry smile. Where are we going now? Song Qing, as always, didn't talk much, and directly asked the destination. Well, come with me. Jinwoo continued to lead the way. Afterwards, everyone passed through the strange formation under the Libra puppet, saw the side room of the ruins covered with sun rocks, and finally escaped the pursuit of the wandering night spirits, and came to the main room in the ruins. Ha, ha, ha. The crowd gasped heavily. It's really exciting. Joyonan said out of breath. Isn't he that right? If Brother Xiao did not lead the way, we would be unable to move an inch. Yu Haoyu was too tired at the moment, and his body was still there. He kept shaking, but he was inexplicably excited. This kind of feeling of getting out of his body at the last minute was really addictive. However, thanks to these blessings, we have gained a lot of things. Song Qing raised the corners of her mouth gracefully, and then, she took out a few, giant gold beads, from her bosom. It was really made of pure gold. One was the size of an adult's fist, without impurities, plus in the last years, it was estimated that it would not be a problem to buy a few 100,000. This girl was also a tiger. Just when she ran away, she even had the leisure to take some loot from her side, and she was not afraid of getting cursed or something. Joyonan immediately hugged Song Qing with joy, smashed it on the girl's cheek and kissed it twice. Qing, I really have you, I can reflect it at that time, I really love you so much. Then the 2 girls hugged each other again. Yeah. Song Qing couldn't stand Joyonan's enthusiasm, and pushed Joyonan away with a blushing face, and Joyonan continued to stick to it with a shy face. When the 2 girls act like girlfriends, the 2 boys actually looked quite comfortable. Who says 2 girls are good looking? Chapter 79, Between the Rock God Pillars, first update. Joke was over, and everyone began to notice the layout of this room. There were 3 small rooms in one hall. Each of these 3 small rooms has a stone platform, and above the stone platform, there are pits that are like depressions to hold things. 3 potholes in the left room, and 3 potholes in the right room, and there is a pothole in the middle. You saw the arrangement of these 3 rooms. He immediately reacted. The combination of the stone tables in these 3 rooms is the character on Regilock's head. After that, we divided into 3 groups, left and right, each has a face. Place 3 items at the same time, one in the middle. Jinyu took the rock god bead out of his backpack and put it in front of everyone. After a period of contact, Jinyu has a lot of trust in these 3 people. Although Yu Haoyu has some shrewdness in his heart, he has no intention of harming others. Joyonan has a lively personality and candid words, and is the least scheming person among the 3. Song Qingshan doesn't show any water. She always feels like a very mysterious girl, but her heart is definitely not bad. At first, even for people like Zhao Huacheng, she would have a heart of sympathy, which is enough to show that she is just a cold appearance to cover up lovely girl with its fiery heart. That's why Jinyu dared to put the rock god pearl in front of others. This is. As soon as these 7 beads were taken out, everyone sensed an extraordinary energy from them, which was unclear but sharp. This is the biggest secret of my trip. I need everyone to help me. At the same time, I set these 7 beads together on the stone slab of the 3rd room. Jinyu said solemnly. Quote. The audience was silent for a moment. Then what? Then, Songqing was the first to ask the question, and the girl asked with eyes that seemed to have seen through everything, what will happen? At this point, Jinyu didn't want to hide too much, and said bluntly, we should be able to see the legendary figure of the super ancient elf, the guardian pillar. Yu Haoyu, the legend. Zhou Yanan, guardian pillar. Yes, to put it simply, it may be a secret elf that has never been heard of. Its strength is likely to exceed your imagination. After Regilock wakes up, we will take some risks. If you now is the last chance to withdraw. Quote. Yu spoke, he raised his head and glanced at the murals on the surrounding stone walls. Before, he had only been escaping for his life, and had no intention of calming down. Now he noticed that these murals all recorded the rock god pillar, Regilock, and what it did before the seal. They were all born in Regichka. Since the hand of Saint imitated the appearance of Regichka's, even if only a part of the strength was injected, these three pillars were already extremely powerful existences. They were for themselves. Same time, I got acquainted with the existence of human beings in the confusion. Most of the murals depict the things when Regilock and humans get along. Gillick, Regay from the Ice Age, Regis Quill from the Iron Age. Humans once trusted them, used their power to expand their territory, and once again sealed them one by one in fear. The three god pillars, who seemed to have seen through everything, didn't mean to resist, instead they cooperated and let the humans dust them up. Xiaoyu silently looked at the mural while waiting for everyone to give him an answer. If they choose to give up, he will not force it, and will try to work together with the elves to complete the work of awakening Regilock. If they are willing to help him, after all, they are human beings. In terms of communication, they will naturally be more convenient and efficient than elves. And after the success, Jinwu will naturally want to give them something in return. After a while, Xiaoyu only heard Zhou Yanan shout, Xiaoyu, come and draw lots. Jinwu, the draw. Well, we are now 4 people, 3 with 3 rooms, and the workload is different on the left, middle, and right. We will use a lottery to decide 1 lot for each person in the middle, and 3 for the left and right, and the lottery for the 2 points. Can freely choose whether to help the room on the left or the room on the right. Zhou Yanan explained to himself. Hearing that, Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, but his brain circuit was still stuck on his previous question, so are you all willing to help me? Ah. This time, not only Zhou Yanan, but Yu Haoyu and Songqing also showed their faces, you are talking nonsense. Expression. Otherwise, why do you think we have come all the way here? After Xiaoyu was silent for a while, the corners of his mouth slowly twitched. I won't say thank you, and when I go out, Xiaoyu will definitely report back. The 3 of them waved their hands, with a completely indifferent expression. They just called Xiaoyu to come over to draw lots. The result was that Zhou Yanan was in the middle room, and they only needed to place 1 rock god bead. Although the number of beads was the least, Zhou Yanan was under pressure. But it is the biggest. After all, everyone knows that once Regilock wakes up, the possibility of appearing in the middle room is definitely the biggest. Xiaoyu drew the room on the right, Yu Haoyu drew the room on the left, and Songqing drew the pending selection. Hey, I'm under a lot of pressure as a girl, Qingqing, why don't you come to accompany me in the middle room? Zhou Yanan angrily said to Songqing coquettishly. Songqing said with a coquettish smile, it's because you are under a lot of pressure that Xiaoyu lent you the big rock snake. And Captain Yu also has a nose facing north, so I decided to help Jinwu this time. Said that, Songqing Chang looked back at Xiaoyu and smiled. Don't think I'm useless, Mr. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's brows trembled slightly, and he always felt that Songqing had something to say in her words. Please download the novel without underlining. Chapter 80, Awakening Regilock, 2nd. Mom is so clear, I forget my friends when I see sex. Seeing that his best friend did not choose to help him, but helped Xiaoyu, Zhou Yanan pretended to be angry and said. Songqing didn't realize what Zhou Yanan was referring to at first, and was stunned for a while. After a while, that delicate and beautiful cheek was on fire. He didn't seem to have expected Zhou Yanan to misinterpret it to such an extent, and opened his mouth. No, Yan Han, I am. Want to explain, but I don't know how to say, Poochie. Seeing her best friend showing such a cute expression, Zhou Yanan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yan Han, don't be too pranksters. You said something to help relieve the siege. Alright, stop being funny. Jin Yu and Song Qing also need to pay attention to safety. After a few chats, a few people started to act separately. Jin Yu and Song Qingqiao ran to the room on the right. After 1 minute, we will each take a 1 rock god bead, and then I will ask Lalu Lassie to help place the other 1 rock god bead. When the time is up, they will be placed together. It's okay. Xiao Yu handed a rock god bead to Song Qing and said. Song Qing nodded, indicating that there was no problem, and then there was silence for half a minute. Being in the same room with a girl, without a common language, is somehow awkward. Just when Xiao Yu was about to say a few words casually, Song Qing was the first to speak. Finally, I have a chance to be alone in a room with you. Jin Wu. Girl, your speech is a little dangerous. You don't have anything, take the initiative to tell me, yes. Song Qing raised her snow-white neck and looked at Xiao Yu with clear eyes. Jin Wu is a simple and honest boy, he thinks it's best to take things step by step. It's not good for us to talk about this kind of topic at this time, and there may be a war soon. At this juncture, are you still hiding? Xiao Yu swallowed, he didn't expect that Song Qing turned out to be such a direct girl, but he really wasn't mentally prepared. I actually saw everything that happened that day. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was inexplicably relieved to think about it. What the girl said should not be that kind of thing and asked with a smile, so Miss Song Qing, what did you see? I see you have a strange white elf. It was the elf who defeated the big rock snake with 1 blow. Song Qing said in one breath what he saw that day. It turned out that Song Qing had been wary of Zhao Huacheng early on that day, so the sneak attack of Naia in the desert did not cause much damage to Song Qing, and his eyes were barely able to see. After that, she happened to see the scenes of Jin Yu pulling back from his madness. That's it, you know that. After hearing everything she said, she still seemed to be fine and nodded with a smile. You have nothing to say. Song Qing frowned, inexplicably dissatisfied with Xiao Yu's attitude. Jin Yu nodded and said solemnly, next. I will protect you. Song Qing blushed, who wants to hear this from you? Just as he was about to continue questioning Xiao Yu, he heard Xiao Yu say in a serious tone, it's almost time, get ready. Oh. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown was on, and the 3 groups were all sweating coldly on their foreheads, for fear that they would be slowed down a beat. 3, 2, 1. Start. Xiao Yu gave an order. At the same time, Yu Haoyu, Zhou Yanan, Song Qing, and the 3 made their hands at the same time. Kaja, Kazara, a few jewels were embedded into the slate at the same time. Then, the 3 slates made a boom. A bang, the slate slowly dived down in front of everyone's eyes. After the slate dive, there was still no sign of Regilock's coordinates on the map. Just when Jinwu frowned, a new prompt appeared on the system map. A huge skull icon suddenly appeared and then the entire ruins began to shake violently. Jinwu, we should now. Although Song Qing was calm, in the face of this unknown situation, it was inevitable that he would be a little panicked. Run. When the ruins are very likely to collapse, it is extremely unwise to stay in the tomb. Xiao Yu grabbed Song Qing's little hand and ran out of the tomb without saying a word. When I went out, I happened to meet Yu Haoyu and Zhou Yanan. Jin Wu, after I put the bead on it, it sank by itself, did I do something wrong? Zhou Yanan asked a little worriedly, then the rock god pearl can be seen by looking at it. It is a valuable thing, and the girl is very worried that it will be lost because of her. Brother Xiao, I am in the same situation here. Yu Haoyu also apologized with an uneasy look on his face. Jinwoo shook his head. You guys did a great job, it should be waking up now. Boom. With a loud bang, the tomb where the four of them were just collapsed. Instead, slowly rising from the ground, is a huge, stone sculpture. This stone carving looks like a lifeless handicraft at first sight. The whole body is made up of gray and orange stones, and it looks like a strong human being, with strong arms, 2 short strong rock legs, and 3 thorns on their backs. Most importantly, they are the rock god bead that was just placed on the stone slab is now in the stone carving. Of the head forms a shaped case. Great, Jinwoo, that orb is not lost, it's just above the stone carving. Was relieved when he saw that the jewel was lost and found, and was about to step forward and take the jewel from the stone carving. Xiaoyu grabbed her and looked serious. Zhou Yanan also reacted, swallowed and said, Xiaoyu, don't you mean to say that this stone sculpture is a super ancient god column? I don't know if the first thing they will do after they wake up from their long sleep will be to retaliate, or to continue their contemplation like the sages. No matter what the result is, it is very dangerous for us to approach them indiscriminately now. Chapter 81. Terrorism Destroys Deathlight. Chapter 3. He saw the 7 beads on the top of Regilock's head start to flash, quack. A sound like a machine sounded. Move. Zhou Yanan exclaimed in surprise. Then, I saw Regilock start to wiggle around. What is it doing? Yu Haoyu asked suspiciously. Looks like doing aerobics. Zhou Yanan replied. Hey, Yanhan, you're kung fu right now, and you're still joking around. Yu Haoyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Zhou, she may be right. Jinyu said with a solemn expression. Everyone's expressions were strange, and they wondered why Xiaoyu was still talking for Zhou Yanan at this time, but he heard Xiaoyu add, after the warm-up exercise, it is estimated that. Quack quack. Regilock suddenly let out a strange roar. Then it opened its hands and raised its head to condense a bright light. Not good. Get down. It's the destruction of the dead light. Jinyu exclaimed. The trajectory of the attack was right above the crowd, and although it would not cause direct damage to them, the ruins above their heads collapsed and would definitely hit them. No time to think about it. Xiaoyu rushed towards Songqing, who was closest to him. Boom. Beam of light soared into the sky, which contained endless power. Under this destructive death light, the ruins were immediately divided into 2 halves. Together with the secret cavern above, it was also affected. Crack clap. The vast beam of destruction light destroyed all objects in contact with it in an instant. At this time, the trainers who were exploring in the secret realm of the Sea City also felt this wave of power, the power of destruction, which made them all. He was stunned, his eyes terrified. What the hell happened? My god, this attack is too scary. Is there any powerful overlord spirit coming out? Everyone's eyes flickered, and some decisive and smart people turned around and planned to leave the secret realm of the sea market on the spot. Treasure or life, which is more important, needless to say. Boom. At this moment, it seemed that the entire mirage was turned upside down, and the surrounding seawater immediately infiltrated into the grotto. Hulala, so that the tunnels of the cave are filled with countless ground and rock-type elves, and they are digging their holes crazily, trying to climb to the top of the secret realm of the sea market. Cough cough. Songqing coughed twice. The destructive death light just now, although the power was amazing, but fortunately, Xiaoyu reacted immediately, throwing himself down and protecting himself, so nothing happened to her at the moment. Surprise, right? What about Jinwoo? Jinwoo. Songqing felt the warm weight on his body, and immediately reacted. He should still be on his back. Jinwoo, come down, I am fine. Xiaoyu responded, stood up slowly, and left Songqing's petite body. At this time, due to the collapse, the surroundings were pitch black and nothing could be seen. Songqing took out the elf ball. Meng Yao, use strange light. The Pokeball was opened, and after the dream demon appeared, a mysterious light emanated from the red necklace. Although open black lens bracket strange light close black lens bracket is a move used to cause confusion for the opponent, it is not impossible to use it as a light source for now. When strange light floated near Xiao Yu's face, Song Qing suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, what's wrong with your face?" At this moment, there was a bloodstain on Jin Wu's forehead. Jin Yu waved his hand and said very calmly, "It's nothing, it's just a scratch." Just when he was covering Song Qing, he was accidentally hit by a stone on his head. Fortunately, there was always Gisi around Xiao Yu to cover. At the critical moment, Gisi resisted with his body. Although it was only a gas body, it also slowed down the falling force of the stone. From this matter, Jin Yu realized that even if he has a system, he should not be careless. After all, the system is not omnipotent and can predict all things happening, and everything has to be done by himself. How come it's just a scratch? So much blood has already been shed. Song Qing was in a complicated mood, so he hurriedly stood up, took out a clean handkerchief, and stood on tiptoe to help Xiao Yu wipe it. "Thank you, but let's slow down these things first." Xiao Yu gave a wry smile, stopping Song Qing's weeding, and looked straight ahead, "Dee-lee." Suddenly, a red light spot in the shape of, flashed in front of me. "It's Regilock," Song Qing exclaimed in surprise. The ruins just now collapsed, just sealing Jin Yu, Song Qing and Regilock in one place. Thinking of the power of Regilock's blow just now, Song Qing's face turned pale, and this luck was no longer available to anyone. "Bella." A loud bang sounded. It was the voice of the contactor in Jin Wu's hand. After the connection was made, Yu Haoyu's intermittent voice came. "Hey brother Xiao, where are you now? I've already met Yan Han here, but I can't find you and Song Qing." Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Jin Yu was also relieved, at least the two of them were fine. "Brother Yu, Song Qing and I have nothing to do at the moment, but listen to me. Now, you should leave the ruins, the secret realm of the sea market right now. The big rock snake and the north-facing nose are with you." "Where are we here, brother Xiao, Yu?" Yu Haoyu stopped talking. "I will try my best to take good care of Song Qing. You let the big rock snake and Chow Bibi dig their holes and leave. We will meet at the Mirage Spirit Center later." Jin Wu cut off the call unilaterally after finishing his words. Turning his head to look at Song Qing with a smile, "Are you afraid?" Originally, when a girl in Song Qing encountered this situation, it would be a lie to say that she was not afraid, but for some reason, after hearing Xiao Yu's voice, she seemed to be less afraid in her heart. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 82, The Emotionless Super Ancient Elf, 4th more. If someone acts as a knight, I will act as a rescued princess for free. Song Qing blinked his long and narrow eyelashes, and replied with a rare playfulness. Jin Yu touched his nose, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Take care of yourself, I will try to end this farce as soon as possible." Although there is no evidence, Song Qing felt inexplicably that as long as Xiao Yu made a move, everything would end safely. Ghost, Flash. Gauss, he. Guys grinned and played the role of the light bulb, while Jin Wu slowly walked towards Regilock with the light on. Originally, I thought that even if it was a super ancient elves, after being sealed for so long, no matter how much, they should have some feelings. Angry, or sighing, but unfortunately, I found that I was wrong. Although Regichkas gave you strength, he did not give you emotions from beginning to end. The ancient human beings sealed you. It is estimated that, I am afraid, after all, an unfamiliar, unfeeling, only follow instructions, and a terrifyingly powerful being is like a double-edged sword. If you're not careful, it's easy to let the human race get away with it. And there was no perfect Pokeball that could conquer you. Jin Wu approached Regilock seemingly unprepared. 7 red lights on the top of Regilock's head flashed alternately, which seemed to be analyzing the purpose of this human's action. After a while, Regilock finished the analysis, and the opponent was an ordinary carbon-based lifeform, but since it had entered the attack range, Regilock was ready to attack. Boom. Open black lens bracket charging beam close black lens bracket. Jin Woo. Seeing Jin Yu approaching Regilock unprepared, Song Qing couldn't help but exclaimed and reminded him. Shish. At this moment, a white figure flashed by. Was obvious that the opponent's attack was an invisible thunderbolt, but the white figure was just kicked away with one kick. Song Qing recognized it immediately, it was the white figure. Quack. Regilock also made a thunderous sound, and turned his head around, looking for the existence that blocked his attack just now. So, I also gave up talking to you guys head on. Let's talk about your strengths, Regilock. I'm going to subdue you Philomelody and kick it. Fee. Philomelas immediately made a move that fell from the sky. Boom. A perfect hit on Regilock's head, the effect is outstanding. Philomelic gracefully turned his body in midair, looking up at Regilock. Song Qing was stunned watching the match in the special seats at the back. They all saw how strong Regilock was. One move could smash the entire ruins in half, and even directly affect the entire Sea City secret realm. This kind of existence of elves is estimated to be at least accurate. If you want to shake an elves of this level, you must naturally have this power. Other words, the young man in front of her who looked about the same age as her was a quasi-king level trainer, Regilock, who stepped back again and again, and the head symbol kept flashing. It has just woken up from a long-term slumber, and its consciousness is still a little fuzzy, but just now, Pherombus made it completely awake. Even the highly effective flying kick wouldn't cause much damage to its rock-like body, and immediately, Regilock started to fight back. Boom bang. The arm slammed the ground, and countless flying sand and stones smashed at the pheromone. Open black lens bracket rock falling close black lens bracket. Butterfly dance. Philo. Jinwoo had already figured out how to deal with it the moment before. Philomelody dances lightly, beautifully and gracefully. While avoiding rockfall attacks, it also subtly improves its special attack, special defense, and speed. 2 kicks. Then quickly deceived and approached. Swinging slender legs, there was a beautiful roundhouse kick. Regilock was hit perfectly again, but this time Regilock also took defensive measures, iron wall. At the same time, when the Philomelodes approached, the two arms, like a shackle, it is surrounded and blocked by the Philomelody. Phylic. Philomelas gasped out of nostrils with a look of contempt. With such a speed, he wanted to catch it, but he was about to dodge back quickly, but he didn't expect that as soon as Regilock stepped on the ground, he immediately made a move, heavy stomp. Heavy stomp. Stomp hard move the ground and let all the opponents around him slow down. Although the Pheromeroids cleverly avoided the attack of the stomp, a gravitational space spread invisibly around Regilock. Pheromeroches only felt his body suddenly became heavier, and before he had time to dodge, he was blocked by Regilock. Pheromuse, use. Jinyu was about to issue an order to instruct Philosophia how to get out, but halfway through, he found that Philomelo looked a little strange. Philo. A few blue veins suddenly burst out on the white forehead of Philomelody. Philomelas themselves are arrogant races who feel that everything in the world is filthy and do not want to let other things touch their own half. And Jinyu, the philosophers, has only Jinyu in his eyes, or the shining gems and other things, objects, it is very resistant to disgust, but today, this broken stone dares to hold it. Fei Luome believes that this is simply a great blasphemy to it. The power of the small universe erupted immediately. Without Jinyu's command, a burst of blue, similar to soul power, erupted all over the body. Jinyu. System beats a sound. Philometus is extremely angry, and understands the new skill reverse scale on its own. Jinyu. There is also such an operation. I saw that the blue soul power of Pheromerid's body immediately turned into a product like a flame, and it spread and burned to its whole body along Regilock's arms. Reginald's strong body that can even resist the flying kick, but at this time, he only felt a sharp pain in his heart. Chapter 83. The final hero is still the Master Ball, 5th more. Quack. Regilock immediately let go, and kept falling off the rocks covering his body, trying to escape the damage of the blue flame. Wu naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. It's now, Philomelus, the fatal blow, the flying kick. Philomero nodded knowingly, concentrated the dragon energy of reverse scale on the slender legs, and then like a common rider, he ran at the speed of sound, and then flew, flying kick. Bang! A muffled sound. Regilock was hit and fell to the ground. Amazing. Songqing looked at Xiao Yu, who was in control, his clear and beautiful eyes were flowing and sparkling. He didn't expect that this young man, who was slightly despised by them at first, had such strength. Go, Pokeball. Jinwoo threw a Pokeball. Perfect trajectory in midair, and then hit Regilock. The Pokeball opened and Regilock was put in. Originally, Jinwoo thought that the Pokeball might be able to be subdued now that the opponent had no resistance, but the next moment, the facts told him that this idea was obviously too naive. Unlike Zerora, who was completely voluntarily subdued by Jinwoo, this kind of phantom beast is a super ancient elf. As long as there is a little disobedience in his heart, the elf ball cannot be restrained at all. Even the process of swinging left and right is omitted. After the Pokeball took Regilock into it, the entire sphere began to crack. Only listen to, bang, at the end. A sound. Regilock appeared in place again. What a pity. Songqing regretted something from the side. Quack quack. It was still the same mechanical roar, but this time, unlike the emotionless roar before, Regilock was obviously a little angry. 7 spots turned into beings like infrared rays. Immediately locked to live with the Philomelody, and then, Regilock began to accumulate joy energy. It's trying to destroy the deadlight. Jinwoo reacted immediately. In reality, few elves can use these skills like the ultimate mystery. Their destructive power is completely different from what is depicted in the anime games. It really has the same destructive power as a bomb. In addition, the user is still a super ancient elf like Regilock. For now, Philomelic Root. What skills can compete with it? Once it is hit, it means that it must lose the ability to fight. This is also because it is Philo the Beauty Beetle, replaced by a spirit, was absolutely wiped out in the moment of being hit. Can't let it uses this skill. Jinwoo secretly made up his mind. If you want to stop it, it is also very simple. A master ball goes over, just put it in directly. She is not stupid. She saw the situation when the Pokeball regained Regilock and directly collapsed. Now, if Xiaoyu threw the master ball directly to conquer Regilock, with her IQ, she can definitely guess that the problem is that the master ball and the system are Jinwoo's biggest secret at the moment, so naturally he can't reveal this. Come out. How to hide the simple, ghost, black mist. Gauss. Guisi opened his mouth and spewed out a cloud of black smoke. In the ruins, the visibility was originally not high. This black smoke spit out, and naturally nothing could be seen. Jinwoo. Songqing let out a worried cry. Jinwoo was walking slowly towards Regilock, who was about to shoot the destructive death beam. The destructive death light emitted by the opponent, even in this black fog, still shines. Regilock watched the humans approaching in front of him, still motionless like a mountain. He saved his own energy, and tried to get the opponent with one shot. After lock, even with this black fog as cover, the opponent still couldn't escape it. Palm of the hand. And in front of this carbon-based creature that it has analyzed and 5 slag, it is impossible to cause any damage to it. Jinwoo looked harmless to humans and animals, and rubbed the master ball in his hand. It was impossible to miss at such a close distance. Pretending to casually throw it at Regilock, Regilock did not hide without any accident, and was easily put into the master ball. No matter how extraordinary his aura was and how powerful the attack was, at this moment, in front of the master ball, Jinwoo picked up the master ball on the ground and said to himself, even though I am against you, this machine, I'm a little dissatisfied with the style of action, but forget it. You will be considered a member of my team in the future, and you can gradually adjust your personality. Done. He put the ball away. Jinwoo, where are you? Exactly. At this moment Songqing also came over. Two met. They naturally asked about Regilock. Jinwoo smiled and shrugged, meaning, guess. Songqing rolled his eyes. It seems that this super ancient elf is really untouchable. Fortunately, it let us go. Before it changes its mind, let's run away. The little girl naturally doesn't think in the direction of raining. In her opinion, just as the Pokeball exploded, it already represented a failure to conquer. Jinyu was also happy to explain and said with a smile, okay. The two are ready to find a way. They have captured a super ancient elf, Regilock. This trip is considered a success. The only fly in the ointment is that the ruins are destroyed. Jinyu actually wants to take the opportunity to make a fortune. There are many treasures of ancient civilizations in this relic, each of which can be said to be invaluable, and it is difficult to exchange for $1,000 on the market. Also, the message of surfing was not found. Hey Jinwoo, did you hear any strange noises? Songqing stopped and turned around to ask. Jinwoo. First, I listened carefully, and then my face changed greatly. It was the sound of water. They just made such a big commotion in the battle, and now, the groundwater has leaked. Moreover, listening to this sound, it is estimated that it will be flooded soon. Songqing, I don't have time to explain, so hurry up and take off your clothes. Jinwoo hurriedly said. Songqing. Give you a chance to rearrange the language. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 84. Savage Base, First Update. Songqing clasped her clothes tightly with both hands and looked at Xiaoyu with a wary expression. Cough, put on this wetsuit. Jinyu took out 2 wetsuits from his backpack. One was naturally the one he bought himself at the cost of several thousand oceans, but it was obviously a bargain. After using it once, he was close to retirement. The Dewan diving suit that Chenjiang gave to Jinyu, which is comparable to a precious item. The groundwater overflowed by Regilock's attack just now. It is estimated that the entire ruins and even the cave above will be flooded in the near future. Wearing this will make it easier to move later. What Xiaoyu handed Songqing was the Dewan diving suit. It wasn't that he was righteous and left good things to others. It was just that Songqing couldn't wear an ordinary men's wetsuit, especially the one on the chest. Clothing is a universal style, and the size will change according to the body shape of the wearer. Both of them were changing their clothes in the dark. Although it can't be seen in the dark, the outline of the figure is enough to attract people's blood. I can't see that Songqing, who looks thin and small, is quite predictable in what he should expect. Hey, you didn't look at anything, did you? Woo, no. You hesitate. Jinwoo. When he came, he was chased by elves all the way, but now when he went out, he didn't see a single elves, and the water level on the bottom of his feet was getting higher and higher. Unable to find the exit, will we just die here? Songqing timidly said something. Jinyu rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Originally, he wanted to follow the rules and find a way, but now the situation is really dangerous, and he can't care about it anymore. Pherometis, use 3 kicks to clear the way. Master Ball, Pherometis appeared, raised her slender legs, and kicked the rock at the top of her head. Boom! As soon as the whole body was pulled, the rock on the head cracked and a piece was broken, which immediately caused a tremor all around. Crash! The road was indeed opened up, but at the same time, there was also a lot of water pouring down above the head. Come back, Philomelis. Jinyu hurriedly retrieved the philomeloids, and at the same time quickly put on the breathing oxygen plug. Pounce. The received sound came, and there was only a humming sound in the ear, and after reacting, the two were already in the water at the moment. Xiaoyu pointed to the top of his head, Songqing understood, and the two hurriedly swam up. The original remains except for the bottom one. It was already flooded with groundwater. With the blow of Philomelody just now, 3 kicks, now the entire ruins have turned into an aquarium. But luck and misfortune depend on each other, and thanks to this, there are no elves standing in the way. At first, the way they came in has been completely blocked, so they can only find another way. The water was rippling, and the figures of the two were really like swimming fish, constantly swimming in the cold, marching in underground water veins. Lala's body was cold, and as time passed, the body temperature of the two of them dropped rapidly in the water. Even the more you swim, the more you feel a strong pressure coming from all directions. There may be only one reason for this: the water level above is getting deeper and deeper. Xiao Yu's physique was fine, he could hold it. Song Qing became more and more active, and his movements slowed down. Boom! Throw the poke ball. Kamui appeared by his side, and Xiao Yu signaled to Song Qing to let her grab the Kamui to save a little energy. Jin Wu's black eyes are now only staring at the road ahead. According to the small map searched by the system, not far from the front, there should be a ruins exit, but near the exit, there are also some troublesome things. Red Savage Base Qualification. Green Level Upper Limit. 40 Level. 31 Attribute. Water Feature. Adaptability and increased power of moves with the same attribute. This elf can be called a bully in fresh water. And its fins and dorsal fins slowly they are all crown-shaped, sharp needles, like a sharp blade, and the fangs in their mouths can easily divide gold and break iron. Of dealing with these elves. Even if he is as strong as Zerora, it is difficult to catch them all in one go without using this attribute skill in the water. If he uses the electricity attribute skill, it will be due to conduction. Sex, let Jinyu and Song Qing suffer together. Xiao Yu had thought about changing the route, but turned around to observe Song Qing's current condition. Obviously, he couldn't hold it any longer. If he continued to stay in the water, he would likely suffer from shock due to excessive stress and fatigue. Suddenly, on the small map, Jinyu found that not far from a red warrior perch, there seemed to be another group of blue warrior perch. Xiao Yu thought about it. Whether it can be done depends on this one. Kami Turtle, bring these elf food. Not for you. Plan is very simple. Jinwu asked Kamui to do the inducement, quickly attract the attention of the red warrior base, attract them to the territory of the blue warrior base, and then sprinkle the feed to bury the fuse, and then, Jinyu and Song Qing took the opportunity escape. Speaking of this, the plan is very simple, but the most critical part of this task is whether the speed of Kamui is fast enough. Of course, if there is any danger in the middle of the Kamui turtle, Jinyu will naturally not stand by and let the phylum arrow out. Although the cockroach girl will definitely complain after fighting in the water, but I will send some cockroach girls later. Shiny gold jewels or something, can always be perfunctory. Thinking of this, Jinyu made Kamui start to be moved. Whoa, turtle is not slow in the water, swaying its tail with all its strength. It is like turning on a propeller, leaving a steam bag and dodging in front of the red Savage Base. Savage Base fried in an instant, and immediately chased in the direction of Kamui in groups. Of course, there were also a few Savage Base that didn't catch up, and still stayed where they were, but when Kamui threw a handful of feed, the few Savage Base who stayed behind couldn't stand the temptation to chase after them. Chapter 85. The Skill Book on the Fish Scales, Second Update. After the last fishing contest incident, Jinwu has full confidence in the water-based feed he made. This was indeed the case. The few savage perch that were still staying behind, after smelling the feed spilled by Kamui Turtle, immediately chased away without hesitation. Unlike elves on land, water elves are rarely able to eat tree fruit, not to mention the tree fruit feed that has been carefully processed by Jinwu. The smell of this feed is, for them, the most delicious food they have ever asked for in their entire lives, making them yearn for it. The elf's existing simplicity can only be rational, and after all, it makes it impossible to give up the temptation in front of it, and finally can't bear it, and all rush towards the direction of Kamui. Buzz. For a time, the pressure of Kamui also increased greatly. The large group of savage perch behind him grinned at him, and he had no doubt that if he slowed down a beat, he would definitely be torn into tortoises. So Kamui is also sprinting with all his strength. Hold on, the front should be the destination that the owner said. Buzz. Swinging its tail crazily, for a time, the speed of Kamui reached an unprecedented extreme. Kamui Tortoise comprehends the new skill water jet on its own. Unexpected joy. When Xiao Yu saw this, he also hurriedly took the time to swim to the exit of the Song-Qing dynasty ruins. Although Song-Qing's physical strength has reached the limit at this time, he also knows that now is the most critical time, and he must not fall off the chain, so he worked hard to keep up with Xiao Yu's footsteps. On the other hand, the red savage base has entered the territory of the blue savage base. Although of the same species, the red and blue savage base are notoriously poor in relation to each other. At this moment, they are fighting because of food, and naturally they will never die. Cammy Tortoise threw down the food and ran away immediately. When leaving, it found that one of the blue savage perch's scales here seemed to have something engraved on the scales, but the turtle's life was more important, so it decided to run first and then rushed towards Xiao Yu. After a while, the two sides converged. Kamui told Jinyu what he saw, and Xiao Yu opened the system map and looked at it carefully. It was true. The coordinates of the blue savage base were covered with the coordinates of the surfing cheat. The strange fish scales I saw were probably for some reason. The surfing secret realm was directly engraved on the scales of the savage base. For a time, Xiao Yu was confused. Should he run away and escape, or take a risk to go back and capture this strange blue savage perch? Song-Qing, who saw Xiao Yu's entanglement, smiled. He leaned close to his ear and said softly, "Go do whatever you want, I'll be waiting for you here." Hearing this, Xiao Yu was a little confused for a while, but then his eyes were firm. "I will be back soon." Having said that, he let Kamui Turtle stay here to protect Song-Qing, while he quickly swam in the direction of the savage base. Jinyu came to the scene of the crime, and at this time, the perch were still. In the scramble, even Jinwu, a human, did not attract their attention. Xiao Yu stuffed several wenyu fruit and sakura fruit into his mouth. The former was used to restore physical strength, and the latter was used to relieve the paralyzed tree fruit. Holding a white vanilla tightly in the hand can prevent the status ability from declining. Making these preparations, Jinwu threw Zerora's Pokeball. "Go, Zerora, and replace it with volts." The moment Zerora came out of the Pokeball, a large amount of blue electric current was released from the yellow hair all over her body. Water conducts electricity, and if this attack goes on, the effect is no less than 1,000,000 volts. While the power is great, the diffusion surface is also extremely wide. Not only was the savage perch attacked, Jinwu, who was standing farther away, was also affected. The white vanilla in his hand kept him awake to prevent his state from falling, and at the same time, Jinwu swallowed the tree fruit in his mouth. Physical paralysis quickly subsides. On Zerora's side, after releasing a move, Volt Swap, he quickly returned to the Pokeball. This is the skill effect of Volt Swap. Taking advantage of the savage perch being scorched by the electricity, Jinyu swam over immediately, saw the target, and threw the Master Ball. PFF'd. There is no possibility of struggle at all. The blue savage perch is successfully subdued. Blue savage perch qualification. Blue level, 32 attributes. Water characteristics. Exceptional and cannot be disturbed by the opponent's characteristics, like the opponent's move's gender. Male size, 1. Skills. Tail wagging, water gun, impact, crazy, water jet, bite, ghost face, head hammer, immersion, crushing _ it can be regarded as a little lord level elf. The most important thing is naturally the column that carries the props. The scales on his body are indeed engraved with surfing skills. Stay longer, and in case these savage perch recover from their near-death state, he'll have to suffer another self-mutilating electric shock. Without stopping, Jinyu immediately went to meet Song-Qing. They seem to have moved a little distance from their original location. Of course, Jinwu has system map coordinates, so naturally it is impossible to find them. Kaka. Just when Xiao Yu was about to meet them, he suddenly heard Kamui's anxious cry and was startled. Xiao Yu hurriedly swam away, only to see Song-Qing, who was in the water at the moment, with his arms around his knees, a delicate picture. His face was bloodless at this time, and he looked particularly pale, and his thin and delicate body seemed to be trembling faintly. Song Qing. Xiao Yu hurriedly stepped forward to support Song Qing. Song Qing, who was wearing a swimsuit, looked extra delicate and plump. It was unexpectedly soft when it fell into his hands, but Xiao Yu didn't pay attention to this at this time. Song Qing's state is too dangerous now, and he must go ashore quickly, otherwise, if he continues to stay in the water, his life will be in danger. Please download the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 86. The Adventure of the Diving Cave of the Stone Ends, third update. At this time, half of the stone diving cave was soaked in groundwater. It is impossible to take Song Qing out of the water for a while. You looked solemn, thinking hard about how to get out of trouble. Looks like you can only ask it. Throwing the pokeball, Lalu Lassie appeared in front of her. Because it was in the water, Lalu Lassie would naturally be a little panic at first. Wu promptly took off his breathing mask and stuffed it into Lalu Lassie's mouth. Lula. Lalula sipped the breathing apparatus in her mouth and smashed her mouth. For some reason, her little face felt a little hot. Looking at Jinyu curiously, I don't know why Jinyu called himself out now. Quote quote. Jinwu has no breathing apparatus at the moment. Naturally speaking, it is not easy to express, and it can only be expressed with gestures. Fortunately, Lalu Lassie has telepathy ability, and can roughly guess what Jinyu wants to say to herself. Jinyu wants Lalu Lassie to use teleportation to help them get out of trouble. This makes the little guy worried. If he can help Jinyu, it is naturally 10,000 willing. The key is that he doesn't use teleportation. Lalora's raised her big crying eyes to look at Jinyu. The concubine can't do it. Xiao Yu lightly stroked Lalu Lassie's little head, smiled and looked back to see the master's appearance with expectant eyes. Lalu Lassie naturally won't be running away. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and the sky will be a big responsibility, so Lalu Lassie also, now that this result is in sight, Lalu Lassie will naturally not like to shirk. Close your eyes and meditate deeply. The Lalula's family itself is an elves who can understand the teleportation skill. In terms of space control, he is more talented than most elves, and even the evolved Shinado, recorded in the data, can create a black hole in order to protect the trainer and distort the space. In order to make Lalora's more efficient understanding the teleportation method in advance, Xiao Yu also took out a piece of superpower gem that he had obtained from Duan Qinlongyan before, and placed the gem on Lalula's forehead, which immediately turned into an arc of light, disappearing and becoming invisible. With the superpower gem as an introduction, Lalora's was instantly enlightened. Superpower slate. Immediately, it swirled and floated out of Lalora's body, turning into a halo and constantly spinning around Lalu Lassie. Lalu Lassie felt that her thoughts were much clearer. Eyes, it felt that it should be able to try to teleport. Lula. You understood in seconds, grabbed Lalu Lassie's small hand with one hand, and embraced it with the other. At this moment, Lalu Lassie's mind was clear, but the next moment, it seemed to be connected to a destination, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The three of them suddenly disappeared and came back to his senses, and Xiao Yu found that the surrounding environment had changed dramatically now. Although it is still in the water at this time, it is obvious that the water pressure here is much easier than before. Looking up, there is a faint halo on it. Yu took a deep breath and yanked Lalu Lassie and Song Qing upstream. PFF'd. Jinyu gasped for breath, although he was in the water for less than 2 hours, but it was like a century later. Without stopping, he pulled Song Qing up to the rocky shore not far away. On the shore, Jinwu has more means. Come out and help me, Regilock. Wu threw the master ball, and Regilock suddenly appeared on the opposite rock wall. Regilock qualification. Orange level upper limit. 70 level. Level 55 attribute. Rock characteristics. The body of constant net will not reduce its ability due to the opponent's moves or characteristics. Dead state gender. No shape. 1. Skills. Big Bang, Stampede, Rockfall, Charged Beam, Stomp, Curse, Primal Power, Iron Wall, Supervisor Total, Arm Hammer, Lock, Destruction of Deathlight, still looks dull and emotionless, but Regilock was originally it is a spirit without facial features. One code is one code. Since it has been subdued, the orders that Regilock should execute will naturally be executed. Regilock threw a move primitive power out. Immediately, a focus appeared under Jin Woo's feet. As an ultra-ancient Eudemons level elf, Regilock's ability to control rocks is unparalleled. Then, Regilock directly suspended the rock and brought the two of Jin Woo to the shore. Xiaoyu took a breath and said with a wry smile, "You guys are quite useful, if only it wasn't for this dead fish face." Quack. Regilock responded without emotion. Woo, even Lelora's, who is a moody Pokemon, can't understand what Regilock is saying. Xiaoyu shook his head, for fear that Song Qing would see and misunderstand, so he took out the Master Ball first and took Regilock back. "You better come back first, Regilock." Gah. There is no such thing as wood solid fuel, so Jinyu had to deduct a few solid rock blocks from the rock wall, and then let Zerora pull out, use Flame Kick to heat a few rock blocks, pile them up, and act as a heating tool. Then, it came to a very tangled step. Song Qing was wearing a wet wetsuit, and he couldn't keep warm. Should he be a beast? Empty as color silently in his heart, and when he was about to start, Song woke up. "Jin Woo, this is me." Jinyu quickly retracted his hands and responded, "We went ashore. Now I'm trying to keep you warm. It's just right now that you wake up. Take off your diving suit yourself." This novel was first published by Dragon. QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique Feilu Novel Standby Group 672,171,357. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Attachment. This work is from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading and cannot be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy genuine books. Thank you for your support to the author. Key points. I hope you can keep this paragraph when reprinting. It is a little hard to organize, and it is a virtue to keep it tilde. No, I don't have any strength in my hands and feet now, I can't move at all, you, please help me. The girl's voice was very soft, like muttering to herself. Woo, okay. But let's talk first. Song Qing turned his head with difficulty, opened his beautiful eyes slightly, stared at Xiaoyu, and said sternly, "If you dare to look around in a while, when I recover, it will be good to see you." Quote. Chapter 87. Gift of Friendship, Fourth More. Cough, okay. Jinyu coughed dryly, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and took the initiative to turn away. He was blindfolded the whole process just now, but even so, he still left an unforgettable warm feeling on his hands. Song Qing was wearing a blanket at this time, and there was a refreshing fragrance from his wet hair. Jin Woo pretended to be invisible and played with Lalu Lassie. "Jin Woo, thank you." After a while, Song Qing whispered. Woo waved his hand and looked like he didn't care at all. Before, he had agreed with the girl to protect the family well. At least, he couldn't let something happen in the secret realm. Seeing that Jinyu is a little straight, it is obvious that this unsmiling girl has an extraordinary demeanor that belongs to her. After that, the journey to the secret realm was much easier. Due to the previous changes, most of the elves were in a state of panic and fleeing. In addition, Jinyu had a small map to explore the way, and the journey was easy and safe. It only took less than a day. Out of the secret realm, I only feel that the sun in the sky is so bright. Xiaoyu escorted Song Qing to the elf center in Heishi, and found that Zhou Yanan and Yu Haoyu were already waiting there. Seeing the two of Jinyu, he hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. "It's really nice to see you two okay. Zhou Yanan was holding Song Qing. Hurry up, tell me, what happened to you later? Simply telling the two of them what happened, their gazes towards Xiao Yu suddenly changed. Super boss, he was able to compete with the super ancient elves. And according to Song Qing, if it weren't for this super ancient, the divine pillar is of a special nature, and it is very likely that Jin Yu has already subdued the other party directly. If you can't afford to provoke the end of this expedition, the four of them rested well in the spirit center for 2 days, and how you will take this expedition. The harvest was divided equally with everyone. Most of Jin Yu sold them directly to the spirit center, and only kept the metal film. On average, each of the 4 people harvested nearly 1 million this time. It can be regarded as a small fortune. There is an endless feast in the world. After that, Xiao Yu was going to go to the sea market to go shopping, while Hao Yu and the others said that they were going to go back to their hometown. The harvest this time is a huge sum of money for ordinary training, and this time they also want to go back and share the joy with their relatives and families. Before separating from the trio, Jin Yu quietly prepared a small gift for the trio. He transferred the big rock snake, the north-facing nose, and the blue wild perch from the master ball to the ordinary red and white pokeball, and then gave the 3 elves to the 3 of them. Of course, the skills on the scales of the wild perch have long been finished learning for Kami Turtle. On the savage perch have been restored to initial appearance. Xiao Yu gave the savage perch to Zhou Yanan, the north nose to Hao Yu, and the big rock snake to Song Qing. The 3 elves have similar aptitudes, and Jin Yu gave them completely at random, without any eccentricity. After Zhou Yanan got the savage base, he used the detector to check the level of the savage base. After that, even when he exclaimed, "This level of elves." For most people, they are extremely rare existences. It was directly given to them as a farewell gift, and 3 were given at once. It is impossible for the 3 of them not to be surprised. Local tyrants make a move, they know that there is wood. They really wanted to find Jin Yu and thank him in person. But at this time, Jin Yu had disappeared into the crowd. Song Qing looked at the phone number that had been exchanged with Jin Yu before, silently fascinated. Zhou Yanan just saw this scene when she turned her head, and even joked, "Ah lie, he didn't even tell us Xiao Yu's number. Qing, you two have been alone for nearly a day and a half. Did something happen during this time?" Song Qing glanced at Zhou Yanan with anger in her eyes. "Didn't you and Mr. Yu spend a day and a half alone together, so nothing happened to you?" Zhou Yanan didn't expect Song Qing to fight back like this, and immediately blushed slightly, and quickly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have that kind of relationship with brother Hao Yu." Song Qing's red lips lifted slightly, and she said with a smile, "But your expression is not so simple." "Yeah, Nizi, I fought with you." The 2 of them started chasing and fighting, while Hao Yu continued to be a peacemaker. Jin Yu was near an uninhabited beach at this time, and he was exercising his surfing skills with Kamui. This skill really takes a lot of thought if you want to exercise skillfully. Different from condensing energy directly from the mouth, it focuses on how to control a large amount of water vapor, so that the water vapor can change into a wave in an instant, and it is above the waves, like surfing. He wanted to launch this move on land in one breath, but Kamui couldn't do it for the time being, so Xiao Yu brought Kamui to the beach, trying to use the real seawater to complete the control. This step. Go, Kamui. Crack. Kamui Turtle heard the sound and stepped on the waves that were about to beat. Then, the whole body emits a blue light wave, and the light wave condenses on the wave head under the feet. Only when the light wave completely spreads to the wave head, the Kami Turtle can perfectly control the surf. Step on it at first, it can still be stable, but after a while, this balance will collapse. Puff. A bang, Kamui once fell into the waves. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 88, Practicing Surfing, 5th More. Kami Turtle, are you alright? The waves passed. I saw Kami Tortoise fell on the beach with all 4 feet in the sky. Jin Wu was dumbfounded when he saw this. Step forward and pull the cami turtle out of the beach like a radish. So, it's still a little bit worse. Click click. Kamui was also sitting beside Jinyu in frustration, trying to reflect on what he did not do well. Lula Lula. Lalulas, an elf, also had a good time at the beach, picking up shells from time to time and building a sand castle or something. Sometimes when I pick up a strange-looking pebble, I will happily hand it to Jinwoo. Jinwoo knew what Lalurus meant, just wanted to see Jinwoo play with this stone. Woo has been playing this game since he was a child, and he is quite good at it. He can make a stone float a dozen times on the water in one breath. Every time Lalula sees the stone flying, she will show a particularly happy smile. This time, Jinwoo suddenly got an idea after finishing a water float. Right, Kamui, since you can't stand on your feet, how about trying to use a turtle shell to float on the water? Click. When Kamui heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, and then he felt that this method seemed feasible. Even if it was to act. As a wave came, this time Kami Turtle directly rode the wave with one hand, high-speed rotation. Lalulalu. Lalu Lassie and Jinyu cheered on Kamui. That's it, Kamui, stay in shape. After switching to surfing with tortoise shells, this time the Kami Turtle supported significantly longer than before. However, before he completely transformed the waves under him into his own control, Kamui still fell into it. This time the progress is very big, just keep it like this. Come again, Kamui, we are very close to success. Jinwoo cheered on Kamiki from the side. I said, why is it so lively today? It turns out that there is a first visitor. A familiar voice came. Jinyu turned his head, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Master Chenjiang, I didn't expect to meet you here. He, little friend Xiao Yu, stay safe. The visitor was the master of the Mishi Gym, Qian. Was a young man next to him. The young man looked a bit similar to Qian Zhang, and he should be a family member. A while ago, because of the diving suit given by the owner of Chenjiang, I was able to. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank the owner of Chenjiang Pavilion. Oh, Jinwoo, did you suffer from a drowning incident in the Mirage Secret Realm a while ago? Half of the Mirage Secret Realm is now immersed in groundwater, and this has made headlines in Mirage, and almost everyone who is a trainer knows about it. Xiao Yu nodded with a wry smile. The two chatted for a while, and Qianzhang naturally introduced the young man beside him. This is the dog, Qinmiao, this time the old man wants to train him, just as Xiao Yu, you are here too. I'll be grateful if you can give some advice. Xiao Yu smiled humbly and said, suggestions are nothing, at most mutual encouragement. Come on, let's encourage each other. Qinmiao curled her lips in disdain. Dad, you want to tell me about this special training venue today, what exactly is it for? I am still waiting to go to ask Miss Qing, who is the daughter of the King of Heaven. As long as I have a relationship with her, I can guarantee that I can save 10 years of struggle. Dad, your status as a gym owner may be able to move up. When Miss Qing Tianwang's daughter Xiao Yu heard these two words, she couldn't help but be a little curious. Idiot, the king and queen of other people, just relying on your virtues, can you be admired? And the father is walking straight, and I need your assistance in this way. Today I brought you here to exercise just to let you recognize yourself, so that you don't make a fool of yourself in front of Miss Qing. Chenjiang is not as polite to his son as Xiao Yu, and if he speaks inappropriately, he is immediately a Malizi. What Chenjiang believes in is the principle of filial piety. Although Qinmiao's attitude was a bit arrogant, he still didn't dare to make a fool of himself in the face of his own father. Hey! Chenjiang sighed, as if remembering that there are outsiders here, so he smiled wryly at Xiao Yu. Let Xiao Yu laugh, the dog is really ignorant, if he has half of Xiao Yu's ability, what am I going to do? You need to worry so much. Qinmiao was not happy when she heard this. Father, you are so confused. This kid looks a little younger than me, how capable he is. Boom. Chenjiang very easily gave his son a chestnut. Jinwoo always had a smile on his face. There was no sign of dissatisfaction. Dad, I'm not convinced, or else, I'll have a test with this kid. Qinmiao held her head and said, still somewhat unconvinced. You said it. Chenjiang was about to fight again, but Xiaoyu stopped him this time, and said with a smile, anyway, I have nothing to do here. If you don't dislike it, I'm willing to be your opponent. Qianzhang heard the words. He made a move in his hand. Qianmiao took the opportunity to escape from the former's hand, and said with a smile, okay, just based on your words, this young master will definitely take it lightly with you later. Little friend Xiaoyu, hey, that's really bothering you. To be honest, although the mouth means to stop, but in fact, Qianzhang is still more interested in Jin Yu's strength. Since the other party did not object to the competition, he would naturally be happy to watch the show. The test method is 2-2. This young master will be merciful. The first elf, I will let you. This is just what I said recently. Qinmiao threw a super ball. Go, good and bad star. The super ball is a jellyfish-like head covered with spikes, and a body like an ooze. Oh! Jin Wu exclaimed in surprise. This good and bad star is rarely seen on this side of Middle-earth. Chapter 89. Duel by the Beach. First update. Quality of good and bad stars. Green level upper limit. 40 level. 18 attributes. Poison. Water features. Unkindness and injustice. Attacking an opponent in a poisoned state will definitely hit the key point. Gender. Female. Size. 0. Close black lens bracket. Hey, this good and bad star was sent from Shizhou by a friend. It's not common in central China. You haven't seen it, it's normal. Qinmiao shrugged and continued. Although it is said to be merciful, it should be serious. If you can't even beat the elf who has just been conquered by this young master, don't even think about seeing my main team. Xiaoyu just glanced at it, then nodded with a smile, clapped his hands, and motioned for Kamui to come over. On my side, I sent this child to the stage. Kaka. Kamui Tortoise wailed two voices very energetically. Not to mention Qinmiao for the time being, with the eyesight of the pavilion owner Chenjiang, he could naturally see the level of Kami Turtle at a glance. Good and bad stars, and I don't know if Jin Yu randomly assigned it or if it was deliberately arranged. Oh, I didn't expect it to be you, Sanjia. I can barely be the opponent of my good or bad star. I'll let you do a trick. Qinmiao provocatively said very confidently, the good and bad stars are surrounded by a large number of poisonous thorns. If the opponent is stupid and close to attack, they will definitely be stabbed by the poisonous thorns and become poisoned. Meaning, characteristics, the other party's Kamui naturally let him need it. Jin Yu smiled slightly, are you sure? Come on. Qinmiao is super confident. 5 surprise attack. Jin Yu didn't hesitate at all, and commanded decisively. Shish. I saw Kamui bully close to the good and bad stars. Sido. Good and bad stars obviously didn't react. The front was wide open, and the tentacles above their heads didn't have time to defend. Boom. Immediately, the whole elf of the good and bad stars flew upside down. What? Qianmiao on the opposite side was shocked. Kami Turtle, spinning at high speed. The beginning of the game, there is a high probability of being hit by 5 attack, and there is a high probability that he will fall into the cringe state, so Jin Yu will naturally not miss this opportunity. Kami Turtle naturally chases up with high-speed rotation. Of the good and bad stars did not damage the body. This scene is very similar to the scene when surfing was used before. That's right, Jin Wu is going to fully comprehend Kamui's surfing in one go in actual combat this time. Kami, surf. Crack. A phantom is simulated from under the Kami Turtle, and the good and bad stars bear the brunt. Bang. Being slapped on the sand by the surging waves. 3 strokes are done in one go, without any rigidity. Senses, Chenjiang had already announced the result of the game. The battle is over, the good and bad stars lost their ability to fight, and Kamui won the victory, because it was 2-2, so, Qinmiao, you should release you. The second elf. Chenjiang didn't have any intention of refusing to show mercy because it was his son who was fighting. Defeat the 18 level good and bad stars. Kamui gets 830 experience points. Qinmiao. He had a saying in his heart. Speak. I have never heard of this kind of operation. Is it different from fraud? How can you not let people fight back? Qinmiao stepped on the sand under her feet and said with an unwilling expression on her face. I'm careless, don't let others do it. Chenjiang retorted bluntly. But, Qinmiao was wronged, but Dad didn't let him talk. No but, give Lao Su a good release of the next elf. Fight hard, if you lose so badly this time, don't think about pocket money this month. Ah! Qian Miao let out a scream. Then he looked at Jinyu full of resentment, twitched the corners of his mouth and said, Brother, you are really ruthless, it's very good. It's in my opinion, since that's the case, I don't need to let go. Give it to me, my best cool companion. Seal Ball. Seal Ball qualification. Blue upper level. 50 level. Level 23 attributes. Ice, water features. Thick fat ice body when hail falls, it will restore stamina body size. 0. Close black lens bracket. The elf is as its name suggests. The elf that came out of Qinmiao this time is a seal elf with a round appearance and a ball-like appearance. At least in appearance, it is not lethal at all, with big black eyes, 2 small canine teeth, and 2 small short hands. Ow, ooh. After the seal ball came out, he clapped his palms in place, looking harmless to humans and animals. Of course, Jinyu didn't take it lightly. The opponent was far stronger than the previous good and bad stars in terms of rank and aptitude. Hey, I'm using your attack method. My seal ball can neither avoid nor dodge, and will definitely take your moves head on. After Qian Miao released the seal ball, she suddenly became again, full of confidence. Jinyu squinted his eyes. Since the other party wanted a set meal, he naturally satisfied as much as possible. High five raid. Whoosh. This scene is the same as before. Kamui came to the seal ball with lightning speed. Just as he was about to take a palm shot, the seal ball rolled sideways along the wind. Wu reacted extremely quickly, and immediately ordered again, surf. The Kamui turtle condensed a virtual wave from its whole body, and was about to irrigate the seal ball. Qinmiao's mouth twitched, and she also ordered, surfing. The seal ball rolled around with a funny body, and a wave also condensed around it, but the texture was much more real than the Kamui turtle, like a real wave. Immediately, Kamui's surfing was suppressed. Your Kami turtle surfing seems to be still in the learning stage. This level of waves will not be my seal ball opponent at all. Just when Qinmiao was about to take advantage of the situation to fight back fiercely against Kamui, she heard Jinyu say, "Come back, Kamui." ... It felt like a fist hit the cotton. Hey, why are you like this? This young master was just about to fight back, why did you take it back? Qinmiao complained. Jinwu smashes his eyes. Is there a rule that you can't take back the spirit? Chenjiang responded cooperatively, no. Qinmiao. Daddy, are you my father? Read the underlined novel, please download Faye. Chapter 90. Cheap Nephew. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Foul, foul, damn, you'll be fined. Qinmiao complained loudly on the spot. Don't yell, just play the game. Chenjiang's head hurt from the noise, so he roared. Hearing the sound, Qian Miao had no choice but to keep her mouth shut and let out a small whisper. Little friend Xiao Yu, please release your next elf. Qianzhang took advantage of the situation and reminded Jinyu. Jinyu smiled and nodded. Philomero, come out and relax. Fee. Philomelas held up her proud head and paced slowly, her whole body naturally exuding heart-wrenching hormones. Chenjiang, as a gym owner, plus a middle-aged man who doesn't know if he has. But Qinmiao, as a young and vigorous young man, naturally cannot have bold ideas. Just as he was gasping for breath and staring at Philomelas without blinking, the game was over. Idiot, what are you doing? Have you a good game? The angry voice of his father resounded in his ears immediately. Qin Miao was stunned for a moment, then returned to her senses. Looking at the seal ball who had rolled his eyes in front of him, he was sluggish for a second, and then his face became bitter in an instant. Dad, it's really not my son's fault. Who said that this bug is so good looking? Although Qianzhong seems to be blaming his own son, in fact, he is also shocked by the strength of the iceberg shown by Jinyu. This kind of humanoid spirit released by Jinyu, he not only can't see the details, he can't even figure out the level, and the sound of his little friend is really arrogant. At the end of the game, Qian Miao was taught that she had no temper, and was dragged by her father in front of Dao Jinyu, who forcibly bowed and thanked him. Brother Jinwu, thank you very much for your teaching to a newsie. This is my little intention, not a respect. Qianzhong's tone this time was to talk about Jinyu as a peer, and then he took out a booklet from his arms. I think Brother Jinwu, you should have been practicing surfing for Kamui just now. This is a little experience I learned before. Jinyu respectfully took the pamphlet and thanked him. The director of Qianzhong Pavilion is serious. Although this thing can't even talk about props, it is very experienced for most trainers, and for the current Kamui turtle, it is even more sleepy to send pillows. Things, Qianzhong said casually. Brother Yu, forgive me for speaking bluntly, I look at your strength, and you are already equal to mine, why don't you come to challenge the gym? Is it a career? Trainer not interested. This gym owner is upright, and his son is half dead, what? This young man, who is a year or two younger than he looks, is a quasi-king level master like his father, guessing or really knowing regardless of. Where is it? Wei, Jinyu was not ready to tell the truth, so he half-truthed and said, the owner of Qianzhong is really too famous, how can I compare with the owner of Qianzhong? Philomelis is only accepted by me with good luck, regardless of. A bond or a tacit understanding is far from enough, if you use it to play gym games, it's just an act of humiliation. Qianzhong said in his heart, tacit understanding is not enough, I think that the elf has a good relationship with you. Of course, since the other party has said so, Qianzhong naturally can't reveal it, so he continues to listen to Xiao Yu's nonsense. If one day I really have that strength, I will naturally come to challenge the owner of Qianzhong Pavilion, and please don't despise the owner of Qianzhong Pavilion at that time. Haha, when Brother Jinwu comes to fight, I will definitely greet him. Afterwards, Qianzhong also invited Xiao Yu to be a guest at the house, but Xiao Yu declined, and casually asked Qian Miao about Qian Miao Qingqing. Qin Miao is now, because of his father, the younger generation in front of him, and the strength of the other party really makes him fear, so now he has a lot of respect for Xiao Yu, and when Xiao Yu asks, he naturally knows everything. Yan, Uncle Xiao Yu, you used to know Miss Qing. Well, that's right. I can come to Heishi this time, but I haven't booked a ferry ticket. She brought me here. Is she okay now? Oh, Miss Qing is currently in the Heishi dockyard, because she recently discovered a ship 100 years ago, and I heard that there are some treasures found on it. This time, Miss Qing came out on behalf of King Qing, so she was being arrested at this time. I was entrusted to go to the sunken ship to search for treasures. Originally, I wanted to fight for a place to search for treasures with Miss Qing, but unfortunately, my father brought me here for special training. That's right, Uncle. Jinwu. Qin Miao's name makes it easier to say, Uncle, based on your strength, if you want to accompany Miss Qing. No, if you want to go on a shipwreck adventure, it's easy and simple, and none of those grandchildren are you. Opponent. Xiao Yu smiled and shook his head. He asked about Qing Keqing's affairs, but he was just casually concerned, knowing that the other party was safe at present. That was enough. Interfering in the other party's affairs at will, in his opinion, it was for the other party. Disrespect. Oh, that's such a pity, those grandchildren are cheap. Uncle, come to me when you have time, I promise to take you around the sea market. Had just finished speaking when her father gave an angry slap to Guazi. Playing, all day long, you only know how to play, you think your Uncle Xiao Yu is as hopeless as you. Exercise hard and come home with me. In the Taoist hall, where there are people, you will be ashamed. Ouch, Dad, take it easy, you're beating up your son. The father and son left in the excitement. Xiao Yu then gave a special training on the beach. The skill guidebook given by Chenjiang was really useful. According to the above instructions, Kamui quickly mastered the essence of wave control. Now you don't need to use turtle shells to float on the sea, you can stand on the waves with only your feet. Chapter 91. Going to the temple fair with the elf third. In the evening, Jinwoo went back to the spirit center. Make good elf food, stock up on the necessities of daily adventures, and wipe the elf eggs of young Kiras. Although they have not yet been born, the daily intimate contact can make the elf eggs themselves smell the owner's smell, so that, the born elves will naturally be closer to you. Have you heard that the Sea City Temple Fair is going to start tonight? Well, then you have to go and see. I don't know if you can find any treasures. When Jinyu heard the words, he was also interested and interesting. He originally thought that the temple fair would start later. But since it has started now, he naturally has no reason not to participate. Although the booth has just been set up, there is already a vague atmosphere. The red lanterns are hanging high, and various barbecue, fried noodles, rock candied haws, cotton candy and other shops have also begun to do business. Different from the previous world, the shops in this world will naturally add a bit of the spirit of the elves. For example, in the barbecue booth, elves such as cold turtles or lava worms will use fire attribute skills on the spot to barbecue skewers, and there will be 3 Bs as a signboard for rock candy haws, indicating that rock candy haws are collected by 3 Bs, sweetness, to make. Marshmallows it is made by craftsmen to make it into different elf-like shapes, in order to attract people's attention, such as Pikachu, Ibrahimovic, Fat Ding, etc. And even Jinyu saw Laloras in it. In order to let the elves also feel the atmosphere of the temple fair, Jinwu released Laloras, Feromero, Zerora, and Kamui. The ghosts have always been in Jinyu's shadow, and he did not let them go. In other words, as for Regilock, it's not that Jinyu is biased, even if he releases this guy, he just sticks in place. Jinyu tried to release him before to relax his mind, but this guy stayed in place for a long time. Lula Lula. As soon as Lalu Lassie came out, she was immediately shocked by the scene in front of her. Although she was still a little scared and huddled on Jinyu's shoulder, she couldn't bear her curiosity about what to eat, especially when she looked at marshmallows and candied haws. The shop is full of desires. Jinyu naturally knows that Lalula's loves desserts, but he can't eat too much. After all, it's not a tree fruit, a staple food, so let him choose and eat only the same thing. Lalula's chose marshmallows. A big wave of Xiao Yu's hand. Not only did he buy it for Lalu Lassie, but the other elves were also made by the boss according to their appearance. Kamui is alright, and Gisi is barely able to do it, but when it was his turn to fight Philomelis, the boss was stunned, such an elves that he has never seen before. Fortunately, the boss's technical panel is hard enough. Is tossed out. Yu also bought masks for his family, Laloras, Kamui, and even Zerora, who seemed to be very arrogant. Seeing a storefront with Hanfu on the side of the road, Philomero took Jinyu in for a stroll. Since Philome's body proportion is very close to that of a human, he is a typical model, and the store is old. Bored naturally stepped forward, boasting, and then Jinwu lost weight invisibly with his wallet. Although Jinwu didn't date a girlfriend, he inexplicably experienced the psychology of paying for his girlfriend. Lalu Lassie looked at a model shelf of Shinado in the store. Her eyes were bright, and when she grew up, she wanted to ask the owner to buy clothes for herself. It took more life than the one bought by Philomelis. District, Jinyu came to the central area of the market, and most of the items sold here are useful items. Luli Li Puppet. A doll that is very similar in appearance to Luli Li. After using it, it will exude a smell that attracts elves. You can use it to attract the eyes of elves, and then take the opportunity to escape. Close black lens bracket. This item is similar to Pippi doll, it just changed the soup instead of the medicine. Just change the vest, In addition, there are also versions of Shangwei Miao and Malalu. Despite the hype of the stall owner, most of the people who will attract attention are young girl trainers. Next, Jinwoo also saw some open black lens bracket enhancers, close black lens bracket. Attack enhancer, defense enhancer seem to be everywhere, but in fact, most of the enhancers in this market are not guaranteed in quality, and some have even been used. The seller deliberately cheats people. In fact, this kind of enhancer also has a probability of improving the corresponding attributes, but naturally, the effect of the complete enhancer is not as good. Some people do not have the money to buy the complete one, so they buy these semi-finished products, just like gambling. If it succeeds, this remnant will be comparable to a genuine bottle. If it fails, it will lose everything, and even the elf who eats it will lose its energy. It is naturally impossible for Xiao Yu to buy these things. He would rather be down to earth and upgrade through his own training. Anyway, because of the system, his elves will not have barriers until they reach the limit of aptitude, so there is no need to take risks for a little attribute improvement. After that, Jinyu came to the edge of the market. There seems to be a shop selling tree fruit here. There is a fresh and pleasant smell of tree fruit. It is estimated that this shop also made some tree fruit incense, and let the elves smell it. A soothing effect. Jinwu curiously stepped forward and looked at it. But a familiar cry was heard. Jinwu. Hearing that, Xiao Yu was stunned for a while, then slowly raised his head and looked at the familiar figure, but he couldn't help being a little surprised. How could she be here? Socha, why are you here? The girl in front of her had long flaxen hair, and although she was dressed very plainly, she couldn't hide the spiritual energy radiating from her body at all. Soja also laughed and said, "Hey, of course I'm selling things at the market. What is my family doing? You don't know, the annual Sea Market Temple Fair is when the population in the surrounding area is the most concentrated. How can you not seize the opportunity and sell something well?" Yes. Perhaps it was the relationship between meeting old friends in a different place. Jinwu and Soja were very happy in their hearts. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 92, Sea Tide Incense, 4th more. By the way, Miss Sosisa didn't come with you? Jinwu asked casually. Hearing the sound, Soja pouted and said, I knew that you only care about your sister. Wu looked embarrassed. There's no such thing. Sister, she's still there. The farm, she always said that she can't worry about the fruit at home. It's usually me who comes forward for temple fairs like this. Yu smiled and looked around, wanting to buy something at Soja's side. Suddenly I found that Socha was selling a blue incense burner. Suddenly curious. Socha, do you also sell this incense burner? Soja glanced at it, nodded and said, Sell, but let me remind you first. This incense burner is sold here as a rare genius, and we don't know its actual use. If you want it, I will make the decision. Give it to you. Saying that, Soja handed the azure incense burner to Jinyu. Jinyu turned over the liaison department and directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Soja. Seeing that Xiao Yu directly transferred so much money to herself, Soja immediately exclaimed, Xiao Yu, why are you giving me so much money? We don't do black business. If you let my sister know, I will sell you a censer. 50,000 yuan, it will definitely scold me to death. Xiao Yu smiled and said with a serious and sincere expression, Don't worry, wait until I tell you the real use of this tool, and it's fine if you don't say that I take advantage of you. After speaking, Jinwu ran towards the beach with the incense burner. Soja looked at the figure of Jinyu's departure, a little unclear. Soon, Jinyu came back, and at this time, there seemed to be some seawater in the incense burner. Jinwu, what are you doing? Jinyu pursed his lips and smiled, and called Kamui from his side. He said to a seemingly hard rock, Kami Turtle, you're welcome, use all your strength to shoot a water gun towards that rock. Click. Although Kamui didn't understand why he did this, he would naturally obey his master's orders. PFF'd. A streak of about 20 centimeters in diameter, the water column shot out violently. hit the rock, and the rock swayed, but it didn't get damaged in the slightest. Clap clap clap. Suoya applauded Kamui with a lot of face. This Kami turtle is the evolution of the Jenny turtle before you. It's amazing. This water gun is really powerful. But what does this have to do with the incense burner you said? Having said that, Jinyu handed the incense burner full of seawater to Kamui. Kamui is taking the incense burner. The mood suddenly changed. Click. He seemed very surprised. Okay, Kamui, now you can fire a water gun on that rock. Crack. Kami turtle raised his head and squirted out. The size of the water gun this time, 2 times the size of the previous one. Originally about 20 centimeters, the water column has become 40 centimeters. At the same time, the rock block that had just trembled just now was completely overturned by the water gun this time, and even the place where the water gun attacked, there was another obvious depression. Soja's red lips were lightly parted, and she said in surprise, "How exactly did you do this?" "Naturally it's the sea-tide incense effect that I bought from you." Jin Woo laughed. Sea-tide incense, a sensor that emits a magical sound. As long as it is soaked in seawater, the elf water attribute skill carried will increase. This is a very magical incense burner. Its value is the same as that of carrying props, and it is an extremely effective prop to enhance the fighting power of elves. After learning the truth, Soja didn't show a regretful expression, but directly cleaned up the shop, as if it was about to close. "Why don't you set up a stall?" Jinyu asked curiously. "Well, because of a reward from a certain big money, my shop successfully completed the turnover today, so this girl is going to take a rest. So I don't know if there is a kind little brother who can accompany me to the temple fair." A fragrant wind drifted slowly. Soja walked slowly to Xiao Yu's side. Her beautiful eyes were very moving. "I don't know if there's any. I am honored to be with Miss." When Jinyu saw this, he couldn't help but smile and said. Soja smiled. "Well, my little brother is not too ugly, just you." Jinyu shook his head with a wry smile, and the two of them walked together in this temple fair. Although Soja has participated in several temple fairs, most of the time she is guarding her small booth, and she doesn't have much time to come out to have fun. So walking with Jinwoo at this time makes me feel quite happy. In the process, the two also saw a lot of interesting things. For example, open black lens bracket music stall, close black lens bracket, a kind of carpet that noisy birds like very much. When you step on this stall, it will make different sounds. It is rumored that after someone put this kind of carpet at home, it attracted a lot of noisy birds out of thin air. Of course, to create this effect, 1 or 2 music stalls are naturally useless, at least a whole set of notes is needed. And save the goldfish game. Unlike the weak elves in reality, this goldfish is a horn with sharp horns on its head. Goldfish net of capture also changed from paper to silk screen. The only thing that doesn't change is that it's still the same trick. Just like a piece of paper can break 5 with a single move for an ordinary goldfish, and this wire mesh can easily break through 5 for a diagonal goldfish, unless it's a very poor physique. Species. Horn. Goldfish. This horn goldfish is malnourished. Even if caught, it is a waste of food. After that, there are gun games, where guns become trainers, sprites. A group of trainers is allowed to carry a genie, and then let the genie attack a target such as a balloon or a bottle from a certain distance. Smashing it, the number will get different prizes. Jinyu put Lelora's on the field and used the magic leaf attack skill, and the boss lost all his money. Chapter 93. The Man in Black and the Strange Girl, 5th more. Ha ha ha, I'm really happy. Jinwoo, do you often come to temple fairs to play? I think you're very skilled. Soja said with a coquettish smile. There was a bit of charming charm between her curved eyebrows, and many people around her couldn't help but roll their throats a few times. When I was a kid, I went to a similar temple fair with a friend. Jinyu's thoughts flew back to the past. In his memory, there is always a girl like a tomboy who likes to drag him around and run around, but every time he thinks about it, his memory becomes very vague, which is very strange. Hey, now you're playing with me, don't think about other girls. Soja reminded with a chuckle. Jinyu was surprised. This is the sixth sense of a girl, so she could guess that the two were chatting, and suddenly, there was a commotion from a distance, and there seemed to be a man wearing a hooded shawl, walking towards him. The crowd was crowded, and there were many people in black chasing after him. Soja frowned. What happened? Why are so many people chasing a girl? That's a girl. Jinyu looked in the distance and found that the other party's figure was slender. Maybe it was really a woman. Can't leave it alone. After Soja finished saying this, she walked over. Jinwoo shook his head and could only follow. Soon, the woman with the hood and shawl was caught by the man in black. Many people were watching, but no one dared to step forward, because these men in black didn't look like the masters to be provoked. You stop me. At this critical moment, Soja's voice sounded. Then, he threw the Pokeball. Come out, mushroom. Mushroom qualification. Green level upper limit. 40 level. Level 19 attribute. Grass features. When the spore is attacked, there is a chance to infect the opponent and make the opponent become poisoned, paralyzed, sleep state. Will increase physical strength gender. Female size, 0. Close black lens bracket. You can. Mushrooms came out. A large amount of paralyzing wind was scattered from the top of the head, attacking the big men in black. The black-clothed men were obviously highly trained, and when they were attacked, they reacted immediately and threw the Pokeball as well. Go, Great Wolf Dog. A group of people are using big wolf dogs, and the level is not low. The average is around 30th level. Although they were preempted by mushrooms, they quickly reacted, and they were less than 20 level mushrooms. Mushrooms, naturally not the opponents of a group of great wolf dogs, were smashed into the air all of a sudden. Mushrooms. Soja felt distressed for her injured mushroom. Who are you and why did you suddenly attack us? One of them stood up, but instead questioned as if the wicked complained first. Dare to ask a group of big men to surround and bully a girl, what are you trying to do? Soja asked without fear. The man in black straightened his chest and said, Listen, we are from the Heishi dock office. We are carrying out a secret mission. Don't let anyone else get in the way. Before the man in black could finish his ruthless words, he saw his big wolf dog flying upside down towards him, and flew out together with his whole body. Who? The other men in black looked left and right, and saw an orange flash passing by. After that, all of their great wolf dogs followed in the footsteps of the previous man. I don't care where you are from, since I moved my friend's spirit, you should be conscious. Jinwoo's cold voice came from behind. Originally, he wanted to watch the situation, but when he saw Soja's elf being beaten, he couldn't remain indifferent. All the black-clothed men were pale at the moment. This young man was obviously from an extraordinary background. The wolf dogs of several of them were cleaned up without even seeing the face of the other elf. This must have at least 4 stars 44 the strength of the trainer. Your Excellency has figured it out clearly, and it's tantamount to puffing with us. The man in black who opened his mouth was forced to shut up again. Zerora gave them an explosive head for free as soon as they were shocked. On the street, the crowd who watched, took pictures and made videos had a lot of discussion. I'm going, who are these people? Didn't you hear? They said they were from the sea market dock. Then who is this young man? You ask me, who do I ask? But so handsome. A nympho's eyes turned into love. Hey, are you a man? Whoever stipulates that men can't commit nympho. Quote. The person who asked the question walked away silently. This kind of person is more dangerous than the young man who shot. I took a picture of the whole process, but I don't know if I can see the appearance of the opponent's elf's shot clearly after playing 10 times slower. There are sane people talking about it. This young man is very domineering. Despite the crowd's talking, in Soja's eyes, everyone and everything turned black and white. Only Jinyu's back in front of her was colored, with special effects dazzling. The Jinyu she knew has always been silent and seldom said, but he made such a high-profile shot today. Obviously most of them were out for her and made a name for themselves. Hate. The deer on the chest is jumping wildly. Soja, are you alright? Xiaoyu's voice brought Soja back to her senses. Her beautiful eyes looked at Xiaoyu quietly, and she shook her head silently with a blushing face. Well then, let's go and see if the girl is okay. The two went over together, and helped the girl with the hooded shawl up, and the hooded hood fell off without wind. When he saw the girl's appearance, Xiaoyu's expression was obviously stunned. Doesn't mean how good-looking the other party looks, but it always feels like a familiar feeling. The long pink hair fluttered gently, and a pair of glazed amber eyes were staring at him with a pitiful luster. That something is waking up in my memory, but I can't remember it. You are. Just as Jinyu was about to ask who the other party was, the long pink-haired girl hugged Jinyu with a face full of surprise. Ah. Girl doesn't seem to be able to speak, and can only simply make some syllables from her throat. She looks at Jinyu as if she has seen a long-lost relative, and it seems that the grievances she has suffered alone can finally find someone to talk to. The subject's tears were dripping wet on Jinyu's collar. Jinyu opened his mouth, but he didn't say the question. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fanfic. Chapter 94, Bloodwing Dragon Dragon Power, First Update. Hey Jinwoo, do you know this girl? At this time, Soja's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Jinyu in surprise. Jinwoo shook his head, but didn't explain anything. With the pink-haired girl, the memory in his mind was a little confusing, which caused him to be inexplicably upset. The pink-haired girl still hugged Jinyu's neck like a koala, and didn't move. Soja was a little bit appetizing when she saw this, but the girl was still very knowledgeable and didn't get too entangled in this aspect. She took the initiative to propose. Jinyu, let's settle the girls first. If we are here, it is very likely that the accomplices of the men in black will come to the door. Good. Jinwoo nodded and hugged the girl in his arms. Just as the two were about to clear the crowd and leave. Wait a minute, the two over there, please give me a face at the sea market dock and keep the girl. The one who spoke was a man in a white vest, with ordinary features and an ordinary height. If it weren't for the bodyguards in black around him, he threw him into the crowd with a magnifying glass. Jinwoo was silent, and his steps didn't stop. Young man, you are full of blood and energy. After speaking, the man threw an advanced ball. Go, Blood-Winged Dragon. High-level ball flashed through the arc, and suddenly the dragon roared in the sky. A dragon-type elf with a four-legged appearance, two gorgeous blood-red wings, a slender tail, and a well-balanced body proportion appeared in front of everyone. Gosh. Run. If before, there were still people watching the good things and dared to stay here to watch the fun, but with the appearance of the blood-winged dragon, everyone's expressions suddenly became terrified. No one needs to take the lead, everyone starts to stay away from this land of right and wrong. This is the deterrent power brought by dragon-type Pokemon. Since ancient times, and, dragon. Anything that is related to it is a powerful and abnormal existence. They can attract wind and rain between their wings, and they can release scorching flames in their mouths, and the death light of destruction. Power and mystery are synonymous with them. That is to say, in recent years, with the rapid development of science and technology, people gradually became more confident. In 200 or 300 years ago, if a dragon-type Pokemon appeared in a village, it would be a natural disaster and man-made disaster. At that time, it was possible to drive away the dragon. The trainer of attribute spirits is even called a dragon slayer. Blood-Winged Dragon Qualification. Purple level upper limit. 0 level, 52 attribute. Dragon, flight characteristics. Intimidation comes with shocking power, and the opponent who is shocked will reduce the attack power size. 2. Close black lens bracket, it's a blood-winged dragon. An invisible aura spread from the whole body of the blood-winged flying dragon, and the pressure of weighing shrouded down. In an instant, the air seemed to be stagnant, like an invisible and heavy bell, pressing on everyone. Although Soja forced herself to calm down, Longwei still made her pale. It's alright. Jinwoo vacates. One hand, wrapped around Soja's waist. Thank you. Soja blushed and muttered. Jinwoo nodded. This kind of coercion didn't seem to hinder him in the slightest, and he was still in a hurry, walking towards the distance with steady steps. Kidding, after all, he is also someone who has seen the scene. Although Longwei is terrifying, compared to the electric field of Zerora, when Feromero first came from the ultimate alien space, the strangeness that came with it. The beast aura, and the oppressive feeling of Regilock's destructive death beam before, were really nothing. The man was also stunned when he saw this, and then shouted, "Young man, don't go your own way, make mistakes again and again. I also advise you to say a word, I'm not in a good mood today, please do it yourself." When he said this, Jinwoo slightly tilted his head, although it was only for a moment, but the middle-aged man saw a palpitating gleam in his eyes. My heart trembled slightly, but I didn't have the courage to continue to order the blood-winged dragon to attack, so I just watched Jinwoo and the others walk away slowly. Hey, I didn't realize when there was an elf standing beside him. After Xiao Yu and the others walked away for a certain distance, Luo Hao realized that there was a yellow elf that looked like a cat walking upright beside Xiao Yu all the time. It is not difficult to imagine that if he had just driven the blood-winged dragon to attack, the elf on the other side would also stretch his claws towards them. Director, just let them go like this. A man in black whispered a reminder in Luo Hao's ear. This young man is not easy, contact him, try not to use force, otherwise, I will not be able to protect you. Luo Hao's remarks shocked all his subordinates. Luo Hao's strength. How could such a person be so jealous of a young man? Of course, everyone understands the truth of not bullying young people and being poor, so this gang has no choice but to keep silent. Luo Hao sighed. Check this young man's identity and current address. Next, let me negotiate the next thing. Oh, and also, explain the situation to Miss Qing, just say mysterious too. Number 2 is currently taken away by a powerful young man of unknown origin, to explore the sinking of the ship, so let us take a moment. Yes. Luo Haoya looked at the backs of Xiao Yu and the others leaving, until they were blurred, then he withdrew his gaze and sighed lightly. It's not peaceful these days. Jinwoo took Soja and the pink-haired girl to a nearby apartment hotel, completed the identity registration under the surprised and shocked eyes of the lady at the front desk, and then entered the room. At this time, the three of them looked at each other, but they didn't know where to start. Jinwoo, won't you say something? Soja frowned as she looked at the pink-haired girl who still didn't let go. Jinwoo's neck, said. Jinwoo said with a bitter expression, my neck is sore. Puff. Soja couldn't hold back her laughter. Jinwoo patted the koala in front of him. Hey, it's safe for now, calm down first. Chapter 95, Your name is Xiaoya Second. Hearing, koala. Oh, no, it was the pink-haired girl who slowly raised her head. Then he smirked and looked at Jinwoo with a grin. Jinwoo asked, what's your name? The little girl tilted her head and looked at Jinwoo with her big eyes. Wu is asking, where is home? The little girl still stared at Jinwoo without blinking. Can you speak? The little girl still had that innocent and cute expression on her face. Jinwoo rubbed his forehead. Okay, this girl is one, the identification is complete. Hearing what Jinwoo said, the little girl still smiled happily. Jinwoo, it's time, stop joking. Soja rolled her eyes at Jinwoo, motioning for him to be serious. Jinwoo said helplessly, but this girl can't communicate in words at all. When you communicate with her, it's like communicating with an elves. Ah, talking about this, Jinwoo suddenly remembered something, threw the Pokeball, and called Laloras out. Lula. Lalula imitated the pink-haired girl, but also jumped up and hugged Jinwoo's neck. Broken off. Do you mean to want Laloras to communicate with each other? Soja was surprised. Well, let's just try. Laloras is a mood Pokemon, no matter what. Is an elves or a human being, they can perceive the heart. Jinyu said with the mentality that he didn't need money anyway, so he would give it a try. The result was unexpected. Lalula's and the other party were unexpectedly able to chat. Lula Lula. Ah. Talking, one person and one pet also let out a burst of silver bell laughter. Jinwoo and Soyaya, who were watching from the side, looked confused. There is also this kind of operation. Anyway, I will take care of this child until relatives are found. After all, it is a girl. If you take care of Jinyu, it will always feel a little dangerous. Jinwoo. By the way, although I don't know your real name, but for the sake of calling, from now on, I'll call you Xiaoya. It's the same as my name. How is it? Are you satisfied? Soja smiled and suggested. Jinyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. This name is so casual, it's like a pet cat and a dog's name. However, the pink-haired girl had an unexpected name, and nodded in approval with a smile. After chatting together, it was time to go to sleep late at night. Soja wanted to pull Xiaoya to open the room again to sleep, but she was fiercely resisted by Xiaoya. The girl seemed to be very uneasy as long as Xiaoyu was not in front of her for a while. What to do? Soja sighed helplessly. Otherwise, you will stay today. Jinwoo suggested with a wry smile. Don't get me wrong, there are 2 beds in this room. You and Xiaoya will share a bed, and I will share a bed. Turned around when he saw Soja's wary expression. He said with a calm gentleman's face. There was a blush on Soja's beautiful face, but it was fleeting, and she said in a compromising tone, it seems that this is the only way, but let me tell you first, I have studied women's self-defense. If you are restless at night. No. Jinwoo stared. Soja grinding her teeth playfully, best. The hotel is frosted, although it is not real, the hazy beauty cannot be concealed. Jinwoo just fell asleep in the midst of the exhaustion that all kinds of men understand. The night, he still vaguely felt as if something had got into his bed. He originally thought it was Lulu Lassie or Philomaloids being naughty, but when he woke up the next day, Jinyu didn't know that it was a big deal. So, even if you are as lenient as me, I won't give you a chance to explain. Jinwoo, if you have sins, please repent to me in the next life. Soja said to Jinyu with a smile. Jinyu looked innocent. I am really wronged. I guess Xiaoya slept stupidly yesterday, so she ran into my quilt. It's useless to talk, and the Iron Fist will punish you. Although Soja also roughly guessed what happened, but she was just angry, holding a small pink fist and preparing to punish the lucky satyr. Unexpectedly, there was a knock on the door at this moment. The faces of the 2 of them immediately turned positive. Those who came were not good, and those who were good did not. When they rescued Xiaoya from the man in black yesterday, they knew that the other party was not small, and they didn't expect to come to the door so soon. Get ready, I'll deal with it. Wu stood up and was about to walk towards the door. Well, Jinwoo, be careful. Jinyu did not open the door directly, but used the system search function to observe who was standing at the next door in advance. When he saw the coordinates displayed, his expression suddenly became strange. Opened the door with a click, there was a familiar face in front of him. Hey, Jinwoo is me, didn't think so. Although Ching-Ketching deliberately greeted Jinyu with a cheerful tone, but in her words, she was inevitably cautious. When he heard about Heishidak yesterday, Xiaoyu naturally thought of Ching-Ketching telling the truth. He didn't know whether the girl in front of him was an enemy or a friend, so his expression was inevitably a little unnatural. Although Ching-Ketching sometimes seems to be very cute, this time, she unexpectedly reacted sharply, as if she was afraid of Xiaoyu's misunderstanding. She quickly explained, Mr. Xiaoyu, please don't misunderstand, no matter what the situation is, Ketching is absolutely will not be your enemy. That child is a very special existence, I will explain it to you later. Hearing this, Jinyu was inexplicably relieved. If he could, he naturally wouldn't want to be the enemy of the king of the kingdom. As for Ching-Ketching, in order to prove that he is not hostile, this time he did not bring any bodyguards, and came to talk to Xiaoyu and the others alone. Even so, when Qing Keqing knew that Jinyu was with two girls who were at least girls in appearance last night, and after spending one night together, his expression also changed. Very subtle, wonderful to see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download it fly. Chapter 96. The Origin of the Blue Dragon Beast Xiaoya, third update. You mean, Xiaoya was transformed from a drop of water found in the sunken ship? Soja exclaimed. Hearing this news, even Jinyu was stunned. That's right, although the mysterious number 2n, which is what you call Xiaoya, has an ecological structure that is completely close to that of a human girl, its body is actually a drop of water. Hearing what Qing Keqing said, she discovered Xiaoya when she was exploring the sunken ship. She was also very surprised at the time, because the other party changed into a human appearance in front of her. With it, there is a blue dragon beast like a plane. Jinyu, who found the shipwreck in the blue dragon beast water that can turn into a plane, feels like he has reached the point. This Xiaoya should not think so. Jinyu used a check on her, but the feedback information, but said that this girl is a human. At least it is a human now. Wait, if according to what you just said, how did you get the water droplets from the protection of the blue dragon beast? According to Xiaoyu's speculation, this azure dragon beast should be Xiaoya's elder brother. If there are no special circumstances, let alone Qing Keqing, even her father, the king of Qingtianzheng, would not be able to successfully take Xiaoya away from him. Asia. The crux of the matter is here, the blue dragon beast we call Mystery Number 1. Mysterious Number 1 seems to have a premonition that he will be in danger, so, Mysterious Number 2 was entrusted to me by him. Can endanger the existence of the blue dragon beast. After handing the mysterious number 2 Xiaoya to me, the mysterious number 1 disappeared directly into the sea. Before yesterday, Xiaoya was very obedient, but since he received the message from the sea, after a strange wave, I started to get restless, and then I ran out of the dock, and then Jinwu-sama, you all know the situation. It turns out that, according to Qing Keqing's statement, the whole thing can be said to be a misunderstanding, but Jinyu's inexplicable visual perception when he saw Xiaoya before, and how can he explain that he does not think it is his own misunderstanding? Perhaps knowing that the negotiation between Jinyu and the others had come to an end, Xiaoya trotted over to Jinyu, but cutely opened her red lips, and then pointed to her own mouth. Are you hungry? Jinwu asked curiously. It looks like it should be. Qing Keqing nodded. Mr. Jinwu, Mystery Number 2 can't eat ordinary food. Some time ago, in order to make suitable food for her, the dock almost recruited all the breeders from the entire sea market. A few kinds of food that she was reluctant to eat. Saying that, Qing Keqing listed out the food list and handed it to Xiao how to make it. She should be able to eat one at a certain rate. This also shows that if there is no special living environment, Mystery Number 2 is not suitable for food. The human world lives. Wu-sama, if you understand this, please also invite her. Words were finished. Qing Keqing and Xiaoyu took out some of the snacks left over from the temple fair yesterday from the counter and gave them to Xiaoya like feeding small animals. Hello. Xiaoya opened her small mouth and ate it cooperatively. Come here, drink some water first. This beef jerky is yours. Don't worry, don't grab it. Qing Keqing was dumbfounded. How could it be beef? I tried beef yesterday. Soja said from the side. I don't think that's the case at all. It's just that Xiaoya was in a bad mood that day and didn't want to eat. It's just that, now that Xiaoyu is with her, she will naturally eat anything. Is it like this? Miss Qianjin is a little messy. However, this child's trust in Jinyu is indeed a bit strange. According to your explanation, they should have met for the first time yesterday, but in just one night, they became like this. Soja looks as you can see. Well, it's really incredible. Qing Keqing said seriously. Anyway, Mr. Jinwu, I hope you can go to the Heishi dock with me later, at least, to clear up the misunderstanding, okay? Qing Keqing said begging. Jinyu is not an unreasonable person. He did this yesterday because he suffered a loss from seeing Soja. Okay, let's go. Jin Woo agreed. Great. Ching Ketching already had a car waiting downstairs, and when Xiao Yu and the others came, they got into a luxury car with a long version. Driving all the way to the sea market dock, it is completely different from the imagined port full of rough sailors. The high modern facilities here are more like a secret base than a dock. The trainer of the blood-winged dragon before knew that Xiao Yu was coming, so he waited at the gate early in the morning. Waiting for Mr. Jin Woo's drive, there were many offenses yesterday, please bear with Heian. Luo Hao apologized to Jin Yu when they met. Reaching out his hand and not hitting the smiling face, Jin Yu didn't bother too much about this, and nodded. Director Shu, it was mainly my friend's elf who was injured last night. Luo Hao was exquisite, immediately understood what Jin Yu meant, clapped his hands, and a group of medical staff stepped forward. Dear Miss Soja, if you can, your elf can take care of us first. Soja Jinbei had never seen such a grand scene before. She nodded subconsciously and handed the magic mushroom elf ball to the other party. Other party told that the examination will be over soon. If you are worried, you can sit for a while at the medical center, where there will be free refreshments and drinks. Soja glanced at Jin Yu, and seemed to let the latter make up his mind. Jin Woo nodded. Soja just followed the medical staff. Mr. Jin Yu, please Luo Hao make a respectful gesture. Yu nodded, and he was not polite, so he followed Luo Hao into the sea market dock. Chapter 97. Fossil Researcher Song Fang, 4th Update. Miyashi Dockyard has a long history. In addition to boat projects, we actually have many other projects. As Luo Hao said, he took Xiao Yu to visit. This is our aerospace engineering test building. I heard that there are also many elves in the universe. The Pippi and the small meteorites in Shizhou are all elves in the universe. This project is to discover the elves in the universe. Research developed. Xiao Yu couldn't help but look sideways. There are far more elves in the universe than the two Luo Hao just mentioned. The most famous dragon in the sky, Kizakuza, is the elves living in the ozone layer, and Deoxys is the same. Next, Luo Hao he took Jin Yu to a slightly smaller laboratory building. This is for research on fossil projects. At present, there are more than a dozen species of elf fossils known. With the strengthening of scientific research, the number of fossils is still increasing. Although these fossil elves have not left traces in our human history, but if they are resurrected, they can also study the development history of modern elves, which will help mankind better understand elves. Hehe, if Mr. Jin Woo is interested, you can go in and visit. Luo Hao is a mature and sophisticated character, so he can see at a glance what Jin Yu is interested in. Xiao Yu didn't want to hide this, he nodded and went in with Luo Hao. There are a lot of glass column containers in it, which are soaked in various elf fossil blocks. Excavated, lifeless fossils, the fossils in the glass column feel full of alternative vitality. There is even a thumping sound like a heartbeat from the vessel. Hehe, it's amazing, isn't it? This phenomenon is not actually the resurrection of the elf fossil, but the use of biotechnology to simulate the phenomenon of the fossil's activity as much as possible. Jin Woo nodded. Even so, it was already a very amazing existence. Not to mention Xiao Yu, even Ching Ketching and Xiao Yahu were behind him looked stunned. By the way, Director Luo Hao, I also got a fossil by chance. Although I know you have a lot of books here, if you don't mind, please help me. Saying that, Jin Yu took out an amber fossil from his pocket. Naturally, this thing was given by the director of the Xincheng University Museum. The curator of this museum was able to get the real slate of Death Plate, and he was quite wild if he wanted to come here. Maybe this amber fossil is not necessarily a good product. With that in mind, Jin Woo wanted to ask the experts to take a look. Luo Hao glanced at it and shook his head with a wry smile. Mr. Xiao Yu has found the wrong person. Although I am the manager here, I don't dare to say that I understand everything here. However, it's rare for Mr. Jin Yu to be interested in this aspect, so of course it won't disappoint you. Luo Hao said, then greeted, "Scholar, come here." Soon, an old man with white hair on the temples came over, respectfully bowed to Luo Hao and the others. "Director Luo, what do you have to do with me?" "Old Song, look at the amber fossil in Mr. Xiao Yu's hand, how is it?" Song Feng followed Luo Hao's gaze, and soon noticed the golden amber fossil in Xiao Yu's hand. Immediately, his eyes lit up. "Mr. Jin Wu, can you let me take a closer look?" Jin Yu smiled and threw the amber stone directly to Song Feng. Song Feng took it, and immediately picked up the magnifying glass and looked up and down. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. "I don't know where Mr. Xiao Yu got this fossil from." Hearing the other party's tone, Xiao Yu knew that this stone should have a great background, but it is not good to reveal the identity of the museum curator at will, so Xiao Yu persuaded, "I got it by accident, I don't know Dr. Song." "What did you see?" Song Feng's eyes widened and said, "There is the blood of the ancient fossil pterosaurs in it, and, with the current technology, I can extract the blood. Definitely a historic milestone." Song Feng got a little excited when he spoke, and said to Xiao Yu in a very earnest tone, "I don't know Mr. Xiao Yu, if you can leave this amber fossil with us for a while, I will guarantee the safety of this fossil with my life. The man is in the stone, and the stone will not let it die if the man dies." Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. "It's not that serious, treasure swords are given to heroes, pink powder is given to beautiful women. These things are much better in Dr. Song's hands than if I just randomly collected them. Just accept them if you do and mind." "I say yes," said. Jin Yu handed the amber fossil to Song Feng. Song Feng looked grateful. "Mr. Jin Wu is really thankful for you, you are my confidant. From now on, if you are of any use to my old body, feel free to open your mouth and go through fire and water." Jin Wu smiled wryly and shook his head, ignoring it. The two exchanged contact information, and the trip to the fossil department ended. The last department, we are still the most secret department of the shipyard, the Department of Energy. The exploitation of energy is always the main theme of human beings. It used to be coal and other things, but now it is wind, water, solar energy, etc. The spirit world also uses these things, but I just don't know what kind of energy Luo Hao and the others use in the Ministry of Energy. Mr. Jin Wu, if you're interested, you can come and watch with me. The power plant in the dock looked much cleaner than Jin Wu imagined, and there was no oil stains, or the discharge of waste smoke and wastewater. Nuclear energy is not like, and if it were, it would not be visited at will. Jin Yu can only wait for Luo Hao himself to explain in the end. Hee, our energy factory uses the energy collected from the universe. Xiao Yu's eyelids twitched. You must have a Wujitai locked in the dock as well. They can handle that kind of monster in the game. The monster that destroys the world completely relies on the aura of the protagonist. In reality, if there is such a thing, even if all the current champions are tied together, it is impossible to win. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 98. The King's Respect. 5th More. After all, the racial value can be called a dimensional gap. Once the Wuji is eliminated, it is estimated that even if the creation god alpaca comes out, it will be difficult to save the field. The so-called cosmic energy that Luo Hao said is actually from the source. The meteorites that fell to the earth in the past 100 years, the energy recovery of the production. According to the survey, each meteorite in this world carries a large amount of usable energy, and is low carbon and environmentally friendly. At present, the most famous lighthouse in Heishi relies on this energy to emit light 24 hours a day. According to Luo Hao, he said that after this trial period, he is also going to spread this energy to every household in Miyashi, and by then, Miyashi's economic strength will definitely rise again by a big step. In Heishi Dock, Jin Yu finally moved to Luo Hao's office. Luo Hao can be regarded as a wise man who does not speak secretly, and goes straight to the point. Mr. Xiao Yu, please return mysterious number 2 no, Miss Xiaoya to me in the Sea Market Dock. From her, there are still many scientific research reports that have not been completed in the Elf Federation. Over there, I'm also curious about Miss Xiaoya's affairs. Boom. Jinwoo slapped the table. The entire office fell silent in an instant. I'm sorry, Director Luo Hao, I am sorry for this matter. Wu didn't even say the reason, he just stated his result bluntly. Luo Hao is a smart person, and he didn't ask the reason. For a time, the atmosphere in the office was very heavy. Just as Jinyu was about to stand up and leave with Soja and Xiaoya, Qing Keqing, who had been serving as a sidekick, said, Director Luo Hao, let me explain this matter. Qing Keqing explained to Luo Hao what he saw in the hotel in the morning. Director Luo Hao, according to my observations, Mystery Number 22 will stay by Mr. Xiaoyu's side instead of continuing to make investigation reports in the dock. More conducive to her growth and development. Before, when I took over Mystery Number 22 from the Blue Dragon Beast, I could vaguely feel that the other party should want me to take care of Mysterious Number 22. If we continue to let her stay in the cold dock at that time, even if we have the opportunity to see the Blue Dragon Beast, we will not have the face to communicate with it peacefully. Qing Keqing's remarks are well-founded. In addition, Qing Keqing herself is the daughter of the King of Heaven, and her status is noble. In ancient times, it could be said that she was the daughter of a prince. Even Luo Hao had to take what she said seriously. Luo Hao tapped his finger on the table, and finally couldn't help sighing. If I can, I naturally don't want to be this villain, I'm afraid the above will ask. Don't worry, Director Luo Hao, this matter is immediate. Told my father, I am telling the truth, my father and Jinwoo-sama have also met, and he respects Jinwoo-sama very much. Luo Hao was stunned when he heard this. Afterwards, he also showed a clear feeling, and also, the strength of this young man can even feel terror to him. It is impossible for Qing Tianwang's daughter and him to be ignorant. Then why are you so worried about having them there? The tall guys were holding on. Thinking of this, Luo Hao immediately laughed and said, That's it, ha ha ha, then please ask Miss Qing to contact Heavenly King Qing. Qing Keqing smiled and nodded, and in front of everyone, dialed Qing Tianzheng's phone number. Qing Tian was naturally interested in his daughter, and the call was quickly connected. After that, Qing Tianzheng greeted his daughter inappropriately and everyone ignored it. Almost everyone who knew Qing Tianzheng knew that he was a super daughter. Qing Keqing's snow-white forehead has a faint cross, a sign of anger. Father, I'm on a public call. Qing Tian immediately corrected his attitude and coughed lightly. Afterwards, Qing Keqing told him about the previous incident. When Qing Tianzheng heard that it was Xiaoyu who wanted to keep Xiaoya, he immediately said, Oh so, since it was Xiaoyu's request, it's fine to satisfy him, what a big deal, ha ha ha. Hearing that Qing Tianzheng was so open to Xiaoyu, Luo Hao's heart was also shocked. You must know that the other party is a heavenly king. Unlike the competitive champion Heavenly King in anime games, in this elf world where strength is paramount, the four Heavenly Kings, is comparable to the concept of a regional lord, except that the champion can drive them, that is, the existence under one person, above 10 million people. To make such a existence so highly valued, this shows how terrifying this young man is. Can't be offended, Luo Hao Xingqing himself has always acted impartially and did not provoke Xiaoyu too much. At this time, while the phone was still on the phone, Qingtian seemed to suddenly remember something and said, By the way, daughter, the one you said. Mysterious number 22, shouldn't it look like a girl? Qing Keqing didn't know why, so she turned her head to the side and replied, Yes, what's the matter? Yeah, daughter, you should be careful that Jinwoo is robbed. Ah. When Qing Keqing heard half of it, she knew that her father had nothing good to say, blushing pretty face, and shouting loudly, disturbing everyone's hearing. Qing Keqing would never do something like this without grace before, but it is about his girl's heart, so Qing Keqing naturally can't care about it so much. That's it, father, if there is nothing else, I will hang up first. Hey, wait for my daughter, dad is serious with you, beep. After Qing Keqing finished speaking, He hung up the phone decisively. Although they didn't listen to the last sentence of Qing Tianzheng, their eyes were still on Qing Keqing at the moment. Qing Keqing adjusted her state, coughed lightly, and said in a condensed tone, "This is the situation, Director Luo. Don't worry, Miss Xiaoyu will be taken care of by Mr. Xiaoyu. There will be no problem." "So best." Luo smiled and said, "Since the matter is settled, Miss Qing, and Mr. Xiaoyu, why don't you two stay for a light meal?" Chapter 99, The Blackened Dragon Beast Latios, First Update. As the leader of the sea market, it is naturally impossible to say that the light meal is not so bad. Casually, a luxurious feast was set up, but when everyone was about to move their chopsticks, something happened. Report, in the nearby sea area, there is an abnormal elf reaction approaching. According to speculation, it should be the blue dragon beast elf detected in the sea area before. Everyone's expressions were shocked. Is it because he came to see Xiaoya now? Xiaoya seems to have sensed it, but it is different from the expected excited appearance, more like a worried look. Xiao ran in front of Xiaoyu, his little nose twitched, and he said aggrievedly, "Ah, Wu." Although he seems to be trying his best to convey a message to Jinwu really doesn't understand it. He can only stretch out his hand and gently stroke the girl's head. "Don't worry, no matter what. Whatever happens, I will bear it with you." Seeming to understand what Xiaoyu said, Xiaoyan's big black eyes suddenly flickered with a little starlight, her expression darkened, and she nodded her head with a smile. Qing Keqing, Luo Hao and the others who saw this scene couldn't help but be amazed that they were able to communicate verbally with this mysterious number 22. It is definitely a blessing to leave the mysterious number 22 to him to take care of. The right decision. According to the Blue Dragon Beast's course of action, the Docks Defense Department quickly simulated its landing site. It is expected to land near the Mirage Eternal Lighthouse. "Director, what should we do next?" "Don't worry, let the departments take their place, I will go there in person." After Luo Hao gave the command, he remembered that Xiaoyu and the others should still be there. He turned around and was about to speak, but found that everyone was gone. "Hey Mr. Jinwu and the others." "Director, Miss Qing and the others have just left." A staff member replied. "Ah, where did you leave?" "Don't know." "Master Jinwu, get in the car, it will only take 15 minutes to get to the Eternal Lighthouse." "Okay." Jinwu Soja Xiaoya got into the car in a hurry. "Engine is on." "Master Xiaoyu, please don't worry too much. I have seen that dragon beast before. Although it looks very alert, it is actually very friendly." "Hey, you said, since the dragon beast was given to Miss Qing Keqing, and then the water drops became Xiaoya, wouldn't that mean that Xiaoya is actually a dragon beast himself?" Thea's seemingly casual remark really made everyone in the car stunned. You, in particular, looked at Soja with the expression on the Emperor Prophet's face. Although there is no complete evidence, it can basically be determined that this Xiaoya body is indeed a Pokemon, or a phantom beast elf that he is very familiar with. Probably not. Little uncertain when Soja said so. Speechless all the way, everyone soon arrived at their destination. The tide is rushing here, and a tall lamppost stands here. This lamppost also has a long history. It is said that when the marine industry of the sea market just started, it already exists here, and has been guarding the sailing. Boat people, in the hearts of the older generation of boat people in the sea city, this lighthouse is like a patron saint. That blue dragon beast is probably attracted by this light. Jinwu made a guess. Luo Hao has informed the center of the elves to disperse the nearby crowd. Qing Keqing trotted over and said, Luo Hao ran over from the other side with a wry smile. "Miss Qing, if you can, please avoid it, if something happens to you. Please rest assured, Director Luo, nothing will happen, I am familiar with the dragon beast." Qing Keqing answered first. "What if something really happened? Dad Wong didn't demolish my little place that day. It's different from the previous submarine wreck exploration. Now, according to the technical personnel's investigation, the energy system of this dragon beast is obviously different from the previous one. The difference is that although it is impossible to say what the specific problem is, the energy fluctuations appear extremely violent. Okay, it's too late to say anything now, the other party is here. Jinwoo said in a low voice. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the roaring sound of the ocean waves sounded immediately. The sea water suddenly burst open, 100 meters of water column burst into the sky, and a death-like shock wave rushed out at that instant. Fast defense. Jinwoo threw Philomella's master ball with a wave of his hand. Fee. Wave of Pheromero's hand, an arc barrier of Yimu condensed and enveloped a group of people nearby. PFF'd. Click. The crisp sound, Jinwoo raised his eyebrows immediately. This was the first time he had seen Philomero's quick defense crack open. Ah! A burst of screams. Soja and the others were okay, but the bodyguards of the men in black were unlucky. They didn't react at all. The moment the black shock waves erupted, all of them flew out like dandelions without the slightest resistance. Room. What kind of monster is this? Luo Hao asked himself that he had seen the world. At the same time, he also had a blood-winged flying dragon of the quasi-king level, and he was considered a superior person. However, when he saw the black dragon beast in front of him, his blood couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The shape is close to the middle of the bird and the plane, with a streamlined body. The lower body is azure blue, while the other parts are pitch black, and the red triangle pattern on the chest exudes scarlet light at this time. Sa-oh-oh. The elf roared up to the sky, then looked around at the crowd, and soon locked on Xiaoya in the crowd. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Xiaoya immediately. Xiaoya obviously hasn't recovered at this moment, but just stared at the black flying dragon elf in front of her with disbelief. Dangerous. At the critical moment, Jinwoo hugged Xiaoya to avoid it, and Philomena also turned into a white light and swept away towards the black flying dragon. 3 consecutive kicks. It's a proud skill to come up. Pheromero has no intention of keeping his hand, and he doesn't dare to keep his hand. On the opponent, Pheromero feels an aura that is even more violent than Zerora. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 100. Z Skills Burst. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Latios qualification. Red upper level. 80 level. 60 plus level attributes. Dragon. Super ability features. Floating from the ground. Will not be attacked from the ground. Gender. Male size. 2. Close black lens bracket. I can't communicate with words at all. Miss Ching, the blue dragon beast you saw before is what it looks like. Luo Hao's voice is that you call this kind of elf good-tempered. At this moment, Ching Ketching is also at a loss. No, the dragon beast was obviously not like this before, and the other half body should be white. There's a shadow team doing the trick. Jinwoo replied casually, but it was because of this momentary distraction that the Pheromite was knocked out. Boom. Pheromuse. Jinwoo rushed forward to make a meat pad for Philomelas. Master Jinwoo. Jinwoo. Mr. Jinwoo. A few people next to him exclaimed in surprise. One person and one elf rolled and slid out of the beach for dozens of meters before slowly stopping. Fee. Philomero exclaimed while holding her pretty face. At this moment, her heart was mixed with joy and fear. The joy was naturally that Xiao Yu took it in person in order to help it, and the fear was that Xiao Yu was injured. This is an illusion. The confrontation between beasts, if ordinary people are affected, it is likely to hit the street in an instant. Jinwoo took out a cashew nut from his arms and let out a sigh of relief. Most of the attacks on both sides just now were neutralized. What Jinwoo endured was nothing but the impact of sliding on the ground, which could be roughly judged as ground attribute damage. Carrying this cashew nut on his body could offset a large part of it. It was also because of this that he dared to do so. Come forward and catch the Philomelody. Seeing that Xiao Yu was alright, Philomero was relieved, but the look in Latios's eyes really became more and more gloomy and terrifying, and even the original delicate voice became hoarse at this time. Ah, cut. Felomero, this kind of opponent, you are not an opponent and you are wrong in judgment, come back first. Jinyu was about to take out the Master Ball and retrieve the Pheromite, who knew that the Pheromite was galloping up here, at an extremely fast speed, and a dazzling light spread around his body. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Is this the stage of rebellion? Elves also have this stage of growth. I was wondering in my heart when I suddenly found that my arms were hot, and when I took it out, it was amazing that it was the worm crystal that Philomaloids gave him at the beginning. Glow. Latios originally planned to ignore the opponent after he had knocked it into the air, but this time his target was only Xiaoyu. Just as it was about to approach it again, the silver elf rushed towards it again at this time, and its aura was even stronger than before. Oh saw. Latios's complexion changed, and a magical barrier of power spread out from his body. Mysterious Guardian. Use magical power to surround and protect the surrounding, and it is very resistant to abnormal conditions. Close black lens bracket. The Mysterious Guardian in reality can not only resist abnormal conditions, but also have a certain defensive effect on attacks. Seeing this, Pheromelis squinted and sneered. In the twinkling eyes, an ice-cold color suddenly emerged. At this moment, an extremely violent wave of power surged with its beautiful long and slender legs. After feeling the fighting spirit of Pheromero, Jinyu naturally wouldn't pour cold water, holding the insect pure crystal with a straight face. There should be a middle two line here. Jinwu's mental age is earlier than the middle two stage, so he succinctly whispered. In response to the will of me and Pheromero, worm, you should shine again here. Absolute predation maneuver cut. Cold light flashed, and the wind was raging. At this moment, the soles of Pheromero slammed on the ground, with an extremely loud sound of breaking the wind, kicking Latios as fast as lightning with Kamen Rider's signature kicking technique go. Bang! The harsh voice spread, Mysterious Guardian and Trick clashed fiercely. First, the two sides were evenly matched, but after a while, the Mysterious Guardian made a crisp cracking sound. Oh saw. Latios's expression was shocked, and then he saw his protective shield completely shattered in the next moment. The blazing sound of insects reverberated in everyone's ears, and the violent energy spread wildly at the moment when the two collided. A huge wave of hundreds of feet spreads out in a ring shape at the point of intersection of the two attacks, and the rumbling sound spreads far and wide to the entire sea market. Xiaoyu looked at the scene of the battle with a sad look on her face. Dangerous, Asia. Soja was afraid that the aftermath of the battle would hurt Xiaoyu, so she took her away a little. God is so strong. Luo Hao's face was full of extreme astonishment. Luo Hao is not surprised that the unknown dragon beast has such strength, but it is really appalling for a young man of Xiaoyu's age who is not half his age to suddenly have such strength. At this time, his chin didn't fall to the ground in shock, it was already his restraint. Other federations, the black-clothed bodyguards of the dock, and others, also looked at the young back in front of them with disbelief. This strength is far beyond the imagination of ordinary trainers, and even surpassed the quasi-king level. That is, the level of a 5-star 55 trainer is above the level, they don't even dare to think about it. Jinyu didn't have time to pay attention to the many astonished gazes. He was breathing heavily at the moment, which is different from Wishing Star, which only requires the spirits to put in physical strength. A move that turns the spirit into a burst of strength. There are also certain requirements for trainers. Once the attack was over, Jinyu was also a little weak at this time. Pheromite fell from the sky, and its footsteps were a little staggered. Obviously, the attack just now was not too small for it.